besides this is obviously going to be, if you want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. I'm not guilty. I'm innocent.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant Matthew L. Moore not guilty of murder as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. We don't like you in this place. El Shotty, we don't like Kimmy. She hates Sean LFA. So, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. We love Sean in El Shotty. So, Kimmy, myself and El Shotty will tell you to go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, Kimmy. Ole, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. I'm on mute. There you go. I'm on mute already. How are we doing, Christine? Hope you're well, my darling. How are things there in New Jersey? Hope you are doing well there. Right, hang on. Oh, hang on. Right, hang on. I need to do that. Click that. Done. Right, how are we doing? Mark, how are we doing, fella? Hope you're well as well. Nice to see you yesterday and today. Yeah, Trucker. Good afternoon, Dylan. Hope you had a good, nice rest. I sort of did, but I'll be honest with you, I'm a bit tired today. I won't lie to you, but it's all good, though. It's all good. Donna Graves, hello, my darling. How are you over there? Good morning, family and lovelies. Much needed rest and recuperation at the lake house. Nice, Donna. Nice. That's where I need to be. Lake house, chilling out, feet up. There you go. You deserve it, though. You deserve it. Hang on. Vix Logic. Hello, Vix. How are you? Hope I'm welcome. Of course you're welcome. You're more than welcome, Vix. I think you've been here before. I'm pretty sure you've been here before. Hello to you, my darling. Hope you're well. You're definitely welcome. If it's because of the Kimmy, go fuck yourself. That's another story. Kimmy's not welcome here because you told Sean that he had dementia, so she's not welcome. But you are definitely welcome, Vix. Good morning to you. Hope you're well. Terry, hello to you, my darling. Hope you're well. Good morning to you as well. Yeah, Trucker. Good morning, Donna. Deb, how we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Nice to see you. Long day yesterday, Deb, but we got there in the end. Lisa, good morning, Dylan. Good morning, Mod and chat. Had to take my AirPod out at my hair appointment, so I missed the ending to the bar fight trial. You didn't miss much. Let me just tell you. Obviously, you know, it's no surprise now. He was found guilty. By the end, it was a struggle. By the end, the closing arguments were like bizarre. But I'm proud. I'm proud that we did a trial, a 3-day trial in one day. I'm really happy with that, especially when the verdict came out that day, and no one spoiled it either, which is always good. Because sometimes you get somebody that spoils the verdict, which I've had a few times. That's why I don't tend to do it, because you always have one idiot that'll come in and go, "Oh, he was guilty," you know, and it spoils it. Well, I suppose it doesn't spoil it, but yeah, that's what it was, Lisa. Nice to see you, my darling. Hope the hair is looking good. As always, I'm sure it is. I'm with you, classy lady like yourself. I'm sure it is. Christine, hello to you. There you go. Good morning, Carlene. How are you doing, my darling? Nice to see you again. Sassy bartender, as always, you're always welcome. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well. Great job, yes. Thank you, Deb. It's a good job because you guys helped me out. If it wasn't for the chat, we'd be fucked. Do you know what I mean? Chat keeps me going, people. You know that. Good morning to you, Trucker. Good morning, El Chatty. Hey, what do you think about the new intro, people? Dana, did you like the... Oh, you probably missed it. You all probably missed it. Good morning to you, Dana. Hope you're well. Hey, and I also... I finished off your interview with El Jefe this morning. Very good. And thank you for the kind words from yourselves and from Sean. I appreciated it, but it was good. It's funny though. I knew what you were going through. You probably had 100 questions for him, but Sean's one of those. You pull him, you pull the cord, you just let the cord go, and then he just wham goes. He's a great character, great character. So yeah, but a good thing for you, Dana, is you can have him back on in like a month or so, because he'd love to come back on, and you can ask your questions again. But it's brilliant, it's amazing. But yeah, very good interview. I enjoyed the show, and if you haven't done it, go and check out Resisted to Silence, where Sean was on there Wednesday night with Dana and Tracy. Robin, hello to you, my darling. Thank you again for yesterday and all the support, Robin. Thank you so much for that. Really had fun yesterday, guys. I hope you got some sleep. I got a little bit of sleep. I got a little bit. I got probably 5 hours. A bit interrupted, but it's good though. It's good. Good morning, Dana. Weekend is there to rest, people. It's all good. Good morning, Lady Di. How are you doing, my darling? You hope you're well as well. Hey, Robin. Good morning, Lady Di. He's the Energizer Bunny. He is. I love it. I love it. But it takes a lot out of him. It takes a lot out of him. But I love Sean. Good morning, Sassy. That's for sure. He definitely is. I had fun too yesterday. I've had fun all week, people. You know, covering trials. So thank you to all of you that have been here and supported. Obviously, I know you can't always be here every day, guys, but I do appreciate it. You know, when everyone's here, we have a lot of fun, I think. Thank you, though, Robin. I do appreciate it. There you go. We're back today, obviously, with day 2 and day 3 of Judge Boyd trial. So I think it's quite interesting, this trial. It's different. I think it's different though because we got an English an Englishman from a person from London, from the UK, actually being the defense attorney in Texas. It's bizarre to me. Do you know what I mean? Bizarre. But I think it's good. Lady Di says, "Good morning, Lisa Reed. Hope all is well." There you go. It's good. Some people are probably still in bed after yesterday. We've had quite a few. 14.5 hours Tuesday, 12.5 hours yesterday. We've been knocking it out the park, people. We've been knocking it out the park. So, yeah. So I'm gonna power through today. Just do the Judge Boys one. Hopefully, the first one I think is going to be. I'm playing at 1.25. It's going to be probably about 3.5 hours, and then we'll try and catch up live. Then I think she's going to probably do 4 or 5 hour day today, probably. From what I can understand, the jury been asked to come back in at 9:30 this morning Central, but they may come in later. Judge Boyd's going to make a ruling apparently this morning to see if they're going to be allowed to view the cars during the whole damage thing. I don't think the defense wants it to be shown, but I think the prosecution do. So there might be a delay, which is good for us because we can catch up then. Oh yeah, that's if she allows them to see the cars, Christine. If she doesn't, they're going to try and get them back in later on. Don't forget to restart your stream if you're on for a longer time. Yeah, just remember, everybody, 12 hours is your limit. If you're going to do a 24-hour stream, then make sure that you swap streams after 12 hours. Otherwise, YouTube will just cut it and you would lose it. Here we go, 30 people here, 69. What's going on? Now Dana's prompted that. Where's my lyrics gone? Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Well, 2 people liked it. We still got another 10 to go, but it's okay. Hey, did you like my new Kimmy intro? If you've not seen it, do you like my new? I did a Kimmy intro literally 5 minutes before the stream started. Let's listen to this. Do you like it or not? Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. We don't like you in this place. El Shotty, we don't like Kimmy. She hates Sean LFA. So, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. We love Sean in El Chatti. So, Kimmy, myself and El Chatti will tell you to go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, Kimmy. I can't listen to it. I just can't listen to it. That was that. I need to make another one. I'm not really happy with it, but I will make another one. I can't listen to my own singing. I hate it. Good morning, Lady Di from Lisa Reed. Good morning to you. Oops. Good morning to TJ. How are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Crystal Medallion, how are you? How are you feeling with COVID? Oh, I only got your message last night. Sorry. Hope you're feeling a little bit better today. And I only after I finished the stream is when I got your message. So Crystal asked if we could all pray for her brother. He's homeless, and they found him on the side of a road, and she can't see him due to COVID. So as a group, I know you all love Crystal, same as I do. So if you can all, have a thought for her brother, who obviously is homeless right now. So our thoughts are with him, Crystal, and our thoughts are with you. Obviously, I'm not sure if it's the same brother that's got the stage 4 cancer or not, but yeah, your family's going through it at the minute. So we're here for you, Crystal. You know that. We'll try and put a smile on your face as much as we can to make you forget. But yeah, T's and P's for that. And I hope you're well as well, my darling. There you go. Everyone will pray in their own time like that. Hey Kim, how we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Thursday, hello to you. Go fuck yourself, Kimmy. I gotta do better lyrics, but I literally did it 5 minutes before coming on. I just made it up on the spot. Hello, Jung. How we doing, Young? Hope you're well. Good morning again, everyone coming in. Lisa, there you go. Well, always polite, Lisa. This isn't about your Dylan sing for us. This isn't about your. I'm not quite sure what you mean. This isn't about your Dylan. I'm not sure, Kim. Hope yes, very well. Goodness, Crystal. There you go. Praise for Crystal. There you go. Happy days. I'm glad to see that. Oh, it's the same brother. So the brother that has got stage 4 colon cancer is also homeless. Fucking hell. He's going through it then. There you go. You know where we are, Crystal. There you go. Thank you, Tizia. There you go. Prayers everywhere. I love that. I love that. Crystal, good morning. How are you feeling today? Yeah, are you feeling better, Crystal? There you go, James. How are you doing, fella? Hope you're well as well. Nice to see you, my friend. Yeah, I don't mind singing to myself like this. It's when I listen back to it, I can't do it. Is what I mean. But yeah, there you go, Sherry. Hello to you. Hello to Jonathan. Hope he's not feeling well either. So hope he's feeling okay, Sherry. But much love to you both. Oh right, I won't lie. I am a bit tired, but it's. You said you don't like your singing. We like your singing. Just oh yeah, no, I don't like. I don't like listening back to it. I like singing, but I don't like listening back to it like that. The whole Kimmy thing. And by the way, this is not the Kimmy that we told to fuck off. It's the Kimmy that called Sean. Got early onset dementia. Different Kimmy. I'm feeling better. Not 100%. Thank you all so much. There you go. There you go, Crystal. Well, you know where we are. Hopefully, brighten up your day a little bit. Good morning to you, Sherry. Dana Leonard, I know. Well, I heard because you were saying you and Sean were chatting, and you said that you used to play the band, the guitar. You said, "Rock on, Dana." I played in bands for years and I hate the sound of my own voice on playback. I can't do it. I hate it. I can't listen to those songs. I can listen to the press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me. If you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, motherfuckers. That's the only one I don't mind listening to. Everything else, I don't like it. But also, you might notice as well, Dina, your channel, I'm losing subscribers left, right, and center. YouTube are kicking people out all the time. So make sure you check, not just mine, but check that you subscribe to some of your favorite YouTubers, people, because YouTube are on one at the minute, kicking people off. Hello, Toots. Hello, my darling. How are you? Nice to see you again. Look at all these troopers. Were here last night as well, and they're here today. Look at you. Whole channel also keeping our mandolin up here. Thank you very much, Terzi. I appreciate you, my darling. I'm going to change my name to Not That Kimmy. Yeah, you're not that Kimmy. Not that Kimmy. Not the Kimmy that we tell him to fuck off. You're the nice Kimmy. You're the nice Kimmy. Good morning, Toots. Kim. There you go, everyone. Right. I normally wait till 9, but should we just get going? I'll set it up anyway. I'll set the stream up ready. We need the chat today. We need El Chatty today. We need El Chatty today to get us through, to push us on. What's that song? Something dun, 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 dun. Moving on up, moving on down. Something, something. Na, da, 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 da. Moving on up, moving on down. Moving on down. Ba, da, ba, da, ba, ba. Something, I don't remember it. It's a song. I also don't mind. Ole, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. Let's go, Erin hack, 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 ole. Erin hack, 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 ole. I also like that one as well. I like the Hackster one as well. Right, hang on. There's a few people here now. I'll just wait. Like and subscribe, my favorite. That's my favorite as well. That's my favorite as well. You do kick out the curses to be careful of the wrong words. Yeah, well, this is why I'm not in the algorithm. I think because I curse obviously a little bit, and that's why I'm. If I press who's live right now, I'm never there. Never there. Bill, hello to you. How are you doing, sir? Again, thank you so much for the generosity shown to me yesterday. That was way too generous, Bill. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, my friend. Really do. Welcome back, Bill. What's up, El Chatty? Hello, hippie chick. How are you doing, my darling? It's Friday, people. Friday. Happy Friday, hippie chick. Good morning, Bill. Good morning, $100 bill. There you go. Toots is coming around, Bill. She's coming around. Tells you hello, similar. Hello, all. I like you singing. That's what I enjoy about your channel. Just by singing, James. Is that it? You don't enjoy me? I'm joking. It's all good. It's all good. Thank you, James. Appreciate you, my friend. And there you go. Jobathon, how we doing, fella? Good morning. I got a few hour window today because rain before I have to be busy. No worries, John. Nice to see you, buddy. Hope you're feeling okay. Hope you're doing all right, buddy. I normally work all day every Friday. Well, we had Sherry in. I thought you were in bed or something. You said that you weren't feeling 100%. Arlene, hello to you, my darling. Arlene, how are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well as well. You know the score, Toots. Those steak tips now look very delicious, don't they? Yep, agree, JB. When I hear Don's voice, my days are. Thank you very much, Toots. Yeah, you know I like you, or I wouldn't be what. I'm only teasing, James. I'm only teasing, buddy. White paint, hello to you, my darling. Or sir, I don't know. Sorry, white paint. How are you? Hope you're well as well. Right, we got Judge Boyd in the background here. Fucking hell. Skip. We might as well get started. I might pause if more people come in, but I need to get going because I need to. I was sat down on the sofa just eating my lunch, and I just found myself nodding off, nodding. I was like, right, I need to get up. I need to get up and stretch. Be ready for today. I'm good. It's extremely hot here today. It's not hot in the UK. It's very dull in the UK today. There you go. Why, thank you. My back's been out. But, sorry. I'm so sorry for yawning. Feeling pretty bendy today. pretty bendy. Nervous and staying inflamed just like the sauce. So, well, be careful, Jonathan. You're doing a lot of heavy lifting and stuff like that, so be careful. Bev's back. Not seen you for a while, Bev. Joking. Happy days, Bev. Nice to see you. Bev crying now. Nice to see you, my darling. It was like that post few days. Have I low humidity and high heat? You nod off because not enough rest. Yeah, no, I know. That's why I need El Chatty to keep me going. Right, let's get the stream going then so that we can we get everything going. Oh my god, you scared me for a minute. I thought it was Judge Beverly in chat. No, Bev's crying now. She was here. I think she's DNS or DBS or something like that normally. Right. So if you've just joined in fresh, this is day 2 of the What's it called? Alexander Castro trial. It's in Texas. It's with Judge Boyd. He's accused of manslaughter. The basic story is there was a crash on the freeway, and a car was driving the wrong way on the freeway. She was intoxicated, and a pileup happened, and it was a construction zone. Speed, whatever that means, I don't know in the US what that means. I mean, I know lower speed, and this guy, what's his name again? Alexander Castro was allegedly doing 90, 91 miles per hour, and he smashed into the back of a car, and unfortunately, the young lady in the car died. So he's up for manslaughter in that trial. So that's where we are on this. The state seems to be concentrating a lot about the fact that the original person who caused the original accident, driving down the wrong way, never got arrested, never got prosecuted, and they believe that she should have been prosecuted. And also they're blaming the police for not putting hazards and stuff like that out to warn people there was a crash ahead. So the defense aren't denying that he should not have been speeding, but they are denying that it's his fault. So we'll see. This is day 2, and then day 3 as well today. So we're a day behind, but we'll catch up today. We're finishing day 2 and day 3 today. Get it all out of the way. So we'll be all caught up. Right. One blast through chat, and then we'll start. If you want to stay connected and up to date with Doerman, try as covering. There you go. That's a link tree. That's good, Jonathan. Hope you feel better, Jonathan. Jonathan, stay hydrated, drink lots of water, and keep your electrolytes strong with Propel. Good morning, Bev. Here we go. This is nice. He's going to be dead meat, not mighty meat, and off to jail. There you go, James. Yeah, I think so as well. Mighty meat. Good morning. Hello, Disney Queen. How are you, my darling? Hope you're well, Carol. Nice to see you. Good morning, Lisa, Jonathan, and how fun would that be if Auntie Bev was in chat? Here you go, everyone. Look at this. Nice. Sassy, yes. Hey, Bev. Thank you, everyone. I'd be pretty good on drinking a lot of fluids. I drink about 32 ounces of bottles of water a day. Fucking hell, you must be pissing like a sailor, Jonathan. You must be pissing like a sailor. Hey, Bill. Right, let's get going. Let's get it on. Is that what I want? Yeah. That's what I want. What I really, really want. Yep. Crystal's here. She's feeling a bit better, but if you can pray for her brother who's got stage 4 colon cancer. She just found out he's also homeless, so she's asked us to pray for him because she can't help him with COVID. So keep her and her brother in your thoughts, Bev. If you can give her a little pray, that would be nice. But she is here. She's here. She's just not feeling 100%, but she's feeling better. But yeah, she's asked if we can all pray for her brother, and because, as I say, he's homeless and he's got stage 4 colon cancer. So yeah, and actually we'll take a quick moment of prayer for him right now, actually. So bear with me as we, thoughts for you, Crystal, and your brother. So let's take a moment. There you go, Crystal, and you know how much we love you here. So keep us updated. What's going on? Tangled Tiara, do me a favor, Tangled. Literally go back 4 minutes. Go back about 4 to 5 minutes, and I explain the case for you. And you should be up to date with what it is. We're on day 2 now. But yeah, it's a manslaughter case. But if you just literally rewind 4 minutes, you'll be up to date. I spent a couple of minutes just talking about it just now. So Right, everybody, let's go. There you go. No, hey, thank you, Crystal, for being here, my darling. No worries, Tangle Chat. If I hadn't done it, I would tell you. It's just the fact I just done it, so I didn't want people to go through it again. There you go. This is the best chat ever. Thank you, everybody, for your prayers for Crystal and her brother. And keep us updated, please, Crystal. You know we love you. Right, everybody, here we go for this then.
2022 CR 11862, State of Texas versus Alexander Castro. Can I have parties announced for the record for the state?
Daniel, it's Lauren Jason here.
Defense?
Very clear and adjustment okay.
And are you Mr. Castro?
Yes, ma'am.
And are both parties ready to proceed?
State Attorney Judge.
Yes.
Just one brief issue about defense one.
Yes.
We call an alternative state. We entered defense one as a placeholder, Your Honor, because
So you're just asking to substitute?
I am judge.
It's substituted.
But I do have to approach the court judge because the one I brought today has all 8 pages and the one yesterday only had 5. And to
All right,
3
then
pages
so
of it, I want your
talk to the state, see if they have any objection to removing the 3 pages, and then we'll go from there.
thank you, Judge. I wanted to ask you, I didn't want to do it without.
Okay, all right,
And Judge, no objection. I'll make sure they see me do it.
okay, all right, then.
Your Honor, we have an issue. I wanted to report out, and because it relates to defensive strategy, I'd like to do it ex parte.
Does that need to be done now?
Well, no.
All right,
I just want to I want you to know we're thinking about it, Judge. I'm not going to do
okay,
it later on, but.
all right, thank you. All right, state, do you have your witness and is the jury lined up?
It's because
No,
they
go
don't
ahead,
have the
You're
audio.
fine.
The audio for this is why they sit down. The audio is on the tables and on the stand and with a witness and with the judge. So in between, it depends which audio picks it up. That's why. But once he sits down now, he'll be fine, I think, John.
Because they're in the hallway. All right, let's bring them in.
All right, for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, and state, I believe you were still directing the witness?
I guess, Judge.
Mr. Rodriguez. So the last thing that I think that you had mentioned yesterday is that you and your wife had been driving north on 281 when she had to call 911. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And why did she have to call 911?
I was driving, so I told her to call 911.
Well, what made you, while you were driving, what made you think I have to call 911?
At the time, before she called 911, we were stopped in traffic, and then we saw the truck speed past us, and then hit the car stalled in traffic.
So,
And then I told my wife, "You need to call 911."
so let's break that
Sir, I'm
down.
gonna have to ask you, please keep your voice up so that the members of the jury can hear, the court reporter can hear, and I can hear, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Rodriguez, let's break that down. So where were you stuck in traffic? You remember?
281 heading north near the TCP Parkway exit.
And you said that you saw a truck. Do you remember what color truck?
Either like a dark blue truck,
And what drew your attention to the truck?
the high rate of speed.
Now, where were you when you saw the truck?
I was in my vehicle on the right lane. I think at the time it was a 2-lane highway, so I was on the far right. The truck was on the left lane.
And so did the truck go past you?
Yes,
And so as it went past you, what did you do?
I just watched it because we, like I said, we were stalled in traffic, and we were just waiting there trying to figure out what was going on. And the next thing you see, is a truck behind you and on the side of you, driving at a high rate of speed, and then you can see it collide with vehicles in the front,
So
stalled in
did,
traffic.
so did you actually see the truck hit the vehicles?
No, just because the way the highway was, it was 2 lanes. Majority of the traffic was on the right. It went down and it kind of curved, so you can't really see the vehicle passing on the left, but you can see the vehicle's roofs from the distance. Like I said, we were stalled in traffic, just waiting there, waiting for traffic to continue. And you see just the form lines of the vehicles, the speeding truck passing us, and it kind of disappears, but you can see the top of the vehicles in the highway. And then they're all lined up, and then you hear a big bang, and you see a shuffle of the vehicles.
Now, when you saw this, so you're telling the jury that you were actually on the highway, or were you off the highway when you saw this?
On the highway.
And you could only see the tops of the vehicles. How far away were you?
50 yards, 75 yards.
And just point out to the jury, where generally were you seeing it? Was it up ahead? Was it up here? Where exactly?
Yeah, in the front of you, right in front. Like I said, we're on a two-lane highway. You see the trucks. There was like an accident at the next light. At that time, there was a light there. We couldn't see the police vehicle that was at the other accident. You could just see the flashing lights against the building. I believe it was like a CVS at the time. And we're just, like I said, we're just stalled in traffic. You see a line of vehicles. We're sitting there waiting, trying to figure out what's going on. And you see the truck pass us. Like I said, you see the dishevel of lined up vehicles.
And how fast would you say this truck was going?
80 plus.
Judge, I could object to speculation.
All right, lay the foundation.
So
Can I take the witness on board, Doyle, very briefly?
Yes,
Magistrate Hall?
yes. And the voir dire purpose is for speeding?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, you may proceed.
Hi, Mr. Rodriquez, how you doing?
Good.
We've not had an opportunity to meet. My name's Gary Julio. I'm one of the attorneys that represents Mr. Castro. I've got a couple of questions.
Yes, sir.
So the prosecutor asked you about some speed questions of your perceptions on Mr. Castro's vehicle. Can I ask you what you do for a living, sir?
I'm a software engineer for the Union Pacific Railroad.
Have you had any training or experience in estimating the speed of moving vehicles?
No.
So it would be fair to say that any estimations of speed, because you were stationary,
Yes, sir.
so you weren't driving your car, looking at your speedometer. For example, you were doing 70, someone went past you.
Correct.
They would call that tracking. You had no other way other than your common sense and experience to say this person was traveling fast.
Correct.
So you can't say with any certainty to this jury what speed anyone was doing, right?
I can't say with certainty that they were speeding.
Or what speed someone was doing. You say it looked fast.
Yes.
Right. But you can't give a speed without it being a complete guess, right?
Yes, I can't give you the exact speed.
But, yeah, so it'd be a guess if you gave an exact speed.
Sorry, what was the question?
I can't remember. I think I said it would be a guess. If you based on your training experience, if you were to give a speed number to the vehicle that you're discussing, it would be just a guess.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. I'm quite witness.
All right, state.
what made you call 911?
The high rate of speed and the sound of the collision and like the disheveling of the vehicles. If you didn't see the vehicles dishevel, you think it'd be just like a fender bender. Like I said, there was already either a police officer or fire or EMS, maybe 200 yards in front of us. So there's already someone there. But like I said, I saw the high rate of speed. I heard the loud collision and then the disheveling of the vehicles. And then knew it was an accident. And I told my wife, you need to call 911. It was an accident.
And just to clarify, were you exiting when you saw this? Where were you?
I was in the right lane of the highway and we were just sitting in traffic, just trying to figure out what was going on.
Right, but what I'm asking, so were you on the highway or were you trying to exit? Where exactly?
I was on the highway.
Pass the witness.
Defense.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Rodriguez, I've got a few questions for you, okay, about the testimony you just gave to the prosecution. So, on the night, was the 22nd of August, up to July of 22, right?
I don't remember the day.
No, the night that we're talking about is the same one.
This is
You were driving back north on 281 with your wife?
wife and my two kids.
Okay, with your two kids as well. You were sat on the highway. So I want to get it right. You were sat on the highway on 281
Yes,
and you were stuck in traffic.
yes.
And I think that you said, how long have you been?
How long had I been sitting in traffic?
Yeah,
5-10 minutes maybe.
5-10 minutes, and it was stationary.
Yes. completely.
Yeah, so completely stationary, you're not moving on and off. And at this time, I believe you said something along the lines of, because 281 was under construction back then, right?
Yes.
It probably still is a little bit now, but that part of 280, are you familiar with that part of 281?
Oh yeah, I live off of 281. I use that highway all the time.
So it was undergoing a lot of construction and the highway, it'd be fair to say that up ahead was getting channeled off onto the access road, is that right?
Yes.
Because I think you said that you could see, you knew that there was an accident ahead, but you couldn't see any police cars, right?
Correct.
But you could see that there was light reflecting off of the CDS. Is that right?
Correct.
Like flashing lights. And now,
Red and blue lights flashing in the distance.
and that was in the distance. So, but that's not actually on the highway itself, right? That you're on the highway, which is it's kind of elevated at that point, right?
Where the lights were reflecting off the building, yes, that was elevated and that wasn't on the highway.
Yeah. So that's in the distance on the right hand side where you're seeing the lights. You're not seeing the lights on the highway because if I'm correct in what you said, is that you were however far behind. You said that when you saw the truck come past you on the left hand side.
On my left hand side.
Yeah, because you're in the right hand lane. Saw the truck come past you at high rate speed. We can't see what high rate speed, but you couldn't see the vehicle. You could only see the roofs of the vehicles that he hit.
Correct.
So you said, so put yourself back there, like you just said. He came past you, and you couldn't see the collision because the road kind of went. There was like a slope and a slight dip.
Correct.
So, but you see, the car probably driven by Mr. Castro goes over the hill, and you can't see the point of collision because you can only see the roofs of those vehicles over that hill.
Correct.
So would it be fair to say that you're aware, and how far back estimate do you think you were from that?
50 yards?
50 yards, and you were there at the scene and you saw this with your own eyes,
Correct.
but from the point of impact was slightly over the crest.
Slightly over the crest, no, because maybe 50 yards behind us is the top of the highway. So behind us, you're at the peak of 281, and then you're coming down. And then from 50 yards behind us towards the intersection where the CVS was, it's all going downhill.
But wait, I'm just trying to clear up the testimony, and I'm not.
Yes, sir.
That you said, because you said earlier you could only see the roofs of vehicles.
Correct.
That you hit. You didn't see the impact, you just saw the roofs of them and then the vehicles moving.
Correct.
Actually, got no further questions, just pass with us.
Nothing from the state.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse.
Yeah, we've got no objection.
All right, the rule has been invoked. That means you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state or the defense. Do you understand? All right, you may step down. State, call your next witness.
Paul Store, Rodriquez.
All right, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up so that everyone can hear. Okay. If you'll state your name for the record.
Doyle Rodriguez.
All right, state.
Mrs. Rodriguez, I'm gonna get right into it. I'm gonna approach with what's been marked as exhibit number 81. Have you listened to the CD?
Yes.
And how do you know you listened to it?
You played it? Or
Did you ever mark the CD?
yes, I signed it.
And is the audio call that's on the CD, is it a true and accurate depiction of the 911 call you made while you and your husband were driving on 281?
Yes.
Has it been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, state what offer states exhibit number 81.
Objection.
All right, state's exhibit number 81 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Judge.
Granted.
I do believe that there's an accident, so the traffic is stopped at 281 North by TTC Parkway, and I guess the truck didn't know this, and he just went into a bunch of cars.
So you're at the TTC Parkway right now?
Yes, yes.
Did it go like, BJ in the city?
Yes, it's on highway, he just crashed into a bunch of cars.
Is it on 281 on the highway you're in?
On 281, the highway.
So not on TTC, but on US 281?
Yes, on 281 North.
Is it the crossroad of CTV?
Yeah,
Okay.
so they have, there already people there, I think there was already a crash, and then a bunch of people stopped, and then somebody else was going, and, didn't notice that there's a second crash.
So there's two crashes in the same area?
Yeah, because there was like tow trucks taking care of the police doors for the first crash, and so everyone was at a halt, and then somebody else just crashed into a bunch of cars.
So someone didn't notice that there was an accident in the front and they actually hit somebody?
Yeah. So there was a line waiting for it, and he just smashed into a bunch of cars.
You know, is the car smoking or on fire?
I don't know, we laughed, we just kind of saw it.
And was it flipped over or no?
I don't know, I just know that when he ran into the car, he all turned.
So he hit multiple cars?
At least one car.
Okay, they were the ones waiting in the line?
Yeah, the people waiting in the line were hit by that truck.
Okay. All right, I'll send, let officers know. Do you want to be contacted officers?
No,
Oh, I'll let them know now.
thank you.
Sure.
Pass the witness.
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Rodriguez.
Hello.
How you doing? Nice to meet you. My name's Gary. I've got a couple of questions to ask you about that night. So you're traveling back home via 281,
Yes.
and you've been out with your husband and your two children. Right?
Yes,
And you've actually been asleep in the car, is that right?
that's correct.
And so would it be correct to say that your husband you were passenger seat, right? Passenger.
Yes,
And your husband was driving,
yes,
and your husband's Jonathan,
yes.
and Jonathan kind of woke you up.
No, I'm trying to remember, but the change in speed, because he was going slower, also kind of woke me up a little. And then I don't remember if he like tapped me or not. I can't recall that.
Yeah, but so I'm not saying here.
Oh, okay.
Your husband,
I don't recall that.
You've woken up, you've been asleep and you've woken up because you didn't actually see the crash.
No.
You're just talking about it with your husband.
Yes,
And I think that voice that we could hear on the 911 call was your husband.
that's correct.
And I think that he was in a better position to see stuff,
Yes,
and he was relaying much of that information to you.
yes,
So you were there, you phoned 911,
yes.
but you didn't see anything.
I didn't really see anything.
And so would it be fair to say that the accident had happened by the time you called?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I've got no further questions. Judge. Pass the witness.
Nothing from the state, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused?
Excuse.
No objection.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means, you're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense. Do you understand?
I understand.
All right. State, call your next witness.
State calls Paul Martinez, Your Honor.
Deputy Laura. I'll put you in charge of that. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand, have a seat. Please keep your voice up so that members of the jury and the court reporter can hear you. If you'll state your name for the record.
Paul Andrew Martinez. Paul Andrew Martinez.
All right, state.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Martinez, thank you for coming in today. I'm gonna jump right in. Time is always of essence, right? The fact is, on July 22nd, 2022, were you employed at HEB?
Yes.
And to this day, are you still employed at HEB?
Yes.
And just real quick, before we get into trouble, make sure you listen to the end of my question and then answer it,
Okay.
because the court reporter is gonna get very upset.
Okay.
And I'm trying not to upset her, okay? So, just make sure I finish, and then you can start, and I'll make sure I try to do the same. So you still work at HEB to this day?
Yes.
And what in 2022 and to this day, what do you do for HEB?
Deliver groceries to the stores.
And I'm going to show you where it's been marked 86 number 85.
Okay.
Whose truck is that?
This truck I was driving that night.
I guess I asked whose truck. It's HEB's truck.
Yeah,
right?
yes.
You drove it, right?
Yes, I
It's
drove
the
it.
one you drove that night?
Yes.
And it's a fair and accurate depiction of pretty much the scene that night. Is that right?
Yes.
In fact, your truck is at the spot where it stopped when the accident happened?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to enter into evidence statement exhibit number 85. I have tendered to the defense any objections.
No objection, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibit 85 is admitted without objection.
Yeah, publish it.
Yes.
Now, just looking at that truck, I guess this is what we call an 18-wheeler, is that right?
Yes,
I guess most people call it that. I mean, what do you call it?
combination, 18-wheeler, most people.
All right. So this is the truck you're driving that night, is that right?
Yes,
And actually, I'm sorry, I'm gonna show you what's been marked state exhibit number 82. You recognize this?
yes.
And is this also, well, one, you recognize it, and two, does it show your truck at the scene?
My truck or the trailer? Yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay, you're right. This is the trailer.
yes,
This is the back part of
Yes.
what you're hauling. Is that right?
yes,
But you were driving the truck that was attached to this trailer. Is that right?
yes.
All right. And Your Honor, this time the state would like to enter state exhibit number 82.
No objection, Judge.
All right, 82 is admitted without objection.
Judge, we got our overhead, I think, working.
Okay.
And let's see if it's actually working. There we go. State exhibit number 82 is up there on the screen. That's what your truck looked like that actual night. Is that right?
Yes,
With the lights and the writing and everything on there. Is that right?
yes.
And around a little after 2 or around 2 a.m. or so, on July 22nd, 2022, when you were driving your truck, what highway were you on?
281, going northbound.
Northbound on 281. Do you know what Pop Street that was at or near?
I know it's past that, Evans Road, where they built that new, via parking. It was on my left-hand side.
There's a big Via parking
Yes.
structure there, parking lot where you
Yes.
park. Okay.
Yes.
And you were near that, but you were going north on 281. And what brought your truck to a stop?
There was an accident ahead of us, a lot of cars
Well,
were
let me,
moving, yeah. Well, they weren't moving, so yeah.
I'll try to make sure I
Okay.
don't talk as fast as I do. Well, let me ask you this. You said there was an accident up ahead. When you first stopped, did you know there was an accident up ahead?
I just saw the red and blue lights, the cop lights.
And did you see anything other than the red and blue lights? For instance, did you see vehicles?
Involved in the accident or just
No,
in
just,
front of me? Yeah, cars that were stopped because of the accident, we weren't moving.
and so were there cars in front of you
Yes,
and were there cars in back of you?
yes, when I came to a complete stop, yes.
And I think you already said this, but I just want to clarify. Were you just driving very slowly, like very slow, or were you at a dead stop?
Yeah, dead stop.
And what we're looking at here, state exhibit number 82 and also state exhibit number 85, is that where your truck was stopped at?
No, a little further back.
A little
Further
further
back,
back. How much further back?
yeah. About a few cars,
3 cars?
4 or 5 cars, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit here, but the truck that came to rest next to your vehicle.
Mhm.
You see it and state exhibit number 85.
Yes,
Can you point it out, please? And you're pointing to the back part of the trailer, behind the trailer, is that right?
yes.
And where was that truck when the actual crash ended? Where was that truck at?
Where it's at, yeah, there,
Where-
yes.
But
Once it came to the complete stop, you didn't move anymore.
it did not move any longer,
No.
but you stated that your truck moved a little bit.
When I saw the truck coming towards me, we're moving, where the cars were. I mean, we're turning around the other opposite way. Okay, so okay.
Let's talk about your truck.
Okay, you can't hear me?
All right, so this is what we're gonna do. All right, I need you to keep your voice up
Okay.
because the court reporter can't hear what you're saying.
Okay.
And I know it's easy that people start getting into a conversational mode,
Mhm.
but you're gonna have to wait till the question is finished. And the easiest way to know a question is finished, once it's asked, don't answer immediately, just pause a little bit and then answer, okay? All right.
All right. What my question was, is that you stated just earlier that your truck moved forward just a little bit.
Yes,
And this other truck, that's the wrecked truck behind your trailer, it moved away from that truck, is that correct?
I
let me rephrase, I withdraw that question.
Okay.
Was this truck that was wrecked closer to your tractor trailer?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think I was just asking some confusing questions for you. Now, when you were at a dead stop, I believe you already stated there's vehicles around you, in front of you, and in back of you. You stated something just earlier that I said we get to that. You stated that something about U-turns or reversing of vehicles. Explain to the jury what you saw that night.
A lot of people didn't want to wait, I guess for the accident to clear up, so they started turning around, going the opposite way.
And you stated they didn't want to wait. You're guessing at that, is that right?
Yeah, several cars did that.
And why did they not want to? I mean, I'm not asking you what they were thinking, but you're saying they're turning around because of why?
I'm thinking because they don't want to wait for the accident to clear, because they were there for a while already.
Speaking of, how long had you been there before the actual accident happened behind you?
I would say 10, 15, 20 minutes. It's,
10, 15, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Just,
while I was waiting, yes, complete stop.
I mean, and now you're guessing 10 to 20 minutes is quite big difference of time. Is that right?
Yes.
So you can't quite remember how long.
No.
Okay. And so tell me about the actual crash. What brought your attention to the crash that happened behind you first?
I just heard the noise.
What
That's
was,
all I heard, noise.
what did that noise sound like?
Just something hitting maybe another vehicle or the wall. That's all I heard.
And speaking of that, you're a truck driver, you do for a living, and you've done it for a number of years. Is that right?
Yes,
Do you come upon accidents or around accidents quite often?
all the time, almost every night.
Almost every night that you
Yes.
drive.
Yes,
So you're familiar with coming upon a scene, and you sometimes stop at those scenes. Is that correct?
usually when I see it, it had already happened. There's already officers there already.
So in this particular night, does this one stick out in your head because you actually had to stay at the scene?
Yes,
Now, you said that the first thing that brought you attention to the crash behind you was that you heard the crash. Did you end up seeing anything of the crash when you were still in your truck?
no,
Did you see any vehicles that were involved in the crash?
just the one that pulled in front of me on my right side. That was the only one.
If you look at state exhibit number 82 on the screen in front of you, is that the vehicle you're speaking of?
Yes,
I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 70. Is that the vehicle that you're mentioning that was in front of your vehicle?
yes,
And that's the Volkswagen, the blue Volkswagen?
yes.
And so when you saw, did you see that vehicle moving or did you see it after it had stopped?
No, I saw him moving. He was on my left side, ended up on my right side.
That's on your right side.
Yes, when it came to a complete stop, yes.
And if you know, do you know where it came from?
No,
And then, of course, what about the truck that is in state exhibit to your left right now? The truck that's in state exhibit number 85, that truck that came to rest near your trailer. Did you see that truck moving at all?
just, yeah, I was coming towards the trailer.
And explain to the jury what you saw that night.
Just when I heard the accident, the noise, looked in my mirror. First I see this one here, my left side, ended up resting my right side, and then that's when I heard the other vehicle crash with the noise, and then I look in my mirror and I see him coming this way on my left side, and that's when he came to complete stop.
Now, after you saw this happen, you heard it happen, and then you saw these vehicles come to a rest. What did you do? Did you stay in your truck or did you get out of your truck?
Got out of my truck.
And what did you do?
I went up to the person on this one here, the black truck. I wanted to see he was okay because the truck looked, his pickup, and I went up to him and see he was okay. I asked him if he was okay.
And did you talk to him?
Yes,
And were you the first person to arrive there or, sorry, go ahead.
yes, I was.
And so officers had not arrived at the scene yet?
No,
And what did that individual tell you?
said he was okay. He was okay.
And where was he located at?
On the driver's side?
It was the driver's seat?
Yes.
And did you stay at his vehicle or what did you do at that point?
No, then I went to check on the other person.
And you're saying the other person, state exhibit number 70 is on the screen? And that's the
Yes.
first.
Sorry.
Sure.
Yeah.
State exhibit number 70 is, you're speaking of the individual that was driving that vehicle.
Yes,
And did you go to that individual and speak with him?
he had gone off his car already, so I went to go see he was okay.
And you had a conversation with him?
Very little.
Very little,
Yeah.
okay. And after speaking with him, what did you do then?
Well, before I went to the truck, I'm sorry, when I got on my tractor to go check on him, that's when I called 911, because nobody knew what had happened, because they were at the other scene. So I called him. Spoke to dispatcher, told him what happened. And that's when I went to go check on him. And in this car, after that, that's when the officers, I guess from that accident, they were running towards the accident. So
Okay, so you say that the officers were running up to the scene where you were at.
yes,
And did they speak with you at that scene when they arrived?
I believe one officer, I can't really remember.
And then the officers are arriving at the scene, assessing, I mean, they were moving about the scene, is that correct?
Yes,
I'm gonna show you what's been marked state exhibit number 71. Right here. Did you ever see this vehicle
no,
that night? Did you ever see that vehicle?
no,
I'm not asking about if it was during the crash. I'm saying after the crash.
no,
Do you see this in the background?
yes,
Is that, whose truck is that?
Yeah. My tractor trailer, yeah,
Okay. So did you ever walk down to this, all the way down to this vehicle?
no,
Where did you stay at?
I was, I don't hear, but no wall on this side,
So you stayed up by your tractor trailer, is that correct? You never walked around the area?
no,
I'll show you what's been marked state exhibit number 76. Do you recall seeing this photo?
oh, yes,
And this photo is already in evidence. And were you able to look at the scene and tell me what is in front of you right here?
cars,
Cars?
Mhm.
And is that the way it looked that night?
yes,
And this is a construction zone, is that right?
yes,
And in fact, it says a little sign right here. What does it say right there?
45 miles an hour,
And what does it say above it?
work zone.
Work zone. Now, right after very soon after the accident, was it sort of chaotic and just sort of everything sort of moving pretty quick with the officers running around?
Yes, I believe so.
And did you ever speak with the individual that was driving that pickup truck again?
Just when I first got off the tractor,
And did you ever let that individual borrow anything from you?
my cell phone,
He borrowed your cell phone?
yes,
And did you allow, what do you do with the cell phone?
made a phone call,
Do you know who he made a phone call to?
I believe to his wife,
And do you recall what time that was at?
right after the accident.
I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 2. It's going to be on the screen in front of you. We're going to play it at 2:36:17. Okay. So. You got the phone? Yeah. You got the license on you? That's the individual you let borrow your phone that night. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that's the individual that was driving that truck that's actually in that video right there. Is that correct?
yes,
And can you read the time stamp on there?
2:36.
2:36. And I mean, if I said this accident happened, so there's been some evidence that it happened at 2:21 or after, that would only be about 15 minutes after the actual accident. Is that right?
Yes,
Did you ever see this individual later?
no,
Well, I'm saying that night.
that night after the phone, I taking back my phone, no, I didn't.
Well, how long did you stay at the scene?
I think it was like 4 or 5 hours.
4 or 5 hours? So you actually stayed at the scene,
Yes,
and officers asked you to stay at the scene. Is that right?
yes,
And why were they asking you to stay at the scene?
to see if I was involved in the accident.
And so they were doing an investigation.
Yes,
And do you know about this vehicle that you said you never went and looked at, the one on the bottom there? Did you know what happened to that driver?
at the time,
Yeah.
no,
Do you know what happened to her now?
yes,
Your Honor, we would object to hearsay. Anything that you learned at this point is the fact.
I didn't ask him what.
That'll be overruled.
So then, wait, you said you stayed there 4 or 5 hours, so that would be 6 o'clock, almost, so 6 o'clock or so in the morning, is that right?
Yes.
And did anybody else see it or seeing that was possibly involved in the crash here?
I don't think so.
Well, for instance, the individual that's in the video in front of you right now, say exhibit number 2, was that individual still at the scene, if you can recall?
I didn't say anything, no.
And then the individual that was in the Volkswagen, the blue Volkswagen, that's that you spoke with, do you recall if he was still at the scene?
He was there for a while.
And I want to ask you, after this accident right here, right behind you, did anybody else run into all these parked cars?
I didn't see anybody.
Okay, we'll pass it over to you.
All right, defense.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Martinez. I'm Jasmine Olguin. I'm one of Alexander Castro's attorneys. Just have a couple of questions. And I want to start off by kind of setting the scene for what it looked like before the accident. So one of the things that you mentioned is that you were waiting for about maybe 10 to 20 minutes before the accident.
More or less, yes.
And this was at a standstill.
Yes.
And during this time, your 18-wheeler was parked and you saw vehicles, some vehicles were turning around from the accident and they were going the other way on the highway.
Yes.
So you were able to see some vehicles turning around, meaning that their headlights were going the opposite direction.
Yes.
And this wasn't just one vehicle that you saw, these were multiple vehicles.
Yes.
And you would agree that that's chaotic in a sense for drivers driving onto this highway.
Yes.
So some of the vehicles are going one way, but you also saw some vehicles reversing from the line and trying to exit that way. Did you see that?
No.
I guess, did you see any vehicles that were in line kind of just instead of completely turning their vehicle the other way, they were just reversing to get out?
No.
You don't remember seeing that? So you don't remember seeing some cars backing up all the way?
No.
And when you were driving, there was a point where you saw a wrong way driver. You saw their headlights coming towards your vehicle.
Yes.
And you started flashing your lights at them.
Yes.
And you were afraid of seeing somebody coming head on towards you.
Yes.
And that was a car that wasn't involved in this accident.
I don't know what kind of car it was. Yeah.
So you're waiting there, and you don't see that this part of the highway is closed off in any sort of way.
It was closed off in the front to get into the highway.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, it was closed. To get onto the highway, that part was closed.
What do you mean by that?
Like from the frontage road to get on 281. Yeah, it was blocked out there. For the construction.
And what did the construction look like on that?
Where I was at,
Yes.
it was a 3-4 lane. It was open.
And then it turned into 2 lane.
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm publishing what has been marked as State Exhibit 76. Mr. Martinez, what we see here is that this is your vehicle right here in this photograph.
Yes.
And you would agree that the accident that took place happened behind you.
Yes.
And do you know about how far behind you it was?
I don't know.
So it happened behind you. And as we can see from this photo, can you see it?
Yeah.
Is that this work zone sign, it says 45 miles per hour, that takes place kind of right where your trailer's at. So
Oh, where the sign's at?
this sign right here that was pointed out, that sign is right next to your trailer. Maybe a
Yeah,
little behind.
a little behind. Yes.
Okay, and that's kind of the warning sign that was given to drivers that there was a work zone up ahead.
Yes.
Putting down State's Exhibit 76. Mr. Martinez, I know you didn't see the accident, but you did see some part, as you described to us, when you looked at your mirror and kind of looked behind you.
Yes.
And one of the things that you saw was what you know now to be Mr. Castro's truck.
Yes.
And you saw that truck either flipping or spinning after impact.
Yes.
Do you remember how many times you saw it either flip or spin?
I saw him spin, but I don't know how many times.
And can you describe to us what that looked like? Were his tires on the highway what you saw?
Yeah, it was on the highway.
So he wasn't airborne when you saw him.
No.
And then one of the reasons that you thought maybe this accident happened was because of the chaos from the wrong way drivers.
Yes.
And at that time, you believed maybe that's what could have happened.
Yes.
And we saw the Honda that you were asked about, and at no point in time did you see that.
No.
And at no point in time did anybody tell you about the condition of that driver at that night.
I heard that she was in bad shape. That's all I heard.
And at what point was that? Was that early on or towards the end of the night?
I guess kind of towards the end of the night.
So it'd be fair to say that while you were waiting and while you were talking to officers, you were not aware of what was ongoing.
No.
Further questions, Your Honor, we pass the witness.
State.
You say that towards the end of the night, not knowing that the individual, and let me show you, this car that you did not see because you never walked down there, you didn't know the condition of it until later in the night, is that right?
Yes.
And you never saw this vehicle at the scene,
No.
but you stayed there for 4 or 5 hours.
Yes.
Now, also, I'm going to show you what's the mark state number 2. It's on the screen in front of you. And we're going to play it at 3:21:58. I noticed something in this that it's blinking. What is that?
Oh, my blinkers, 4 ways?
Is that what they're called, 4 ways?
4 ways, yes. Hazard lights, yeah. I'm sorry. You go.
Did you have those on before or after the accident or the crash that happened behind you?
Before?
So you had all these blinking lights on before that truck crashed out behind you?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 83. You're talking about some distance before. And do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And does it show the scene that night?
Yes.
And does it show the distance between your trailer and the truck?
Yes.
And it shows that distance from your trailer to this big sign that's across the highway. Is that right?
The distance, like how many feet from?
Well, not how many
Oh,
feet, but it shows that, in this photo.
Yes.
And it also shows the VW, the blue one that's off to the side of you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, stay with the ask, the indicate number 83, will tender to defense for any objection.
We objected cumulative. This is almost identical to the photo that's already been entered.
If I could see it, please.
Yes, Your Honor. May I get the other photo?
Yes.
They're zooming through them though, aren't they?
Defense's objection is overruled and states exhibit number 83 will be admitted into evidence.
Thank you, Judge. May I publish?
Yes.
I wish we could see all these.
Showing the jury what's been marked state exhibit number 83. So in this picture, it shows, we were talking about that distance that you sort of moved your truck up or truck and trailer up a little bit further after it happened. Is that distance we're speaking of right here?
Yes.
And then I can see all these lights on your truck. Is that right?
Yes.
Those are the lights that we saw in that body cam that you said were hazards or 4 ways that were blinking before the crash behind you happened. Is that right?
Yes.
And also in this picture, you see this shadow here. And you see a pole right here. Can you see that?
Yes.
Is that the sign here? The defense counsel mentioned state exhibit number 76. It says 45 miles an hour work zone. She said it was right next to your trailer.
Yes.
Okay. Also, you mentioned things about a wrong way driver, and you saw headlights. And I failed to ask you earlier, was that wrong way driver on the lanes of the highway, or where was it located on the highway?
On the shoulder?
So it wasn't in the lane that you're driving in or the other lane that other people could drive in.
No,
It was on the shoulder. Do you remember which shoulder? To your right as you're driving or to the left as you're driving?
on the right side.
So in this photograph that's on the screen right now in front of you, state exhibit number 83, it would be to the right of that photograph, on the same side as that VW vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
And we'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Free cross, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Martinez, so, you said some one way or wrong way, I'm sorry, some wrong way drivers, you saw them go onto the shoulder and continue driving.
The first one was, he was on the shoulder.
Do you know if he continued on the shoulder? Were you able to look in your mirror and see if he kept going that way?
I don't know.
That's okay.
Yeah.
What about the other wrong way drivers? Did you see where they were at? Were they also on the shoulder?
No, they were, when they turned around, they were on my left side.
So there was wrong way drivers coming from both sides of the lanes.
When I first, before the construction, I saw that one on the shoulder. And then, as we came to a complete stop, that's when they started turning around the opposite way, going towards my left side.
And how many vehicles would you say were turning around and going the other direction?
Could have been 5, 6, 7, quite a few.
And what we see here on State's Exhibit 83, do you remember there being, I guess, how many feet away would you say that sign is behind your 18-wheeler? I'm not good with distance, but.
Yeah, I can't really say. Yeah, from picture, it's different live.
And you don't remember that other vehicles were backing up on the highway that night?
No,
When you were on the highway, you were coming did you come in from the ramp right before?
no,
So you came in onto the standstill, kind of a good distance away that you kept just going forward.
yes,
You didn't enter the highway right then and see that.
no,
And when you saw everything going on with the accident, or from what you could see, you believe that one of the reasons was this because of these wrong way drivers.
yes.
No further questions, Your Honor. We pass the witness.
No questions, please.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse, Your Honor, please.
Excuse, Judge.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense until the case is concluded. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. State, who's your next witness?
Peter Stephanos.
All right, how long do you anticipate?
He's a lane witness, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring in the next witness. And then, ladies and gentlemen, after this witness, I'll give you a brief break. Are you okay to continue?
Right, is it just me, right? But like we've been watching now for like what, a day and a bit now. But is it just me that thinks that this guy's fucked? I'll pause it for a second. Is it just me that thinks that this guy? What are they going for? What are the defense going for? Because like I just can't see how he's not going to end up in prison unless there's some rules in Texas. Obviously, Texas is y'all, bit weird, y'all. But like, I just don't. This is why I'm intrigued with this, because I don't understand how this is even a thing. Is he just going Hail Mary, just throwing it in there? Fuck it, let's just try anyway. I'm gonna end up in prison wherever. I just don't get it. There you go. I don't know what the speed limit was there either. So if he's doing 90 in a construction zone, I asked this the other day, and everyone said it could be anything like 50 miles per hour, 40, something like that. So they're entering, I think the normal speed limit is 75 or something, from what chat was saying. But obviously construction zone is less than that again. So he was doing 90. Hey, morning, thankful. How are you? So I think if he was doing 75 and he was doing 90, then okay, he's over the limit, but it's not that far. But in a construction zone, if it's we don't know what the construction zone was. Was it 50? Was it 60? Was it 40? I think it's gonna have to be like 50, I would imagine. So to do 90, and in fairness, Joe made a good point the other day. He said, um, it's only the prosecution who said 90, 91. The defense have admitted that he was over the limit, speeding wise, but not clarified how much they believe. So this is why I'm confused. Good girl, good Deb. Oh, construction zone, that's a different story, yes. Then it would have been a 55 miles per hour zone, double fines and reckless. So he was doing 90 then in a 55. There you go. I think that with this point of 45. Okay, it's Jonathan 45 then so basically he was doing double. I got a ticket in the mail because my son has my car and he's speeding in the construction zone. Yeah, I mean, we all look. Hey, I've sped before, but not by that much, not double the amount. Do you know what I mean? But anyway, I just wanted to ask a question. I'm glad we're all. I'm just confused. That's all. I'm just a little bit confused with it. Even if the other girl caused the first accident, it was his responsibility to watch the traffic and drive accordingly. I agree. How the hell was this even a jury trial? A judge normally rules on these cases. In this case, no doubt, this AH. Well, I mean, he has the right for he has the right for a trial. I mean, he has the right to a jury trial if he wants. Everyone has that right, really. If he goes to that, it's probably because he didn't get offered a plea deal. If the state have offered him a plea deal, he may have taken it. But I imagine they didn't offer him one. Same as Ashley Benefield, she was never offered a plea deal. Same with this guy. I don't think he's offered a plea deal. So in a sense, he's got nothing to lose. I don't know if in Texas, because again, Texas is just weird. Not as weird as Mass, but if he was to plead guilty, would he have had some time knocked off it, or would he not have? To me, because I think she's going to give him the maximum wherever happens. So would he, if he'd have pled guilty, would he have saved himself a year? If he was only a year, he might have said, "Fuck it, let's just do it anyway." Because you never know. Juries are unpredictable. Juries are unpredictable. We never know what they're going to do. If I go through tolls, I always blast through Easy Pass side without the pass and get bill mail. There you go. That's clever though, Jonathan. They said there was a sign said 45. There you go, 45. For some reason 50 was in my head. I think I was confusing with yesterday's chat. It's not that unusual in the city. The toll that goes through there is 85. I drive 91 on that road all the time, but I pay attention to the traffic. Yeah, but also it's not construction zone, Sarah. When you're driving 91. Do you know what I mean? It's different state to state, yes. They said just testify the construction zone speed limit. So I missed that rule. Hello, rule, by the way. I missed it. Sorry. I do try and keep up, but sometimes I do miss. He could get time served, but I think that's up to the judge. Is he in jail, though? I think he's on bail. I don't know. There you go. Right, let's get back to it. And I just wanted to ask the question to see, right, who the friggin' hell is this guy? Right, let's go back to this guy.
So that the jurors can hear and the court reporter can hear. If you'll state your name for the record.
Peter Stephanos.
All right, just a little bit louder for me.
Peter Stephanos.
Great. All right, state your witness.
Thank you. Stephanos, is that how you say your last name?
Yes, sir.
That's not your name, I know that. I'm just gonna see here. Yeah, there we go.
This is the.
I just want to make sure that everybody's able to hear you. This is
Okay, this is the one.
This is that right there,
Okay.
okay. All right, sir. Thank you for coming in today. I'm gonna go ahead and ask you some questions because we've met before. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we had you come into the office to speak about a crash that actually you were involved in back on July 22nd, 2022. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And so I want to talk about that crash today. And first, I'm going to show you on the screen in front of you to your right, state exhibit number 68. Do you remember that vehicle?
Yeah, I do.
And whose vehicle was that?
It's my Vic.
It looks like in pretty good condition right there. Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you state exhibit number 69. Is that same vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And then state exhibit number 70. Is that same vehicle?
Yes, sir.
So were you the only individual in that vehicle at the time?
Yes.
And will you tell the jury, where were you coming from that night?
I was coming back home from work.
So everybody sort of knows, it's been evidence already that this was a little after 2 o'clock in the morning. So what time do you get off work?
I clocked out at 2 o'clock, took Wurzbach, then 281 North. So it will take me about 25 minutes to be home.
So you sort of work the night shift, and where do you work at?
Yeah, that's what I do. I'm with the post office and I work at the plant at Perrin Vital.
So you deal with sorting mail, is that correct?
That's what we do there, yeah.
Thank you. So where were you headed that night?
I was heading home.
And do you recall what road is that you were headed down?
That's 281 North,
And
somewhere around it's an overpass Stone Oak Parkway.
And when you were driving down the road, did you notice anything?
Oh, at some point, I noticed that there was a line forming up ahead of me for about half a mile, probably. So I lined up behind the last vehicle.
And when you were driving up, you said you noticed a line forming, a line of, and I got to be very technical here, a line of what forming up?
A line of vehicles.
And how did you notice that these vehicles were lining up?
They stopped and they had the last vehicle. It was a truck, 18-wheeler, had its emergency blinkers on.
And I want to show you another poster to your left now, of state exhibit number 70. Do you recall seeing this photo before?
You showed me.
Okay. And you said about an HEB truck, is that correct? The 18-wheeler?
18-wheeler, yeah.
And the vehicle behind that 18-wheeler, was that your vehicle?
I cannot confirm. It looks like, but I'm not used to look at the back of my vehicle. So it might be. It could be.
Let me ask you this. Behind that 18-wheeler, in between you and the 18-wheeler, were there any other vehicles?
No, I was immediately after the 18-wheeler.
You're the only car, you're right behind the 18-wheeler. How
Yes.
far behind the 18-wheeler were you?
I think about 40 yards, something. Quite a big distance.
Quite a bit difference. And so this is everybody on the highway sort of stopping, or are they slowing down, or is it a dead stop?
That stop.
Dead stop.
There was something at the front. I didn't know exactly whether that was another accident or some construction going on. Construction workers, they use that time of the day to move huge elements. I didn't know what was that.
So you live out 281, is that right?
I live pretty close to Timberwood, yes.
And so you're used to traveling, or you used to travel this 281 quite often, is that right?
That was my normal route. Not anymore.
Not anymore. Is it because of this night?
Yes, sir.
But before this night happened, you were actually used to travel it quite often.
Every night.
And you mentioned construction. At that time, out on 281, was it under construction?
That part, yeah. You have the sign speed limit and it's orange. That's because of the construction going on.
Now, when you stopped behind this 18-wheeler, you mentioned that it had its lights on. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You said something about, I'm sorry, I can't, did you say emergency lights or what did you say?
Yeah, emergency lights, blinkers.
Did you have any lights on other than your headlights and taillights?
I put my emergency lights too.
So you actually had your emergency lights on also,
When I would stop there.
and are you speaking of like the blinking lights?
Yeah.
And when you're waiting there in line at a dead stop, how long do you think you were waiting before your vehicle ended up like what we see in state exhibit number 70 when something hit you? How long do you think you were waiting there?
I would say a couple of minutes.
Couple of minutes?
Yeah.
And so you came upon this stoppage or dead stop of all these vehicles. You came to a stop. You waited a few minutes and then you're hit from behind.
No, I heard a noise.
Okay,
I
tell the
heard-
jury what you heard.
I heard some kind of a noise. I cannot describe exactly, but it's kind of a compressed air or something. And I looked at the rear view and I saw a huge truck literally flying sideways towards me.
And you saw this truck coming towards you, flying, you said like flying,
No, it's airborne. It was
Airborne.
airborne, yeah.
and then what happened next?
And then the next thing I remember, my mouth was full with glass.
Mhm.
It's kind of powder, not that, but glass. I could feel it. And I got out of the car and called 911 immediately.
And airbags on your side and everything, you're talking about, did your airbags go off in your vehicle?
Those on the side, I guess some at the back, because it's a huge car, it has 3 rows. The third row was not deployed, of course, but it's a pretty long car, and I guess the back airbag was also deployed. But that's all. The airbag in the wheel, steering wheel was not deployed.
So the steering wheel was still intact,
The airbag,
the airbag.
yeah. Otherwise, when I tried to pull, it's a car that is started with a key, not with a button. So I tried to pull the key, but it was blocked.
And so when you were hit, you're at a dead stop, did your car travel forward?
I guess so.
Okay, because you don't know what happened.
I don't remember anything. It was just a split of a second.
And so your vehicle that you recall, just to be clear, was behind the 18-wheeler on the highway.
Yes, sir.
Where you went within a lane.
Yeah.
And do you remember what lane you were in, the left lane or the right lane?
Right lane. There are 2 lanes and a shoulder,
The shoulder.
but nobody travels on the shoulder. Police or emergency responders. The truck in front of me was on the right lane, and I was on the right lane. The left lane was free.
Now, do you recall any cars stopping behind you before the crash?
I saw a white car. White car, yes, ma'am. But later on, I didn't see it anymore. It might have turned around.
Now, you're saying you're in the right lane. What about the left lane? Was there a car stopped in the left lane or was that lane open? Do you recall?
There was nobody in the left lane.
Nobody in the left lane?
Nobody.
And at the time of the crash, there was nobody in the left lane?
Nope.
You called 911, you stated,
Yes, sir.
and when you were on the phone with 911, I'm assuming, what did you were explaining to them what had happened?
I said that there is an accident at 281 North, and I asked for help because I was frightened.
And
I didn't know what my state was, what my state was exactly, because I have heard of situations when your artery is punctured or fractured. You get out of the car, you sit on the side, and then you collapse and you're gone. So I asked for help.
so were you in fear for your physical safety
Yes, sir.
because of this crash?
Yeah.
And when you were on that phone with 911, did officers respond?
I mean, on the other side of the 911?
No, I'm sorry, bad question, I apologize. The officers actually physically arrived at the scene
Pretty fast,
pretty
pretty
fast,
fast, yeah.
and did those officers speak with you?
Yes, sir. When you say officers, you mean police officers.
Yes, sir, I do. Police officers, yes, sir.
Yeah, because the first responders, the fire brigade, they came 2 hours later,
They came back later.
a lot later. But I guess the police officers, one of their tasks was to identify my state, and probably they thought I can wait.
And speaking of waiting for when the crash happened until you left the scene, do you recall how long it was roughly?
2.5 hours?
This crash happened around 2:20 a.m.
No, 2:15.
2:50, sorry, okay, 2:15. And what, do you recall what time you got home?
I can't tell you the exact time. I remember calling my wife at about 6 o'clock.
6 a.m.?
Yeah.
And is that after you got home?
The police officers were kind enough to drive me to my home.
They drove you to your house?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, did you speak to any of the other drivers that night that were there involved?
Yeah, the driver of the 18-wheeler was kind enough to ask me whether I'm okay, and he offered me water,
And actually,
but I had mine.
you had no water?
I had water. He offered me water, but I didn't take it. I had mine.
Sorry, I misunderstood you. I apologize. Is that the same individual? Did you see that individual, that 18-wheeler driver out the hallway today?
Yeah.
And actually, he testified right before you. Is that correct?
I don't know.
Very technical. Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Let me ask you, did you ever see the other vehicles that, another vehicle that was involved in the crash? Particularly a truck. In particular, a truck. I'm going to show you what's marked state, and you can look at your screen right there, state exhibit number 22. Do you recall seeing that truck that night?
I saw it from the other side,
You saw it from the other side?
and I saw it when they took me. Well, the officers wanted me to stay where I was, closer to my car, and 2 hours later they invited me to go back where the firefighters were, and they checked all my vitals, but that was far behind. And on my way to that fire truck and back, I saw this. Yeah.
And in this picture, you can see in state exhibit number 22, it's behind that 18-wheeler. Is that right?
I'm sorry.
It's behind that 18-wheeler.
Yeah.
I'm also going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number.
But by the time I saw this truck, the officers relieved the 18-wheeler to go home.
Okay.
So there was no 18-wheeler by that time.
Okay, so if you can direct your attention over here, state exhibit number 71. Did you ever see this vehicle?
Again, on my way from the fire brigade to my car to pick up some stuff and get into the police car. Yeah.
In fact, on this exhibit, can you look here and do you see your vehicle way up ahead?
Yeah, it would be my vehicle. Yeah.
Up there, and then you also see that HEB 18-wheeler?
Yeah. I didn't realize at the time that it was an HEB 18-wheeler. It looked a white truck. It looked like a white truck for me. I didn't notice it was an HEB.
Oh, you didn't notice that the HEB truck was a HEB truck?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, I'm going to ask you, do you recall any vehicles on the highway, one turning around and driving the opposite direction?
Yes.
And does that mean they turned around and their headlights were facing the opposite direction?
Yes.
And where were they located, in the lanes of traffic, or where were they located on the highway?
They would turn around and move in the opposite direction on the adjacent lane, on the left lane.
On the left side. So was it on the shoulder or within the lanes?
I cannot specify. It might be both.
Okay, but you remember seeing headlights coming going the opposite direction.
Oh, yeah.
And so if the ATV truck is in front of you, was it in that lane? Was it in your lane that you saw these headlights coming towards you?
No one was driving in my lane.
And did anybody drive in the left lane?
Yeah.
And I mean, but the opposite direction.
Yeah.
So those headlights would be facing down the highway, further down the highway. So people driving towards you would see headlights coming towards them.
They were very careful, but yet it was against all the rules, what they were doing. But they were very careful in driving pretty slowly.
And again, was it in the left lane or the right lane or the shoulders of the highway?
I was on the right lane. Those might have been on the left lane or on the shoulder. I cannot specify.
You can't remember?
No.
I mean, again, you were in a major crash that night, I understand. Now,
No, I'm sorry, sir. Those turning around was before the crash.
they what?
Before the crash.
Before the crash?
Yeah, they were turning around and going backwards before I got hit.
And did you see any vehicles actually putting on reverse lights or reversing out?
No.
No? Did any other crashes happen after this crash that involved you after that? Did anybody run into y'all after this crash?
I was hit only once.
Okay, thank you. I know that you stated earlier that you don't drive this way anymore.
No.
Why is that?
Check the relevance, Jeff.
Relevance. What's the relevance?
Relevance is, Judge, that this is also an individual that night that came into contact with his truck, that contacted his vehicle, and the emotional toll that it took on this individual.
The objection will be sustained.
We'll pass it in, John.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Stephanos. Are you on my approach very briefly?
Yes.
Mr. Stephanos, there's been some questions about this picture. My name's Gary Julio, by the way, if you can ask some questions, if that's okay. So that is marked as 76, I believe. This is a pretty good representation, sorry guys, of the scene, right? Is that correct?
It looks like
It's from behind
Around.
the car.
yeah. Some of the elements look like.
Yeah, and so there was a lot of talk about what lanes people were in. So here is you're in the middle lane.
There is no middle
There's
lane.
no middle lane. So what is this to your right?
Shoulder.
This is the shoulder, and what's that to left? Because there's a lot of talk about left lane, right lane. What is this one here?
My car, if this is my car and the truck are in the right lane, the left lane is the one adjusting to the right lane.
Okay, thank you. That clears that up. So we've got the shoulder,
Yes, sir.
the right lane,
Yeah.
and then the left lane.
Mhm.
So when you said that, so this is I think that you said that. Thank you. That's all I need. I could sit down. You said that you said there was a line, and that's the line that was forming ahead of your vehicle, right? We can see that line there. Right there. And when you arrived there, you said that the line had formed. It was about half a mile long already.
Maybe, yeah. That was a long line.
Yeah, it was a long line. I'm not asking you to commit to that, but it was a long line. I think you said earlier half a mile. And were you aware that that line of traffic had been caused by a wrong way driver coming up the wrong way on the off ramp?
No.
Okay. And how long did you say that you were stuck behind the tractor trailer, the HEV van truck?
Couple of minutes.
And while you were there, did you see any warning? Because you said that you weren't aware that there was an accident in front of you, right?
I said that I thought it's either an accident or a construction going on because the construction workers use this time of the day to move heavy elements.
Right, okay, thank you for clarifying that. So it could have been one or the other, because you're familiar with the location, there was lots of construction at the time.
Yeah.
But there was nothing that you saw on your arrival at this scene here when you stopped in that line of traffic that would tell you it was an accident?
No.
No? There were no police vehicles with red or
There were
white
blinking lights, but construction workers very often use similar lights, right? Not exactly the same, but pretty similar. I don't know what color is lacking when the construction workers are using. I think they don't use red, but they use blue or something like that.
Well, no, you didn't see any police cars.
But it's too far to see police cars.
So you couldn't see police cars.
I couldn't see a police
All right,
car.
well,
All right, so everyone, y'all need to stop talking over each other. I'm looking at the court reporter's records and y'all are talking over each other.
Sorry, Judge, I didn't mean to. Mrs. Stephanos, you said that you saw it in your, before the accident, you said that you looked in your rearview mirror and you saw a white car behind you,
Yes, I did.
and that turned around and driven the other way,
I don't know.
but it wasn't there anymore,
It wasn't there anymore.
and the traffic was coming slowly, but driving towards you on that left lane, going back the other way on the highway.
By the time I stopped behind the 18-wheeler, there were no cars going backwards.
There were
No
no
cars going, no.
So when,
I saw some cars turning around when I was approaching. But when I stopped there behind the 18-wheeler, there were no cars turning. I was the last car.
I've not, so wait for you to finish. So you, as you were approaching the 18-wheeler, people were
Yeah.
reversing, or not turning around and driving away.
Yeah.
But not after you stopped there.
Yeah.
And how long do you think that you were waiting in that line of traffic?
As I said, a couple of minutes.
Okay, Mr. Stephanos, I'm very glad that you're okay and not hurt, and I've got no further questions, so thank you for your time.
Very
Appreciate it.
quickly, you didn't see any patrol cars or anything like that, as defense counsel was asking, but you stopped.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you repeat the question?
You didn't see patrol cars like the
Oh,
defense counsel,
patrol cars. No, I didn't see any patrol cars.
but you still stopped.
I stopped because there was a line.
Thank you. Thank you. No further questions.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused?
Please.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone except for attorneys for the state or the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, is this witness excused?
Please, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you all a short break. And we're going to come back at 3:45. Is that enough time for everyone? Remember my rules. You're only
Hello, Jen. How we doing, my darling? Much love to Keith as well, obviously. Say hello to Keith for me. Vivian, hello to you. Robin, yes, she's now got a different handbag. I don't remember if it's the same flowers, but different handbag now. Yeah. Hey, Jen. Nice to see you, my darling. Right, we skipping the break. We're going straight through. So here we go. Next witness. Again, he's asleep. What's he doing? Oh, hey, Jen, no offense. All he does is sleep, Jen. Every time I speak to you, where's Keith? Sleeping. You keep him too busy, Jen. You keep him too busy. There you go. Right. I think we're about halfway through the day, so of this one anyway. So let's get it on. Let's crack on before I keep him up late. Ah, poor Keith. Before I do get it on, let's do this. Press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Right, here we go then. Next witness on the stand.
all right, Deputy Laura, let's bring the jurors in.
All right, for the jury.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And state, call your next witness.
State calls Officer Roman Cabrera.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth will help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can lower your hand if you'll state your name for the record, please.
My name is Roman Cabrera Duran.
All right, and make sure you keep your voice up so that everyone's in here.
Okay.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Cabrera, can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, I'm employed with the city of San Antonio. I've been on the police department just under 3 years.
Okay, I'm sorry, you say 23 years or 3 years?
Under 3 years.
Under 3 years.
Yes,
Okay, I was gonna
22.
say. Like, very young looking for 23 years in the FAPD. All right, so I'll go ahead and ask you some of these questions about your training. Did you go through certain training to become a San Antonio police officer?
Yes, sir.
And please explain to the jury what type of training you went through, briefly, of like the academy, things that you had to go through in classes.
To be employed by the city of San Antonio, you go through 35 weeks at the San Antonio Police Academy. It's a lot of physical training, penal code, traffic law, civil law training as well, just to come out here and do a proficient job for the citizens.
And how long is that training for?
It's 35 weeks.
How much?
35 weeks.
35 weeks. And then after the 35-week training, you have to go through other additional training, not training, but like a probationary period.
Yes, there's a 1-year probationary period. There's a 5-phase program where you're with a field training officer. There's 3 months where you're with a different officer every month. And then there's a 2-week evaluation period where you have a different evaluator each one of those weeks.
And you said you've been on the force just under 3 years.
Correct.
So, and then please tell the jury what type of duties or what your duties are right now.
I work for patrol, so I take everyday calls, any emergency calls, disturbance calls, family calls, accidents on the highway. Just anytime anybody calls 911 or the non-emergency number in my area, I'll be sent out there.
And what area do you work in currently?
I currently work North Patrol.
And I'm gonna go ahead. Are you a Texas certified police officer?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and go to the date of July 22nd, 2022. Were you on duty that the early morning hours?
Yes, sir.
And in particular, I'm going to be talking around 2:15, 2:20 a.m. in the morning.
Yes, sir.
And were you dispatched to a crash accident scene?
Yes.
And where was that crash located at?
It was on 281 northbound lanes, just up north of the Stone Oak Parkway and TPC Parkway intersection.
And you say intersection, was it on the highway or was it on the access road?
It was on the highway.
On the actual highway. And this area, if you recall, was it under construction or was it just a highway without construction?
At the current time, it was under construction.
And after you got this call, did you proceed to that location?
Yes.
And what was you stated it was for accident or crash or wreck on the highway?
Correct.
And you have a co-ban, or what we used to call a co-ban, or I guess a dash cam in your vehicle.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit. I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 92. What the sleeve has been, but inside that sleeve, there is a disc. Do you recognize that disc?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that disc?
I put my name on there as well as my badge number, and I dated it when I reviewed the tape.
And what is on this disc?
My co-ban video, or the dash cam video of my vehicle.
The dash cam of your vehicle. And so that was the vehicle you were driving on July 22nd, 2022 at around 2 a.m.?
Correct.
And it's a fair and accurate depiction of what your dash cam caught that night.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would be asking to enter state exhibit number 92 into evidence or tender to defend any objections.
Yes, Your Honor, we would object to relevance, and may we approach?
Yes. All right, everyone, please be seated. And state it is your witness.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe that at this point, the state would offer state exhibit number 92, which is the dash cam video from Officer Chevrolet's patrol car.
All right, 92 and 93.
Oh, the body, I'm sorry. I mean, we would be offering the body cam also of Officer Chevrolet.
So you're offering state's exhibits. What are the exhibits number?
92.
Just quickly, thank you to Jen. I think Jen T, is this you, Jen T? sent me a PayPal. Thank you so much, with a note saying, I just want to thank you for being you. You really do great work, and I love your channel. Coffee on me. Thank you so much for the PayPal, Jennifer. I don't want to say your second name because I'll dox you. Genty. Thank you, Genty. Keith's got a good one in you, so thank you so much, Genty. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, my darling. Thank you. And hello, Sally, as well. Knocked me out for 3 hours. There you go. That's all right. As long as the pain starts to subside. There you go. Thank you, Jen, again. There you go. Sorry, I wanted to just thank Jen there because of the PayPal. There you go. Hey, you're awesome. I just saw a pop up as oh, that's nice of Jen. Right.
Overhead, I believe, is 92, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sorry.
All right, and defense, are you re-urging your objections to State's Exhibit number 92?
Yes, Judge, we re-urge our previous objections.
All right, and that will be overruled. State's Exhibit number 92 is admitted.
May I approach it to the hearing?
Yes.
And Judge, for purposes of this computer, this is, we have an exact copy on our hard drive that was copied from this disk. Can we go ahead and play the exact copy from State Exhibit number 2 that's on the hard drive?
All right, you mean State's Exhibit number 92?
Yes, did I say?
All right, yes. Defense, any objections to the playing of 92 from the state's hard drive?
No, Judge, it's the same copy from ours.
All right,
Okay.
you may proceed.
And Officer Chevrolet, please, we're going to go ahead and start playing this video from the beginning. Please explain to the jury what we're seeing on the screen. What are we seeing on the screen?
So this is a video for it's called, well, we called it a Coban, but that's the brand of dash cam that the city used at the current time. This is me headed to the scene of the crash that I was dispatched to.
So this is at roughly 2:26:18. As far as you know, is that the accurate time?
Correct.
And it says a date of July 22nd, 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And were you being dispatched somewhere?
Yes.
And where was that?
To a crash just north of TPC Parkway on 281.
We're going to go ahead and fast forward here. Now, are you on 281 on this one?
Correct.
Oh, sorry. Give me just a second. Okay, go ahead and play it and pause it now. Oh, one more. There we go. We're pausing at 228:49. Can you read what that exit sign of the highway says?
Yes, it says Stone Oak Parkway and TPC Parkway.
And so that's an exit to the access road. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and play it. Now we just saw some arrows on the roadway there. What is that indicating?
So at the time it was a 3-lane, and then right after the exit, it goes down into a 2-lane, emerges.
Thank you. Go ahead and play. Then what are we looking at here?
This is me approaching the traffic up ahead.
You notice in the middle of the highway there, is something over the highway, like a signage?
Yes.
And I'm gonna go ahead and come up there and point at that and tell me, do you know what that is? Above the area. Judge, may I step up
Yes, sir.
right up here across the highway?
Yes. I believe those are caution signs.
Caution, okay. Now, when you arrived at the scene, what did you see?
So Officer Morgan is on my right-hand side. I saw him trying to direct me with his flashlight, where to kind of position my car, as well as I saw the standstill traffic up ahead, and Mrs. Sabert's vehicle to the right-hand side.
Commissioner, you reached the mark state exhibit number 93. Can you please just go ahead and view that and tell me if you know, one, what that is?
Yes, that is my body cam video.
And is it a body cam from July 22nd, 2022,
Yes,
at roughly 2:20, 2:30 in the morning?
yes, sir.
And this portion or this body cam, does it show the scene that night
Yes,
that you arrived at?
yes,
And on this particular body cam, is it muted?
yes,
So there's no audio in it, is that correct?
correct,
And then, but it's just visual, is that correct?
correct.
Okay. And in lack of other certain portions removed, it's a fair and accurate copy of what was done that night by you.
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, at this time, state's asked to enter state exhibit number 93. Enter to discuss any objections.
Judge, we re-urge all of our previous objections.
All right, and that will be overruled.
And Judge, again, with this item, just like the last one, state exhibit number 93 has been copied to our hard drive. We'd be asking if we can play it from our hard drive instead of from the CD. That's an exact copy.
Any objections?
No objections.
Thank you.
We're starting it from the beginning, but we're going to go ahead and fast forward it. Halted at 2:30:03. This is from your body cam. What are you doing at this particular point?
Getting out of my vehicle and just making sure there's no incoming vehicles that don't step into traffic.
And so which way is your body cam facing?
South.
South. And that's the roadway that you just drove down, is that correct?
Correct.
To get to where you parked your vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And so at that point, you're facing south
Yes.
on the northbound lanes.
Correct.
Now, seeing that, tell the jury what they're looking at now.
So like I stated previously, Officer Morgan's seen on the right-hand side. He was kind of waving me down the standstill traffic up ahead, as well as Miss Saber's vehicle is resting up against the right-hand side cement barrier.
Okay. So again, this is a body cam that we're watching the video, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And seem like a tall guy, but can you show the jury where your body cam is if you had it on?
I don't have it on me today, but I would put it right here. It's on my front right pocket.
And so it'd be, how tall are you?
About 6'1".
6'1", so that'd be about maybe 4 feet high or so,
I would say so. Yeah.
an estimate, right? Okay, so you're standing next to your car facing that way. And again, in the middle of that highway, I think on the other co-ban or the dash cam, you stated that you saw some signage or something that was a warning signs that were across the road, is that right?
Correct.
Do you see those in this picture?
Yes, I do.
And are they in the same place that they were in your co-ban?
Yes, sir.
And you can see them from your vehicle, from,
Yeah.
from right here.
Yes, sir.
And what are you doing now?
I'm running up to Miss Saber's vehicle.
You're running up, and it looks like there's several vehicles, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In line, okay. And we stopped it at 2:30:57. We're gonna start it back up here at 2:40:03. And this, just tell the jury briefly what we're seeing, pause it.
This is the fire department, EMS, loading up Miss Saber into a gurney.
And that's at 2:40:10, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm starting at 2:48:16. And is this that same a fire or EMS that's taking the victim Alex Seibert to the hospital?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, I know there's portions that you stayed at the scene. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And were you the main handling officer of the scene?
No, I was not.
And who would that have been that night? Do you recall?
That's Officer Morgan.
Morgan.
Yes, sir.
And so he was a handling officer. And can you just tell I say handling officer, what do you call it when they're the main officer that has to write the report?
So a handling officer is essentially the officer on scene that has the report responsibility. If any arrests are made, he has that responsibility as well. And my duty was a cover officer, just ensure scene security, keep people separated, stuff like that.
Okay. And so again, you weren't the main officer involved in this. You were an officer, support officer. Is that right?
Correct.
And so did you stay at the scene that night until the end of I guess the scene was ended? Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you saw one of the individuals that was involved in the crash, and I actually forwarded this to 3:14:30. It looks like what's on the screen that we have right now. Go ahead, play.
That is Miss Seibert's vehicle.
Okay, go ahead. All right. And did you see what that was?
Yes,
And whose purse was that?
Miss Seibert's purse.
Miss Seabrook purse. So I saw you put a cell phone, and the jury saw you put a cell phone in that purse. Whose cell phone was that?
Hers.
And where did you find that cell phone?
In the vehicle.
And what were your responsibilities that night?
To keep to stand by with the witness, keep everybody separated, as well as for a brief moment of time, the traffic that built up, we had to relieve that without them running over the entire scene. So I did have a part taken clearing the traffic.
And what about the witnesses? Did you at any time speak with the witnesses or be around the witnesses or the people involved in the crash, rather?
Yes.
And was that one of your responsibilities?
Yes.
And another one of your responsibilities, did you ever contact the family in this case that was the father and mother of Miss Seibert?
Your Honor, we would object to relevance. May we briefly finish?
Yes.
And then go ahead. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go ahead and start at 3:17:43. This is your body cam. And can you recognize which way you're looking? What direction on the highway? Are you facing north or south?
North, sir.
And there's an object in the middle of the road right there. Do you know what that object was?
It was a piece of the Miss Seibert's vehicle.
And that would be state exhibit number 71 up here on this easel. Is that Miss Seibert's vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And it's a portion of a bumper that was attached to that vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And it's in the middle of the road?
Yes, sir.
Three 1809. Which way are you facing now?
Southbound, sir.
Southbound. And what are you doing right now?
I am relocating this vehicle.
And why are you relocating that vehicle?
To be quite honest, I don't recall, but I was instructed to do so by my supervisor.
And how are you going forward or reversing?
I'm reversing.
So just to be clear to the jury, you're in the patrol vehicle that was facing the right direction. You put it in reverse and you're backing up on the highway.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, we stopped it at 3:19:45. We're starting it at 3:19:45 now. You'd reverse that vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And you see patrol cars up there ahead, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
In the middle of the highway, can you still see those warning signs that are across the highway
Yes, sir.
from the vantage point of even after you backed out?
Yes, sir.
And you walk from your patrol car and pause it right now. 3:21:19. Again, what is in the middle of the road right there?
That same piece of the bumper that we mentioned earlier from Miss Siebert's vehicle.
That came from her vehicle. That's in State 071.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and continue to play. And you know who that is right there?
Yes, sir.
Who is that?
That is the defendant.
And is that person in the courtroom here today?
Yes, sir.
Please point him out and identify a item of clothing he's wearing.
He's sitting right over there. He's wearing a navy blue suit with a red tie.
Please let the record reflect that the officer has identified the defendant in this case. And go ahead and play. Pause it. At 3:21:59, what did the defendant in this case just do?
He took a photo of Miss Siebert's vehicle.
We're gonna go ahead and play it at 3:21:59. I'm gonna pause it at 3:22:54. It looks like there was a discussion there about something, and it looks like the officer, which officer was that?
That's Officer Lachuga.
And it looks like she was directing him, the defendant somewhere. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you spoke. I mean, did you speak with the defendant at times that night?
I believe this was my only interaction that I had directly with him.
Directly. And so, like this scene. What time did you recall leaving the scene, the actual scene?
Approximately, I would say around 6 a.m.
6 a.m. So the accident happened around 3:21, 3:22 a.m. So for at least from the accident to when you leave, I know you were right after the accident, but it's a long time. Is that like roughly 3.5 hours or so?
Correct.
And did Mr. Castro, the defendant in this case, was he at the scene until you left?
Right before I left, he was taken somewhere else.
And then what about, do you know Peter Stephanos?
I believe it was the same case scenario as well.
What do you believe or do you know?
I know.
And was he the driver of the VW SUV?
Yes, sir.
And then what about the HEV driver?
Same goes for him. He was there for the entirety of it as well.
So those three individuals were there the entire time.
Correct.
And of course, Ms. Siebert that was in that car, she got taken away from the scene around 2:48.
Yes, sir.
And do you know where she was taken?
To University Hospital.
And did you ever go to University Hospital?
Yes, I did.
And why did you go to University Hospital?
For the purse that was shown earlier, that I placed in my patrol vehicle, I went ahead and took it down to University to turn it into family members.
And did you hand that purse off to the family members?
Yes, sir.
I'll show you what's been marked, number 86, 87, 88, 89. Can you just look through those and tell me if you recognize them?
Yes, sir. I recognize them.
And what do you recognize those to be?
This is still photos of my body cam.
And is that from the body cam that we just saw on the screen?
Yes, sir.
And they're fair and accurate copy of that?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state of the gas can indicate exhibit number 86, 87, 88, and 89, intended to transfer any objection.
Your Honor, objections cumulative. This is already, this evidence has already been entered on the body
All
camera.
right, if I could see State's Exhibits 86 through 89, please.
May I approach?
Yes. All right, defense objections to 86, 87, 88, and 89 will be sustained.
We'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, defense, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Officer Chavarria. I'm Doug Green. I'm one of Alexander Castro's attorneys. Just have a couple of questions for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So you mentioned separating witnesses on scene and that was one of your rules.
Yes, ma'am.
So why is it important to separate witnesses?
So they don't communicate with each other and kind of cloud each other's version of events.
And we know that one of the witnesses on scene that you talked to was Mr. Paul Martinez.
Yes, ma'am.
And another one was Mr. Peter, I can't pronounce his last name, Stephanos.
Yes, ma'am.
And you talked to both of these witnesses.
Yes, ma'am.
And you also had a brief interaction with Mr. Castro.
Yes, ma'am.
And in that interaction, you spoke.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I understand that you're not the primary officer, so you didn't write the primary report, but did you write a supplement report?
No, I did not.
Why not?
To be quite honest with you, I couldn't tell you why. I just know I didn't.
No further questions, Your Honor, passing this.
Other questions, Your Honor. Can Officer be released?
All right, is this witness excused or subject to recall?
Subject to recall, Your Honor, we still have to take them on the board.
All right, if you'll just remain, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will be our last witness for today because your next witness, how long did you say the next witness would take?
20 minutes, Judge.
All right, are you all okay with taking up the next witness? All right, so, excuse me, officer, if you could just make sure that you do not leave the courthouse just yet, and we'll call you back.
Okay.
All right, State, call your next witness.
State calls Gregor, Julio, Orta.
And while he's making his way, if I can have both parties approach just briefly.
Right. Also, if anyone could catch what the friggin' I didn't catch that guy's name at all. If anyone could catch the next guy's name, I just Josie's here, so Josie might be able to catch them. I just can't make it out.
All right, if you'll take a seat here, please.
What's his name? Because I'm trying to put them all in chapters. So if you can,
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record, please.
Julio Orta,
All right, state.
Detective Orta, who do you currently work for?
the San Antonio Police Department.
And how long have you worked for SAPD?
I work for the San Antonio Police Department for over 14 years.
And what unit are you currently assigned to?
I'm currently assigned to the traffic investigation detail.
And what exactly do you do with the traffic investigation detail?
We investigate major crashes that involve serious bodily injury or fatalities.
How long have you been with the traffic investigation detail?
It's been over 2 years, just barely over 2 years.
Well, before you were with the traffic investigation detail, where were you?
Before that, I was working for the crisis intervention unit, which is basically family violence. But prior to that, prior to promoting, I worked for the DWI unit for over 7 years.
So as a part of the DWI unit, what specific training did you receive?
Well, we went through the certified through the field sobriety test, and then A-RIDE, which is advanced roadside impaired driving enforcement. Basically, what it tells you is there's this gap where the basic SFSTs tell you that there may be alcohol in somebody's system, but then there's also drugs that may impair that person. And then from there, I got certified as a drug recognition expert, which goes more into depth into the different drugs that people may take. Even some of them may be prescribed, but may affect the way a person safely drives a vehicle.
And is this training that you received, is it on top of what you received just become a regular San Antonio Police Department officer?
Yes, sir.
And so are you also a certified peace officer?
Yes, I am.
So I want to take you back to July 22nd of 2022. Were you working with the TID unit at that time?
Yes, sir. I was working with the traffic investigation detail unit.
And on that night, how many incidents did you have to respond to as a part of the TID unit? Do you remember?
That night, I want to say about 2 to 3 call outs that we had that night. So we were very busy.
So what happens whenever you receive multiple call outs?
Well, we basically we don't go back to the office. We're just jumping from crash scene to crash scene to crash scene. So
and do you have any way to prioritize which crash scenes you go to?
it will be depending on the severity of the crash. If there's any serious bodily injury or anybody involved in the crash sustains life-threatening injuries, then that would take priority over somebody that where there's no risk that someone may die.
Do you recall, as being a part of the TID unit, that you received notice of an accident that happened on 281?
Yes, I remember that night I was working along with Detective Bianca Martinez, and we had received a call from a North Patrol officer stating that there was a crash on the highway, but at the time he wasn't sure about the injuries on that crash, so she had asked the officer to give us a call back with an update, so we knew if there were any life-threatening injuries, so that way we could prioritize that call. But we didn't get a call for that. He didn't call back.
And did you eventually make your way to the scene out on 281?
Yes.
How much time do you remember? How much time had passed between when you guys got notice of the call and when you went out there?
I know by the time we got back to the office, it was almost 5 a.m. When we realized we had to go out there. I'm not too sure about the time the call came in, but I'm gonna say at least over 4 hours.
And when you arrived at that scene, what were your duties?
I helped out. I assisted with painting road evidence, basically just with a paint stick that we use. We mark tire marks or where the final rest for the vehicles was. And then at one point, I was asked by Detective Martinez to check the eyes of the defendant.
Can we approach Ricci?
Yes.
And just based on seeing those two clues, were you able to make a determination on if the defendant was intoxicated at that time?
All right, no, I'm going to hear the answer, and then we're outside the presence of the jury. Then I'll hear your objection. Yes.
Yes, at the time he was not intoxicated.
Seeing those two clues, what did that indicate to you?
That he had been drinking alcoholic beverage.
All right. So, defense, I will hear your objections.
Just my objection is that.
And I'm sorry, before I hear your objections, do you have any questions with regards to that point of the officer? All right, so if you can ask whatever questions you want to ask, and then I'll hear what everyone's objection is in the state's response.
Did you write a report in relation to this test that you performed on Alex?
The only report I wrote was during an internal affairs investigation that was conducted way after the crash.
So at the time, you didn't contemporaneously record your findings about any tests.
I'm sorry?
At the time, you didn't write a report.
Yes, that is correct, sir.
And you say that you saw two clues.
Yes, sir.
And that's lack of smooth pursuit.
Yes, sir.
But you did write a report.
That is correct.
And you're not telling the court which eye you're talking about, because they do 3 tests, each one on both eyes, right?
Yes, sir.
So your opinion was that Mr. Castro, based on that one test, that was the only test you did,
the horizontal gaze tag was not checked for all 6 clues. He only had 2.
So you did the whole test?
Yes, sir, I did.
You didn't conduct any other SFSTs?
No, sir, since there was only 2 clues, there was no point in offering the other 2.
And you said at the time that you did this, that your opinion was that Mr. Castro, that the only evidence that you got from that is possible consumption of alcohol.
Well, I review a little clip from Officer Chavarria's body worn camera, and based on that, obviously, I refreshed my memory. And I did ask him how much he had to drink tonight that day, and he said 4 to 5 beers.
I know, so that's not what I asked you. I just said that, and I can't remember what I asked you now. But your conclusion was that the only thing you can tell this court was from doing that test is that he possibly consumed alcohol at that point. You can't say he's intoxicated right then.
That is correct.
And there's no way from getting, and you agree with me, right? From your training experience, you've done this a lot. You've had a lot of training. That 2 clues on the HGN is not enough to continue an investigation. It's not the decision point, right?
That is correct. If we need at least four of the clues to indicate that that person is intoxicated at the time.
Well, that's what I was going to say. And even if you got 4 clues, that doesn't mean that they are intoxicated, right?
Well, based on the HGN, if you get 4 clues, there's a high possibility that you're intoxicated.
Well, do you know what that is? What high possibility that is?
I know the most recent study was, according to that, it was 88%. It's four or more clues. So 4 or 6 clues is 80. That's what I read.
It's 77%, right? So it's 77%.
It's 88%.
Well, 77%, it doesn't mean they're intoxicated, and that's 4 clues. But do you recall telling Detective Martinez at the scene that you thought he's no longer intoxicated, but he was earlier?
If I recall saying that, I don't recall. I may have said that he may have been going down because based on what he stated that he had drank the amount that he drank of alcohol.
But that would just be speculation, right?
Could you rephrase your question? What do you?
Well, that would be a guess.
Well, once again, based on the report that I wrote, the supplement that I did for internal affairs.
All right, so everyone, this is the court's ruling, and this was the court's ruling before. The state's witness, my understanding, is not coming to testify that Mr. Castro was intoxicated. Has that changed?
No, Judge.
All right, so the witness will not be testifying that he thought Mr. Castro was intoxicated because nothing has been presented to the court for this witness to testify that Mr. Castro was intoxicated. So that will not be allowed. All right. The questions with regard to, did he do field sobriety tests on Mr. Castro? That will be allowed. But any conclusions that somebody may have that he was previously intoxicated and he's currently not intoxicated, that was the court's ruling on the motion in limine. Does everyone understand the court's ruling on the motion in limine?
Yes, Judge.
All right. And is anyone planning on going outside of that and think that this witness should be testifying to something other than the parameters that have been set by the court within the motion in limine?
No, Judge. No, Judge.
All right. So my understanding, we can go off the record. My understanding is he's going to testify if he did field sobriety tests. He's going to testify to what tests he did. Court is going to allow him, if he did an HGN, the court is going to allow him to say he did an HGN in defense. You can cross-examine him on the HGN, what he did, what he didn't do. If he had him do a walk and turn, which it doesn't appear that he did, if he did, he would be allowed to testify to that. The only thing this witness will not be allowed to testify to is whether or not he thought Mr. Castro was intoxicated. That was the court's motion in limine. That's where we are. Any confusion? Yes.
Well, Judge, the only thing I just want to clarify is just that when he did the HGN, again, he did not believe at that time when he did HGN that he was intoxicated. It's just to clarify, just to that he could testify.
All right. So you don't want him to even testify that when he did the HGN, he didn't think he was intoxicated.
The way that it's the way it's asked, Judge, at that time kind of suggests that, well, he's not now, but the suggestion is he was, and that was the.
All right. You're allowed to testify that an HGN was done, if it was done. You're allowed to say if you think there were 2 clues, 3 clues, 4 clues, whatever. You're allowed to say how many clues you thought it was, the end. Not that you previously thought he was intoxicated or any words to the effect of intoxication. Okay? Yes.
Judge, would he be able to testify that due to those 2 clues, it indicated that there was alcohol consumption?
If you all lay the foundation, the court will hear that. He's just not allowed to say that he thought or if he did think that Mr. Castro was intoxicated, he's not allowed to say those words because that's a legal conclusion. But as far as, what do the clues?
Indicate.
Yes,
I'm sorry, just,
yes.
interject here, but I just want to make sure that goes for both sides, that defense is not going to be, stepping behind us and stating that. oh,
Well,
he's
here's the
not
thing.
intoxicated.
If anybody opens the door, that door will be open. And once that door is open, if people want to walk through the door, they can walk through the door. They won't have to climb through windows. They can just go straight through the door. So everyone knows, y'all are attorneys, you understand the court's ruling. Both sides have told me that you understand my ruling. So don't go opening doors. Don't be tiptoeing through a door. And if you think you're about to tip through a door that you shouldn't be tiptoeing through, ask to approach and I'll let you know. So he's not going to be testifying that he thought Mr. Castro was intoxicated, was recently intoxicated or coming down from intoxication. But he is allowed to testify to whatever clues he saw and whatever indicators of alcohol he thought he saw. He's allowed to testify to that. He's just not allowed to say the words intoxication or I thought he was intoxicated or he was coming down from being intoxicated. Any confusion on the court's motion in limine?
No, you're not.
All right, so we're going to have you come back at 9:30. Rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to speak to other people about this case except for attorneys for the state of the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. And could you have your other officer retake the stand? And everyone, tomorrow we'll also go over the jury charge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Fine. I don't know. You have audio on?
All right, you may be seated.
Yeah.
Those names. I have a hard drive that has it.
Yep. Okay.
But the ones that are seen a lot.
What can you do in a second?
All right. All right, you're still on the oath. Could you restate your name, please?
My name is Roman Chavria Duran.
And for the record, this testimony is outside the presence of the jury. Defense, you had some questions for the officer outside the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's the court's understanding this is as it relates to any statements that may have been made by your client?
Yes, Your Honor. This is to go towards establishing the custodial interrogation of Mr. Castro, along with the statements we've already heard from Officer Morgan. So we'd like to establish that with this officer and again request that any statements Mr. Castro gave and evidence that are derived from it be suppressed.
All right, and so that the record is clear, statements that are alleged to have been made by Mr. Castro after Mr. Castro asked, and I'm summarizing, asked, I guess, could he go to his wife or have his wife pick him up? None of those have come in yet.
Correct, Judge.
All right. So you, and State, are you planning on offering any statements beyond that point?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Officer Chavarria, so you arrived. Before we go on,
No, this is outside the presence of the jury, and this is the defense's witness for their hearing on whether or not the statement that their client made was voluntary or not.
Officer Chavarria, you watched your body cam prior to today,
Yes, ma'am.
and you remember that you arrived on scene around 2:30 in the morning.
Yes, ma'am.
And this would have been about maybe 10 minutes or so after the accident
Of,
involving Mr. Castro.
yes.
And when you arrive at 2:30 in the morning, how long in total is Mr. Castro there?
Like I said, he left probably shortly before I left, so approximately around till 6 a.m.
So this would have been about, I guess, 3.5 hours at least.
Yes, ma'am.
And what reasonable suspicion did you have to keep him there for those 3.5 hours?
So I stood with the HEB driver, primarily for most of the time being, but we were just holding down the scene for traffic investigations to come out.
How many officers were on scene?
Down at the crime scene, I would say 4.
And do you remember, so from your understanding, was there any reasonable suspicion to keep him there?
Are you saying reasonable suspicion of a crime?
Yes.
To my understanding, no.
And I want to play a portion of when you and I believe Officer maybe Rodriquez speak to Mr. Castro. Your Honor, may I publish something that's not in evidence only for the purposes of this hearing?
Well, so that the record can be clear, it'll need to be marked. Otherwise, there is no true record for the appellate courts.
Judge, I don't have a copy with me. It's going to be the same video. I can burn the copy today and provide it tomorrow in court. That's okay.
Yes, that will be okay with the court reporter. So what do you want to label it for purposes of this hearing?
Can we label it as defense A?
All right, so this will be defense exhibit number A.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. We are starting to play in portion three, time 321:31. Please say that number again. Yes, 321:31.
My deputy Lord, you like the person that doesn't need.
¿Yo no te que uno de los retos? ¿No te que una reto? No. I mean, I was sitting there like, why do I do? I hate that, like, over there, iPhone.
Okay, and pausing that defense A at 323:06. Officer, what we just heard is while you were present, another officer is telling Mr. Castro that he can't touch certain things on scene.
Correct.
And that he needs to go wait in the patrol vehicle.
Not that he needs to go wait in a patrol vehicle.
What was
Understanding.
what did you hear that?
I had offered him if he wanted to take a seat in a patrol vehicle.
And what did she tell him?
To be quite honest, I didn't really pay attention to what he said.
I think she said something along the lines of, you can sit in the car or go sit in the car and wait for your wife.
Okay.
Is that something along those lines?
If it's on video, then yes, that's what she said.
So at that point, she is directing him on what to do. She's telling him what to do.
I would say so, yes.
And his movements are obviously being restricted, as in where he can and can't be is being limited.
Yes, ma'am.
And as we discussed, there's about 7 officers on scene at this point. Is that what you had said? About 7 officers?
I said 4.
I'm sorry. Okay, right here. So there's 4 officers and they're surrounding Mr. Castro.
At this point, it's just us 3. The other officer would be Officer Morgan, and he was further down in the scene at this current time.
So 3 officers are surrounding him, talking to him, and you guys all have your weapon on you, on your side.
Correct.
And it's clear that he was not free to leave the scene.
Correct.
And were you aware that his wife was there trying to pick him up?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
And he did not have the option to leave with his wife.
Correct.
And he was required to stay there even 1 hour after the accident.
Correct.
And we also hear that you ask him if you're questioning him, asking if he's the driver of that truck.
Correct.
And let's say there's a traffic violation that's committed. You pull over a vehicle and you want to investigate them. What do you need to keep them there for that initial investigation?
Just object relevance to these proceedings.
Sustained.
Do you need reasonable suspicion to keep someone to investigate?
Yeah, I'm going to object for the reason.
Sustained.
In this case, you do not have reasonable suspicion to keep Mr. Castro there.
Yeah, I'm going to object.
That'll be overruled.
From what you were aware of, you do not have reasonable suspicion yourself to keep him there.
Correct.
Thank you, officer. No further questions, Judge. That completes our voir dire.
All right, any questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
One, were you the officer that was in charge of handling Mr. Castro?
No,
So you weren't the one that was going to decide whether he was being arrested or not arrested?
that is correct.
You were just there to maintain a scene, is that correct?
Correct.
For TID to show up?
Correct.
And is it uncommon for you to be out at a scene for long periods of time, especially when there's a fatality, accident, or crash?
No, it is not uncommon.
So it could be 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours. Have you been at a scene for longer than 5 hours?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
All right, any further questions?
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. And is this witness excused now?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you're excused. Remember my ruling. The rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. You're only allowed to speak to attorneys for the state of the defense while this case is still pending. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may step down. All right, court will hear argument.
Yes, Your Honor.
And nobody ever really said what statements that you were seeking to exclude.
Your Honor, at this point, it's clear that Mr. Castro is under custodial interrogation.
So what statements are you seeking to exclude that were made?
So we're seeking to exclude statements that were made after this point that's clear, and those statements are going to be him saying that he consumed 4 beers and him signing a consent to search his vehicle form.
And it hasn't been, it wasn't asked of any officers. It hasn't been submitted into evidence. So state, are you stipulating that after 3/23/06, is this when the statements were made?
I believe, Your Honor, some statements have already come in of Mr. Castro from Officer Morgan's body cam, so it's moot in that category already. But there is some information or statements that do come in later.
All right, so I'm specifically focusing on the statements where defense is saying Mr. Castro said that he had consumed 4 beers and the consent to search the vehicle.
The 4 beers has already come in through Officer Morgan.
No, it hasn't. No, not through his body cam.
Oh, he testified, I'm sorry, he testified through, I mean, that's what I was talking about, testimony or any evidence that came in. Officer Morgan testified to that. And then, so that's the 4 beers. Detective Orta that they just had on the stand, or we just had on the stand, did say to them that Mr. Castro had mentioned he drank 4 to 5 beers that night. So that'd be a conflicting statement that the individual made that night. And then there is, coming down to the consent form, Your Honor, the consent is not affected by the fact that he was in custody or not. He wasn't being released at that moment. He was actually released.
All right, so here's the thing. There are some more things that need to be done. One, the consent to search the vehicle, I'll need to see that form. With regards to the consumption of alcohol, when it was said, I do believe there's already been testimony that Mr. Castro consumed alcohol, but the statement that the defense is saying Mr. Castro is alleged to have made that he consumed 4 beers from his mouth, the court hasn't heard that. So what the court is trying to discover so that I can make a ruling is that his stating that he has consumed 4 beers or 5 beers, did that come after this 3/23/06 footage?
Sorry, Judge, you're sort of getting the part mixed up here. Because of the way we're at, because one detective, Detective Martinez in particular, will be talking about from this individual that he tells her on body cam that he drank 4 beers. So that has not even been offered into evidence yet on the stand. She won't be testifying until tomorrow.
Okay.
Detective Orta could testify to the fact of 4 to 5 beers, which he has not testified. Well, as of right now to that, he's on the stand.
All right, so then here's the thing. Defense, oh, please be seated. With regards to your motion to have certain statements inadmissible, at this point, it's really not ripe. And let me just tell you why it's not ripe. It's not ripe because the person who is supposed to have heard, and I don't know anything about your case. I don't know the facts of the case. I don't know who said what to whom. But the person who I need to hear from would be the person that he made the statements to. So when were the statements made from your client that he consumed 4 beers or 5 beers? What officer was that given to? And once I know that, and I've already had from this officer's testimony saying that you can go sit in the car and wait for your wife. I have that. But now I need whomever that officer was with regards to the statements, because I still won't know if it's admissible or not, because I don't know if there was something else that was said before he gave that statement. I don't know if he said, you know what, it's fine. I don't need an attorney. I don't even know if somebody read him his rights because nothing's been presented to me. So some more witnesses need to be called to find out who is alleged that he made the statement to. And then I will make an informed ruling on whether or not those statements that are attributed to him are admissible or not. But at this point in time, there's more information that needs to be given to the court.
Yes, Your Honor. Understood. And if I can just briefly answer that question, it's going to be Detective Martinez, and that's going to be about 2 hours and 40 minutes after this interaction at around 6:12 a.m. So we just wanted to build that because we do believe that he was under arrest at this or being unlawfully detained, and then it becomes prolonged. So now that the court's seen this portion, we'll continue with that argument.
All right, and then y'all can continue with that argument once I hear from the detective and we can see when this occurred, okay?
Your Honor, is it clear that the motion to suppress at this time is denied?
No, I mean, it would have to be because I don't have any information. You all need to bring in whomever it was he gave the statement to, because I can't say if it's voluntary or not, because I don't know, because I don't have the witness who he's alleged to have made the statement to. I can't say if his movement was restricted when he made the statement, because that person whom he made the statement to is not present. The fact that you have this video where somebody tells him, you can sit in the car and wait for your wife, I still don't have the statement. I don't know any circumstances surrounding the statement. So there's nothing for me to rule on because nothing's been presented.
Yes,
So
Your Honor.
once that's presented, I will certainly make a ruling and I'll take that up at that time.
Understood.
Now, tomorrow, this is what we're going to do. Everyone needs to be here at 9. State, will the vehicles be able to be here at 9?
As far as I've been informed, they should be here by 8:30.
All right, so then what we'll do is defense.
All right. They're just talking shit now, so there's no point. Daffy Dill, good morning to you. Oh, good afternoon, sorry. Take all the pisses, I know. Well, we have to with you, potty mouth. We have to. No, it's all good. Yeah, Seth wants another one. Another baby. Look at him, he loves you see. Hello to everyone that came in. Right, let's get day 3 on the go here, shall we? Heather, you missed a good day yesterday. We watched the murder trial yesterday. 3-day murder trial in 1 day, Heather. You'd have loved it. You would have loved it. All right, let me get this caught up. All right. Let me set it up. Oh, all right, got that there. Got that there. Right, we are about half an hour behind being live. So how good's that? How good's that? We got to watch day 1 afternoon yesterday. We've just watched day 2 now. We're about to start day 3, and they are officially on day 3. And we're about half an hour behind, which means when there's lunch break, we'll be all caught up. So I'm not rushing it. There's no need to rush. I'm enjoying speaking to people. Well, most people. Oh, I'm still a little bit like, I don't know where we're going with this trial. Allegedly, and this is allegedly, Raul, it was he finished the last beer 8 hours before he drove, is what the defense said in opening. But I mean, again, openings aren't testimony, so we'll see. Ugh. I hope you all enjoyed the trial yesterday. This one is a little bit like, I still don't get this trial. I still don't get it. I'm very confused on this trial because, like, dude, you know, you're gonna be found guilty. I don't see how he's not found guilty on this. But this is the intrigue, y'all. Hey, y'all, how we doing, ma'am? Y'all, with my cap, y'all. But yeah, yesterday was good. I really enjoyed that 12.5 hour stream yesterday. Really enjoyed it. We were all good, great company. I'm gonna say good, great, more like it. And even though the closings of the murder trial was boring yesterday, the rest of it was quite good. I thought it was nice to have that trial. I have to keep an eye out on for more stuff like that, I think. And it was nice that it was done and be able to get the verdict the same day. The what? Something and I are alleged in cahoots on the Mirena in working overtime against him, though. No more babies for me. We'll see, Heather. We'll see. You're still, you're 40. You're about 40 now, aren't you? So still a young pup. Everyone tells me I'm 42, and everyone says you're a young pup. So, all right. With that, sorry about yawning as well. We will move on to Dave, day 3. I'm trying to delay it a little bit just so we can have a bit of a chat, but everyone's gone quiet in chat, so most people are working, so in fairness. So I will put in here. Oh, here we go. Question. I'm going to have new potatoes, cooked ham, like cooked gammon ham, and yeah, I think that's about it. Maybe I had some pasta and rice. I'm not sure if I got any left, but yeah, that's about it for tonight. Looking forward to it. Do you get the feeling? Do you get the feeling tonight? Tonight's gonna be a good night. Yeah, tonight's gonna be a good night. Feeling. Ooh. Do you get the feeling defense isn't very good? No, I don't get that feeling. I think they're doing the best they can with not much. There's not much here. I don't see how they can defend them. I generally don't. So I don't think they got much to work with. So I think they're doing the best they can with not much. Is my main thought on it. To be quite honest with you, I know Lou Barber does not like this attorney, but in general, I just don't know how they. The guy smashed into the back of a car in a construction zone at 91 miles per hour, and and allegedly, from what we're learning, he was on the outside lane in the police lane or whatever you call it. I forget the name now. You call it differently to us in the UK. Oh, same Dylan. 42 here. When is your birthday? I am 20th of April, my birthday. So are you older, younger? 42 on so 43 on the 20th of April. You're human and not a machine. No, I'm enjoying. It's just I yawning. I catch myself yawning, and I want to yawn. You see, I just yawned now, but I want to yawn some more. You had me a potato. I love a potato. Sounds yummy. It is yummy. Oh, coleslaw. That's what I got. Homemade coleslaw as well. So it'll be potatoes, homemade coleslaw, and roast ham, which I've had for the last 3 days. Bottle to throttle, 8 hours. Yep. Allegedly. That's true. Seems like it, Dan. I like the tomato pie. Yeah, where's the tomato pie? Tonight's gonna be a good night. Tonight's gonna be a good night. Feeling ooh. Bam bam ba ba da ram. If you wanna see tomato pie, do. Here is Crystal's tomato pie. Crystal's tomato, Crystal's tomato, Crystal's tomato pie. Bam, ba, bam, bam, bam. Look at that. Delicious. It looks scrumptious, delicious, scrumptious. That does look like Crystal, I'll be honest with you. I'd love a sliver of that now. Manslaughter, unintentional. We go. Were you born on 20th of... Yes, Heather. 420, yes. But we obviously are not backwards, so we say 20/4. 27th, there you go. So you're a week after me. There you go, lady. Lady Di. That pie new to me sounded really... Yeah, it does sound... It looks delicious. There you go, Crystal. I'll put her up for you. Ooh. I feel these good regards whether or not drunk. I agree. I don't think the drinking comes into it, Duffy, to be honest with you. Well, it does, but I mean, it doesn't. There you go. I'm also 43 until October. Oh, so you're going to be 44 in October. There you go, Elsie. I love coleslaw. Yeah, I love homemade coleslaw, though. Haircut. Oh, me. I've not had a haircut yet. I need to do a haircut, though. Maybe this weekend. Crazy to hear someone was going 91 in the construction zone, which is supposed to be 45 miles per hour. If not only because the finest... This is why I need to look. Remember, it's Heather, okay? So you need to remember it's Heather. There's always going to be typos. Right. So, okay, let's start again. Crazy to hear someone was going 91 in a construction zone. If not only because the fines are doubled in the construction zone, but then you also know safety and all that jazz. Yes. 91, if it's normally 75, you can be like, okay, he's a little bit over. But when it's supposed to be 45, oof. Lisa Reed. Lisa Reed had a haircut yesterday. I hope it turned out as spectacular as you wanted it to, as I'm sure it did, Lisa. I'm hungry now, thanks. Do you know what? Yeah, it does look nice, doesn't it? Oh, I got the recipe. Oh, I need to. I can upload the recipe. She sent it to me. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. Oh, actually, can I do it here? Let's do it. Come on, ba ba da ba 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 ba. Minute we go to the joint. Let's have a look here. Du, 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 du. Hey, big spender, spend a little time with me. Ba-da-bam-bam-bam. The minute I walk through the joint. Hang on, I'm just forwarding this to me. Hey, big spender. Spend. Right, I will get this, and yeah, I'll put it on screen for a second, and also I might be able to put it on the Alter Corner Facebook group as well. Oh, fuck, it didn't come through. Hang on. I need to do it again. Hang on, bear with me, and I will do this proper. I just need to resend it so I can. Okay, I messed that one up. Right. Where's my... Right, on the way. Oh, bear with me 1 second once I get it. Bam, bam, bam. Come on, let's get it through. Let's get it on. Because I got 2 laptops and a phone, I gotta. Why won't it? Oh, that's why, because I didn't send it, you mofo. I was wondering why is it not coming through. I hadn't sent it to myself. That's why, you mofo. I am the mofo. I am the mofo only. Right, once I set that up now, right? Hang on, bear with me. Once I set it up, you can listen to this. Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. We don't like you in this place. El Chati, we don't like Kimmy. She hates Sean LFA. So, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. We love Sean in El Chati. So, Kimmy, myself and El Chati will tell you to go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, Kimmy. Right, here we go. So, just so you know, and then I'll post it on Facebook as well. So 1 cup of grated mozzarella, 1 9-inch, ladies. Now this is baking now, not the other way around, okay? We're talking about baking. 1 9-inch pre-baked deep dish pie shell, half a cup of chopped green onions, 10 chopped fresh basil leaves, 4 peeled and sliced tomatoes, or tomatoes as you say it, 1 cup of grated cheddar, 1 cup of mayonnaise. Nice. Then directions. Preheat the oven to 350. First blanch the tomatoes and slice. Oh, let me just take this one down. Lay tomatoes on paper towel to dry. Place tomatoes in colander to drain. Using a medium mixing bowl. Mix mayonnaise, cheddar, and mozzarella cheese, salt and pepper. Layer tomatoes, slices, basil and onion in pie shell. Season with salt and pepper. Spread the mayonnaise and cheese mixture on top of the tomato and bake for 30 minutes or until lightly browned. To serve, cut into slice and serve warm. So there you go. So people who don't have Facebook or anything, there you go. I'll just leave it like that. You can screenshot it. And then you can cook it. So thank you to Crystal. Shout out to you, my darling. Thank you for sharing your home cuisine. Hey, Scott. How are we doing? Guilty. See, not my verdict. If I was on that jury. There you go, Scott. How was yesterday, Scott? Hope you went well with you. Oh, right. Shall we get on with the trial? I'm sure you don't want to listen to me anymore. Yeah, thank you, Crystal, for the recipe. Here we go. Crystal says, it doesn't specify a recipe, but I use half and half mayo and Greek yogurt. There you go. Oh, nice. Hey, Kimmy, go fuck yourself. Boom, boom, boom. Right, I am just going to get the stream for us. Just the 2 of us. We can make it if we try. Right, and I will put the recipe. Oh, nice. Nice, Jen. Pancakes. pancakes are some of my favorite. I love American pancakes. I like, so I'm obsessed with pancakes, like the American style, like thick ones, bacon, maybe some sausages, and fried eggs or scrambled eggs, whichever one on top of it, and some icing sugar on it. What do you call it? No icing sugar. Honey. Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. Honey. What do you call it? Maple syrup. Hey, same here, Jed. I make my pancakes from scratch as well. I make them from scratch as well. I do. French toast is okay. Yeah, I like French toast. I do, but I've never made French toast from scratch. I've only ever made pancakes from scratch. But I do like French toast. I'll be honest. But the fact we live in Arizona and that I have whatever the opposite of green thumb is. Right, this is day 3, people. Oops, wrong one. Here we go. Right. Group wrote this: hot, short, and sweet. There's not many of those around. Hot, short, and sweet. Scott. Yeah, only joking, ladies. Any chance to protest DA Morris's office? I'm there. I believe I've protested his office 9 times. There you go. You need thick bread. We need homemade German egg pancakes. Whoa. I hate maple syrup. I can't with maple syrup with pancakes and waffles. I use butter and sugar instead. No, Oh, yeah. So if I'm eating... No, hang on. Heather, I will say to you, if I'm eating as a... with bacon and stuff, I will use maple syrup. If I'm eating it as a dessert, just that on its own, pancakes on its own, which I love pancakes on their own, I will also put butter and sugar on it. Not always sugar, but butter definitely. Lather on. I love it. Love it. Anyway, let's get it here because some people don't like this chat, as in my chat now. They want to see the trial. So let's get on with the trial. Let's put this up here.
Is setting up. I'm just going to grab some water for myself.
Okay.
Are you ready? Okay. Okay, it's not coming back. Yeah. See, announced for the record for the state.
Yeah, you asked for a case hearing after the state.
Defense. All right, are parties ready to proceed? All right, Deputy Laura, if you'll bring the jurors in, please.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everyone, please proceed. Please be seated. And I believe we are still on direct examination. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you may proceed.
Detective Orta, getting back to what we were talking to you about yesterday, Did you make the scene out on 281 North on July 22nd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
And what were your duties when you went to the scene?
I helped out painting the road evidence, and also I checked Mr. Castro's eyes for, well, at the time to check if he was intoxicated.
And what test did you perform?
The horizontal gaze nystagmus.
And what is the horizontal gaze nystagmus test?
So it's a validated test. Basically, research done by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
And what are you looking for in the horizontal gaze nystagmus test?
I'm looking for possible signs of intoxication.
And what is nystagmus? Can you explain that to the jury?
Yes, nystagmus is basically jerking in the eyes.
And well, do you have any examples to give to the jury?
So we all have nystagmus, but it's not easy to see with the naked eye. And it's basically what it does is like it has to do with something with the muscles of the eye, so the eye doesn't get tired. So horizontal gaze nystagmus, what it does is if someone's been drinking an alcoholic beverage or taking certain drugs, when we check the eyes, for example, for horizontal gaze nystagmus, what we have the person do at the time is follow a stimulus, which could be the tip of my finger or a pen, with their eyes only, without moving their head, keeping their head level. And when they're following this stimulus from side to side, if they haven't taken any alcohol or drugs, their eyes should follow as if the windshield is basically wet and you turn on your wipers when it's raining, right? They slide easily. So it's the same thing. They just gaze from side to side. And when they have been ingesting either alcohol or certain drugs, we call it lack of smooth pursuit because they'll start jerking to the side as they're following the stimulus. It's not a smooth movement, but you'll see the jerking of the eyes as they gaze to the side.
How many clues are you looking for when you're conducting let's call it the HDN test?
Yes, there is a total of 6 clues. So it's three validated clues per in that test, which are lack of smooth pursuit, distinct and sustained nystagmus and maximum deviation, and onset of nystagmus prior to 45 degrees. But in total you got to check each eye. So it's six total clues.
And how many times? So is it mostly you just moving the stimulus back and forth?
It should be you held the stimulus about 12 to 15 inches in front of the nose of the person and slightly above eye level so you can see their eyes clearly.
And how many times are you moving the stimulus past their eyes?
It's twice per eye. So you would start at the center, you check the left eye first. So when you start, you go left and then across, and then you come back. That's one pass, and it should be about 2 seconds. 2 seconds to go out and back to the center.
And is that when you're looking for a lack of smooth pursuit?
Correct. That is for lack of smooth pursuit.
And what's the next clue that you're looking for?
The next one is distinct and sustained nystagmus and maximum deviation. So same thing, you start with the left eye, but you instruct the person to, prior to that, you already instructed the person to follow the stimulus with their eyes only, not to move their head and keep it steady and level. So on this one, what you do is when you move the stimulus to the side, you held it there for a minimum of 4 seconds. So the eye has to go all the way out to the left. And if that clue is present, you're gonna see distinct and sustained jerking as they keep looking to the side. It has to be distinct and sustained for a minimum of 4 seconds, or else the clue is not there. And you do the same thing for the eye. You do it twice on each eye.
And then what would the final clue be?
The final would be the onset of nystagmus prior to 45 degrees. So on this one, you start again from the center left eye. You check the left eye first, and you would move. It should take you about 4 seconds to get from the center to basically just before the shoulder. What you're looking for is to get the eye at an angle approximately 45 degrees before 45 degrees. So usually, if you hold the stimulus 12 to 15 inches in front of that person, it should be about 12 to 15 inches to the side. So as long as you can still see when you're checking a little bit of the white.
Thank you, everyone, for the kind comments. I do love it. I do appreciate it. I just know some people are here just for trials and no nonsense, but I don't care. I prefer this anyway. Just so you know as well, just remember, this is day 3, people. So, so what we watched this morning, first thing, was day 2. So this is a completely different day. That's why the change of handbags. Just in case you're wondering why is she gone from pink to black, it's because she's it's a different day. She has a different handbag for every day. So that's why she changed. She's not changed it mid morning. She just changed a different day. Just want to clarify that, just in case there was some miscommunication. Because Heather is in the chat, so I know that we've probably got it wrong somewhere. So yeah, I do feel sorry for those Scott with a few straight in her face as well. But she's an outstanding judge. Lisa's got it. You got it. I saw everyone like, Lisa, you're very intelligent. Most of you are very intelligent. I was like, they haven't quite grasped it. It's a different day. So that's why I thought I'd stop it just in case. Jean, hello. Got an email that I was gifted a membership. Oh, there you go. Congratulations, Jean. I don't know who gifted it to you. I don't remember. There was quite a few. Robin gave one out last night. Toots gave one out last night. Lady Di gave one out. Toots gave 10 out. Robin gave 10 out. Lady Di gave 1 out. So it's probably one of those. So yeah, thank you, Gene, for popping in. We chat, but do pay attention to trials too. No, yeah, I do. I love it. I like to this is, we can catch up with this. I would never do this live. When I watch the trial live, it just keep going. Do you know what I mean? I wouldn't stop it like this for Karen Reed or anything like that. I just keep going. But these trials, I mean, like, it's good, but I don't like, I don't care about stopping it. Do you know what I mean? And chatting with you, because we go all day. What else are we gonna do? We go all day. And we're only 30 minutes behind, so we'll catch up over lunch. Do you know what I mean? So that's why I do it for these trials. But I know it annoys a lot of people, so they leave. But I don't care. I much rather do this. But I'll say, if we're doing a proper trial, I wouldn't be stopping it or anything. Just as we did for Karen Reed, if you were here. I totally forgot. I knew, Lisa, you're intelligent. I know. Don't feel silly, Elsie. It's all good. I thought she was cheating Raoul. Heather, I knew you'd get it wrong. It's all good. It's so generous and nice to give. Yeah, last time we gave away 21. I say we. Toots gave away 10. Robin gave 10, and Lady Di gave 1 as well. Yes. So this is a different kind of trial. Do you know what I mean? It's a different kind of trial. I'll stop in now and again to chat with you because, why not? This is although it's a serious trial, it's not a serious trial in my mind. Do you know what I mean? It's one of those things where, as I say, Karen Reed, proper trials, I will always never stop it. I will always play them through. But if it's a Judge Boyd one or a smaller trial, or if it's one like yesterday, the murder trial, I'll stop it, because and chat away like we did yesterday as well, because we got plenty of time. Plenty of time for these ones, but they're not going anywhere. Do you know what I mean? So, right. Let's get it on.
On their eyes, on this side, you should be fine, because if you go all the way out, then you're no longer looking for onset of nystagmus prior to 45 degrees, but you're doing the distinct and sustain again.
And you've been talking a lot about the clues and what you're looking for when you're performing the test. What do you do before you perform the test on someone?
You ask some medical questions, basically, if they had any head injuries, they suffer from diabetes or any other kind of, they had any traumatic brain injuries. What we do on the test is, prior to starting to look for those clues, I'll ask them I'll give them the instructions, look at the stimulus, don't move your head, keep your head steady. And the first thing that we do is, while I'm looking at their eyes, I'm looking for equal pupil size. As long as, if they don't have equal pupil size, that may indicate that they have a traumatic brain injury or some kind of medical illness. And then the other check that we do is we check for equal tracking. So just like we did on this thing for checking for lack of smooth pursuit when we haven't followed the stimulus, we're making sure that their eyes are following, both eyes are equally tracking the stimulus. If not, that may indicate a medical issue that they may have.
Is it possible while you're checking someone and while you're trying to qualify them that they could have resting nystagmus? Well, what is that?
It is possible. That would be again something that may indicate a medical issue. And basically, resting nystagmus is that they're looking straight ahead to the stimulus. You'll see the eyes jerking up and down, just a little bit, but it's visible to the naked eye. So that may indicate that, or some kind of dissociative anesthetic drug that they may have taken.
And here in this case, did you ever speak with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And did you ever ask him any questions about any possible alcohol consumption?
Yes, I did. I asked him how much he had to drink, and as well as how the crash happened, I believe.
Did he ever tell you how much he had to drink?
He mentioned 4 to 5 years.
And you said that he told you about how the crash happened. What did he say?
When I asked him, he said that he wasn't sure. He didn't see anything. He just felt his vehicle going up like in the air.
And when you performed the HGN test on the defendant, what did you observe?
I observed only 2 clues.
Which 2 clues?
The lack of smooth pursuit.
And so what does it mean when you only see 2 of the clues?
The person's not intoxicated.
Does it give?
Judge, can we approach very quickly?
Yes.
Can you speak in the mic, please? Can you give me 1 second?
Pass the witness.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Right. Are you ready?
No, just 1 second.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning, sir.
How you doing?
Good.
Good to see you again. I've got a couple of questions I want to follow up on stuff you've spoken to the prosecutor about. So your role, I believe that you've just testified that your role at the scene, because you're traffic investigation detail, right?
Yes.
So your primary role at the scene was to help map out road evidence, is that correct?
Help out with the road evidence, yes, sir.
So, and that involves between you and your team identifying marks on the road?
Yes, sir.
And putting spray paint on them?
Yes, sir.
And then identifying certain debris?
Yes, sir.
And then marking it, right?
Yes, sir.
And then if there's any skid marks, you identify that?
Yes, sir.
And so you're basically spraying the evidence at the scene?
Yeah, we spray it so it's easier for the CSI person to take pictures of the evidence.
Yeah, and so you didn't do any calculations based on your spraying of the road, right?
Correct, sir.
That was other officers.
Yes, sir.
And you're not the primary officer for TID, so you didn't write a report at the time, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
And the other thing that you testified to, I believe, would it be fair to say it was Detective Martinez who gave you some instructions and asked you to do some things?
But she asked me to check his eyes.
Yeah, so it was Detective Martinez. Now, Detective Martinez didn't ask you, you're aware that Mr. Castro wasn't the only driver involved in that wreck?
Yes, there were vehicles that resulted hit because of his vehicle.
Yeah, that's right. Well, maybe, but that's not what I asked you. There are other drivers on the scene still, right?
Yes, sir.
Detective Martinez didn't ask you to check those out. Either of those two gentlemen, Peter or Paul Martinez or Paul Stephanos.
I don't remember the names, but yes, yeah, she didn't ask me to check anybody else.
She only asked you to check him.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So you did that, but were you aware that Detective Martinez had already checked him for horizontal gaze nystagmus?
Yes, she did mention that.
And were you aware, because they're called SFSTs, right? Standardized field sobriety tests, right?
Yes, sir.
And standardized, what does standardized mean to you, detective?
It means that they need to be done the same way, so following the guidelines from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
That's right. And so it's got to be, so the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, or NHTSA, is the government agency that has promulgated or brought these guidelines and training materials on how to investigate these crimes, right?
Correct, sir.
And so it's standardized. So standardized means it's done the same here as it is somewhere else, right?
Yes.
And so it's standardized if you do it or another officer does it, right?
Yes.
So it's all done the same. So because one of the things you spoke about was you have to ask somebody what are called medical screening questions.
Yes.
Yeah. And you mentioned those. Now, were you aware that Detective Martinez had already asked Mr. Castro some medical screening questions before you did your test on him?
No, sir.
You weren't aware that Mr. Castro had told Detective Martinez that he had a traumatic brain
I'm gonna
injury?
object to testifying.
Sustained.
Were you aware, or did Detective Martinez tell you that Mr. Castro had said that he had a traumatic brain injury in April?
Again, gonna object to testifying.
All right, that'll be overruled. You can answer.
No, sir.
No, you weren't. So, and because the testimony earlier was that, because there are some things, right, that you do, everything you do is done for a reason.
Yes.
Right. And the reason you ask medical screening questions is because there are some people who aren't good candidates for these tests, right?
If they have equal tracking and equal pupil size, no resting Stephanos, they're good candidates.
That's not, I know. But that's not, let's come back. So some people are not good candidates for these tests.
Yes.
For example, people who are over 65 years of age aren't good candidates for the balance test because they may not have good balance, right?
Correct.
People who are over 50 pounds overweight may not be good candidates for these tests, right?
Yes.
If somebody were to say to you, look, I've got I'm on crutches, I can't balance, I've got an injury, they would not be a good candidate for these tests.
Correct.
And if you did these tests on a person with that condition, it could compromise the validity. That's what the S stands for in standardized, right?
Validity?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. And so I know that thank you. You weren't aware, but Mr. Castro we've established Mr. Castro, you didn't know Mr. Castro had told Detective Martinez he had a TBI.
I'm gonna again object to testifying.
All right, that'll be sustained. Re-ask your question in a different way.
Will do. But your testimony right now was that you asked Mr. Castro medical screening questions.
And on that, I think I asked him about diabetes. I couldn't hear the answer because when I review, like I said yesterday, when I review that little, I guess, clip from Mr. Chavarria, Officer Chavarria's body-worn camera, since I didn't have my camera on when I did this, when I checked his eyes. I did ask him about diabetes, but I couldn't hear because it was really loud, like the noise around it, and head injuries.
But you didn't write a report, right?
That's correct.
And you weren't wearing a body-worn camera.
That is correct.
So, but you made some notes later on, so wait down the line, right?
Yes.
Can I approach you on it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you. I guess I should. You have a clean copy of this one. Jasmine, you have a clean copy.
Oh, yeah.
Mind if I? Let me show you. I might have to mark it. You've got a clean copy.
Yeah.
We'll show you a report. Is that your report, detective?
Yes.
Let's turn to page. It's 7 pages long, right?
Yes.
I think it's page 5. Yeah, you got it. Right. Okay. So there's no mention in there that you.
Counsel,
Sorry, Judge.
would you like to mark it?
Thank you, Judge.
Sure.
I'm going to mark it as defense. think it's defense 3. Judge.
Yes.
It's the same one. Because you're a detective, you've got extra training over and above a normal patrol officer, right?
Yes,
So, you know, we don't need to go over the need for you to put details in your report. You know all about that, right?
yes,
And so you'd agree with me, this is the only document where you have put your actions down in writing about this incident.
yes, sir.
And you don't mention in there that you asked medical screening questions,
No, sir. Like I said, that's from the video from Officer Chavarria.
but not yours, right? 'Cause you didn't have one.
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh,
That's
cool.
Not from my video.
And okay, so you would agree with me that if somebody does have a traumatic brain injury, that was one of the things you mentioned to jury, can affect whether or not someone has nystagmus. Not asking you whether you observed it or not. It's a yes or no, right?
Yeah, there's more to it, but yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Correct.
And you would agree with me that the NHTSA manual, you talk about NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, they mention that there are other reasons why somebody could have nystagmus, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned one of them. It could be someone's got resting nystagmus. It could have like a lazy eye or something going on with their eyes. And it's an involuntary jerking of the eye, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware of what rotational nystagmus is?
Yes, sir.
And you'd agree with me, rotational nystagmus is, it's almost as if someone's been rotated really quick and the workings of the inner ear is disturbed, and that can induce nystagmus, is that right?
The only way you will be able to see it is if you have a camera or you're looking at that person while they're rotating at a fast speed. Yes.
But it can happen.
I wouldn't be able to see it.
It can happen.
Yes.
It's in your training material.
Yes, sir. It could happen.
And then what the NHTSA manual says is maybe someone who's involved in a rollover accident could display this. I'm not asking if you did, it's possible.
Well, I don't recall that specifically on the NHTSA manual. If you're saying rotational nystagmus, like I said, that's when the person is rotating at fast speed, the inner fluid's getting disturbed, but that will be while they're rotating.
Yeah.
So after the rollover, they shouldn't have any.
And that is what NHTSA calls, that you just led into there, it's called post-rotational nystagmus, right? That's another one.
Correct, sir. Yeah.
And so you're correct. Rotational is like if you're rolled really quick, it can disturb your inner ear and make your eyes jerk, kind of, if you're dizzy, right? And rotational is the longer lasting effects of such an incident, correct?
Post-rotational nystagmus will last for a few seconds after they crash, after the rollover.
And on the horizontal gaze nystagmus, there are 6 clues.
Yes, sir.
And these aren't, NHTSA says that a decision point is 4 clues, right?
Correct. The decision to arrest 4 clues or 6. I mean,
Or
out of
to
6
continue.
or the 6.
Or to continue to the next test is 4 clues, right?
Correct.
And you didn't do the next test that you would do would be the walk and turn test.
Yes, sir.
And you didn't do that.
No, sir.
And if you scored a certain way on that walk and turn test, then you would then do the 1 leg stand test.
Correct.
And you didn't do that one either.
No, that wasn't performed.
And you didn't arrest Mr. Castro.
Correct.
As a result of your testing.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions possible.
All right. Any further questions?
Just you, Judge.
Okay.
How long after the crash did you examine Mr. Castro?
That would have been at least, I'm not sure 100%, but it would have been at least 4 hours after the crash.
And so would you have seen either rotational nystagmus or post-rotational nystagmus at that point?
No, sir.
And isn't it true that if you observe 2 clues on the HGN test, that would indicate some consumption of alcohol?
Object deleted.
All right, that'll be sustained.
What would 2 clues on the HGN test indicate to you?
That the person has either been ingesting alcoholic beverage or taking certain drugs that could cause the nystagmus.
Nothing further, Judge.
Defense?
Very briefly, Detective, were you asked to test a woman called Shayna Alassel?
I'm gonna object to relevance.
How's it relevant?
It goes towards causation, Judge.
I'm sorry, what?
It goes towards causation in this case.
All right. You can ask the question.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Were you asked to test a woman called Shayna Alassel?
No, sir.
Okay. And Detective, do you remember what time you were at the scene?
No, sir, no. After 5 in the morning.
After five in the morning, and to the best of your recollection, do you remember what time approximately this incident came in? That, not when you went to it, when the accident happened.
I want to say about 2 in the morning.
So you went there about, did you say 5:30 in the morning or 5 o'clock? When did you go?
We got the call. Well, we realized we had to go to the scene. It was almost 5 in the morning when we got back to the office. So I'm gonna say I was there after 5 in the morning. I'm not too sure.
All right, so about 5 o'clock in the morning, 3 hours after the accident.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thanks, Detective. Thank you, Judge. Possible.
Nothing from the state.
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse from the state.
Yeah, no objection, Judge. Excuse.
All right, the rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to until this case is concluded are attorneys for the state of the defense. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you may step down. State, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Detective John Doyle.
Judge,
Sure.
thank you, Your Honor.
You raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, you can lower your hand. Make sure you keep your voice up.
Yes.
If you think you're talking too loud, you're not, okay?
No problem.
All right, if you'll state your name for the record.
John Doyle, Doyle.
State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, the detective, well, I guess it's Sergeant Doyle now,
Now, yes.
but you changed, I guess.
Agencies. Yes.
All right. Let's go back to where were you working in July, particularly July 22nd, 2022?
The night unit of San Antonio Police Department Traffic Investigations.
And when did you leave the SAPD agency?
January of 2023.
And why did you leave?
I retired.
How many years did you serve in the SAPD?
A little over 30 and a half.
And during that course of your time at the SAPD, did you go through specialized training and just training and updating training?
Yes. I was a detective for 23 years. I started off in sex crimes. I had a bunch of training related to that. Came to night traffic investigations for a short period of time. Started training then. Moved to night CID.
What is night CID?
All the daylight detectives go home. Then it was 6. And so from 6 until they come in the next morning, the night CID handled all the scenes that required a detective at night, except for traffic cases.
Okay.
And so we handled murders, robberies, rapes, whatever. And
What other divisions were you in?
night murders after that. Was there a year and a half. They eliminated that unit, and I went back to traffic investigations, and that was in 2010. And I stayed there till I retired.
And traffic investigation, is that sometimes called PID?
It is.
And what does that stand for?
Traffic Investigations Detail. It's part of homicide. It's a detail within the homicide unit.
And what does that division investigate?
We investigate, or TID, I keep thinking of myself there, I was there a long time, investigates fatality crashes, hit and run crashes with injury, alcohol-related serious bodily injury, or fatality crashes.
And so pretty much anything to deal with something of seriousness or the death or serious bodily injury involving vehicles.
Correct.
And do you have to go through specialized training in that division?
Oh, yes. I had, it's been long enough to, I think it was between 500 and 600 hours. It's been a bit, but it's over 500 hours of specialized training.
And is that just to become certified in that certain field, or can you describe to the jury why you had to take that many hours?
Sure. Part of it is become a crash reconstructionist. There's 3 classes that build up to you being a reconstructionist. There 7 weeks of classes, all told, to get you to the point where you're a crash reconstructionist. Then I went to classes on the airbag control modules, being an analyst and a technician for airbag control modules. I went to classes on Burla, which is downloading infotainment systems to get data from them. I became a drone pilot for the department and learned how to use the software used to map the scene using a drone. The department decided they wanted a helicopter unit to do all the drone flights, so didn't go into a lot of practice with it, but I was certified as a drone pilot for the department.
And so you mentioned one certified, did you have to get certified in crash reconstruction?
Yes.
And you have to go through specialized, that specialized training. Would you also include your experience in there? Like, let me ask you about your experience in crash reconstruction. How many scenes, or let's just say crashes, do you believe, and I know it'd probably be an estimate, that you have worked on in your career?
Thousands, because you have to include patrol as well.
What about
on patrol? You do the initial investigation, but from TID, literally thousands. They were. It wasn't unusual, and this was one of those nights to have 5 scenes that you go to.
And so you're certified in reconstruction, and then also y'all use certain tools, like measurement tools. Is that correct?
Yes, I've had training in. First, it was the Sokia, and then later the Leica. It's surveying equipment that's been adapted to law enforcement use for crash reconstruction, but basically it's surveying equipment. And through the years, we've advanced from when I first started, you had to sight a prison. You had to look through the thing and the viewfinder and sight in the X on the thing to the prism to be able to take a shot. It later advanced to the point where you use robotic total station, and what it does is the total station follows the prism itself, and you're holding a pole with the prism and a data collector, and you're putting whatever evidence that you're marking in the data collector. And what it does is it creates a scale diagram for the scene reconstruction.
And so, I guess it's a little talking over a little bit of my head about that, but I mean, I've seen workers out in the field, like construction workers or something, and you see them holding, some guy holding the pole is in the middle of the field, and you see another guy across the field looking through something, and that's what you were speaking about earlier.
In the beginning, that's what we had to do. Now everyone either uses a robotic total station like we do, or one with GPS. We also have one that does GPS, but it's for a different purpose. It's for use with the drones. All surveyors now use GPS because you don't have line of sight issues. You can go anywhere a satellite can see you. So basically anywhere but a parking garage or under a bridge. Ours, what we still use for the most part is the robotic total station, where it follows you around. You have to have line of sight though. And what it's doing is it's collecting XYZ, and is the math term, measurements, north, south, east, west, up and down. So like if there's a hill in the roadway, it measures that. And that's what a lot of the surveyors are doing out there. For example, road work, they're preparing the grades for that and everything. Same equipment. It's just adapted to take codes for use in crash reconstruction.
And I'll ask you, how many times have you used this equipment to map a crash scene?
Yeah, hundreds.
And so let's go to the night that why you're here today. It's July 22nd, 2022. I guess rather the early morning hours of that day.
Well, it was kind of late morning hours for us. Like I said, that day we had multiple crash scenes, and as we were about to leave, then Detective Martinez, now Sergeant Martinez, found that North Patrol apparently was still waiting for us to come to a scene, and we weren't aware that we were needed there. They called earlier in the shift, but at that point they didn't know exactly what they had, and they failed to call us back. So we called out there and found out that we needed to go out to 281, and I believe it was right around TPC to handle this incident.
And so you stated just earlier in your testimony that you said several scenes that night. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so I guess y'all had a busy night.
Yes.
And was there other fatalities that night?
As I recall, no other fatalities, just lots of other scenes, life-threatening crashes. I don't remember the exact details on all of them, but several life-threatening crashes that we were called to.
And so when you actually went out to the scene, 281 and near TPC Parkway, do you recall what time it may be?
I think we got there roughly 6 a.m. Our normal shift ended, we worked from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m. on the night shift. And we didn't find out about it until after our shift had technically ended. I believe we got out there around 6 a.m.
Around that time?
Roughly, yes.
And I mean, I guess you travel in different vehicles. I mean, not everybody's getting there at the same time.
No, the sergeant went in one. We have a response vehicle. It's a F-450 pickup with a box with all of our equipment on the back. And I drove in a separate car.
And so when you arrived at this scene, is this in Bexar County, Texas?
San Antonio, Bexar County, Texas, yes.
Thank you. Were you the handling detective, or what we call the main detective, but handling the scene?
No, the detective with the report responsibility was Detective Martinez. Again, Sergeant Martinez now.
And there's already been testimony that this accident happened around 2:21 a.m. in the morning. So if y'all arrived around 6, that's about 3.5 hours later.
3.5, 4 hours later, something like that.
And when you arrived at the scene, well, tell me this, what did you see at the scene?
They had the roadway shut down. When we arrived, found there were 3 vehicles involved. It was clearly a high-speed crash due to the damage to the vehicles and the distance
I'm sorry, you say
vehicles traveled.
Sorry, you said clearly a high-speed crash.
Yes,
Are you basing that on just your experience and training or?
correct. Yes,
Okay, I'm sorry, you were stating something else when I interrupted you.
sorry. When you look at the damage to the vehicles and the distance the vehicles travel after impact, you can get a pretty good feel on high speed or not.
And so that's by actually standing there and viewing the actual vehicle.
Just one moment. Yes,
Just can we approach that?
yes.
Yes. Fine.
All right, everyone, please be seated. And defense, you wanted to take the witness on voir dire?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Detective Sergeant.
Yes. Fine. Either one's fine.
I should use your proper rank. I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about the opinion you're going to give today. Are you here to give an expert opinion?
I would say yes.
Okay, and what is that opinion about?
In regards to this, whether or not it's how the crash happened, the speed, that sort of thing.
Are you here is the basis of your opinion essentially, does it come from your use of your equipment at the scene, the Leica?
Some of it, yes.
So, and you said it's the robotic station?
It's a Leica robotic total station.
And that's different from the regular total manual station, right?
Right. The total station that would be manual would be the ones that I was referring to earlier, where you have to sight in and focus on the prism. And this one, the robotic part of it is the machine itself.
Excuse me, just one moment. Off the record for a moment.
So yeah, the jury aren't there. I just skipped the jury. Like I can fast forward it a little bit, so I just skipped the jury leaving that bit in case people thought the court's on mute. I don't know why they're on mute. Hey Jude, hope everyone is well. The court is Lou. Lou, you're gonna have a tattoo with a bit of the ashes in the tattoo. That's cool. Hi Lorraine. Well, hey KD. Or Lorraine. How we doing? Yeah, she did. Yeah, but don't be off the record. She don't be. Well, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Zoom, 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 zooming along. Hello, Lorraine. Oh, Lorraine, Lorraine. Whatever will be, will be. There's only one Lorraine to be. It's KD, Lorraine KD. We're off the record. We are off the record. We are. Oh. No, we're not. We're not live. I'm just scared of going too far forward. Oh, here we go. I'll skip it a little bit more. We're not quite live yet.
You did some diagrams in this case,
Here we
I
go.
did.
and you're going to be testifying to the validity of those diagrams.
Yes,
And did you make those diagrams using a Leica robotic station?
I did.
And you've already testified that you said from your training experience, right, that it was a high rate of speed crash, right?
The speed involved, or the crash involved, high speeds, yes.
Did you do any energy analysis? in this case?
On this, no.
You didn't, okay. And that's what I want to judge. So you're not going to offer an opinion as to speed based on any crash math or skid marks or energy analysis that you did?
Well, I measured the skid marks and scrape marks and all that sort of thing, but I didn't do an analysis of it.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Ones that you created, you didn't try and recreate it to test crash math against what you saw. You're just simply documenting what comes out of the Leica and the measurements to make the map, right?
Well, the map is used to do the speed analysis.
Yeah, they use your map to do the analysis, right?
That's
Okay,
correct.
thank you. Judge, that ends my order.
All right.
We've got no
And
objection
so-
to this witness.
No objections.
Okay.
All right. Deputy Laura, if the jurors are ready, then we can bring them back in. Thank you. But parties, please remember, I don't know the facts of your case. So you'll have to let me know what you anticipate your challenge is to an expert witness. And state and defense, make sure that with the court's rulings, with some of those exhibits where I ordered that certain things be redacted.
I hope your dog's okay, Lorraine. Sorry, just so you message. I hope your dog's fine.
That point, that's taken care of.
Yes.
I mean, this guy, as LC said, he looks spot on Higgins. Spot on Higgins. That is a great, great catch, LC. I didn't see that. That's a great catch. Hey, Chan, how are you? Let me go up a little bit further then. Oops, my bad. Sorry. Let me go back.
State, you may continue.
I think my last question was, we were talking about being at the scene, and you spoke about actually seeing the vehicles and stated that about it being a high-speed crash. Is that correct?
Right, seeing the damage to the vehicles, the distance vehicles traveled after impact, all that, I realized it was a high-speed crash.
And is that just by like observing the vehicles with the naked eye?
Yes,
And that's not doing math on it at that time? That's not doing measurements on it at that time?
no, what I ultimately did was map the scene so that we could get those measurements, so that could be done.
So, but just arriving at the scene and observing the scene and the vehicles themselves, because you stated, for one, do you recall the vehicles that were involved? Well, actually, may I approach you on that?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to show you what's been marked, like State Examiner 4. These have already been entered into evidence. And I want to ask you if you remember this scene. Thank you. I know I gave you a stack to look through there, but you look through these photos and these are the photos that were taken of the scene that night. And is that how you remember the scene?
They're accurate representations. Yeah.
Also, I want to direct your attention to a couple of poster boards here. State exhibit number 71. Is this also of the scene?
It is.
And obviously you see the HEB truck in the back and then you have the Volkswagen in the back also, but this is the Honda Accord.
Correct.
And then also state exhibit number 85, do you recall seeing this 18-wheeler HEB truck at the scene?
I do.
And then is there a truck behind there?
Yes.
And that's how you remember seeing the scene that day when you got there?
Yes. I remember those golf balls. They were everywhere.
Well, yeah, I think just to let the record be clear on state exhibit number 71, you notice a lot of golf balls in the back here. Is that right?
Yeah, they were everywhere.
They're everywhere, all over the highway.
Yes.
Now, Detective Doyle, at the time when you got there, you've spoken about measurements, you described the system or the devices, equipment that you would use to measure. What did you do at the scene at that point?
First thing we do is a quick walkthrough so that I know what is out there. The sergeant and detectives were busy painting it. It was really long, so it took a while. I think I helped them paint a little bit, final positions of vehicles, that kind of stuff. But I was looking see what evidence was out there, what scrape marks, what tire marks, all that kind of thing. Just looking at the scene in general, it's one of the first things you do is you go through and just look and see what's there, because you don't know until you look.
And then what did you proceed to next after you did the initial walkthrough?
Set up the total station.
And then you spoke about painting. And I know that the jury's already seen some of these photos. It looks like there's spray paint or something on the ground and also sometimes on a wall or something and sometimes on a tire and different colors. Can you describe to the jury why that paint was put on the ground and the walls and sometimes on the tires and describe that to the jury of why that is painted that way?
Okay, we when we have multiple vehicles involved, we use different paint colors for every vehicle. What you're marking is the evidence that's left, tire marks, scrape marks, all that sort of thing. And really more than anything else, it's to allow y'all to see it when they take the pictures. It highlights the evidence. It's basically what it's doing. And the different colors let you know that's this car, these marks are from this car, these marks from this car. When I'm going around and I'm mapping the scene, I'm not mapping the paint, I'm mapping the evidence that's there, that the paint is highlighting, so that when they take the pictures, it makes it easier for y'all to see.
Okay, so you're saying you're not putting the device on the paint, you're putting it on the evidence.
Yes, that's correct.
And that evidence is either gouge marks or tire, I guess, treads or rubber that's left by the tires?
It's tire marks left by the tires, scrape marks left by the vehicles, the area of impact, where the initial area of impact was, where the vehicle, the cord in particular, hit the wall, the final rest of the vehicles. The truck did all kinds of crazy stuff. It was flipping and sliding and doing all kinds of stuff.
And you mentioned something about area of impact. Can you describe to the jury what that term means?
Okay. In crash reconstruction, you learn real quick, you don't say point of impact, because you may be a foot or two off, let's say. What you're given is an area of impact. It's where the pickup hit the cord, the first area of impact. And you'll see a tire mark that'll be wider. You'll see gouge marks in the pavement, particularly on asphalt pavement. That's what you would see at the area of impact. This is on concrete, so you don't see that as much. You'll see scrapes, not gouges like you would see on pavement, because what happens when two vehicles hit is one of the vehicles, typically the one that's being hit, it's not the case in this one, will be forced down. And what it does is the undercarriage of the car will strike the pavement, in this case, the concrete, and you'll see those scrape marks. And the tire marks are always different there because of the forced downward force. And you'll see those marks, and that's how you know where it is. There's a secondary area of impact where the a cord hit the wall, and a third area of impact where the truck hit the Volkswagen. I think it's an Atlas. I'm not positive. It's a Volkswagen. I think it's an Atlas. It's an SUV.
So in this particular case, you had area of impact, you had 3 total.
Yes, where between the truck and the cord in the wall, and truck and Volkswagen.
And I'm going to show you. State exhibit number 25, which you've already seen up on the stand there when I asked you if you recognize these photos. This is state exhibit number 25. What is painted on the ground right there?
Yeah, the area of impact, that's the first one.
That is the first one.
Yes.
So tell the jury, how do you know that's the area of impact?
First off, there's no marks prior to this. There's no roadway evidence prior to this. That tire mark there is a wide tire mark from the truck. It's kind of it's different than what you're going to see in most of the tire marks, except for where it's going sideways and flipping. But when they're going straight, it's a little bit different than the regular tire marks. And there's scrapes there that honestly don't show up very well in this, because
You might have a better
the pavement
picture.
is gray. If you're on asphalt, you're always going to see like a chunk of pavement that's been taken out. But this is because it's concrete, it's so hard.
Right.
That doesn't happen unless
Okay.
it's in something real big.
I don't mean to talk over you. I know the court order doesn't want me to talk over, so I apologize for interrupting you. But again, this is where the pickup truck hit the Honda Accord.
Correct.
And I think you stated something just previously that before this, there was no marks.
There was no marks. There was no pre-impact braking, no evidence of the pickup swerving before, nothing like that.
So no marks.
Correct.
And why would it leave marks?
Like, let's say you're approaching what you know is going to be a crash, you slam on the brakes and it's going to leave pre-impact skid marks. So it'd be skid marks, a gouge, like regular straight skid marks, a gouge, and a strange tire mark, basically, for lack of a better word. And then everything that happened after the crash. Well, there was nothing before this.
So I'm going to show you what's marked state exhibit number 98. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And what is that a picture of?
The same thing, just facing the other way more than anything else.
And so does it show any brake marks or tire marks or anything of indicating that the truck hit its brakes.
If you'll look, this right up by your thing, this tire mark is a little bit longer, so it looks like there's pre-impact braking. Again, that's why we call it an area of impact. So it's right here somewhere. This is where the truck is reacting to it. That's where we know that happened, that the impact had happened. So the area of impact may be a few feet back a little, but this is more in a mark that happened when the crash happened.
So after the crash happened.
Correct.
Okay. And that would be a tire mark from the pickup truck?
Correct.
And that's off to the right of this photo. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, the state would ask to enter state exhibit number 98 into evidence. Senator defense, any objections? No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 98 is admitted without objection.
May I publish it?
Yes.
This is state exhibit number 98. Learn how to use this someday. I don't know if it's better. Let's see if it's better with the light on it. Well, that's better. Sorry. I think this is what we're indicating here. You're speaking earlier about the area of impact here. And that this is the area of impact, not the point of impact, but that in that area, that's where it happened.
Yes, that's where we have the truck doing something to indicate that it's been involved in a crash. And in this case, it's making the wide tire mark in that scrape. You can actually see a scrape here. You'll notice some of these pictures are better because we were out there so late. It's not night anymore, it's day. So the camera actually does significantly better in the day. You don't have to fight the settings adjusting for night. So you're going to see that some of these pictures are significantly better because they're during the day.
Okay. And so for instance, state exhibit number 25, that's darker out there.
Absolutely.
And actually that is facing north. Is that correct?
Correct.
The way that like the direction of traffic would be flowing north.
That's correct.
And then state exhibit number 98 is actually facing south down to 81.
That's correct.
And this is during the day, but it does show that what you indicated and testified earlier, there's no braking, like any type of, like I call them screech marks or brake marks or tire marks. Is that correct?
Right.
And then you pointed this out to me when we were on the stand and on this photo, but there's some spray paint here and it shows some type of tire marks here. Explain to the jury what that is.
That's again, it's the tires from the truck leaving a mark on the roadway, and that's what's being marked there.
And I'll ask you, is that brake marks or is that after impact?
It's at impact, basically.
After impact.
Yeah.
Okay. So the truck had hit the Honda Accord, and it caused these the truck's tires to make marks.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Let me check. Oh, here they are. Okay. Well, I'm going to go back over here and I'll show it to you on the bigger screen.
Okay.
Now,
Glasses.
I'm going to show you state exhibit number 28. I see there's a lot of stuff going on in this picture. Can you describe to the jury what's going on?
This is post-impact tire marks from the cord. And what you're seeing is the vehicle is spinning as it's leaving these tire marks because you have a crossover of the tire marks. Just before it hits the wall, it's spinning.
And this is, it's just a closer view, state exhibit number 29. And it looks like you, I don't know who wrote this on the wall, but AO12.
AOI too, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I.
Right.
And so that's where this Honda Accord in state exhibit number 71, it collided with the wall.
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked state exhibit number 31. That's a little further back from that. And can you tell the jury, I see like what looks like little U's around the spray paint or something. What does that mean?
The end of the mark.
The end of the mark.
It's a bracket around the end of the mark. It's basically what it is.
And those tire marks were made by which car?
The cord.
The Ford.
Yellow is the cord.
Okay, I'm colorblind, so.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
State exhibit number 32. It's sort of to the side there, but you see the area of impact, and then you also see those yellow marks off to the right that you stated. Now, I believe this is the orange marks over here. Is that right?
And that's the truck.
That's the truck. And again, what does that little U, orange U mean on there?
Same thing. That's where it begins or
Yeah.
ends, depending on how you look at it.
I also see that there's an object in the middle of the roadway there. Do you know where that particle or that object came from?
It looks like it's from the truck because the Accord is silver. Can't say for absolute certain because sometimes the outside is one color and the inside's another, but I believe it's a part of the truck.
Okay. And then state exhibit number 33 is just another picture that shows down further. And in the background, you do see the other vehicles. Is that correct?
Yes, the Accord on the right, closer the pickup farther down, and way off on the right is the Volkswagen.
I'm also going to show you what's marked state exhibit number 39. What does this indicate?
Scrape.
What does that mean?
This is where the truck, and again, I said the truck did some strange stuff. Well, this is as it's getting sideways, and it flipped on its side right there, and is leaving scrape marks on the pavement and the truck, of course.
So from where this picture shows where it went, I guess, scraping on its side, it ended up way over here
Yes.
still. I want to show you what's on state exhibit number 43. I know it's sort of hard to see on this. What does that indicate right there?
Same thing, scrape. The dots are actually, they're actually tire marks as well, I believe. It's probably pre being completely painted, if that makes sense.
I'm going to show you what's marked state exhibit number 48. What does this indicate here?
That's another one of those where the tire is sideways.
And it looks like that it sort of curves off right here. Is that right?
Right. That's another clue to speed is how straight things are. Okay. So you had the truck hit the Accord. The Accord curved off like this. It's not going that fast. The truck, if you look, almost continues in a straight line. So it continued through the impact in a straight line. As the truck slows down, now it's not a straight line, it's a curve as it's sliding around to a stop.
As it's sliding around.
Yes.
I'm looking for. Where's my area of impact? Let's just have 1 second.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'll move on. So all these marks on the road that you colored in, or not you colored in, but it was painted in, describe the scene that night. Is that correct?
They're again highlighting the evidence so that A, you can see them, and B, the CSI can see them and take pictures.
And then you also map the area with actual the devices and equipment that you spoke of earlier. Is that right?
Correct.
And then did you use those marks and those measurements to make sketches of the scene that night?
I did.
I want to show you what's been marked. State exhibit number 1 is 94. And then also 95. And also 96.
It's a little bit closer. It zoomed in.
It zoomed in. So 97. So that's just a zoomed in version.
Yes,
Okay.
the scale is inch at 40 foot.
Okay. And these are some sketches that you made for this case from that night.
Yes.
Your Honor, state is asking to enter state exhibit number 94, 95, 96, 97. Tendered to defense previously to see if there's any objections.
Oh, we're about half an hour behind, people. So from live, not too bad.
Okay, sure.
All right, states exhibits 94, 95, 96, and 97 are admitted without objection.
Thank you, Judge. May I promise to the jury?
Yes,
And may, I guess Sergeant Doyle
Yes.
step down?
yes.
Thank you.
And defense, you may move about the well.
First, I'm going to show you actually state exhibit number 95. Just describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
That's the roadway and all the evidence that I'm at. This is a concrete wall, overhead sign, concrete wall, tire marks, and they're color coded on my diagram, just like they are on the roadway.
And one thing I want, what you said, a road sign right
Yes,
here,
it's an overhead sign.
overhead sign. Can you turn around and look at state exhibit number 78?
That is it.
And that is across the top, there is the road sign.
Correct.
And that is this road sign right here.
That's correct.
Now, when you actually arrived at the scene, was this truck still there?
Yes.
And where was it located on this diagram?
Right in here.
Right in there. So tell me, how many lanes are right here that lane of travel?
Okay, it looks weird, and this is only 2 lanes, and what's happening here, and why do you see these jagged corners like this? The roadway is under construction. Now, I think it's 4 lanes, something like that. But that night, there's only 2, and there's really, really wide shoulders, for lack of a better term. And the roadway is different. I think this is an entrance ramp or something. I'm not exactly sure, but that's why the walls are the way they are. But there's only 2 lanes of travel here. It's narrowing down to where the highway as it is now ends, and it goes back to where it's like a 2-lane, not elevated highway.
The old road.
The old
Okay.
281.
And so if you travel this area, you knew that it was under construction and that it was changing back into just the old road.
The old road, correct.
And so please tell the jury what this here is and describe it to them.
Okay, that's where the truck struck the Accord, the initial impact.
Initial impact. And that's what we saw in the picture just previously.
Correct.
And then describe what this location of your AOI two.
That's where the Accord hits the wall. And you can see the turn marks are crossing over, it's spinning as it's hitting the wall and sliding to a stop.
Now, and going back here, was that Honda Accord, was it in a lane?
Yes,
And which lane was it in?
the right,
So it was within its lane,
yes.
and that's what you see from the pictures and the
Yes.
evidence at the scene,
And the damage to the vehicle.
the damage to the vehicle. And so then let's go up here. I couldn't find my picture, but I'm gonna go ahead and ask you, what's AOI three?
That's where the truck hits the Volkswagen.
The Volkswagen.
Right.
And let me make sure we have a picture of the Volkswagen.
See, I think it's an Atlas. Here for Volkswagen.
There we go. I'm gonna show up here, too, if you don't mind staying there, just looking 69 and also 68. And this evidence has already come in that it is an Atlas. So
Okay.
you're correct.
Okay.
And in fact, you have it here
Oh,
marked.
yeah. Sorry. I'm looking at the diagram, not the
Right.
labeling, sorry.
So
Go
area
slow.
impact 3. Tell me what, and describe to the jury what happens there.
Basically what happened there is a little weird. The truck had been sliding and rolling, and what it did is it came down like this on the back of the Atlas. It's a strange impact. It's not one that I can honestly say I've seen before, because the bumper of the Atlas is pretty much intact, but to the, I don't know whether it's a 2-row or a 3-row. I think it's a
There was-
3-row.
There was evidence that came in by testimony that it was 3-row.
Well, it was crushed to the back of the second row, so it was crushed like this. It's squashed down. It's really strange.
So in your experience, in your 32 years of, well, at least 32 years SAPD, you've never really seen a sort of a crash like that.
Not with damage like that, no.
And is this to scale?
It is.
So that if you use this marker here, you can determine from area of impact 1 to area of impact 3. Is that correct?
Yes, and that's where the software comes in. I mean, you can sit here with a ruler and an inch is 56.73 feet. You could, mark an inch and, just measure and do it that way, or we could just go to the software and go from this point to that point and it tells us.
So to indicate how far it is.
Correct.
All right, I'm gonna flip this around to show you what state exhibit number 94. And it's a little different, it's the same diagram, but it has a lot of different dots on it. Can you describe to the jury what those dots represent?
That's where I took a shot, is what we call it.
Mhm.
Let me describe the equipment, okay? The total station is a tripod, and it has I guess is the best way to put it. And it moves as you move. You're holding a pole that has a prism on the top with crosshairs. Back in the day, I was saying you had to sight through through there and focus it, and you had to focus it on the X within the viewfinder with the crosshairs in the prism. Well, it does that for us. Technology is great. So it follows us around. I'm holding this pole with a data collector. It has a level on it. So I'll go to a portion of evidence, level the pole, take a shot, and then I label it whatever it is. Tire mark 1. And if you look at my how I did it, I did like tire mark 1 Accord, tire mark 2 Accord, tire mark 1 pickup, tire mark 1 Volkswagen.
And that's what these dots represent. And you can't really hardly see it, but it would have those numbers on there. Is that right?
Yes, I took a shot at each one of those points.
Okay. I'm gonna show you what's marked state exhibit number 97. And I'll briefly go over that because it's pretty much just the same map, but zoomed in. Is that correct?
Yes, the scale on this is an inch and 40.
And so it's indicating on the Accord where it was found, and then also the resting spot of the Chevy Silverado with the license plates on each of them. Is that correct?
Yes, basically this is the scene. If you look at this other one, the reason why I did it was to give you context.
Can you get this, please? Speaking to.
Okay, was to give you context so that it's not just a straight stretch of 281, it's this stretch of 281 with this sign. This is my context. So that when this roadway changed, which it certainly did, that sign is still there. So you can go from this sign to there and you know exactly where you are. So that's why it's a larger scale here. It's because it's giving me this point of context. That one is the scene without the sign because you know where the context is. I'm just zooming in to help you see the scene better.
And it shows the tire marks. Is that correct?
That's correct. And you can erase the points to make it look clean. But that's the difference between the two. You can also label it and there'll be the points. This one is numbers. And you can also label it with what it is. It'll say like tire mark Accord, but it starts getting really weird when you get it there when there's so many points like this. So I'll print one, but generally it's not as useful to y'all because it looks like a jumbled mess.
And for instance, state exhibit number 96 is another where you actually can see some of the numbers and what you actually marked it as. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, thank you. You can take a seat. I wanted to show you what's been marked state exhibit number. State exhibit number 99. And I think you were mentioning something just previously here about measurements and everything and marking them.
Yes, this is the measurement data log.
And can you tell the jury what that means?
Okay. What it is it's giving me the measurements, north, south, east, west, and the elevation. Because when you're setting up the scene, I take out a measuring tape and I measured the total station. It's got a little line on it. And I measured the height of the total station. And the bar that has the prism on it with the data collector that I'm holding, it has height marks. So I enter the into the total station. The total station is 4 foot 8 inches off the ground. My prism is 5 feet off the ground. I mean, it's almost always 6 feet. You try to get it as low as possible because, again, every shot I take, you think about it, how many shots there were, it has to be level each and every shot. And that's part of why. It also gives you an elevation. So it gives you a north, south, east, west, and elevation. So in math terms, X, Y, Z. So if you're creating I don't remember the right word in math, it's basically a diagram, you would be able to do the same thing, plotting these X, Y, Z. We didn't do elevation on this one because it wasn't as critical, but this measurement log tells you the relative elevation compared to the first shot. The first shot is 0, 0, 0, and that's where the total station is.
And so that's in a sense like the legend for the dots on the maps here or on the
That's
sketch.
exactly what it is. Number one, the first one is the total station itself, and all these other points are in relation to where the total station is. So it can tell you the distance from the total station. And that's how it gives you a scale diagram.
So this time, Your Honor, the state would advise to enter state exhibit number 99 in the evidence. We'll consider the defense for the objections.
Yes.
Just
Okay.
All right, State's Exhibit number 99 is admitted without objection.
No. Dr. Doyle, I know I didn't ask you about this yet, but drag factor. Did you and Detective Martinez, go to the scene later and test for drag factor?
We did, because part of what she needs to do with my diagram is she's going to do an energy analysis, is basically what you call it. You can get speeds from the tire marks, the scrape marks, and the momentum analysis of where the two impacts happened. And you combine all that together, and that will give you the speed of the truck when this happened. That's your ultimate goal. You start at points of rest, and you move back to the first area of impact. And when you're doing your speed calculation, and you add all these items together, the momentum calculation for where the two vehicles struck each other, and then the length of the tire marks, scrape marks, all that kind of stuff. But you need a drag factor for the tire marks. That's measuring the relative stickiness of the road, I guess is the nicest way to put it. If you look at this in these pictures, sometimes you look at it, it has like grooves in it.
I'm not sure.
It's for
Exhibit number 49.
water dispersal. Yeah, you can see it right here, right along in there, right along the white line. You can see the grooves in it. It's for water dispersal, but it makes it not as sticky as, let's say, it's asphalt. Okay, so your tires stick better to asphalt than they do on this. So you have to go out and get a reading of the stickiness of the road where the crash happened.
Yes,
And
I'll move on.
sustained.
Okay. We'll move on from that. But, I mean,
Sorry.
in the end,
I like what I do. I'm just trying to explain it.
it's very interesting. We could go on forever, but
Yes.
time is limited. You know that. But the fact is you and Detective Martinez actually went out there and performed this drag factor test out there, or drag factor.
Yes, we put an instrument in the vehicle and measure it. Yes.
And measured it, and you got that information. You and Detective Martinez got that. Is that correct?
Yes, I was driving and she was collecting the information.
I want to move on to another subject. Line of sight
Yes.
from the area of impact 1,
Yes.
looking south.
Correct.
Did y'all determine how far it was, or did you look?
Yes. As we were leaving the scene, that's the last thing we did. Detective Martinez and I went down and we just measured it on the odometer because it's the easiest thing to do. Honestly, we had broken down everything. We didn't measure. We just did it with the odometer in the car, and it was roughly half a mile.
Half a mile. And so you're saying that from the area of impact 1, where the truck hit that Honda Accord, that it was roughly a half mile you could see down the road.
It was probably more than that, but for sure a half a mile.
I'm going to show you state exhibit number 98. This is looking south from the area of impact 1. And so looking back south, you're looking all the way back this way. Is that correct?
Right.
And I know that, this area has overpasses and areas like that. So what would you describe the drive up to area of impact 1? Is it a hill or is it
it's a slight rise.
A slight rise.
It's not, some bridges are like this, that are like a big, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And so you can't see, if you're here, you can't see what's over there because of line of sight. It's not like that here. It's going to an elevation, but it's a slight rise, slope is the term we use.
Thank you, Sergeant Doyle. I appreciate that. Past witness.
Defense.
Hi, Sergeant, sorry.
That's fine.
Detective again.
Works either way.
Yeah, thank you, Sergeant. So where are you working now?
District Attorney's Office.
Oh, right, okay. With these guys?
They work in the criminal trial division. I work in intake. I do the intake on the same cases that I worked before. Vehicle death cases, serious bodily injury cases, failure to stop or render aid deaths.
That makes sense, right? Because you're experienced. So, and I want to talk.
Can you talk in the mic?
Oh, yeah, sorry, it's turned on. And that makes sense. That goes with your experience, right? I wanted to ask you about some of your training and experience. You said earlier that it was not on this night in question back in 2022. You actually made 3 scenes that night.
I think that's more like 5.
Oh wow! So you made 5 scenes that night.
I think this was the 5th. I believe. I'm not positive. All I can tell you, it was very busy.
And I'm not asking you to commit to that. I thought so. 5 scenes, and that's 5 scenes in the SAPD's jurisdiction where there was either a fatality or serious injury, right?
Correct.
And this isn't uncommon on a night, is what you said.
This was a weeknight. It's kind of uncommon on a weeknight. On the weekends, that's normal.
That's normal on the weekend.
Yes.
Right. So that's a lot. That's a lot of wrecks. And on that day, you actually went to multiple crash scenes.
Yes.
And you know that when you used to do one of the responsibilities of the police to go to scene is to write a crash report.
That's the patrolman.
And that was, there may be a patrolman, a patrol officer will write a crash report, and that goes to TxDOT, the Texas Department of Transport.
That's correct.
And they use that for statistical purposes.
That's exactly what its purpose is.
And so they take you, so the patrol person, whoever that is, identifies certain vehicles. Is that right?
That's right.
And it's normally to determine who's at fault. Maybe. Well,
He gives his opinion.
There you go. In their opinion.
Correct.
That's a better way to put it. They decide, hey, and they normally describe vehicle 1, vehicle 2, vehicle 3, and so on.
That's right.
And how is it normally labeled on the report to who's at fault, in their opinion?
There's codes on the report.
Right, and so there's a code for who's responsible.
It's factors is the way it's put in there, but that's there can be a lot of different. There's something like 80 something factors.
Yeah.
But yes, that's what his opinion is.
And their opinion, they put together who they think is at fault, and they submit that to the TxDOT.
Right.
Basically, the DPS, right?
And it's actually TxDOT.
TxDOT, Texas Department of Transport.
Yes, it's separate from DPS, and like you said, its purpose is stats. That's all.
And they produce the stats for the state of Texas.
Correct.
And they produce the statistics of fatalities on the road.
Right.
And non-fatalities on the road.
Distracted driving while intoxicated.
Yeah.
It's those factors that we're talking about.
And they can break it down per county, right?
They can.
And across the state.
They can break it down by, let's say, San Antonio, Castle Hills, Balcones Heights. They can do all that.
And you can, that's available online.
I guess I've never asked for stats. I got to be honest with you.
All right. Okay. Well, fair enough. You haven't asked for stats. But did you know that was the Friday, the 22nd of July was the deadliest day on Texas roads in 2022?
Did I know that? No.
You didn't? Do you know there were 30 persons killed?
He's testifying that there's no doctor.
Sustained.
But we can agree you had a very busy night.
Objection.
All right, that objection will be overruled to the question. We can agree you had a very busy night.
Yes.
All right. So I want to go back to some of the things that you spoke about, but there were no other fatalities that night, right? To the best of your recollection.
The best.
So what I'm going to do, I know a lot of you want to watch the treadmill sentencing, so I'll stream that now as well. We'll jump on that. I think it starts in about 10, 15 minutes. I'm keeping an eye on it, so I will stream it. I'll stream it now. We're about 40 minutes behind on this one, but we'll catch up on it soon enough. Hello, Brenda. How we doing? So let's watch it. We'll watch it. I think there's enough interest here for people that want to watch it. So on this trial, I mean, we'll. If I'm being honest, I'm with Bill. If I'm being honest, and I'm never like this normally, but Bill says this mofo has got to be guilty, and I agree with Bill. I totally agree with him. So it's quite hard to listen. Like I'm sounding like Lou now. I'm sounding like Lou Barber now. It's hard to listen to this defense attorney now. I just don't know how you can justify. There's nothing in my mind. I don't get. I mean, I'm still open-minded. Obviously, I see what the defense put on, but I can't see how this guy's going to get anything but guilty. I mean, again, I'll keep an open mind, but anyway, I've had my dinner. I've had a little bit of snooze. I don't think many people noticed. I think I fell asleep. I just remember I was snoring and I woke myself up. So yeah, let's do that. We'll do that now. Let's listen to a little bit more of this, and then because then, soon we get through this, the better, I think. And then I'll put the treadmill on at about 25 past. Let's listen to 6 more minutes of this, and then I'll put the treadmill one on.
Best of my recollection, I think that was the one in San Antonio.
All right. So I think how you got to this scene is you were going off duty and then you were told that there was a scene that you had to go to.
Right. We were finishing up. After we go out to a scene, we have to send out it's a notification of the incident. And we were in the process of doing that for the scenes that we had gone to when we learned we needed to go to this one.
Right. And so you made this scene, and I guess you're not the primary investigator. That was Detective or Sergeant Martinez.
Right.
So your role was you've got the Leica manual station, robot station.
Robotic, yes.
Which is and it's on a tripod.
The total station part of it is.
Total station's on a tripod, and your job is to do this, to map the scene.
Correct.
So you said initially that you walk around the scene and you're asked to map the scene, and you helped mark things on the road evidence using spray paint.
I didn't do much marking. As I recall, I think mostly what I did was the vehicles.
Right.
As I was walking, doing it at that, when I was doing that, we were deciding what color is going to be what and all that kind of. But I marked the vehicles, I was recall, and that's pretty much it. Right. The rest of the sergeant and the detectives were out there doing that because, like I said, it's a long scene. It took a minute.
So you guys between you, whoever's there investigating, you get together. Is that what your testimony is? That you say, hey, we're going to area 1, AO1 is we're going to do orange. There's no set colors for vehicles or anything like that.
No, we determine that. We just we find out what colors paint we have. Yellow we didn't always have. Green and orange we always did, but yellow we didn't always have, but we had it that night, so we decided what vehicle was going to be what and did it.
Right. So I want to talk to you about some of the variables that are involved in this, because like you said, it's area of impact, not point of impact, right?
Correct.
Because you can't say with a percentage of scientific certainty that it's a point of impact.
Right. It's a general area. It's close.
Yeah, and so one of the other variables is you're walking around on the scene, and you said that maybe you didn't do everything, but other folks are spraying pieces of debris that they think come from certain vehicles, right?
I don't believe we marked any debris in this scene. What was marked in this scene was scrapes and tire marks, final rest. Sometimes debris is important. I'll give you an example. On a wrong way driver, when I'm trying to determine which vehicle is going the wrong way, I can find the headlight to this car and it'll be farther down the road, and I can say, okay, this car was going this way, and the others that. So we'll mark like the headlight assembly that came out of the car. I don't recall doing any much, at least on this one. It was more the roadway evidence, the tire marks, final location, the areas of impact, that sort of thing.
Fair enough. It's just that one of the things we spoke about, and I can't recall which state's exhibit it is. There was for example, captured in the picture was a bumper. We think it's a bumper, right? And that's roadway evidence as well, right?
Not really. It's roadway debris, and this is why. I don't know that moved. There were other cars on the road when this happened. I don't know if that's been moved, so I'm not going to shoot anything that I'm not sure of, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Sergeant. That's exactly my point. So we don't know. You don't know if things have been moved. Debris
wise, I don't know that debris has been moved.
Yeah.
Vehicles did not move.
No.
The reason that the 18-wheeler was not painted into the scene is because it did move. And so I couldn't say, okay, it was here when this happened. He pulled up. I believe the truck was like right up against it or something. So I didn't put that in the scene because I know where it went. Now, the vehicles did not move. The tire marks, the scrape marks, and all the things that I put in the scene obviously didn't move because they're on the ground.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it good. Bum, 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 bum. Hello, Amy. Just see you snuck in there. How are we doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Right, what I'm going to do is we're going to get because you all wanted it. What you want, good ladies, is what you get from me. Here we go. Let me switch it. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba. I don't know what song that is. It's French, I think. So, yeah, I mean, that guy, we need to put him on 1.5 on the way back because we're going back to it. We are going back to that trial. We're going to see the sentencing for this. This is I believe the treadmill trial. So you can see there. So that's why we're doing it, because lots of you want to watch it. So I will watch it, and then we'll watch the rest of, because there's plenty of time, because obviously lunch break and stuff like that in the Texas trial, we got so much time on it. And I think it's fine. We got plenty of time to catch up on it. So we're good. We're good. We're good. Right. Let's put that there. How are we anyway, beautiful people? I was literally falling asleep on that one. I still think it's a good trial. It's just I'm intrigued to see. Oh, here he is. He's in. I'm intrigued to see how for that trial the defense portray it. But we'll see. So the defense, yeah. So he can get up to 40 years in prison. Yeah, Maxi taxi, Maxi taxi, Maxi taxi, Maxi taxi. Hey, Maxi, reach for the stars, no mountain too deep, no mountain too high. Maxi taxi. She hates when I sing about her. Don't threaten us with a good time, like, hey, Bev, you know it. You know it. We know it. So we'll watch this. Hopefully, this won't take more than like an hour or so. Well, however long it takes, it takes. Do you know what I mean? So, hey, Dumpster Juice, how are you doing, my darling? Hope you're well. Yeah, I did. Just this witness is a bit boring. That's all. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I just think it's the sentencing, Elsie. So just doing sentencing because I know a lot of people said that they have to leave to watch it. So I was like, well, why not watch it? I mean, look, if I'm being honest, if I was doing a proper trial, I wouldn't stop and do it. Do you know what I mean? But that trial, when we can catch up on that, whatever. I mean, it's not that important to me, especially when I just think he's guilty anyway. So, Bill, behave. Bill, William, Bill, behave. Dumpster Juice. Hopefully, we can put a line underneath the Dumpster Juice. Start fresh today. Bill, behave. Hey, Dumpster, thank you. I like the way you handle your chats and channels. No worries. I mean, yeah, it's hey, no, look, the chats are easy when you're like this. It's when toxic people come in, then it gets difficult. Amy Lynch is here. Yes, I've been lurking, making sure you know who who isn't here. Dumpster Juice. Oh, I love it. We get it, and I love you. Thank you, Daffy Dill. Oh shit, he's here. Hi, Bill from Amy. Hi, Bill. Ooh, ooh, like an owl. Ooh, goody ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Goody ooh. Bill is similar express, similar exp. Bill is a good lad. Bill is, yeah, Bill is Bill. Bill is Bill. Bill is very much like Dave Hamburger. If you know Dave Hamburger, very much Bill and Dave Hamburger are the same. They both come into every trial going guilty. But I you know, they mean well. They mean well, I think. That's the one. That's the one, Elsie. Bill is bullshit. No, it's fine. It's fine. Bill William. Are they younger? No, they're older. Dave is 69. Bill is 55. So I mean, look, they're having they're trolling. They mean well. They're just trolling. They know that 95% of cases ends up as guilty, so they always want to say on day one, we got it right. But they've got a heart of gold. They don't mean anything bad. Willie, Billy, William. I love Bill. We love you, Crystal. T's and P's, Chris, as always. Oh, Amy, you forgot. So Crystal's going through it. Crystal's told me I can share it. Her brother obviously has colon cancer, and also he's now homeless as well. So please, guys, please put some prayers together for Crystal and her brother, and the whole family. And Crystal has COVID, so she can't help her brother who's currently homeless and has stage 4 colon cancer. So, yeah, please pray for Crystal and her family. But Crystal's feeling a little bit better, but her brother needs all the help he can get. Love you, Dumpster Juice. He's all yours, ladies. Bill single. All the single ladies, all the single ladies, all the single ladies, all the single ladies. Put your hands up if you're between 30 and 59. Bill is interested in you. If you are between 30 and 59, Bill wants to hear from you. If you are single, he'll take you out for some steak, tips, and fries over in near Foxborough or anywhere in Boston. You've not seen Bill before. Bill's been here for a week or so now. Dumpster juice, yeah. Bill's age range was 30 to 59. Corn Pope, you are a nut bar. Thanks, Amy. So, yeah, how old are you, Dumpster? I don't like to ask a lady how old you are. But if you fall in that category, Dumpster Juice, he'll take you for some steak tips. Who's a nut bar? Am I a nut bar? I got a couple of nuts, but that's about it. And a bar. Corn Pope. It's over. Hang on. Is it like this? Dumpster Juice? Hey, Bill, this is a message from Dumpster Juice to you.
People, it's over. Elvis has left the building. It's done. Over.
There you go, Bill. Dumpster Juice, it's over. Elvis has left the building. But there's plenty of others. Plenty of other fish in the sea, Billy boy. It's over, but we ain't got no quit. Ba-da-ba, 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 ba-da-ba. But I thought this would start. I should have known this wouldn't start.
Court Smart's operated by our court clerk, Sue H. Our official court reporter is present. She is the official record. The Court Smart recording is not available for release. I'd ask counsel to please enter their appearances on the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Christine Lento, appearing on behalf of the state. Assistant Prosecutor Jamie Sherman for the state.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lento. Good afternoon, Ms. Sean. Mario. Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mario Lucia on behalf of Mr. Gregor, who is seated to my left.
Thank you both. Good afternoon, Mr. Gregor. Mr. Gallucci, there is a pre-sentence investigation report in this matter prepared in anticipation of sentencing. Did you have an opportunity to review it with your client? And is it accurate for sentencing?
It is, Judge. I have an opportunity to review my client. I actually reviewed it with him in person this week, and it is accurate. There are no corrections to be made to it.
Thank you. Mr. Gregor, you have the right to address me regarding your sentencing, sir. You have 45 days from today to appeal the sentence I'm about to impose upon you. If you miss that time frame, you could lose your right to appeal. If you can't afford an attorney on an appeal, one will be appointed for you. Separately, you have 5 years from today to file what's known as a petition for post-conviction relief. Those 5 years are not enlarged or extended by any time spent on appeals. If you missed the 5-year time frame, you could lose your right to petition. And again, if you couldn't afford an attorney on a petition, won't be appointed for you. Those are your appellate rights, sir. Do you understand those?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And Mr. Gallucci, at some point today, would you have Mr. Gregor execute an appeal rights form? Should be one in the box right in front of you there. All right, so I'll hear from defense counsel. Mr. Gregor, if he wishes to make a statement. I'll hear from Mr. Gallucci if he has any family members of the defense that wish to be heard, and I'll hear whether the state objects or consents to that. Then I'll hear from the state, and I'll let the state guide me as to what victims would like to be heard. Mr. Gallucci.
Your Honor, I just want to start by commending the staff that you have here in Ocean County, from the sheriff's offices to the clerks, all the people that I was involved with over the length of this trial. And even today, they've treated me and my client with the utmost respect and dignity, and they should be commended for that.
Thank you for those comments.
Thank you. Judge Sereno is here. We have a young lady who overcame many obstacles in her life and is now the mother of a new child. She is moving on with her life, but will always be reminded on a daily basis of the loss of her first child. Then we have a young man here in the prime of his career who is just convicted of very serious crimes that will lead to his incarceration for a significant amount of time. And then we have Corey, who I never had the opportunity to meet, but from the videos I've seen and the pictures I've seen, was a gregarious, energetic, funny child who loved the solar system. Christopher's parents gave and Carolyn have regaled me with stories of Corey. And he's the victim here. So I'm going to rely on my submission to you and the mitigating factors. I believe I rely on mitigating factor 2, 7, 8, 9, and I'm going to ask you to craft a very best sentence.
Thank you. I acknowledge receipt of the sentencing memorandum by defense counsel, the sentencing memorandum by the state, some additional exhibits by the state, and a variety of letters, which I'll discuss in detail later. Mr. Gregor, sir, is there anything you'd like to say about yourself or your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please go ahead.
Just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak today. And Brianna, we haven't talked since Corey passed away. With everything that has been said, I just want to tell you that I'm sorry that you lost Corey. He was, to say simply, the best. I know we'll miss him for the rest of our lives. And the 2 years that I knew Corey were very difficult, but they were the greatest years of my life. And he was a happy, energetic, loving, radiant young boy who flourished in his life in all aspects the last year of his life. And sorry. That would be how I remember him. And Corey, wherever you are, I just want to say that I'm proud of you and everything that you did. The last months of his life, us three, Brianna, Corey, and me, we spent more time together than apart. All those hikes and walks, trips to the beach, time spent playing football and all the other sports, going to Sky Zone, the park, the playground, sledding, and all of that, I saw how much Brianna loved Corey, how much he loved her, and how well we could co-parent together. Those memories and all the good times, they'll be what I remember, and they helped me get through the tough days. And I hope that they can help you too, Brianna. I'm sorry you believe I could have done this to our son, and it pains me to know that you view my actions those months together as ingenuine, that I could have hurt the most important person in my life. What happened on March 20th was inexcusable. To you, Brianna, your family, and mine, I want to apologize that you had to see Corey treated that way. He never deserved it. I understand this single moment will overshadow all of the others, but it's not representative of who I am, who Corey was, and his relationship with me and him. I want to assure you that on April 2nd, I did nothing to cause Corey's passing. I didn't hurt my son. I love him and I still do. I regret not bringing him to the hospital sooner. I didn't know how sick he was. I didn't know. I just thought he was tired. And whether you believe Dr. Bodden or Dr. Andrews' version of the events, the outcome is still the same. Corey is gone. He had so much to give this world, and he still can. What we do in his memory, for his memory, things that he would want us to do, that's all we have now. To the court staff, sheriff officers, to the jury, and to you, Your Honor, thank you for being professional through this whole process. I understand you have a job to do today, Your Honor. Sentence me for the crimes I've been convicted of today. I ask that you please consider all of the evidence presented in and out of this courtroom when making your decision today. I ask you to sentence me fairly, taking into consideration my entire life, and not just based on the 12 days. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Mr. Bellucci, anything further from the defense side? Thank you. And I'll defer to either prosecutor for the state.
Thank you, Judge. Corey was a beautiful 6-year-old whose life was taken from him, and there's nothing that I am going to be able to say that is more important than the facts that came out in this courtroom, and more important as to what the defendant did. It is difficult to think about the suffering that Corey had to endure both during his life and during his death. It is difficult to contemplate the fear that he must have lived with every single day, doing the little things in life and even doing the simple things every time that he was with his father, the defendant. Christopher Gregor abused his son. He ended his life. And then he left him alone in the hospital to die. One can only imagine what was going through Corey's mind in those last moments. One could only imagine how scared he was, how confused that he was, how truly abandoned that he felt. And there is simply no mitigation for those actions. Aggravating factor number 1 applies. The defendant's actions were cruel and depraved beyond the elements of the offense. In regard to the endangering, Your Honor, Corey didn't merely run on a treadmill and fall. He fell, the defendant bit him on the head, and he fell 5 more times. In regard to the ending of his life, Corey suffered a laceration to his heart, but those were not the only injuries. He also had a lacerated liver and a bruise to his lungs. He suffered multiple injuries. While Corey was at the apartment, he vomited, he defecated, he endured suffering. While Corey was fighting for his life, the defendant took a selfie, not even having the decency to put a shirt on Corey. While Corey's body was shutting down, the defendant ordered food. When Corey was going into cardiac arrest, the defendant was more concerned about the date that he had set up for that night. The defendant didn't call 911. He didn't call a doctor. He didn't call an ambulance. He did nothing. And this added to the suffering that that little boy had to undergo. The defendant then throws Corey in the back seat of the car, where he is left all alone. When the defendant gets to the hospital, he tells the staff not to contact Corey's mother. While he's on the phone with Corey's mother, he does not tell her where Corey is. Not only did he end Corey's life, but he took away his last moments that he had with his family. And there is no mitigation for that. Corey did not pass surrounded by those he loved, holding his hand, comforting him. He passed alone with strangers. Aggravating factor number 2 applies. Corey was particularly vulnerable and incapable of resistance. And this goes beyond the elements of the offense. It goes beyond the father and son relationship and the young age of Corey. The defendant abused Corey. He utilized this relationship of abuse to effectuate his crimes. He relied upon the fact that this little boy was scared and wasn't going to tell in order to do what he did. He was particularly vulnerable due to how little he was, due to the relationship and dominance and control, and also due to the fact that he did have learning disabilities and maybe couldn't communicate as well as others, especially at that age. Aggravating factor number 3 applies. There is a risk that the defendant will commit another offense, and the state asks that heavyweight be afforded to that factor. The defendant in this particular case was motivated by anger at Corey's mother, anger at the situation, and he punished Corey for this. And the rage that he displays shows us that he is a dangerous person with no impulse control, and he will commit more crimes. The defendant has shown a complete disregard for the law, for DCP&P, and the court system. The morning of Corey's death, the defendant called DCP&P, blaming others that he was not responsible for doing anything to Corey. But meanwhile, he was the only person who had been abusing him. He manipulated the system, and he used the system so he could effectuate his continued abuse and ended Corey's life. During the trial, he attempted to change his mother's testimony and referred to this trial as a game. Well, it's not a game. Corey's life was taken from him. The defendant has failed to take responsibility for his actions at the time of the offense, and anything that we see in court here today, the state submits, it is only for the benefit of the defendant. The only thing Christopher Gregor cares about is himself and self-preservation. When the defendant believed that Corey had passed and he leaves the hospital, he put as many miles between what he did as he possibly could, showing his failure to take responsibility and the fact that he will commit additional offenses. He only came back to New Jersey because he hadn't been charged, showing the fact that he will commit additional offenses. Aggravating factor number 9 applies, the need to deter, and the state submits that heavyweight should be given to this factor. It goes without saying, Your Honor, that it is society's greatest interest to protect its children. Simply, there is no society without children, without the next generation, and a sentence should be imposed to deter anyone from abusing, hurting, or ending a child's life. There are no mitigating factors. Defendant's arguments that mitigating factor number 2 applies, and that he did not contemplate that the conduct would cause or threaten serious harm is without merit. A jury listened to the evidence and concluded that the defendant caused Corey's death while manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life. Mitigating 7 does not apply. The defendant has not lived a law-abiding life. And while the state recognizes that he does not have any indictable superior court convictions, he has had contacts with the law for years in New Jersey, in Maryland, in Florida, and Connecticut. Although any of these things individually may not mean a lot, when you look at them cumulatively, he has not lived a law-abiding life. Mitigating factor 8 does not apply. The defendant's conduct was the result of circumstances likely to reoccur. Defense attorney's argument in the sentencing memorandum somehow that Corey had an EEP and he was a new father. None of this shows mitigation. What it shows is a particular vulnerability of Corey. The state has also reviewed some of the letters that were submitted on the defendant's behalf, and the state submits that none of those letters show any type of mitigation. And there just seems to be a lack of concern or a disregard as to the facts that came out during the trial. And based on all of these things, Your Honor, the state is asking for the maximum sentence allowable under the law. I know that the victim's family is present and they would like to address the court.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And where would you like the victim's family to address the court from?
It's my understanding, Your Honor, that they are going to proceed up to the witness stand.
And I know we've had some people testify at trial, so obviously your full names were provided then, but if you qualify under the Victims' Rights Act, so you don't need to provide your full name. If you'd be more comfortable, you can just provide your first and last initial. But if you are comfortable providing your full name, then you're welcome to do that too. So
Thank you.
I'll let you tell me who would like to come up first.
Your Honor, I believe that Corey's grandfather would first like to speak, and he would like to actually read a letter from Corey's aunt, if he may approach.
Hi, sir. Sure. Come on up. Thank you. Just watch your step. And again, you can either provide us with your full name or just your initials.
Sure. Vito Michelo.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Corey's grandfather. Thank you. My daughter has a letter that my youngest daughter that she it's too emotional to read, so I'm going to read it, and it's something that I believe in strongly in her words. Your Honor, I am Corey Michelo's aunt. I am writing this victim impact letter and asking that you give Christopher the maximum sentence possible for the following reasons. To start off, I was very involved in Corey's life from the day he was born, as all of us were. Corey's death at the hands of Chris, a person that was supposed to love him, had left a hole in the hearts of all his family, including myself. I can assure you that Corey was always happy and loved child, up until the day Christopher entered his life. I was there the day Corey was dropped off by Christopher for the very first visit. I remember that Corey went to the room when he got home, and I noticed his lip was swollen. Upon asking him what happened, he told me his father slapped him. This goes to show Chris's intentions from the very first visit. Chris immediately chose to exert power, control, and violence to establish fear in Corey, instead of showing love, caring, established respect between them. During Christopher's visitations, I was often given the painful job of being the one to get Corey to the DCP&P worker. Many times when he showed up, he would hide in the closet and beg not to go, to the point of having a panic attack. He would tell me how scared he was of his dad and to please not make him go. As much as I wanted to tell him he didn't have to go, I didn't have a choice in the matter. Sadly, this continued for the rest of Corey's life, very short life. This is the painful reality of what Corey and my entire family had to deal with every single time he was forced to see Christopher. I think it's only fair that Christopher has to finally face the consequences of his actions. The jury of his peers found him guilty, and I urge you to make him remain in prison for the maximum amount of time possible under the law. Corey didn't have a choice and wasn't shown any mercy. So either should Chris be given a choice of shown any mercy. I would go on and tell you stories. I could go on and tell you stories about the abuse Corey unfortunately had to endure. I truly hope you heard enough during the course of the trial and will render a significant sentence that forces Chris to understand the magnitude of his actions and deters others from abusing innocent children. Thank you for your time, Corey's aunt, Nicole Mitchell. And I just want to add that for me and the times I spent with Corey, how he was trained to not say anything because he knew the ramifications. He couldn't tell me that was happening. I wanted him to tell me because I wanted to try to address it. I did try to address it with DCPMP. I made the phone calls, but he was definitely afraid of this guy. And in my short amount of times interacting with Chris, he's definitely got a very bad anger streak in him and a hate streak in him. So like I said, and like she said, please, what he said is not true. He's a very hurtful person. He's very mean. And if he has a chance to do it again, he will do it again. So thank you, sir.
Thank you for your comments, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Lento.
Your Honor, I believe that Corey's grandmother would also like to address the court.
Hi, ma'am. Thank you. Please watch your step. And you can either give us your full name or just your initials.
Rebecca Mitchell, Corey's Gmod.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, I want to start by thanking you for allowing me to address you today. I will not stand here and tell you that I forgive this monster, because I don't, and I will never. You'll never hear those words come out of my mouth. The actions of this man have greatly affected my life, the lives of my 2 daughters, my 2 sons, and my granddaughter, and 19,000 others from around the world, including Corey's teachers and doctors. On April 2nd, 2021, this man lost control and he beat my grandson, and he denied him medical attention for several hours, only taking him to the hospital by car when Corey was within an hour of death, and leaving him to die with only a nurse and hospital staff around him, denying my daughter and myself to be with Corey, and denying Corey the comfort of having people who loved him with him as he took his last breath. This is not a man who should be shown mercy. My daughter slept in my bed many nights since Corey was murdered because she was afraid to be alone. We have nightmares. I see that treadmill video in my nightmares. That video that this monster sat in this courtroom and watched and didn't shed a tear, not 1 ounce of remorse. I'm being treated for several mental health disorders since Corey was murdered: PTSD, nightmare disorder, depression and anxiety. I'm on several medications to get through the day. I can't work. I'm no longer living, Your Honor. I'm existing. Your Honor, this man took advantage of a 16-year-old child when he was 21. He used alcohol and drugs, and Corey was conceived as a result. Corey was the dirty little secret that Chris never wanted anyone to know about. He demanded an abortion. He met Corey when he came home from the hospital. He knew Corey existed, but hid the truth from his family for years. None of the Gregors wanted Corey. David Gregor told me Corey should have been aborted. This man has a long history of alcohol abuse, 2 DUIs, drug abuse, domestic violence resulting in a restraining order, and child abuse that started long before he had visitations with Corey. He abused an ex-girlfriend's son, while they were living in the Gregor home in Monroe Township. The DCPNP case was closed after the girl moved out of state. The system failed Corey, but Chris Gregor and his family also failed Corey. This man has never had to answer for any bad behavior. It seems it always went away somehow. Your Honor, my life will never be the same. Corey was wanted, loved, and doted upon by my family. We enjoyed watching and helping Brianna raise him. I have difficulty going into a store and seeing little boy clothes and toys that Corey would have loved. In September, when everyone is preparing their kids to go back to school, I wonder what backpack or shoes Corey would have chosen. I can't go to my nephew's house for my great nephew's birthday parties because seeing them makes me sad. Corey should be at those parties. I find myself looking at kids who are the age Corey would have been, and I wonder what Corey would look like now. I cry several times a day. My physical appearance has changed. My health has declined. I've aged. I'm angry, sad, bitter, and mostly I'm broken. This man has shown no remorse as he sat through the trial. I watched every second, and he didn't shed a tear for Corey. He's had discussions with fellow inmates about wanting Brianna to be killed. I'm sure he doesn't think we heard about that, but with social media, things do get out. This is not a man who can be rehabilitated. My family lives in fear, wondering if he will attempt to have my daughter killed, because we all know what he's capable of. My granddaughter visits her brother's grave and sits on the ground and plays with toys left there for Corey by strangers from all over the world. This makes me so sad. Watching Brianna watch her daughter play at Corey's resting place. And Corey wanted a baby sister so bad, and now she's here, but he's not. And Chris Gregor is the reason he isn't here. I often wonder what or how we will explain to my granddaughter that Corey isn't here. Do we tell her his father killed him, so then she can wonder if that's what daddies do? Your Honor, Corey also wanted a father, but instead he got this monster who ridiculed him, deprived him of food, love, compassion, and beat him and abused him daily until his final beating on April 2nd, 2021. Your Honor, Corey knew he was going to die. On the Sunday prior to Corey's death, just 5 days before his death, Corey was at my house and preparing to take a bath. When he undressed, he was covered in bruises in various stages of healing. One stuck out because it was very large, and it was on the left side of his chest. I had to turn away so Corey didn't see the tears in my eyes. Once Corey was dressed, we sat in my bed. Corey looked at me and he said, "Hey, Gma, does God see what my daddy does to me?" I told him God sees everything. His voice got very low. He said, "Why doesn't he help me?" My heart was breaking as I told him that God was helping someone else who needed him more right now. Corey then asked why his daddy wasn't going to hell. And I replied, "He will someday." That same Sunday, Corey was outside writing with chalk on the sidewalk. Later in the day, Brianna and I noticed that Corey had written, "I died," near our front door. Corey's curiosity about God, heaven, and death grew prior to his death. On April 2nd, when Corey was getting ready to go back to Chris Gregor's house, I told him, take my cell phone and hide it and call when, not if, when his dad beats him. He said, "Gma, I can't." I told him to run to a neighbor, to which he replied, "I can't." His little face so serious. Corey knew nobody could help him. He knew he was going to die, and he accepted it. Your Honor, my conversation with Corey 5 days prior to his death and the day of his death will forever haunt me. My family was not allowed to be with Corey as he took his last breath because this man wouldn't tell us where Corey was. We weren't allowed to see Corey after he passed at the hospital because he was now evidence. My 6-year-old grandson was dead and now labeled evidence. This is what I have to live with every single day. Corey was taught in preschool by a lovely teacher, Kristen Oyen, that actions have consequences. Please teach this man that his actions have consequences. On May 1st, 2014, Corey Travis Michelo was born. I was there holding Brianna's hand, and I was there to cut Corey's umbilical cord. When he was placed in my arms for that very first time, I whispered, "Hi, baby. I'm your grandma. I'll love you and protect you forever." Your Honor, I wasn't able to keep my promise to protect Corey, so I'm begging you to give Gregor the harshest punishment possible today. Corey Travis Michelo loved the solar system. He loved to draw. He loved his mommy and his family. He was smart and funny. He loved helping others. Corey wanted a daddy, but instead he got this monster, Gregor. Your Honor, please give Corey justice today. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Ms. Lento.
Thank you, Judge. I believe that Corey's mother would also like to address the court.
Hi, please come on up, please watch your step. Again, you can use your initials, your full name.
Brianna Mitchell.
Thank you, please have a seat.
Your Honor, my name is Brianna Mitchell, and I appear before you today not only as a grieving mother, but also an advocate for justice. On behalf of my son, Corey, I stand here before you to plead for justice that Corey rightfully deserves, and to press for the maximum sentence of Christopher Gregor, whose actions have inflicted irreparable harm in our lives. For you to fully understand the gravity of the situation, I will flash back to the July of 2013. This day marks the beginning of a traumatic journey defined by manipulation, abuse, and ultimately an unspeakable loss. At 16, I first met the defendant, who was 21 at the time. He proceeded to feed me drugs, alcohol, and took complete advantage of me, which led to the conception of Corey. From day one of my pregnancy, I knew I would keep Corey, regardless of the way he was conceived. Corey didn't ask to be brought into this world, and I knew I owed it to him to bring him into this world with unconditional love. Corey was and still is my life, my world, and my everything. I would also like to speak about my past, which I am not 100% proud of. You heard a lot about it throughout the trial, and so did a lot of the world. It was very upsetting for that to come out because I've worked extremely hard for many years to be where I am today. I admit I abused drugs, but during the trial it was made out that for some reason my son deserved to be killed because his mom was a drug addict. That is absolutely disgusting. I stand here today clean and sober, and I know Corey would be so proud of me. Unfortunately, my son is no longer here to tell his story, so I'm here to be his voice and tell his story along with all the others sitting in the gallery who have continued to stand by me. Not once have you seen the defendant shed a tear for Corey in the last 3.5 years since he killed him. And today was fake. I don't believe a word he said, and I don't accept any apologies. He has no remorse for any of the actions he committed. And his only remorse, like you saw today, was for himself because he got caught and convicted. Another reason I could think of is, everything he had done to Corey was done out of spite towards me. Another reason I could think of is he's sick in the head and used Corey as his punching bag. On April 2nd of 2021, was not the first time that he abused Corey, but it was the last time. He never had an ounce of love for Corey. And to the defendant, Corey was just an inconvenience in his life. He never hugged him. He never praised him. He never told him he was proud of him or that he did a good job. He punished Corey every chance that he could get, and I cannot even begin to imagine what my son dealt with behind closed doors with this man. On April 2nd of 2021, I hesitantly dropped Corey off at the defendant's home, which is a mistake that will haunt me for the rest of my life. I kissed my son goodbye unknowingly for the last time. I wish I knew what was going to happen and I would never let him go. At 3 p.m. the same day, I received a phone call from the defendant where he stated Corey was very sick and he was taking him to the hospital, and then hung up on me after he asked for my insurance card. As an extremely concerned mother, I called him back with no answer and continued to do so along with texts for hours to find out where Corey was and what was going on. For those few hours, my mother and I called every hospital in the area with no luck. The very last hospital finally said he was there. Then there was a knock on the door. It was our local police there to tell me Corey had passed away. My healthy 6-year-old boy who was just alive as well with me a few hours ago is dead. My heart dropped and my whole body collapsed from the shock that took over my whole body. I was unable to breathe. My mind was racing and I felt like I was no longer inside my body. All I remember is screaming that they had the wrong child because Corey was fine this morning. I actually convinced myself that it wasn't him and they had the wrong kid for a while. My next question was, where is Chris? I needed to know what happened, and he was nowhere to be found until the next day when I found out he was in Tennessee. No one was able to tell me what happened to Corey except Corey died at the hospital. I couldn't even see my son until a week later at his funeral because his body was evidence. The defendant took away my chance to say goodbye to Corey while he was passing away. And not once did he pick up the phone he was using to converse with many of his girlfriends, to call 911, to seek medical attention, which could have potentially saved Corey's life. Instead, he allowed Corey to suffer silently for hours. Once he realized how bad it was, he threw him in the car and then proceeded to drive 15 minutes to the hospital. He slowly walked Corey into the hospital with no sense of urgency, even when he knew how bad his condition was. I fully believe that if we took Corey to the hospital as soon as he received the lethal blow, he could still be here today. There were many steps he could have taken to save my son's life. Instead, he sat home and let Corey slowly die for hours. Every day since April 2nd has been an absolute living nightmare, and it is now the new reality for me to replay Corey's horrific death repeatedly in my head. It's the first thing I think about when I wake up in the morning and the last thing I think about before I fall asleep at night. I dread normal conversation with people because I always get asked, how many kids do you have? I say 2, and they follow up asking how old are they? That's when the grief sinks in, and I have to tell them my 6-year-old was killed by his father. It is such an indescribable feeling when I found out I was pregnant with my daughter. A sense of guilt was all I could feel. I wanted more kids, but how do I love another child? Is it fair to Corey? That is all I could think about. Now I know this is not true, and I love my daughter with all my heart, but I always will feel an emptiness, no matter how many children I have. My new reality is explaining to my daughter what happened to her big brother and why is he not here. I live in fear every day, every second of the day that something will happen to my daughter and I will lose her too. It's a horrible feeling and it causes me such bad anxiety. I take her to the cemetery to see Corey every weekend. And at a 1.5 years old, she knows where Corey is buried. It is every week. It is heartbreaking. She sits and plays with the cars and toys we left there for him. I live in a nightmare and I would never wish this feeling or how I must live with on my worst enemy. Throughout everything he did to Corey, Corey still loved him. He looked up to you and he still wanted to be, I'm sorry. And he still wanted him to be like a real father who treated him like a son. Instead of being a good role model for Corey, he decided to beat him to death. Why? Were you jealous of him? Did you hate me so much that you took it out on Corey? Were you abused as a child? Not that that's a good excuse, because you could have overcome it and became the protector he needed as a child, but instead you became a killer. There was no amount of love in his actions and only a disturbing amount of hate. It seems like he hated Corey simply because I loved him, and he felt deprived of that love. He couldn't even control himself for long because after the first visit with my son, he started abusing him. My son didn't even know him and he was beating him. He was abusing him from the first time. I thank God. I hate you for not letting me say goodbye to my son, but I thank God your face is not the last one he saw. I'm sorry. What this monster did was pathetic, disgusting, and I wish him nothing but the worst. One could only hope that karma comes to him quickly. After all he's done, you would hope he'd admit what he's done, but no. Instead of grieving, I had to fight for justice for 3 long years. Go to trial just to relive everything. I had to see that video that I never wanted to see. I didn't have to see it until 2 weeks before this trial. I went 3 years without seeing it. Oh, I'm sorry. Just for you to be found guilty anyway. What was the point of that? Just to make it worse for us? Are you that crazy that you convinced yourself you didn't do this? I hate you. I will never forgive you. And I'm going to skip that one. You have stolen my full potential at happiness. And I will never have my son back. My family will never feel whole again. My daughter will never get to meet her brother. And my boyfriend will never get to be the father that the defendant should have been to our son. He took my whole world away from me. He has shown and proven to be that special kind of dirtbag he claimed I was. Your Honor, all this monster had to do was say he did not want to be a father. No one would have made him. I would have happily continued to raise my son alone with the help of my family. He had many opportunities not to do this to him. He is in this current situation due to his own actions, and every day he will have to live with this. He deserves nothing less than to experience the pain, suffering, and isolation that he inflicted on Corey. I hope that every moment he spends in prison is haunted by the torment of knowing he killed my child. I fear when Christopher Gregor gets out of jail, whenever that is, he will come after my family and I again. I fear for our lives. His twisted mind truly thinks that I caused all this and that he's in jail because of me, even though he's here because he killed him. I truly believe if he ever gets out and gets the opportunity, he will kill me. Your Honor, Corey should be going into 5th grade in September, hanging out with his friends, playing sports and enjoying his life. Instead, he will never experience finding his first girlfriend, graduating high school, falling in love, driving a car, getting married, or having kids. Christopher robbed him of his entire future, and Corey could have easily lived until he was 80 years old. He stole over 70 years from Corey and thousands of memories he could have made. I will never see my son again. I miss him and I love him so much. There are countless reasons Christopher deserves the maximum sentence. He rejected what I considered a generous plea deal, which shows how selfish and ignorant he is as a person. I beg you to not allow this injustice to continue, and he must face the full consequences of his actions. Thank you for allowing me to speak, Your Honor.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Ms. Lenta,
Your Honor, the state would move for imposition of sentence. I don't know if counsel has anything else.
you previously asked for permission to play some video. You wish to do that? Mr. Galucci, do you have something else?
Yeah, Your Honor, Mr. Gregor, if you would allow it, at this point, would like to address the court.
What's the state's position?
Your Honor, we would defer to the court.
So I offered you that opportunity earlier, and I don't want this to become, I was about to ask Ms. Mitchell to address her comments to me, but I don't want this to become an attack by one family on the other. I'd be happy to hear comments directed towards character issues or the sentence to be imposed, not to refute topics that are outside the scope of this trial. So with that proviso, I'll be happy to hear from, you're talking about David Gregor, correct?
I am.
Yes.
I haven't spoken to him, so his son would like him not to speak.
Well, I'm not going to take a position one way or the other. Mr. Gregor, I recognize you obviously from testifying at the trial. If you'd like to speak. I have your letter. I read your letter and your wife's letter.
To be honest with you, having just learned I had the opportunity to speak 5 minutes before we began, I actually would like to read the sentencing letter as it's all factual information and is related to the last year and a half before he's left.
So it's questionable whether or not you actually have the right to speak. What I indicated to Mr. Galucci is my practice typically is to exercise some discretion to allow an immediate family member of a defendant to speak. But I've read every single letter submitted on behalf of the defense. And so and your letter is 8 pages, single spaced. So I'll be happy to hear some comments from you or some summary of that. But I mean, I can read, sir, and there's no point you reading all 8 pages again for the benefit of whoever. I have it. I've read it thoroughly. So, but again, I'd be happy to hear from you by way of whatever you'd like to add or summarize.
Your Honor, if you don't mind me summarizing on the fly, I think there's factual information that refutes some of what I just heard.
Your Honor, the state's going to object to that. I mean, we're here for sentencing. The defendant has been convicted by a jury of his peers. Him making at this point in time in the sentencing factual discrepancy arguments is not appropriate, and we would object to his comments at this point.
So first, let me say that despite all of the information that's been submitted by both sides, I'm not allowed to sentence someone for things that haven't been proven. So while I appreciate people have made various comments about conduct outside the scope of these crimes, I'm just simply, and I was going to place the detailed reasons on the record why I'm not permitted to consider certain things. So you may not need to refute the things you need to refute, but I'm going to exercise my discretion and allow you to provide some type of verbal statement to the court that you believe is relevant to the sentencing, with the understanding the state can object in the middle of that if it becomes improper.
Thank you, Judge.
I just ask you to perhaps move up a little bit so we can make sure we pick you up on the court's recording system. That's perfect, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead. Yeah, that's fine.
So I said in the court, for when we were allowed, my wife and I, for every day I could be at the hearing, there was a lot of information in terms of Corey's upbringing while he was at the Gregor house in Monroe Township. And quite frankly, there were some references today to it that alluded to the fact that he was abused during that time period. At the first visit, which I was a part of, he left with a bloody lip, and he did, from getting a soccer ball in the mouth when he bent down to pick up the ball. I think in all fairness to Chris, despite the fact that we looked at a 12-day time period in terms of determining his guilt, that you look at the holistic life with Corey from the day he entered the Gregor household on the first visits to the point where they left and they went to Barney. I think it's unfair to say that during that time period, he was unhappy, he was afraid to go to the Gregor house at first when he was doing the visitations. He liked nothing better than to come to our house. He was treated like a king. Many times he was supervised with myself and my wife. His turnaround in school was absolutely incredible. He came to us classified as emotionally disturbed. And part of the reason that we agreed as a family to assist Chris in bringing him to our home was the background that not only Chris had with schooling and dealing with children who had those kinds of disabilities, was because of my involvement with my children and bringing them up through the education system. I listened and I heard about socioeconomic as to why he was doing so well with us in terms of his development, and I think that's just totally unfair. Corey thrived when he was in Monroe in every aspect. His speech improved, his ability to go from classes where he needed constant help to thriving in a general education class, to the markedly increase of his grades, to his social ability. He joined all types of sports. Chris was actively involved in everything from soccer, basketball, baseball, whatever he could play, Chris fostered it. Chris volunteered to coach. To say that he was unhappy and he was abused, it didn't go on for the 8 months he was at our house. And I can say that on behalf of my wife, my other son, and my daughter, who interacted with him daily. When I hear stories about how he was afraid to come to the house and talk about certain things that Chris did, there are many things he shared with me that I'm sure you don't want to hear in terms of his treatment beyond our house. It's in my letter, and I know you've read it. I also know that you have access to the DCP reports. There's a lot of factual information that didn't come out in the trial, and it's a shame. I know you consider, and the judge, the jury considered only the evidence that was presented. The problem is all this information went out through the media, and only one side went out. You've noticed since day one that my family and I sat back and said nothing. There's much we could say to counter what was being presented here and what was being presented in terms of attacking us on social media. There's so much more to say. I trust that you've read the 8-page letter. I had only hoped that the information in there, and it's all factual information, it's all backed up by going to a police report, a DCP report, statements on the telephone. Everything that I said, there's a piece to back it up. It's evidence. It's not my opinion. It actually happened. The problem is those 8 pages are not read to anyone else. It's going to be up to me and my family subsequent to this to get that information out, because what was presented here is so one-sided. I don't know. And I don't use the word fair or equitable, but in terms of Corey's upbringing and how well he was doing, it wasn't talked about and it wasn't presented. And I think that's a shame.
Thank you for your comments, sir. All right, anything more from the state?
Your Honor, we do have some pictures we would like to show the court regarding Corey. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. This case is about Corey, and the state would move for imposition of sentence.
So thank you. The record will reflect that the state played a PowerPoint type video presentation of approximately 3 or 4 minutes of certainly non-inflammatory pictures of Corey, many of them appearing to be when he was engaged in certain activities, others appearing to be perhaps some class pictures or school pictures. The court notes that that is specifically permitted under the Victim Rights Act, New Jersey Statute 52:4B-36.1, not only allows the survivors of a homicide victim to play or to speak at sentencing, but also to present a photograph comprised of a still photograph, a computer-generated presentation, or a video presentation of the victim. And even there was no objection, I wanted to place on the record that that is what's occurred, and the pictures were all thoughtful presentations of Corey as a boy up to approximately 6 years of age. I'm going to make a series of findings and review some facts. I appreciate you had your client stand. When I get to pronouncing sentence, I'll ask him to stand again. So first, there's a pre-sentence report prepared in this matter which the court's required to consider. It confirms that defendant was found guilty by a jury verdict on May 31, 2024 of counts 1 and 2 in indictment 22-07-1332, count 1 being endangering the welfare of a child, a second-degree crime for events occurring on March 20, 2021, and count 2, the lesser included offense of aggravated manslaughter, a first-degree crime for events occurring on April 2nd, 2021. Defendant is now 32 years of age. He reported to the pre-sentence investigator that he's in poor physical health as a result of sports injuries, including a left ankle injury. Those injuries are not particularly relevant for sentencing. Defendant has been able to receive appropriate care in the Ocean County Jail, and the New Jersey Department of Corrections would be able to provide appropriate care for any such injuries. He reports being in good mental health. He graduated Monroe High School in 2010, and he attended various colleges, first in Connecticut and then transferring to various other locations, ultimately attaining a Bachelor's of Science degree in psychology in 2015 from Ashford University. He thereafter continued his education, attending a master's program at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore, where it's reported he obtained a master's degree in special education with a secondary degree or certification in mathematics in 2019. Part of the testimony at the trial was that the defendant was working as a teacher in a program for underprivileged or disabled children for approximately 4 years when he returned to New Jersey after learning that he was Corey's father. He has no military history. He's single. His only child was Corey, who's obviously the victim in this case. Thereafter, the defendant also had some employment in construction. He has a substance abuse history by his own report of alcohol and marijuana, which he describes as only socially, and prior cocaine use, which he describes as, quote, rarely, close quote. In terms of treatment, defendant attended a treatment program via Catholic Charities in 2019 for marijuana use, as that was ordered by the Division of Child Protection and Permanency, otherwise known as DCP&P. In terms of prior contacts with the criminal justice system, the defendant has no ascertainable juvenile record. The pre-sentence report provides information about criminal record, not only as an adult, but as a juvenile in this or other states or in any United States court. So as an adult, defendant had a municipal ordinance charge against him for loitering in Jamesburg in 2011, for which he received fines in municipal court. That's not a crime or offense under the Code of Criminal Justice in New Jersey. It's a local ordinance violation and is of somewhat little weight, little to no weight really, with respect to this sentencing. In February of 2020, defendant was charged in the borough of Spotswood with marijuana offenses and pled guilty or was found guilty of possession of drug paraphernalia with intent to use, a disorderly persons offense in New Jersey. That is not a crime or a felony level or indictable offense, but it's a disorderly persons offense. His next reported contact was the endangering charge and the homicide charges. In this matter, the court has received numerous character letters from both sides. Or I should say character letters from the defense and victim impact letters. Let me make clear what I have considered and what I'm allowed to consider in this matter. I've obviously considered the pre-sentence investigation, as I'm required to do that. It's mandated by both statute and court rule. The excellent sentencing memoranda submitted by both sides. The character letters submitted by defendant's friends and family, as I'm required to consider those. The state has submitted additional exhibits, which I've reviewed and we'll talk about in a moment. And I have considered those letters submitted on behalf of Corey by persons who qualify as members of Corey's family and/or qualify under the Victim Rights Act to be able to submit information to the court. The court staff has also received several hundred letters from around the country and, in fact, from other countries by persons who do not meet the definition of being heard as a victim under the Victim Rights Act or the Victim Rights Amendment to the New Jersey Constitution. In a homicide case, the victim includes a spouse, parent, legal guardian, grandparent, child, sibling, domestic partner, or civil union partner of the decedent. New Jersey Statute 52:4, uppercase B-37. So I'm not permitted to consider those letters or review them. My court staff engaged in an excellent system to screen me from things that I'm not permitted to consider, and no part of my sentencing decision today is based upon those letters. I certainly respect everyone's right to have an opinion, but a sentencing proceeding in a criminal court is not permitted to be based upon a popular opinion poll. Instead, I'm required to make my decision based upon the Code of Criminal Justice in New Jersey, the aggravating and mitigating factors set forth in New Jersey's sentencing statute 2C:44-1 and the Supreme Court and appellate precedents that are binding upon me. The letters I have reviewed, however, that are permissible for me to review, present two diametrically opposed portraits of the defendant. Defendant's friends and family characterize him as a loving and caring father, that he gave up his career teaching in Baltimore and returned to New Jersey upon learning that he was Corey's father in approximately 2019. They claim that Corey was the center of defendant's universe. He took Corey hiking, on trips to the beach, bought him a bicycle. After residing at his mother and father's house for several months, he moved to his own address, a multifamily complex in Barnegat, where he could enroll Corey to school. Family indicates that at times Mr. Gregor was able to work remotely so he could care for Corey a greater period of time. They claim that Corey's grades improved, his subject matter skills improved in school, his behavior improved. Refer to the fact that defendant had an apartment with a separate bedroom for Corey where there were toys, a bed, and furniture. Many of the letters express a great deal of frustration and even anger about comments on the internet and the intense social media coverage given, as well as some of the news media coverage. It's not appropriate for this court to respond to the comments people have made on the internet. I did not review them, and I don't intend to. Many of the letters on behalf of the defendant also talk about various custody and parenting time issues and that litigation, some of which was relevant at trial and was discussed. But this is a criminal sentencing proceeding, and it's not an appropriate forum to relitigate those custody orders. Many of the letters submitted on behalf of the defendant also indicate agreement with the opinion expressed by Dr. Michael Bodden. It's at times criticized me for not somehow telling the jury to accept Dr. Bodden's opinion over Dr. Andrews. Credibility questions are reserved exclusively for the jury, and that is whether it be a fact witness or an expert witness. Anyone who's here for the trial knows I gave the jury detailed instructions with respect to every expert witness. I read a separate instruction on the jury's evaluation of expert testimony. A jury can accept all of an expert testimony, part of it, or none of it. And that was the jury's province to do so. It was not for me to interfere with that. In fact, it would have been inappropriate for me to interfere with that. Both experts were well qualified. While Dr. Bodden may have somewhat more notoriety, Dr. Andrew was obviously a well-qualified forensic pathologist with years of experience and even a pediatric specialty. Defendant's mother and father wrote very detailed letters to this court. I have no doubt that they are genuinely suffering as a result of this. They indicate that they lost their first grandchild as a result of it. Defendant's father submitted an 8-page letter where he expresses how the loss has affected him and his wife, as well as a great deal of comments with respect to, or I should say a great deal of frustration with respect to the comments on social media. Defendant's mother also submitted a very heartfelt letter about how this has affected her as well. Defendant's other family members and many friends submitted letters attesting to his character. There were 14 letters on behalf of family members, 23 letters on behalf of friends. I've considered them to the extent they're appropriate. However, one thing is important to address. Many of the letters submitted on behalf of the defendant tried to portray the treadmill incident in a certain way. They indicate that defendant Christopher Gregor was a driven athlete, that he learned as a child, if you fall, you get back up. And they tried to portray the treadmill incident as simply that. If you fall, you get back up. That is an unreasonable and inaccurate portrayal of what we all saw on the treadmill incident. You cannot analogize that treadmill incident to a young boy or girl learning to ride a bike without training wheels and falling. Son, get back on and try again. That's not what we saw in the treadmill incident. The victim side has submitted a variety of letters which present a starkly different picture. They portray the defendant as a monster. They described acts defendant has committed against Brianna, Mikolo, other acts against Corey, and even against third parties, all of which were outside the scope of this trial. The claimed defendant has a long criminal record, that he's been convicted of offenses. Some of that was mentioned by the victims today, the victim representatives that spoke today. The court can only sentence a defendant for what he's been convicted of, not for actions described respectfully in hearsay accounts that are not supported by criminal judgments of conviction or some other finding by a court or written admission by a defendant or oral admission under oath by a defendant. In fact, courts are not permitted to use what's called as propensity evidence absent a prior criminal conviction. The state has also submitted for my consideration a series of exhibits detailing police reports or at times reports from campus security officers at various colleges. The vast majority of those incidents appear not to have resulted in any criminal charges. A couple of incidents appear to have resulted in some criminal charges which were ultimately dismissed. And as I say, the pre-sentence investigation report would include anything that would result in a conviction, even something as simple as a municipal ordinance or a DUI. Every day when I do sentencings, I see someone has a DUI in this state or other states. There's no DUIs listed on defendants' criminal history. Some of the things that the state has submitted are relatively minor. A campus security report of a security guard going to a dorm room, finding 8 or 9 students and a bunch of empty cans of beer. Even if that were accurate and proven and something I could consider, it's really not of much consequence. Some of the other things are a little less flattering. There's police reports from all the states that Ms. Lento indicated. But as I said, it appears almost none of them resulted in charges, and there were no convictions if there were any charges. The state relies upon a rather outdated case called State versus Green from 1973, asking me to rely upon these things so I can get a composite picture of the whole person. And in that older case, our courts used to consider that a judge could rely upon charges that have been brought and dismissed to determine whether or not the defendant was deterred from future conduct. In other words, you were fortunate enough to have the charges dismissed, therefore you should be deterred from future criminal conduct. And while that sounds rational enough, our Supreme Court in 2015 made clear that that is not proper for a sentencing judge. In State versus KS 220 New Jersey 190 at 199, a 2015 New Jersey Supreme Court case, our Supreme Court made clear that it is disapproving of Green insofar it allowed courts to consider arrests or dismiss charges as it relates to deterrence. It made clear that deterrence is directed at people who have been convicted of wrongful acts or have otherwise admitted wrongful acts. I don't mean admitted them in a line in a police report. I mean admitted them under oath or admitted them in a written statement or a Mirandai statement or something to that extent. So while everyone tries to paint a very unflattering picture of the defendant, I don't have the luxury of considering those hearsay documents. There's plenty of times here that a police report's been inaccurate. Many of the incidents submitted by the state involve allegations of campus security officers about 6, 7, 8, 10 students, of which the defendants once mentioned. So whether they're accurate or not, there's not accurate proof before me to rely upon those. There's also been some suggestion about, in some of the letters submitted, about favoring one side or the other in this trial. Let me make clear, I had no prior involvement or knowledge of Mr. Gallucci. I never met him prior to the first time he appeared for Mr. Gregor. I have no knowledge of the Gregor family or anyone associated with the Gregor family. If I did, I would have disqualified myself from the case, like I do every week when, for some reason or another, I know something about a person, a defendant, a case, a witness. There's plenty of other judges that I would just I would have the case sent to. So now I have to gauge into consideration of the aggravating and mitigating factors that are presented here. The state is entitled to be a forceful advocate for its position, and it advocates that I find aggravating factors 1 or 2. Aggravating factor 1 is appropriate when considering the nature and circumstances of the offense and the role of the actor in committing the offense, including whether or not the offense was committed in an especially heinous, cruel, or depraved manner. Aggravating factor 2 is appropriate when the gravity or seriousness of the harm inflicted on the victim, including whether or not the defendant knew that the victim was particularly vulnerable or incapable of resistance for a variety of reasons: advanced age, ill health, extreme youth, like Corey being young, or for any other reason was substantially incapable of exercising normal physical or mental power of resistance. So at first review, clearly you could say that those factors factually apply, and they do factually apply. But the analysis is not that simple. The question is whether they legally apply such that I can find them for the purposes of sentencing. Again, I don't have the luxury of expressing a personal opinion. I'm guided by our sentencing statute and precedents, which I must follow. It's well settled that elements of a crime, including those that establish its grade, may not be used as a judge as aggravating factors for sentencing of that particular crime. Our Supreme Court has said to do so would result in impermissible double counting. In other words, counting the element of the crime and then increasing the sentence by saying it's particularly heinous or cruel. State versus Lawless, 214 New Jersey, 594 at 608, a 2013 case. State versus Krumphold, K-R-O-M-P-H-O-L-D, 162 New Jersey, 345, 353, a 2000 case. Our Supreme Court has said that sentencing courts must scrupulously avoid double counting facts that establish the element of a relevant offense. State versus Fuentes, 217 New Jersey, 57 at pages 74 and 75, a 2014 case. Ms. Lento argues that the acts in this case go beyond the elements of the offense, and she's a zealous advocate and she's entitled to argue that. However, with respect to the heinous nature of the acts, aggravating factor 1, whether something's heinous, cruel, or depraved, the jury instruction on endangering the welfare of a child contained various elements that the state had to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Included in that element was cruelty. In fact, that appeared on page 16 of the jury charge, and it has a long definition of note, includes inflicting upon a child unnecessary suffering or pain, either mental or physical. The willful act of omission or commission whereby unnecessary pain and suffering, whether mental or physical, is caused or permitted to be inflicted on a child. Or exposing a child to unnecessary hardship, fatigue, mental or physical strains that tend to injure the health or physical and moral well-being of the child. Also, a detailed definition of abused, which is substantially similar. I read these in detail to the jury at trial. I don't need to read them now, but despite the zealous arguments by the state, that cruel, heinous act is an element of endangering the welfare of a child. What makes the treadmill video endangering is not one slip on the treadmill video. Now, although no one's specifically said this, I guess it could be argued that endangering the welfare of a child applies to a victim under the age of 18. And this could have happened to someone who was 16 or 17, and therefore, because Corey was 6 and a small child, that makes it worse. But this type of abuse wouldn't have been successful, for lack of a better term, on a 16 or 17-year-old. A 16 or 17-year-old would have been able to run on a treadmill, would have known how to get back on. The abuse on the treadmill is only inflicted because Corey is of that youth. So aggravating factor 2, that Corey's incapable of resistance because of extreme youth, is again an element of the offense. You can't picture a high school 17-year-old or 16-year-old being put in that situation. You can picture, and we all pictured and we saw it at length, Corey being put in that situation because of his youth and his father's ability to control him. There's no audio in the treadmill video, but obviously Corey's getting back on the treadmill, not voluntarily, and then towards the last 2 falls, Corey's picked up by his father and put back on the treadmill. So those are elements of the offense, and as much as I would like to say, yes, they're present, they're not legally sustainable, and all I'd be asking for is an appellate court to tell us they're not legally sustainable. So I can't find aggravating factors 1 or 2 because the offenses include that. The same is true with respect to the aggravated manslaughter offense. Not only did the state have to prove the defendant caused Corey's death recklessly, the state had to prove the defendant did so under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life. Again, in the jury instructions, I advised the jury of what that means, that the state had to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant acted under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life. And that phrase does not focus on the defendant's state of mind, but rather on the circumstances under which he acted. In light of all the evidence, the jury had to find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's conduct resulted in a probability of death as opposed to a mere possibility of death. And if so, the jury could then find, as it did, that the defendant acted under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life. So, therefore, on the aggravated manslaughter charge, I can't say I'm going to double count and it was extremely heinous and cruel, because extremely heinous and cruel is an example of conduct manifesting extreme indifference to human life. And one of the reasons it's extremely indifferent is because it was perpetrated on a 6-year-old, 60-pound boy who obviously wasn't capable of resistance. So for those reasons, I respectfully disagree with the argument that I could find those factors. I can find aggravating factor 3 that the defendant is likely to commit a new offense. Based upon the defendant's disorderly persons offense record, based upon the defendant's attempt to influence his mother's testimony, which caused defense counsel to then forego calling his mother as a witness. His mother had testified at pretrial hearings before this court outside the presence of the jury. After one of those hearings, defendant, speaking to his mother on a recorded line from the Ocean County Jail, engaged in attempts which the state portrayed as attempting to influence or tamper with her testimony. The parties came in the next day outside the presence of the jury, or the next court day, and brought that to my attention, submitted a transcript to me, and the parties also indicated that the actual recording is worse than a reading of the cold transcript. I'm permitted to consider that because that was evidence on this record and shows someone who, even in the course of the trial, with extremely effective and experienced criminal defense counsel, was still trying to undermine the criminal justice process. I'm also permitted to consider defendant's attempts to flee the jurisdiction after Corey's death on April 2nd, 2021. He did not simply leave the hospital and drive to, say, a relative's house or to some other location close by. Defendant drove all the way to Arkansas. I don't know, and I didn't allow an answer to the question of whether or not he was on the way to Mexico, because that would have been speculation, but he was, by Detective Sergeant Raymond Cole's testimony, 45 minutes from the Texas border. Never once in this case has anyone submitted there were any relatives in Texas or in Arkansas, but the behavior was, in an understatement, peculiar at least. This was not a defendant that left and went a few miles away. It's true the defendant did turn around at some point. His father testified at his father's urging to come back, likely because it made him look guilty, and it certainly did make him look guilty. I'm also entitled to consider, as aggravating factor 3, that the defendant committed these 2 separate acts on separate dates, that the treadmill video shows a callous display of the defendant towards Corey. In addition, despite a long prison sentence, the defendant can still commit new crimes while incarcerated. Someone who's violent, who lacks impulse control, who's motivated by anger, can reoffend while in a correctional setting against corrections officers, civilian corrections staff, medical staff, or other inmates, particularly if another person is vulnerable, incapable of resistance. But it's worth describing some other aspects of the treadmill video. We will, of course, focus on the Corey's repeated falls on the video, what can be really described as the child being ejected off the video, almost like on a conveyor belt. And I remember the the reaction from the jurors when they first saw it. They sucked in their breath when they saw that. And then you see Corey getting back on and it happening again and again. In fact, even before the first fall, you see this young man get on a treadmill and run like he's a champion. I can't imagine a 6-year-old who was able to do that. I was so surprised by that. He obviously knows how to use that treadmill. And then he's doing a great job for several minutes while his father is working out in the gym, doing various exercises. And then his father comes over and starts to increase the speed and perhaps the incline. And Corey tries to keep up. And you keep, when you're looking, you keep hoping that, okay, it's only going to be for a short sprint, but it just keeps going. And you see on the tread, Corey falling further and further behind. The defender doesn't walk around behind him to grab him. And you see finally he can't keep up. And then to everyone's horror, you see what happens as it goes on 5 more times. Mr. Gallucci described that to the jury in his opening statement as horrifying. Told the jury they were going to find it horrifying. And that was obviously strategic to try and minimize the impact of it. But because it is so horrifying, what do we kind of discount in the rest of that video? It's actually 4 separate videos, but the totality of the circumstances from when Corey arrives at the apartment complex and goes into the gym with his father till he leaves. You see Corey being brought into the parking lot by his mother and getting out of the car. We see the defendant approach the car. There is no loving interaction between Mr. Gregor and Corey. There's none of the kindness you would expect to see from a father who claims to have left Baltimore, given up his career to come home to New Jersey and be a father. There's no little pat on the back, no hug, no high five to Corey. Corey goes right in, and the state alleges that defendant puts up 2 fingers to say you're 2 hours late, and that's your punishment. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but there is a shot of him holding up 2 fingers. And then after Corey falls repeatedly, and then they walk out, there's no loving interaction. There's no pat on the back. Good job, son. There's no hug. Are you okay, son? There's nothing. In fact, the defendant walks out and Corey is trailing behind him, having to grab the door himself. And I'm not denigrating Corey when I say that, but he's being treated by the defendant like he's the stray dog following along. So while I respect the character letters I received saying what a loving father he is, a picture is worth 1,000 words and a video is worth 10,000 words. So whatever happened that day, Corey was not receiving love or companionship or kindness or support. He wasn't even receiving what could be described as a tough father was going to raise him to be a man. Get back on the bike when you fell off. That was abuse of the most egregious sort. And it doesn't square with the defendant's statements today. Now, to say that, however, I'm not suggesting that Corey was mistreated at his grandparents' home in Monroe. There's nothing to indicate to me that what happened at his grandparents' home was anything other than appropriate. His mother and father testified, both the mother outside the presence of the jury, the father inside the presence of the jury. Although I don't want to get into all the social media attention, I would say that both sides, Corey's mom's side and defendant's parents, have a right to closure in this matter. And this venom back and forth should not be directed by either side. The individual responsible for Corey's death and for Corey's endangerment stands before the court today in a green and white jumpsuit, and the focus should be on him. Based upon all that, I find aggravating factor 3 is present, and I give it moderate weight. I say moderate weight because of the lack of a serious record. But let's talk about that record for a minute. The pre-sentence report confirms that this marijuana offense, again, it's not an egregious offense. In fact, the under 50 grams is no longer a crime or offense in New Jersey. The drug paraphernalia, which the defendant pled guilty to, is a disorderly person's offense still in New Jersey, so I'm allowed to consider it. It has a February 2020 data violation, and just a week or so later, the imposition of a fine. But why is that date so significant in 2020? Because this is the man that returned from Baltimore in 2019 to come back and take care of his child, to give up his career, to be a great dad. We didn't have to do that. He could have said, listen, I relocated. I didn't know I had Corey. I'll pay child support. But he's portrayed by himself and his family as being this unselfish, altruistic person that gave up a career with urban teachers, that left a position where he obtained what appears to be an extraordinary education, a master's degree in special education with a secondary degree in mathematics at what is by all accounts a nationally, if not world-renowned university. But he came back here and he gets arrested for drug use at a time when he's going through custody battles. So I'm going to come back. I'm going to come here. I'm going to try and be the best father I can. I'm going back and forth to family court. There's all these orders back and forth. The mother who admitted it, that she struggled with substance abuse, but yet I'm going to place myself in such a reckless situation that I get arrested, to the point where defendant was ordered by the Division of Child Protection and Permanency to attend a treatment program through Catholic Charities in order to be approved for parenting. So that adds to my finding as to aggravating factor 3, that the defendant, even under those circumstances, was motivated to commit low-level drug offenses when he had everything to lose and nothing to gain by them. Aggravating factor 9 is certainly present. That is the need to deter this defendant and others. That is both known as specific deterrence and general deterrence. While I've not found aggravating factors 1 or 2 for the reasons I stated, it is clear that the offenses in this matter involve cruelty to this particularly young child of tender years who was incapable of resistance. That mandates the court place heavy weight on aggravating factor 9, so it provides strong deterrent to this defendant, as well as strong deterrence to others who would commit crimes against children, particularly children of tender years such as Corey. Defendant's a big, strong individual. His family has repeatedly talked about his athletic prowess. He was not only a high school, but a college football player. The pre-sentence report details his height and weight. 6'1", 220. Corey's a little boy, was a little boy, and he deserved protection from his father, not abuse from his father. Mr. Gallucci has been a zealous advocate, and he is both in writing and orally argued for a series of mitigating factors. Mitigating factor 2 can be present when a defendant did not contemplate that his conduct would cause or threaten serious harm. While I respect defense counsel's position, everything you see on that treadmill contemplates at least the threat of serious harm. In fact, it's almost difficult to accept the medical testimony that the treadmill did not cause serious injuries. Dr. Andrew, I believe even Dr. Bodden, testified there were some abrasions, some bruising, but Corey did not sustain serious harm from that. But any reasonable, objective person watching that video would certainly say it threatened serious harm, particularly for such a small child. It would threaten serious harm for an adult to be on a treadmill and not be able to keep up, and then to try and jump back on. And I don't think the 6-year-old was jumping back on his own initiative. He was doing it because he was scared, he was being told to, and he was following his father's directives. So there's no basis to find that mitigating factor 2 exists. Mitigating factor 7 has been argued that a defendant has no prior history of delinquency or criminal activity, or has led a law-abiding life for a substantial period of time. So I'm required to give some weight to that factor because the defendant has no felony level convictions in this or any other state, no indictable crimes in this or any other state. He has one ordinance violation and the one drug paraphernalia that I've just talked about. So while not perfect, it's certainly not a serious record. Despite everything that everyone has said about arrests in other states, it's a little difficult to accept that if someone's arrested multiple times in all these jurisdictions, that no prosecuting attorney chose to file charges, or if they did, they were very quickly dismissed. So the speculation that this defendant has a serious record is just unfounded. The I'm confident that the prosecutor's office would have submitted to me records of convictions that they existed anywhere. I mean, there are times I get records of convictions from Puerto Rico, and it takes the prosecutor's office a great deal of time and effort to get those. So here we have a series of police reports, which I can't consider. They're mostly one-sided hearsay anyway, but I'm not permitted under the case law to consider those. So I have to recognize some weight to be given to the lack of a record. So I give it moderate weight, but as I said, the disorderly person conviction is particularly telling because of the date involved. And it's when the defendant should know better, and he should be a law-abiding citizen because he's trying to battle for custody of his child. So why engage in that drug use? And that's particularly true because the defense has, and I'm sure they felt obligated to, continue to raise Corey's mother's drug use, particularly during cross-examination at trial. So I find mitigating factor 7, but give it moderate rather than a heavy weight. Defense counsel has also argued for mitigating factors 8 and 9, and they're somewhat similar. 8 would be appropriate when the defendant's conduct was a result of circumstances unlikely to recur, or the defendant's character and attitude indicate that he's unlikely to commit another offense. Those two mitigating factors, 8 and 9, are counterparts to aggravating factor 3, the risk to commit another offense. I've already found aggravating factor 3 exists, and it should be given moderate weight. Therefore, it's generally considered inappropriate to find mitigating factor 8 or 9. But regardless, those factors are not present, period, for the reasons I've indicated. I agree with the position of the state and the victims that defendant was motivated by anger, that he took advantage of someone who couldn't resist, someone of tender years, incapable of resistance. The treadmill video demonstrates Corey's fear. Someone who does that, who has that disposition, is likely to reoffend. Therefore, 8 and 9 are not present. Although not argued, mitigating factor 11 is likewise not present based upon defendant's injuries as reported in the pre-sentence report, for the reasons I've indicated, that the sports injuries and the left ankle injury can certainly be addressed by medical staff in any correctional facility, and if not, that correctional facility would transport the defendant to a hospital to be treated. So therefore, those do not overcome or even lessen the presumption of imprisonment. Based upon all the foregoing, then, I'm clearly convinced that the aggravating factors substantially outweigh the mitigating factors. So now I need to impose sentence, and then I'll address the state's request for whether the sentence should be consecutive or concurrent. I've appreciated that everyone has asked me to impose the maximum sentence. And I appreciate the emotion that's involved, the comments, and you've heard many of the things I just said about the treadmill video and the callous behavior. Imposing the maximum sentence is just legally unsustainable by me. There's no appellate court that would say someone with only a very, very minor criminal record should get the maximum. It just doesn't happen, despite the public perception that it should happen. So on count 2, aggravated manslaughter, I sentenced the defendant to the custody of the Commissioner Department of Corrections for a term of 20 years, subject to the No Early Release Act, New Jersey Statute 2C:43-7.2, such that he has to serve 85% of that sentence before being eligible for parole. On count 1, endangering the welfare of a child, a second-degree crime, I sentenced the defendant to the custody of the Commissioner Department of Corrections for a term of 5 years. The defendant has 885 days of jail credit. So I have to address the requests for consecutive sentences. Again, there's a great deal of guidelines the court has to follow and a great deal of Supreme Court case law on this. The factors involve, first, the principle that there should be no free crimes. Secondly, whether or not the crimes and their objectives were predominantly independent of each other. Whether the crimes involve separate acts of violence or threats of violence. Whether the crimes were committed at different times or separate places, rather than being committed so closely in time and place as to indicate a single period of aberrant behavior. Whether the crimes involve multiple victims. And whether or not the sentences to be imposed are numerous, meaning multiple counts. Here we have 2 counts. With the proviso, again, that can be no double counting of aggravating factors. When there are multiple crimes, involving multiple victims, the law is that the total impact of singular offenses against different victims will generally exceed the total impact on a single victim. We don't have that here. We have a single victim. But first, not to impose a consecutive sentence for the endangering would be to make that endangering offense a free crime. And one need only view the circumstances of the offense and the video to know it shouldn't be a free crime. The crimes are somewhat interrelated. They're not completely independent of each other, but they are predominantly independent of each other. Corey was subjected to an awful time on the treadmill that I've described. It was brutal to watch that treadmill video because you rarely see a child essentially inflict harm on himself in the beginning until his father starts to put him back on it. So it doesn't take a vivid imagination to consider the fear Corey's in at that point. The two incidents are approximately 12 or 13 days apart, although they both occur in Barnegat. They're at different times and they are at separate places, although relatively close together, the gym at the complex and the defendant's apartment at the complex. But they're not so sufficiently close in time as to be a single episode of aberrant behavior. This is not someone that went and committed 4 car burglaries in a parking lot, one after another, which would be a single episode of aberrant behavior. They clearly involved separate acts of violence and or threats of violence and harm to Corey. The second act being the ultimate act, which was successful in ending his life. They don't involve multiple victims. So I conclude for those reasons that it would be to send a message to the public, to the defendant, and to those who abuse children that you can get away with one offense if you get caught on the other. And that's simply inappropriate for deterrent reasons in general or for specific deterrence in this case. And therefore I conclude that count 1 and 2 should be consecutive. The law requires me to make a additional statement on the overall fairness of a consecutive sentence. This is a requirement imposed by our Supreme Court in State versus Torres, 246, New Jersey, at page 246, a 2021 case, where our court held that the trial judges to make an explicit statement of fairness that explains the overall fairness of the consecutive sentence. So first, I've imposed sentence on the second-degree crime at the bottom of the second-degree range. Second-degree range is 5 years to 10 years. I conclude that if I were to go greater than the bottom of the second-degree range, I would be subject to an abuse of discretion as that being excessive. Secondly, the endangering sentence is not part of the No Early Release Act. It does not contain a court-imposed period of parole and eligibility. It's referred to as a flat sentence. Additionally, I conclude that the consecutive sentence is fair because of the reasons I just articulated about no free crimes. Defendant is 32 years of age. Absent some unusual medical event for a young person, he will eventually be released to his own liberty. He will eventually be a free man to walk around. Corey, of course, will not. So this is not the functional equivalent of a life sentence, despite the imposition of a consecutive sentence. It's also fair and just, given some of the testimony by Dr. Andrew, who testified in great detail about this, got down off the witness stand, went to the large screen TV and pointed out the bruising all over Corey's body, and testified about the injuries and bruising of different ages in different levels of healing, demonstrating the doctor's concern about ongoing abuse. We had pretrial hearings about this. The state in count 1 endangering originally alleged abuse was occurring from December of 2020 through March of 2021 up through the date of Corey's death. I concluded that, really to protect the defendant's right to a fair trial, I concluded that many of the other incidents were attributed to normal childhood activities. Going hiking and getting a branch that comes back from a shrub into the tree, playing sports. And because there was what I found to be insufficient medical documentation or medical testimony that those instances were attributed to abuse, I did not allow them in. But Dr. Andrew, who did not testify in that pretrial hearing, but testified later, was very compelling about those levels of injury and their different states of healing. Kids get bumps and bruises. Corey had more than bumps and bruises that you would see on a 6-year-old. So for all the foregoing reasons, I conclude the imposition of a consecutive sentence is overall fair under the circumstances of this case. The state's taken an additional position that I should impose the least restrictive or flat prison sentence first, such that it precedes the more restrictive prison sentence, meaning that the defendant should serve the endangering sentence before the aggravated manslaughter sentence. There's a very difficult legal analysis associated with that. I rely upon State versus Ellis. It's an appellate division case from 2002, 346 New Jersey Super 583. And a Supreme Court opinion in State versus Pierce, Pierce, 220 New Jersey 205, an appellate Supreme Court decision from 2014. It is legally possible. In fact, what the Ellis case says is, while it's not illegal, it's difficult to justify. And it typically runs afoul of certain sentencing guidelines, and it may interfere with the expertise of the parole board in determining when a defendant should be released on parole. And based upon both of those decisions, I conclude that I cannot impose the least restrictive sentence first without engaging in an abuse of discretion. So therefore, I direct that the No Early Release Act sentence on the aggravated manslaughter count run first, followed by the flat sentence on the endangering count, such that the aggregate sentence is 25 years and that the jail credit of 885 days comes off the aggregate sentence. Another condition of the No Early Release Act is that defendant shall serve a 5-year period of parole supervision upon release, that he shall provide a DNA sample and pay for the cost of same. There are 2 $50 victim of crime compensation assessments, 2 $75 safe neighborhood assessments, 1 $30 law enforcement training and equipment fee. The superintendent of the institution where defendant is incarcerated will draw sufficient monies in an amount not to exceed 1/3 of the inmate's total income as may be required to pay these assessments. The Office of the Victim of Crime Compensation Board submitted a request for restitution for funeral expenses. There's been testimony during the course of the case about whether or not defendant's parents paid for funeral expenses, whether or not the Ms. Mitchell's family paid for them through the VCCO office. I've considered, am I supposed to hold a hearing on that? And I conclude that the parties need closure in this matter. They don't need another hearing on whether or not those expenses actually went to the funeral, or and the VCCO letters also refers to some other expenses not associated with the funeral that may not be directly attributable to defendant's conduct. If these were out-of-pocket expenses by anyone qualifying as a victim, I'd be inclined to consider them further. The Office of the Victim of Crime Compensation Board exists for the benefit of victims. It charges, the defendants are assessed, like this defendant's been assessed, 2 penalties for that, to fund that. And I conclude at this point that it's not appropriate to order that restitution because of the questions concerning who paid for the funeral. And more importantly, I would have to do an analysis of the defendant's ability to pay now or in the future. He's been incarcerated for the last 885 days. He's been unemployed. He clearly has no ability to pay now, and he has little ability to pay for the next 25 years. So I conclude for those reasons that mitigating factor 6 is not present There's no restitution to be paid, no ability to pay restitution. Therefore, I do not order restitution. If there's any bail in this matter, it's discharged. There are no dismissals. Madam Clerk, is there anything else I need to address? And Mr. Galucci, we get his appeal rights form? All right. Anything further from council?
No,
All right.
Judge,
Thank you, everyone, for your excellent presentations. That concludes the matter.
Thank you.
Wait, do not exit yet. The back row's gonna exit first.
I'll keep it on. Well, technically, it boils me because he's going to look at that as a win because he was offered 30 years. The offer he had, thank you, Dumpster, was 30 years plea deal and no early release. And Corey's mother was like, you should have taken the deal and all that, which she's right. He should have taken the deal. But now he's been given 25 years, which is a huge win for him. Wherever, you think it's a huge win for him. He's been in prison for roughly 2.5 years. So when you knock, I mean, there's some legalities in New Jersey that might change this figure a little bit, but 85% of 25 will bring it back down. 2.5 years time served. It's about 18 and 3/4 to 19 years he will serve in prison. So he's 32 tuts. So he'll be out when he's about 51. That's what the judge said. He'll be out when he's 52. So I am going to take you somewhere. Wasn't his charge murder? They found yes. So the charge was murder, and they found him not guilty on murder, but they found him guilty on aggravated manslaughter. So the 30-year plea deal was based on murder. So he'll be out when he's 51, a little bit, 52. But yeah, he's got I think it's 18 and 3/4. He'll be out. I'm going to take you somewhere else now. I'm not taking you back to the trial just yet. I'm not sure what you're going to think about this, but if you guys know, there's another case called Chad Doerman, who shot his 3 sons. So he shot his 3 sons, they died, and there was a special hearing today. Special hearing, which was called, which I want to take you to. It's about an hour, which we'll watch. He originally pleaded not guilty, but I think he's had a change of heart. So I'm going to take us there to watch this now. So let's go and watch that one. See, Deb. So if you've seen it, don't no spoilers, please. I know what's happened, but I'm not going to tell you. But yeah, please no spoilers if you do know. Let everyone watch it for themselves. So here we go. I think this is more important than the trial we were watching. So bear with me whilst I set it up for a second. Okay. So yeah, as I say, big win for him. Fucking hell. Hello, Russ's mum. You frigging stranger, you. Nice to see you, my darling. I've missed you. I've not seen you for ages. Thank you, darling. I've been here for 2 days quietly. I've gotten a lot of chores and happy days, Russ's mum. It's nice to see you, my darling. Doerman, yes, Chad Doerman. So here we go, people. So let me just get the screen up. So as I say, this wasn't planned. This was a surprise today. So yeah, I know. That's why I want to play it. Right, here we go, people.
All right. Court is reconvened. Please be seated.
Good afternoon. We are here on State of Ohio versus Chad Doerman, case number 2023 CR 407. Mr. Doerman is present with counsel, Mr. Myers, and Mr. Haynes. The state's president represented by and through Mr. Colby, the county prosecutor, Laura Barron Allen, first assistant, assistants Catherine Terpstra, and Mr. Clay Clark. And we're here this afternoon because I have been advised that a plea agreement has been reached in this matter. And there's a couple of things that we need to address before going into that lengthy process. First of all, there's obviously media here. They're live streaming this. There will be two of the victims are going to appear this afternoon. And at least initially, statements are going to be read on their behalf, and they may address the court as well. They have requested, and pursuant to Ohio Superintendent's Rule 12, they're not to be imaged in any fashion by the media. There are not to be any still photographs taken of them, period. There's not to be any videotaping when they appear. There's to be no image of them, period. Cannot be live streamed. It's my understanding that Ms. Barron Allen, they read the statements and they can hear the statements, but do not, under any circumstances, photograph them or videotape them when they come into the courtroom, when they are standing at the podium, and when they leave the courtroom. So I hope all of you understand that. I'm sure you do. You're professionals, so make sure you follow that admonition. Mr. Myers, anyone from Mr. Doerman's family going to speak that would not want to be imaged as well?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Brad.
All right. All right. And then there's a couple of other things that we're going to put on the record initially just to clarify some waivers. As will become more apparent throughout this process and the plea that is going to be entered, there are two things that could be applicable but really will not be applicable. Two of the charges that Mr. Doerman will be entering pleas to this afternoon are felonious assault. They are second-degree felony offenses. In Ohio, under the Reagan-Tokes Act, there are certain notices that I have to provide to anyone who is sentenced under the Reagan-Tokes Act. There are notices as to when they may be released. And as I've indicated, as we go through this process, those notices are absolutely inapplicable here. And for me to go through that process, number one, would be simply a vain act because they will not be applicable. So as to the Reagan-Tokes piece of this, is that your understanding, Mr. Colby, that that can be waived?
I understand, Judge, yes.
And Mr. Myers, on behalf of Mr. Doerman, it's your understanding that he's willing to waive those notices?
That is correct.
And just for the record, I mean, there will be times when I ask both you and Mr. Haynes to comment, but primarily I'll address questions to Mr. Colby and to you. And that's no slight to anyone else. That's just easier. All right.
Interrupt. It just occurred to me that The defense would like to acknowledge and agree that before we went on record for this hearing, I believe 1:15 this afternoon, the state caused to be filed an entry signed by this court.
I'm getting to that.
Okay. Just want to acknowledge jurisdiction.
No, that's on my checklist.
All right.
The second item is Mr. Doerman is going to be entering a plea of guilty to 3 counts of aggravated murder. And there were aggravating circumstances returned on all of those, which obviously made him eligible for the death penalty. The state, as part of the plea agreement, which will be discussed shortly, has dismissed those 9, all the aggravated circumstances in each of the 9 aggravated murder counts. So those aggravated circumstances have been dismissed. That entry has been filed with the clerk and there's a record. So consequently, this is no longer considered a capital case. And Mr. DeCalvey, that's your understanding, correct?
Correct, Judge.
Okay, and Mr. Myers, that's your understanding as well?
Yes.
And the reason we put that on the record is because in all other proceedings, when this was a capital case, there was a court reporter physically present taking notes, which is required, or transcribing the events, which is required. And because this is no longer a capital case, the court reporter is not present. Obviously, it's being recorded. All these microphones pick up the sound, but that's the reason why we have made that part of the record. And then the other piece of this is, given the nature of the offenses that Mr. Doerman will be entering a plea to, normally he would be required to register as a violent offender. Again, as we'll work through this, the violent offender registration is inapplicable. And rather than read something that is essentially a vain act, similar to Reagan Tokes, to read that's a vain act because it doesn't apply. Both state and the defense are waiving any necessity for me reviewing the violent offender registration requirements. And Mr. Colby, correct?
That is correct, Judge.
And Mr. Myers, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. So we're going to start this plea process. It's a lengthy process. It's important to know that I don't want any people leaving in and out of the courtroom. You're here, you're here. If you leave, I prefer you don't come back because it's disruptive. And I prefer not to have disruptions for obvious reasons. It's a very serious process and we need to get through this effectively and efficiently. This is not a race, but it's much better if there's just no in and out of the courtroom, except for the fact that the victims will be brought in at some point in time. They're not here now. And so I'll go ahead and then get started with this. And again, I've acknowledged counsel and the parties, and we have, and I also know that the victims have been notified of this hearing, and they are present. I've already discussed the requirements of the media regarding photographing the victims when they are here. And the 2 victims that will be here, at least at this point, will be Laura Doerman and Alexis Skeen, Mr. Doerman's former wife and stepdaughter. And those are the only 2 that will be here. And obviously that prohibition of recording in any fashion will apply to them. And initially, Mr. DeCalvey, if you would represent, if you would state on the record the nature of the plea agreement that has been entered into in this matter.
Yes, thank you, Judge. It is an agreement, Your Honor, between the state and the defense. The defendant will enter a guilty plea to count 1, aggravated murder. That involves the killing of Clayton. The defendant will enter a guilty plea to count 2, aggravated murder. That involves the killing of Hunter. Guilty plea to count 3, aggravated murder involving the killing of Chase. Will also enter guilty pleas to counts 18, felonious assault. That involves the actions he took against Alexis Skeen. And he will enter a guilty plea to count 20, felonious assault, for the actions he took against Laura Doerman. The additional recommendation, Your Honor, is that count one will be life without parole, consecutive to count two, which will be life without parole, consecutive to count three, which will be life without parole, consecutive to count 18, which will be 8 to 12, consecutive to count 20, which is 8 to 12 years in prison.
Well, and just to correct, the Reagan Tokes piece of this is complex, and that the actual sentence for count 18 and count 19 would be an 8-year minimum sentence on each, served consecutive, or 8 rather, an 8-year minimum sentence served consecutively with one another for a 16-year minimum prison term. And then under Reagan Tokes, I'm required to take 50% of the most serious felony offense, which would be 18 or 20, doesn't matter, which is 4, add that to the minimum. So the actual sentence that if it was just Reagan Tokes only would have been 16 to 20 years, and obviously served consecutively with counts 1, 2, and 3. Correct? And Mr. Myers, that's your understanding as well?
Yes, that's our understanding and our total agreement that I think the court has just now adequately, the state's counsel, summarized Reagan Tokes as it really doesn't apply here.
Yeah, and I'll go through that through the plea because I have to, but nevertheless, we're all on board with that. And I know, Mr. Colby, you have discussed this fully with the victims in this case, and they're on board with this. They're in agreement with the plea agreement, with the agreed prison sentence, and they're also willing to go forward today with sentencing without the necessity of presenting a victim impact statement, which would normally be presented through a pre-sentence report. We'll address that momentarily as well, but that's correct.
That's all I have.
And this is obviously the best plea bargain that has been or will be presented to Mr. Doerman.
Correct.
All right. And that's your understanding as well, Mr. Myers.
It is.
All right. And as I've indicated, it is also the dismissal of the aggravating circumstances has been filed. So those are, as they say, off the table. And Mr. Doerman is not eligible for the death penalty. We discussed the aspect of the no longer the necessity of having a court reporter physically present in this process. And I know, Mr. Myers, we also discussed that as a result of the plea agreement, you will be, on behalf of Mr. Doerman, withdrawing his written plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. And you'll also be withdrawing the motion that was filed to be heard Monday regarding the serious mental illness factor under 29025. Is that correct?
It is correct on both issues, Judge.
Okay, and I'm sure you fully discussed that with Mr. Doerman, and he fully understands why that is being done.
I believe he does.
All right,
And
thank
we have
you.
in fact discussed it.
I'm sorry.
And we have in fact discussed it with him.
Okay, fine. And I'm sure that you and Mr. Haynes have fully discussed the agreed prison sentence as well as the agreed prison sentence with Mr. Doerman, and he is in full agreement with proceeding today as outlined by the state, and of course your concurrence in the plea agreement and the agreed sentence.
It is correct, with
All right.
sentence to be imposed today.
All right, and we'll go through that as well. And Mr. Doerman, prior to this agreement being made, did Mr. Myers and Mr. Haynes fully review with you all the evidence that had been presented to you or to them, discussed with you all the possible defenses you may have to these charges, reviewed with you, explained the trial process for death penalty case and the sentencing aspects of that, and did they answered all your questions regarding those matters sufficiently for you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And your voice is strong enough, just keep it up. That's going to, we're obviously making recordings, so just make sure you keep your voice up. And before I ask you any questions going forward, I need to make sure that you have not taken anything, even prescription medication, that would interfere with your ability to understand and comprehend what you are doing this afternoon. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're clear-minded this afternoon?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right. And Mr. Myers, I know the two of you have met with him and discussed this matter with him. Obviously, you've had a number of contacts with him, obviously, but are you satisfied that with your discussions with him today and this afternoon that there's every indication that he's fully aware of what he's doing, not impaired in any way as far as being able to understand what he's doing and comprehend the process that we're about to engage?
Yes, Your Honor, that is my understanding, and I'm sure Mr. Haynes joins in that judgment as well.
All right, Mr. Haynes
I
is,
do, yes.
Mr. Haynes is nodding yes. And Mr. Doerman, up to this point in time, have you been able to understand everything that has been discussed, both what I have stated, what the prosecutor stated, what your counsel has stated up to this point in time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And if at any time during this process, Mr. Doerman, you want to talk with your attorneys about anything, just let me know and we'll make sure that you're able to do that privately and confidentially. And if you feel you need to take a break at any time during this process, again, let me know and we can accommodate that as well. And candidly, if something comes up, counsel need a break, we can take that break as well. Like I said, this is not a race. We just need to pursue this appropriately. And Mr. Doerman, if at any time during the process I say something to you that you do not understand, or I ask you a question that you do not understand, please do not hesitate to ask me to state it again, rephrase it. And if you still don't understand, you can talk to your counsel about it. You understand that. I know you graduated from Amelia High School. You attended Claremont College for a short period of time. And I'm sure that you fully understand and comprehend the English language. Is that correct? Fair to say? All right. And it's very important, Mr. Doerman, for you to fully understand that the decisions you're making and the consequences of those decisions. And I must rely on your responses to my questions to determine that you do understand what you're doing here today, that you're entering your pleas knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, and that if at any time there is a question, you need to let me know so I can clarify that. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you should not interpret anything that I say here today as any type of an indication that I think you should or should not plead guilty. I'm not trying to talk you into or out of anything today. The decision of whether to plead guilty or not to plead guilty is yours alone. You understand that?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to review the indictment with you initially prior to entering the plea agreement process so that there's a clear understanding of what you were originally facing. There's a total of 21 separate charges in the indictment. Counts 1 through 9 each allege aggravated murder as an unclassified felony, and each also allege 3 aggravating circumstances. There's 1 firearm specification as to the first 9 counts. There's also a firearm forfeiture specification as well. And if you have been convicted on any one or more of counts 1 through 9 and any one or more of the aggravated circumstances in each of these counts, you would possibly face the death penalty. You understand that? The counts 10 through 17 each allege kidnapping, and each also allege the one firearm specification and 1 firearm forfeiture specification. You understand that? Counts 18 through 21 allege felonious assault, and each also allege 1 firearm specification and 1 firearm forfeiture specification as well. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll now explain the charges that are part of the plea agreement. And this plea agreement is, as the prosecutor stated, you'll be entering a plea of guilty to count 1, aggravated murder as an unclassified felony. Count 2, aggravated murder as an unclassified felony. Count 3, aggravated murder as an unclassified felony. Count 18, felonious assault, a felony of the second degree. And count 20, felonious assault as a felony of the second degree. In exchange for your pleas of guilty to counts 1, 2, 3, 18, and 20, the state will dismiss all the, and actually have dismissed all the aggravating circumstances that would have made you eligible for the death penalty as to counts 1 through 9. All firearm specifications that were applicable as to counts, all 21 counts are being dismissed. You're going to agree to forfeit the firearm only. And then the state obviously then will be dismissing counts 4 through 9, the other aggravated murder counts, counts 10 through 17, the kidnapping charges, and counts 19 and 21, felonious assault charges. So with the dismissal of all the aggravating circumstances in counts 1 through 9, and in particular counts 1, 2, and 3, the counts you are entering your pleas to this afternoon have eliminated the potential for any death penalty. You understand that? In addition to pleading guilty to counts 1, 2, and 3, you and the state are recommending what I refer to as a jointly recommended agreed sentence as to these 3 counts, and I'll discuss the other 2 momentarily. In each of these 3 counts, you agree that the court will impose today a sentence of life in prison without the chance of parole for count 1, the same sentence in count 2, and the same sentence in count 3. And all of these sentences will be served consecutively with one another. That may sound somewhat unusual because life without parole is life without parole. But essentially, they're being ordered to be served consecutively so that it is unmistakably clear that you will spend the rest of your life in prison with no chance for parole. So you understand those sentences and the consequences of those sentences.
Yes, sir.
Again, these will be served consecutively with one another. As to counts 18 and 20, they are second-degree felony offenses, and the jointly recommended agreed prison term as to each of these 2 counts is a minimum of 8 years on each count. Each minimum sentence will be served consecutively with one another, so I total those to arrive at a total minimum prison term of 16 years. Under the Reagan-Tokes Indefinite Sentencing Act, I'm required then to take 50% of only one of the most serious second-degree felony offenses, which would be 4 years. I then add that to the total minimum sentence to get to 20 years. So if this was a Reagan-Tokes sentencing only, the indefinite prison term you would serve is 16 to 20. Obviously, that 16 to 20 years it's going to be served consecutively as well, but it will be totally consumed, if you will, by the life without parole prison sentence, which is why we are eliminating any reference to potential early release date, because it's a vain act. There is no early release date for you. You understand that? So you understand the sentences that are going to be imposed at this point in time as to counts 1, 2, and 3, and as to 18 and 20. And just so that there's no misunderstandings, no misconception of anything that I'm talking about today, I will impose the sentence I've just discussed with you today. And we will proceed with that sentencing, obviously, at the appropriate point in time. And other than what I've just explained to you in terms of the number of charges that you're in your pleas to, the agreed prison sentence that you're entering your pleas to, the dismissal of all the aggravating circumstances in counts 1 through 9, the dismissal of all the firearm specifications in all counts, and the agreed sentence, obviously, that I've just gone over with you. Has anyone else made any type of a promise to you whatsoever to have you enter into this plea agreement and these agreed sentences this afternoon?
No.
Good. I mean, I promise that I will impose the sentence that I just described to you, but other than that promise, no one else has promised anything else to you to have you enter your pleas of guilty this afternoon. And before we start the actual plea process and the sentencing process, it's important that I advise you of the nature of the various charges that you're pleading guilty to and the potential penalties that you are exposed to, irrespective of the agreed sentence. In count 1, it is alleged that on or about June 15, 2023, in Claremont County, Ohio, you purposely and with prior calculation and design caused the death of Clayton Doerman. This is in violation of 290301 and is an unclassified felony. Do you understand the nature of count 1?
Yes, Your Honor.
Count 2 alleges that on or about June 15, 2023, in Claremont County, Ohio, you purposely you did purposely and with prior calculation and design cause the death of Hunter Doerman in violation of 290301, and that is also an unclassified felony. You understand the nature of count 2.
Yes, Your Honor.
Count 3 is on or about June 15, 2023, again in Claremont County, Ohio. You did purposely and with prior calculation and design caused the death of, did I say Hunter was, the Chase is count 3, Chase Doerman, an unclassified felony. You understand the nature of count 3. Count 18 alleges that on or about June 15, 2023, in Claremont County, Ohio, you knowingly caused or attempted to cause physical harm to Alexa Skeen by means of a deadly weapon or dangerous ordinance, a firearm, in violation of 290311A2, a felony of the second degree. You understand the nature of count 18.
Yes.
Count 20 alleges that on or about June 15, 2023, in Claremont County, Ohio, you knowingly caused or attempted to cause physical harm to Laura Doerman by means of a deadly weapon or dangerous ordinance, again, a firearm, and that, again, is in violation of 290311A2. You understand the nature of count 20.
Yes, Your Honor.
The possible sentences for these various counts are as follows. As to counts 1, 2, and 3, those are all aggravated murder, all unclassified felonies. The possible sentences you could receive would be serving 20 years in prison before eligible for being for eligibility for parole, 25 years, a full 25 years in prison before eligibility for parole, 30 full years in prison before eligibility for parole, and then life in prison without the possibility of parole. You understand that? Yes. The maximum sentence I could impose, and as to count 1, would be life in prison without parole. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Count 2, life in prison without parole. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Count 3, life in prison without parole. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I can and will order all of those 3 sentences to be served consecutively with one another. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
As to counts 18 and 20, because they are felonies of the second degree, is a little more complicated to get to that, but you need to know what the penalties are and how we get there. Both of these, again, are felonies of the second degree. They carry a minimum of 7 or 8 years in prison, and there are 2 charges. They both carry that same minimum prison option. And what I have to do is select a minimum sentence for each of those counts. And because they're 2 separate victims, I can order them to be served consecutively with one another. And once I determine that they will be served consecutively with one another, which will happen today, I then, once I have selected the minimum sentence, I add those together. I then take 50% of one of the most serious second degree felonies, add that to the minimum prison term total, and that's the indefinite prison sentence you could receive in this case. So as I'm going to impose an 8-year minimum sentence on each case, I'll total those together as they'll be served consecutively for a total of 16 minimum years in prison a maximum prison term of 20 years. And again, those are going to be subsumed, if you will, by the indefinite or by the life in prison without the possibility of parole. But you understand how we get to that point. And as to each of the first degree, or as to each of counts 1, 2, and 3, I can impose a maximum prison or maximum fine of $25,000, totaling $75,000. I will not do that. As to counts 18 and 20, the maximum fine on each is $15,000, accumulated would be $30,000. I'm not imposing a fine in that case. You understand that? And as a result of your pleading guilty this afternoon, Mr. Doerman, you're waiving following constitutional rights. You're waiving your right to a jury trial. You understand that? You're waiving your right of confrontation, which means if you had gone to any trial, your attorneys wouldn't have been able to question every witness under oath that came into court to testify against you. You understand that? You are waiving your right of compulsory process, which means if you had gone to any trial and you needed witnesses to help you defend yourself, I could have issued a subpoena. It's a court order. They would have been required to appear, even if they told you they did not want to be involved in your case. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You are waiving your right to require the state of Ohio to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt as to all the essential elements of the charges I've just read to you, regardless of the trial you chose to pursue. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You are waiving your right against self-incrimination by pleading guilty. Obviously, that's the most incriminating thing you could say. But had you gone to any trial, no one, not even this court, could have ordered you to take a seat in the witness chair and testify against yourself for any reason. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
By pleading guilty, you're surrendering the presumption of innocence that you have this afternoon. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
By pleading guilty, you'll be making a full and complete admission of your guilt to each of the 5 charges I've just explained to you. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
You'll also be admitting the truth of the facts that the prosecutor is going to read shortly that would enable me to find you guilty and proceed with sentencing. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you are also accepting the jointly recommended agreed prison term, and you're waiving your right to appeal the sentence that can be imposed in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Throughout this process, you've been represented by Mr. Myers and Mr. Haynes. Have they fully explained all 21 charges to you? The aggravated circumstances that were involved with counts 1 through 9, the other specifications that were involved in all 21 counts. Have they done that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have they explained in particular the nature of counts 1, 2, 3, 18, and 20, as well as the possible penalties associated with those 5 charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have they also discussed with you and shown you all the to them that would, in essence, support any finding of guilt in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have they fully discussed with you any and all possible defenses that you may have had in this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sure they have also fully explained to you that by pleading guilty, you're withdrawing the not guilty by reason of insanity plea. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
They're also withdrawing the motion for the hearing on the serious mental illness that was scheduled for Monday, and you agree with that as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sure that they have fully explained all the constitutional rights that you've just waived. Is that correct?
Yep.
And they have also fully explained the jointly recommended agreed prison sentence that will be imposed this afternoon. Is that also correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
By accepting by accepting the jointly recommended agreed prison sentence, you're waiving any option that you have, right you may have had, for a pre-sentence report through the Adult Probation Department. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you agree with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're also waiving any right you may have had for an additional mental health evaluation through the Probation Department as part of the pre-sentence report, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have they answered all your questions? Oh, wait.
One moment, if I
Mhm.
may. Sometimes there's a, let's delay between they've been on plea, they've been sentenced, and then the patient people themselves. And then no evaluation. We don't need it because we've got students on it. That doesn't, will still be given to the president.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't know if that's what I was waiting.
No,
You're not
no,
waiting.
no. No, I think we've clarified that.
Okay, all right. Have they answered all your questions thoroughly? No. And at this point in time, are you satisfied that Mr. Myers and Mr. Haynes have effectively represented you up to this point in time as to each and every aspect of the case that has transpired up to this point in time? That includes all the evaluations you've had for not competency, but for the NGRI plea, the SMI portion of this. You're satisfied that they have fully, effectively represented you up to this point in time.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're obviously then satisfied with them as your attorneys.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then, as to count one, aggravated murder in violation of 290301A, an unclassified felony, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Count two, aggravated murder in violation of 290301A, an unclassified felony, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Count three, aggravated murder in violation of 290301A, an unclassified felony, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Count 18, felonious assault in violation of 290311A2, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And count 20, felonious assault in violation of 290311A2, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Are you entering each of these pleas of your own free will?
Yes.
No one's forced you to enter these pleas at all, correct?
No.
Fine. And on behalf of the state, the statement of facts?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Mhm.
Please, court. On or about June 15th, 2023, 1965 Laurel Lindale Road, Claremont County, Ohio. The defendant did purposely and with prior calculation and design cause the death of his three children, Clayton Doerman, age 7, Hunter Doerman, age 4, and Chase Doerman, age 3. On that date, Judge, June 15, 2023, the defendant returned home early from work and had his family, including his wife, Laura Doerman, with him. All three of the boys joined him in the master bedroom for a nap. At some point after lying down with the four of them, the defendant got out of bed, opened a gun safe that was next to the bed, removed a Marlin Model HC-22 rifle from the gun safe and loaded the magazine. The defendant shot his son, Hunter Doerman, twice while in the bedroom. His wife, Laura, began to render aid to Hunter and yelled for the other children to run. Laura's 14-year-old daughter, Alexis, who had been watching television in the family room, made her way to the master bedroom and witnessed the killing of Hunter. Alexis immediately began to run and indicated that Chasen had fled out the back door. Clayton had fled out the back door and that Chad Doerman was following Clayton. She ran to help to try to protect Clayton. Anyway, the three of them go out the back door. Clayton's first, then there's the defendant, and then Alexis. Alexis witnesses the defendant chase after Clayton, raised his rifle, fired numerous shots at Clayton as he fled, and saw Clayton fall in the field after he was struck by the gunfire. Alexis then watched as the defendant approached Clayton while he's injured, lying on the ground, defenseless, and saw the defendant put a bullet in Clayton's head, killing him. The defendant, Alexis then, Your Honor, ran back and fled into the residence where she picked up the youngest child, the little 3-year-old boy, Chase Doerman. She attempted to flee the residence with Chase to protect him, but the defendant saw her crossing the yard. The defendant gave chase, pointed the rifle directly at Alexis' head, and threatened to shoot Alexis if she did not drop Chase. Alexis put Chase down. He's crying the whole time. The defendant then pointed the firearm at Chase's head, but it just clicked. The magazine was empty. Alexis begged for the defendant not to shoot her. Chase then saw his mother, who had come outside at some point, trying to render aid to Hunter. So Chase runs to his mom. And then there's a very difficult situation that evolved where Laura and the defendant struggled over the weapon. Laura was bitten as she tried to protect Chase from the defendant. The defendant bit her. She put her thumb over the end of the barrel in an effort to stop the bullet. She was shot in the thumb. Ultimately, she had to drop Chase. During this point in time, the defendant was able to reload the firearm. He pointed the gun at Chase's head and executed him, one round to his skull. Alexis, Your Honor, suffered serious physical harm as a result, or psychological harm as a result of being held at gunpoint, forced to surrender Chase to the defendant for his execution, and witnessing her stepfather execute her brothers. Laura suffered serious physical harm, obviously, as she was shot through the thumb. Police arrived. There was really nothing that, despite her desperate fighting to save the lives of her boys, there's nothing Laura Doerman could have done. Surrendered without incident. Acknowledged immediately, he did it, take me to jail. He later gave statements, Your Honor, that he had been thinking about killing his boys since October, and that these thoughts of having to kill his sons were weighing so heavily on him that he hadn't slept in a few days. And those are the facts, Your Honor. Those are the facts that led to the death of Clayton Doerman, Hunter Doerman, and Chase Doerman, and the permanent, irreversible injuries to the psyche of Alexis and also Laura. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Myers, any issues with those facts for the purposes of the plea?
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Doerman, we accept and acknowledge that those are the operative facts that the state would rely upon to carry its burden of proof at trial, and that those facts would have succeeded in carrying the burden of proof at trial had the jury rejected the insanity of defense. We're pleading guilty today. We're not trying this court to you, much less to anybody else in this court. I just ask this court to bear in mind the three reports from three different psychologists that are before the court and have been for quite a while. And simply add, not to dispute the sequence of the events, the mortality of the events, the horror, the tragedy of the events, but to add that but for some of the mental health issues that Chad had failed to address, the old others will not fail if ever they encounter that again. That but for those mental health issues, it seems fair to say certainly 2 out of the 3, if not all 3 of the psychologists, would acknowledge the odds of this happening that they're 0. But I also, by adding those facts, further acknowledge where we're drawing the insanity defense. We understand the dispute between the experts on that. And Chad stands ready to proceed with this hearing and accept responsibility.
Okay. And Mr. Doerman, up to this point in time, once again, have you been able to hear and understand everything I have discussed with you, what your attorneys have stated, what the prosecutors have stated?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions, any misunderstandings, any disagreements with anything that's been said this afternoon?
No, Your Honor.
You're able to hear the statement of facts that the prosecutor read regarding the sequence of events as acknowledged by Mr. Myers to be accurate. Do you also believe that those are true?
Do I believe they're true? No.
Okay. You understand that they're accurate, that as your counsel has said, that's accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I need to review the guilty plea form with you at this point in time. And again, the guilty plea form sets out the charges that you're in your pleas to. They have counts 18 and 20, felonious assault as a felony of the second degree, has statutory provisions, has possible penalties that are involved for those two, has the aggravated murder counts and counts 1 through 3 with the maximum sentence that penalties that are set forth for those 3 charges as well, potential fines, has the dismissal, if you will, of counts 4 through 9, 10 through 17, 19, and 21. And we're waiving any requirement to regarding Reagan Tokes and any post-release control because that's inapplicable and is a vain act. And it also sets forth the agreed, jointly agreed recommended sentence of life without the possibility of parole as to counts 1, 2, and 3. Each of those sentences to be served consecutively with one another. And also the minimum prison term of 8 years on both counts 18 and 20, accumulated to a total minimum prison term of 16 years with a maximum prison term of 20 years, again subsumed, if you will, by the life without parole as to the first 3 counts. Were you able to review this with Mr. Myers and Mr. Haynes before you signed it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand everything that was written on this document and the consequences of signing it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And did you sign it of your own free will?
Yes, Your Honor.
It has your signature on the back page. It appears to be in blue ink, but you signed this voluntarily after reviewing it with counsel and understanding the full consequences of signing this guilty plea form.
Yes, Your Honor.
Based upon your answers then, Mr. Doerman, I'll find that your pleas have been entered knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, that you're guilty of counts 1, 2, and 3, each aggravated murder, unclassified felonies in violation of 290301A, and you're also guilty of felonious assault as alleged in counts 18 and 20, second degree felonies in violation of 290311A2. And before we proceed with sentencing at this point, I'm going to take a short pause. Everybody can stay in place because the 2 victims, Ms. Laura Doerman and Alexis, want to be here. And at this point in time, all cameras down, all any cell phones, any still photos, anything else in the off position. You're not to record either of these 2 women under any circumstances, and video, audio, and Ms. Barron Allen will read.
Would never have done that, except that he was delusional, he was in psychosis when this happened. All 3 psychologists basically acknowledged that. Dr. Gregor acknowledged it. They don't agree on whether it qualifies as long enough for serious mental illness or whether he had some appreciation of the legal wrongfulness of what he did. But the fact is, he loved those boys more than anything. And he was ill. He was sick, profoundly sick at the time. There's nothing more he can say at this point except that he's sorry about that. He did it. He acknowledges that. He's taking responsibility for it. He can't bring those boys back and do anything to do it. I think he would wish that he stayed at the little clinic for a little longer than he did. I think he wished that in hindsight he signs there before this happened. Tried to power through it. He wouldn't do that again. And until it was too late, he couldn't. He was out of control.
Anything further on behalf? Mr. Doerman, is there anything you want to say on your own behalf before I impose sentence? No? Well, there's nothing that I can add to most Alexis and Laura Doerman. Those were two of the most compelling statements I've ever heard. With that said, Mr. Doerman, as to count one, I'll impose a prison sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. No fine will be imposed. As to count two, it'll be a life prison term without the chance of parole. And count three, it'll be life in prison without the possibility of parole. These three counts and these three sentences will be served consecutively with one another. As to count 18, it'll be an 8-year minimum sentence. As to count 20, it'll be an 8-year minimum sentence. They will be served consecutively with one another for a total of 16 years as a minimum sentence. The maximum the sentences in counts 1, 2, and 3. All aggravated circumstances have already been dismissed. Firearm specifications will be dismissed. You will forfeit the firearm that was used in this case. It will be forfeited to the sheriff's office for destruction, and it must be destroyed. Appeal for this sentence, so you will serve the rest of your life in prison. Will order judgment for court costs. You have been held in the county jail since June 15th, so there's 415 days that you've served in jail up to this point in time. That will be credited towards the life without parole. There's no restitution and no fines will be imposed. Anything further on behalf of the state, Mr. Colby?
Mayor.
Mr. Myers, Mr. Haynes, anything further?
No, thank you.
Covered everything satisfactorily?
I believe so.
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
It'll be committed to the sheriff. Bond obviously will be revoked, subject, well, there was no bond anyway, but be committed to the county jail for conveyance to the state penal system. Give me a commitment form.
Oh, there you go. That is, wow, back to back. But like, I'm glad though. I'm glad there's a plea deal for the family. And I'm glad we're never going to ever see that guy ever again. So yeah, never going to see him ever again, which is good. Oof, that's why I want to play it, because it was important, I felt, to play that, especially after the treadmill one as well. So although we're sorry and we feel bad about, like, obviously what happened, I just think it's it's good that the mother and stepdaughter don't have to relive it through court, because I thought he was going to be a piece of shit and make them go through court again. Do you know what I mean? So at least they don't have to relive it, and he's never going out of jail. So, he is in there for the rest of his life where he should be. He's not going to make it. He's not going to make it. This is what I meant about, I'm surprised. I'm surprised he didn't just go with DP, with the death penalty, because he's now going to be out amongst everyone, where if he had the DP, he would have been housed on his own for the next 20, 30, 40 years. So I thought he'd been a coward and been selfish about it, gone to trial, got his exposure, and then got to live in a prison on his own for his own safety. but now he's out in public population. Maybe he's just like, someone's going to stab me, so I'm gonna end up dead anyway. So let's do it sooner rather than later. Maybe I'm speculating, obviously, but I'm really surprised because he's a coward. He's a coward. Whew. Well, there we are. So yeah, I think him and that other guy, the treadmill guy, are gonna have a bit of a shit time in prison, which is good. Right. Hang on then. No, I saw it. I wanted to play it, Amy. It's all good. Right. So for those that missed the Christopher Gregor, whatever his name is, 25 years, but he'll have 18 and 3/4 of his sentence to go because he's got 85% for good behavior and he's already done 2.5 years or whatever it was. Hang on, I just need to do this. I need to find Judge Boyd. Hang on then. I'm going to skip a lot of this. Fuck it. 217. Okay, I'll start there. Playback. Yeah, got that. They will get him in there. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm surprised, unless he just wants to end his life now. Originally, he wanted to go nut house, but he could never have done this deal to go to the nut house. So he, maybe he just wants to go end it quickly. Maybe, I don't know. Hang on, right. You should get extra time if you are insane, then all of a sudden queued and take a plea deal. I don't disagree with you, Lady Di. I don't disagree with you. There's too many people that plead, you know. See you, Corn Pope. See you later, darling. The insanity. Do you know what I mean? They will get him, but won't he be around others just like him? Nah, depends. I don't know. But like, there's a big difference. You know, the inmates don't like people that kill children and women and stuff like that. They don't like people that are APE women or men, and they do not like people that kill children. I mean, he'll be amongst monsters like him, but most of them are in jail, in prison for killing other adults, not children. So, especially 3 children. So, so I used to do that, Yaya Trucker, but then somebody told me this, right? That I never used to cover children's cases whatsoever. No, none. I couldn't do it. Then somebody said to me, "You should cover children's cases because if you don't cover the children cases, then their legacy goes out the window." And by that, they meant that a child has died or children have died, and we want to make sure that the scumbag or scumbags get what's taken to them and make sure that their legacy, their names are portrayed out there and that they get justice. So since someone told me that, I actually now, even though it's uncomfortable, I actually do stream children's cases for that very reason. Because I do find a lot of streamers don't do it anymore because of your reaction, my reaction originally. So now I'm more like, no, I'm going to cover them more. Because of that, make sure that they get justice as children and their legacy carries on. Even though I still don't like it, but so I'll be doing the what's it called, Sarah? Sarah P, you know this one. The one in hospital, Sarah. Heather's not here. The one that gave birth to a child and then put the child in a dumpster in the hospital. I'm going to cover that one. A lot of people want to cover that one, so I'll cover that one as well. Alexi, thank you, Carol. Alexi, that's a strange one. I don't really know about that one. Treviso, thank you, Carol. Alexi Treviso, if you don't know, a 19-year-old or 18, I think at the time, gave birth in hospital. No one knew she was pregnant, and then she just dumped the baby in a trash can in the toilet of her hospital. You're talking about, but I don't know the name. There you go. The baby one, yeah, I'm definitely covering that one again because I'm more inclined. I used to avoid all children's one, but I do feel a duty now to do their legacy more than anyone else's now. That's very true. I'm not sure what that's true for. Amy, I have mixed emotions about that case. That one, I don't know much about the case. I'm going into it blind, so that's what I want to do. What's the Christina Ricci one? That's the stabbing the husband in the heart. Stabbing the heart. But that's on Verdict Watch now, I believe. Or there's a verdict. Maybe it's on Verdict Watch. I know that much. The cheerleader. Is she might be a cheerleader. Yeah, actually, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, Charity. There you go. Ricky is accused of murdering her husband. There you go. All I can say is, yeah, hug him. Oh, there's a verdict. What's the verdict then? I'd never watched it, so Oh, there you go. Is it in? Oh, hang on then. Let's go. Hey, if it's in, shall we go and have a look then? Don't say what it is then. Let's have a look to see. Let's have a look to see if it's. Let's have a look to see if it's in. Let's have a look to see if it's in. Early in the morning. Hang on then. Ricky trial. Ooh, baby, ooh. Hang on then. What do we do with a drunken sailor? Oh, I can't find it. Hey, see you, Ken. Take care, buddy. Right. Has it been announced then? Take a field trip. Yes. All right. Let's go. Let's go. I love how that just goes on the fly and switches things up. Yes. So Christine Ricci. Right, yeah, hang on then. Christine Ricci. Thank you, Lisa, my darling. Christine Ricci. Christine Ricci. What will we do with a drunken sailor? What will we do? This is Dana Leonard. Drunken sailor. What will we do? I think I might have it. Drunken sailor, early in the morning. Hang on then. There's something here. Oh, this judge is all right, is she? Maybe not. Oh, let me go back. Let me go back. Oh, there we go. Right, I got it. Yeah, baby, I got it. Let me put it up. Let me put it up. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Hey, what about Crystal? What Crystal done? Guys, I've tested and my COVID test is negative. Happy days. Let's fucking go. Happy days. What's Amy Lynch saying? That you are covering the children for their legacy. Not to be... Yeah, I think it's big. I hate it. I hate listening to the testimony about children. I really do. And as I say, I used to be in no way am I covering it. I got too emotional. I cry. And I mean, I cry over the old small anything to do with children. I cry. But yeah, once people started telling me, look, if you can't do it for the legacy of the children, who is? You letting monsters get away with it. And since then, I'm like, fuck, yeah, let's fucking do it. Put my own personal selfish emotions to one side. Actually think of the children, their legacy. So, right, here we go then, people. Are we ready? Are we? Hey, while I transition, I mean the stream, not myself, even though go the movies for it. Let me just do this then. Where's it gone? Fuck, I can't find it now. Just for anybody new, 20-second video coming ahead. Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Here we are. Right, here we go, people. Strap it in, ladies. We are ready to rock and roll. We're ready to go, 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 go. Here we go. Oh, no, I need to move myself. Oh, now it's fucking done that. Hang on, I need to move myself. Cover this logo. Cover the logo, cover the logo, cover the logo. Oopsie, oopsie. Let me. What's it called again? Christine. Ah, fuck. Hey, Lisa, what's this called again? Christy Ricci. 808.
Good morning, Madam Mayor. Proceed.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone. The matter before the court is Commonwealth is Christine Ricci. Ms. Ricci is present. Counsel, please state your name for the record for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor. Jeremy present.
Good morning. You're up. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to the defendant. So the jury's all here. Bring them in.
Let me pause it. Right, Christine Ricci. Let me just change it then. Christine, thank you, people. I had Christy for some reason. I've got to do the chapters, you see. Christine Ricci sentencing. There we go. And thank you, Shari. What's this about? Singing lessons. What a mofo. Shari, what a mofo. Thank you so much, darling, for $20. I appreciate that. Got sent an ad, and when I go back to alone singing the like song, I was not prepared for that. You've not heard it. Hey, Techie, Mexi Techie, how we do, my darling? I know you do, Shari. It's all good. Let's go, people. It was sickening, Lady Di. Sickening to see all that.
Good, all right, your gentlemen. Hey. All personnel aiming for the sum of justice. I understand that. Justice is spirit court. Now sitting in Plymouth and within the Commonwealth. 12 men. Give me attendance. You should be heard. I'll say Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
You may.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Before the court is a continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Christine Ricci. Ms. Ricci is present and represented by attorneys Joshua Livermore, Barry. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorneys Jeremy Quisman, Shannon Buckingham, and Jason Perron. Your Honor, our 12 deliberating jurors and 3 alternates are also present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, jurors.
Good morning.
I hope you have a nice night. Jurors will start today, as we have every day of this trial. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case?
Yes.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case?
Yes.
And do you still all have open minds? With those three affirmations, all in the positive, all 15 jurors, both the 12 deliberating jurors and the three alternate jurors have answered yes. I'll have you return to your deliberations now.
Momphos, I thought I had the verdict there. Hang on. I got the wrong. It says verdict at the top. Motherfuckers. Right, hang on. I need to find it now. This bloody mofo. Right, where is it? Where do you take me? Where the fuck? Oh, I got it. Yeah, baby, I got it. Ba 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 ba. My desire, baby, I got it. I got it. I got it. Here we go back to court. I've got the call, Christine Ricci. It's a verdict. Christine Ricci. Christine Ricci, will she be guilty? Christine Ricci, is she guilty? We're about to see. Guilty, not or guilty, I don't know fuck all about this case. Oh, here we go, people. Just here we go. Mofos. Ricci, I thought it was Ricky.
Returning to the matter, Commonwealth versus Christine Ricci, all parties are present in the courtroom.
We have, I'm missing counsel.
Yes. So
Hey, Chrissy.
You may.
How we doing, my darling?
You can bring the jury in.
Now she didn't testify, and they say for a self-defense trial, you should always testify. So, once I heard she didn't testify, I think she's fucked. Hi, Robin. Hi, Robin. Rocky Robin. Rocky Robin. Dark-haired. Dark-haired Joe. Hey, Amy, this is what you get with me. 3 verdicts in one day, Amy. I don't know. Yeah, maybe not, but I think even if the Black Swan didn't testify, I think she'd have been found guilty. I don't know. I thought she's credible, Black Swan.
Would the jury and the defendant remain standing? All others be seated, please.
may I inquire, Your Honor?
You may.
Members of the jury, have you agreed upon your verdict?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Oxley, can you please have the verdict slips? say you, Madam Forelady, as to indictment number 2183 CR 00153 on offense number 001, wherein the defendant, Christine Ricci, is charged with the crime of murder. Is she guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Guilty of what?
Murder in the second degree.
Thank you. As to offense number 002, wherein the defendant, Christine Ricci, is charged with the crime of assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon. Is she guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Your Honor, may the verdict be affirmed.
Yes, they may.
Thank you. Members of the jury, hearken to your verdict as the court has so recorded it. You, upon your oath, do say that the defendant, Christine Ricci, is guilty of murder in the second degree on indictment number 2183 CR 00153, offense number 001. So say you, Madam Forelady.
Guilty.
So say you, all members of the jury.
Guilty.
You further, upon your oath, do say that the defendant, Christine Ricci, is guilty on indictment number 2183 CR 00153 on offense number 002 on the charge of assault and battery by means of a dangerous weapon. So say you, Madam Forelady.
Guilty.
So say you, all members of the jury.
Guilty.
Thank you. Your Honor, the verdict has been recorded and affirmed.
Jurors, you may be seated. Jurors, I want to thank each of you for the time that you have spent with us on this important matter and resolving this important matter. As I said to you in the closing remarks yesterday, you should have confidence in your abilities as jurors. I know that being a juror is a very difficult thing, and I appreciate all the sacrifices that you've made to be here and to resolve this case. And that includes the deliberating jurors and the alternate jurors. I'll be back in the jury room in a moment to get your feedback with regard to the case. I like to hear what we're doing well as a system for jurors, and more importantly, how we can improve our system and make your experience easier and better. So I'll be back to greet you and give you my personal thanks. I now lift off of you those rules. Your jury service is completed. And you can now speak to anyone about this case or no one at all. You can do any research you want about the case or none at all. And I'm supposed to tell you that you can now leave with not open minds or closed minds, but I hope and I know that you will go through your lives open to new people and new experiences. I'll be in the back in a moment. Thank you.
Court, all rise to the jury. This way.
Be seated.
I know you've had no time to speak to the victims with regard to the case, but what's the Commonwealth seeking with regard to sentencing? When is what I'm asking. Or do you want a moment to speak to the victims?
If we could have a few moments, that would be great. I know Attorney Tim Bradle has been representing the three Ricci children. I just need to make sure that, is Your Honor inclined to potentially do sentencing today, or are you asking for?
I actually would prefer not to do the sentencing today, but I will do the sentencing today, or at least I want to take into consideration what the victims' views are with regard to that.
Okay.
Before I make a decision.
Okay.
Does the defense wish the sentencing to go forward today?
We have two members of my client's family that are here from out of state, so it would be better that it be done sooner from our perspective at least, but there is, and also we have, presumably though, there is an advantage to perhaps having the children here and giving them an opportunity to speak, so I leave it to Your Honor.
Why don't we get a little more information before we decide how we're going to proceed today? So I'll take a break. I'm going to speak to the jurors and send them on their way.
Thank you.
Anything else that we need to do at this moment?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
All rise, please.
I presume there was no sentencing today. I presume so, unless somebody tells me differently. I presume so. Let me go through it quickly, but I very much presume that there's no. Oh, they're back. Yeah, she did say Tim Bradle, but I mean, I don't think it's the same Bradle. Because where? Oh, is this Mass? Oh, yeah, it would be Tim Bradle. Yeah, it's Bradle. Yeah, it's Tim Bradle. This is Mass. Yeah, it's Tim Bradle. He's representing the children, I believe. Yeah, so this is Mass. So it is Tim Bradle. Yes. Yeah, it's Tim Bradle, people. It's all good. It's Tim. He's just representing the family. Right, there's this bit. Let me just go to this bit then. I'm not sure. I don't think it's sentencing, but I'll stream it anyway for you guys.
What's now in session? Please be seated.
We're returning to the matter. Commonwealth is Christine Ricci. All parties are present for. Good morning. Attorney Tim Bradle. All three of the Ricci children would like to be here for sentencing. He suggested 3 dates, and the best date for all parties is either August 20th or the 22nd. The 22nd would be most preferable for the Commonwealth because ADA Haran, part of the trial team, obviously is going to be on trial on the 19th on a drug case, and things, hopefully, the later we do this, he might be able to participate.
Clerk, what do we look like that week? So why don't we put it on for, I assume we're on trial that week. So let's put it on for 3 o'clock. Yes. Yeah, what do we have that week?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oopsies. Oopsies. How many days was it? How close to the end are you? Do we spoil it for you? Sorry, Josie. Oops. Hello,
3
Dion.
o'clock is fine. Thank you. And I didn't mean to say, I presume, but I don't know, that Commonwealth is entitled to present victim testimony, not only from the children, but also other members of the decedent's family.
Thank you.
And the defense is entitled to present any additional information that you might want to present to the court that might be relevant to my decision-making. All right? Anything else that we need to cover today?
So you're on.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
There you go. So 25 years, yeah, they got. No, she got, the treadmill trial was 25 years. 20 years for the murder and 5 years for the misconduct or whatever it's called for the, and it's concurrent, as in one, so 20 years first, then 5 years, but then he imposes the 85%. So, and he's already served 2.5 years, so he'll have about 18 and a half to 19 years left to serve the treadmill trial. He couldn't get life. He's only, bye, Bill. See you, Bill. The tops he could have got was 40 years. And treadmill trial, he was offered 30 years plea deal, but no 85% time served. He had to do the 30 years. He turned it down, and he won because he got 25 years minus 85%, as in the 15% minus time served, the 2.5 years. So yeah. Happy days, thank God. I thought you were going to be in the mood with me. Oops. They were on day 7 today. There you go. We just went through, for those that don't know, Chad, what was his name? Chad Doerman that shot his 3 kids. He also got a plea deal today, which we played. which is life, can never ever come out of prison. 3 life sentences concurrent, plus like other charges on top of it and everything like that. So he's pleaded and he's in prison for the rest of his life. No chance of parole. Right. Hey, so there's one thing. This came up on my Twitter. I thought some of you, if you're looking for a holiday destination, apparently this is a good place to go. Where is it? Let me find it, because there's a place, right? Judge Bev says she'd allow it. I'm not sure where this is. Is this in Mass? Because everyone from the Boston area has commented on it. Tell me if this is in Mass or something. Is it jury back here? Castro. We got a verdict. No, right, hang on. Because all I see is all these Boston people saying you need to go to holiday here, you need to go on holiday here. I thought you ladies might know where this is. Do you know where that is? Is that like Cape Cod or something? Sarah P, you'd be all over this, Sarah P. You'd be all over this. Yeah, we're going back to Boyd, Crystal. We're going back to Boyd. Don't worry. Going back to Boyd now. I don't know where this is. But everyone in Boston, Judge Bev and all them, they're all commenting on it, saying you need to go on vacation here. Is this Cape Cod? I don't know why everyone's so excited about it. Everyone's just so excited. Sarah P's like, that's perfect place. Oops. I know you so well. I know what goes in that chopsy, your Sarah P. That's the end of Cape Cod, is it? There you go. No one's ever so excited. Just a tip. Why did I walk in and see? Well, I just thought, I don't know. Everyone said, got so excited. Genuinely, the only people commenting on it are all Boston people. That's how I saw it. It came up on my timeline. Thought it was a foot. What is it then? What is it? I don't know. I don't know what that is. I saw it. I thought some of you might know where it is. That's all. Anyway, clean your minds out the gutter, ladies. Fucking hell. It's heavily inexpensive. Is Cape happy to see me, or am I mistaken? Well, I think that might help your throat. Going there might help your throat, Crystal. Right, let's get back on it. Let's get back to it. People who are joking. Just in case it was a joke, people. Right, let's go back to Judge. I've skipped the other guy. There's like 10 minutes left of the other guy. I couldn't be asked. So, here we go. We're back to here. There's another half an hour left on this one. Christina Rex. Hang on then. Oh yeah, see that. It's just that thing. Yeah, I know. She's a journalist, just basically saying the Commonwealth came out today and said that they have 4 jurors have contacted them, but they've done nothing with it. Basically, about the thing, they're just trying to find an excuse why they've not spoken to the jurors in the Karen Reid case, basically. So we'll see what happens on Friday. And Yannetti came out and said now the Commonwealth should now drop charges 1 and 3 because of it. So it's nothing massively new, as in we knew all that. Right, so here we go then. Let's go. It is Friday, right? It's Friday. I'll go to the bottom here. I like the fact that everyone's on different things. So I'm not sure. I think Amy's only just seeing the photo. I don't think it's true. No, I don't think it's true. Typing sex because of the nap. No, Daffy, we're back on this one. Oops. Friday. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Friday. Yes. Right. Hang on. Just trying to find something else here. Right. Anyway, let's get it on. All I'll say to you people is don't believe the rumors, people. There's a lot of rumors out there. Do not believe anything on the rumors. No one knows anything. Trust me, because if it was true, Sean would know, and he would have told me. So that's how I know it's not true. Not to say even not true, but I'd rather trust Sean than listen to rumors. Right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take this witness briefly. Then I'm going to let you all have your lunch, okay?
Or Sean. That's the one that you need to trust. Because the only way I find out about stuff is through Sean. Or Kelly Reid sometimes, but no, mostly Sean. Yeah, I believe
All right, everyone,
absolutely
please
nothing.
speak into the microphones. Can everyone please do that? Thank you. Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record.
It's Bianca Martinez.
All right, state.
Now, Sergeant Martinez, who do you currently work for?
The San Antonio Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the San Antonio Police Department?
A little over 11 years.
And what training did you receive to become a San Antonio Police Department officer?
So the standard training through our police academy. My class was approximately 7 to 8 months long for training.
And have you received any other additional training since that time?
Extensive training, yes.
In what areas?
Mainly traffic investigation, so crash reconstruction.
And what type of training did you receive in the area of crash reconstruction?
Oh, I've been to numerous classes. Let me see. I brought my resume in just so I didn't forget any. So I've been to all of the courses required for crash reconstruction. So it's the basic investigation class, the intermediate investigation class, there's an advanced investigation class, and then finally there's a reconstruction class.
And in these classes, what did you learn to do?
Investigate and analyze evidence at crash scenes in order to reconstruct them.
And just in general, what goes into crash reconstruction?
There's numerous things. It's mainly a lot of physics and math in order to reconstruct scenes.
And what do you use in order to reconstruct the scenes?
We have a lot of different equipment. The main equipment that we use out at the scene is the brand that we use is Leica. It's a total station, very similar to surveyor equipment.
And what do you do with this equipment?
So once we get it all set up, we use it to mark and essentially map points out at the scene. So any evidence that we can see out at the scene, tire marks, scrape marks, there'll be marks for, we call it spatter, but it's essentially like liquid splatter, gouge marks, just anything that we can see out on the roadway. We typically mark all of those points. We also mark the vehicles, we outline the vehicles, and then the scene itself. So the roadway, the lane lines, jersey walls, so like the concrete barriers, things like that.
And then how would you take all these measurements or markings and determine something like someone's speed?
So we take the measurements off From the mapping of the points. So whatever points we map with the surveyor equipment, we take the measurements from those.
And what, I guess, how are you figuring it out, I guess, from those measurements and everything there?
So we're using all of the measurements, and we're essentially plugging those numbers into the crash math formulas that we have.
And are these crash math formulas, are they standard in the crash reconstruction field?
Yes, sir.
And have they been backed by studies that have been performed, not by you, but by others beforehand?
Yes, sir. Yeah, not by me. It's nationally accepted, the crash reconstruction science.
And so are you certified as a crash reconstructionist?
Yes, sir.
So I want to take you back to July 22nd of 2022. Were you working that night?
Yes, sir.
What shift were you working?
It's an overnight shift, so we have a daytime and a nighttime traffic investigation detail. So the night shift is from 7 p.m. to 5 a.m.
And do you recall ever being called out or receiving an indication that there was a crash out on 281?
Yes, sir.
And when you received that notification, where were you?
We were at a scene. It was a fatality scene that was downtown. I can't tell you the block number, but it was off of Elmira. It's Elmira near St. Mary's. It's essentially like what would be considered the access road that runs along 35.
And so you're there whenever you received this call. What did you do?
I instructed the officers.
If I don't do this now, I'll forget. Thank you to Dumpster Juice, who bought the coffee. Dylan, you have the best channel, the best mods, and the best chat ever. Thank you for all you do. Well, you're part of it, Dumpster Juice, of the chat. So thank you very much, Dumpster Juice. And thank you for the coffee, my darling. I had to do that now because I'll forget. So sorry, I'll get back to the trial now. But thank you, Dumpster Juice, for that. Appreciate you, my darling.
So we're going based off of what we're being told over the phone. I have no idea what that scene looks like. I have no idea what the officers have out there. So I'm limited to the details that they're providing over the phone, unfortunately. And the officer said that the officer at the time, it was Officer Morgan. He called and he said that he wasn't quite sure how the crash happened. He said there were multiple vehicles involved. He was kind of explaining so there was a primary crash, which caused a little bit of a backup on the highway. And then there was this subsequent crash. So he was kind of trying to explain all that over the phone, but the details were all kind of jumbled, because I think he was also confused of what was going on out there. It was just a lot to handle, I think. And he basically said that the victim may have suffered life-threatening injuries.
And what did you tell him once you heard that?
So that happens to us a lot. A lot of officers call and say that victims may have suffered life-threatening injuries. EMS kind of says that as a precautionary. They say, this person may be life-threatening because they have critical injuries. So we instruct the officer to obviously follow to the hospital and call us immediately with an update. With their condition, because once they get to the hospital, there's doctors and surgeons essentially that are evaluating them. We kind of get a better idea of their status.
So working with TID, is it just you that's working that shift, or how many other people are working?
That evening, I believe it was me and 2 other detectives, and then our sergeant. So there were 4 of us that night, if I recall correctly.
So at that time, if you had been given more information, would you have then been able to maybe split someone off and send them up to that location?
Yeah, it wouldn't be atypical that there's been many nights where we've had to split up and go handle scenes. I've handled many scenes on my own, by myself.
So that night, you didn't immediately go to that accident scene that was out on 281?
No, so we were at that, like I said, it was a fatality scene downtown. And I know it was me and Detective Orta, because he was the handling detective for that scene. And then my sergeant was there, Sergeant Johnson. I don't remember if Detective Doyle was at that scene. I can't recall if he was or not. But essentially we were handling the personnel that were there, you know, we were needed to handle that. And then we got called for another scene besides the one on North, besides the one on 281.
So while you're handling this other scene, did you ever get an update as to what was happening on 281?
No, I never received a subsequent phone call.
When did you end up following up with that scene?
Unfortunately, when we got back to the office, so by the time we finished, like I said, we received another call. There was a scene in South Patrol. I'm not too sure where that scene was. I can't remember, but I know it was in South Patrol. A vehicle drove through a house and seriously injured the occupant, the resident. So I know we went to that scene and we returned to the office at approximately 5 a.m. And I remembered not getting an update from North Patrol. So I was just looking at the calls. We have a call screen with all of our active and pending calls. So I was just, you know, looking at the call to make sure we weren't needed. And again, that happens a lot. EMS will say someone's life-threatening. They get to the hospital and they're not. They're fine. They're stable. You know, essentially, we're not needed at those scenes. But the call said that they were awaiting our arrival.
And so what did you do when you saw that the call said it was awaiting your arrival?
I immediately let my supervisor know that they've been waiting for us for several hours.
And did you end up contacting Officer Morgan again?
I did.
And did you ask about what for any updates?
Yeah, at that point, he said he forgot to call to provide an update on the victim's condition, but that basically she, I think at that point she was on life support.
So then did you make your way down to that scene on 281?
Yes, we immediately loaded the vehicle back up. We use a large truck. It's like our equipment truck. It's an Ford F-450, and it has all of our. It's like a big box truck. It has all of our equipment. So we had to load back up because that's stored at headquarters, and we typically unload it every night. So we had to load it back up and then go all the way out to 281 and like TPC way here.
How long was it between when you first got notice of the accident and when you finally made your way out there?
My best guess is about 3 hours.
And when you arrived at the scene, what was the first thing that you did?
So what we do at every scene is we walk the scene. So once we get there, we walk the entire crash scene from where it appears it started to the very end to where all the vehicles are stopped and stationary. And that was a pretty good distance.
And what are you looking for whenever you're walking the scene?
Just any apparent roadway evidence. So vehicle debris, vehicle parts, tire marks, skid marks. There's a gouging that's very apparent, typically on asphalt, though this was a concrete road. So we saw scrape marks, but they're difficult to see on concrete. So the roadway's light, like, you know, white or cream, light gray. Very hard to see scrape marks on that roadway, but tire marks are very apparent. Obviously vehicle debris, plastic, metal everywhere all over the road. Again, the vehicle spatter, like the liquids that come out of the cars, things like that. So that's all very apparent on concrete roadway.
And did you get a chance to actually look at the vehicles that were involved in the scene?
Yes.
And how many vehicles were directly involved in the scene?
Technically, the 3 vehicles, the 18-wheeler did get, there was contact made, but it wasn't anything that left any kind of significant damage.
But other than the 18-wheeler, what other vehicles were involved?
It was I believe all the vehicles were 2019s, around that year, but it was a Volkswagen Atlas, which is a larger SUV. And then the Chevrolet Silverado pickup truck, and then the Honda Accord.
And so you actually got to see these vehicles in person?
Yes, all 3. Yes.
And why is it important for you to see these vehicles in person?
There was a substantial amount of damage to all 3 vehicles, of substantial, it's we call crush. So the amount of intrusion into vehicles, it's not very apparent in photos, because you're looking at a plane, like a flat plane surface. So being able to see the vehicles in person, and see how much intrusion, how much, yeah, I don't know if intrusion is understood, but how much they're dented, essentially like dented in, or invaded, by the other vehicles or by each other. That allowed us to kind of recreate, the crash and understand, angles, like the impact angles, and just the amount of force essentially.
So just from looking at the vehicles alone, it gave you plenty of information. And again, it's in-person viewing that really helped you.
Sustain.
So would viewing the vehicles in person, would that be the first step in your investigation?
So basically, yeah, like I said, the initial thing that we do when we get out there is we have to walk the entire scene. And we're of course looking at all of the vehicle damage, all of the roadway evidence. And that's what allows us to be able to tell how a crash happened.
And Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Oh, we'll see what this happens. A random, maybe dumb question. Never a dumb question, lady. Is the buy me coffee really coffee? I mean, that could end up to be a lot of coffee. No, it's not. It's not real coffee. They call it buy me a coffee, but you could make it like pizzas, whatever. There's no food involved. It's just a catchy name. It's just a catchy name. And it's just a site because technically you're buying someone a coffee to say thank you or something. That's what the gist of it is, essentially. But yeah, no, it's not actual coffee. But good question though.
Now, Sergeant Martinez, have you had a chance to view these vehicles since July 22nd of 2022?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Answer, ma'am.
Yes, sir, I've viewed them multiple times since the crash.
And in the time between now and July 22nd of 2022, have they changed in appearance?
No, they look very, very similar to how they did out at the scene.
And any differences, what differences have you seen, if any?
It's just gonna be, so they're stored out at our city facility, grout and impound. It's not a paved facility. It's dirt, and it's like clay dirt. So a lot of the vehicles, when we go back out to do any kind of investigation, they're typically covered in dirt. And then they're exposed to the elements. The employees there do try to wrap them. It's like a shrink, almost like a saran wrap. They do try to wrap them, to the best of their ability. But unfortunately that they're still exposed. They're outside. It's not covered or anything. They're exposed to the elements.
And just to clarify, or just to ask, if someone were to maybe go and inspect the vehicles, to go inside one of them and to look inside, would that affect any sort of analysis that you would get from looking at the vehicle?
Objection, that's close to speculation.
Overruled.
Can you re-ask her?
So if someone were to, let's say, go inside one of these vehicles and try to get some property, would that affect any of the observations that you would have made?
No, and no one's allowed to do it. If the vehicles are on evidence hold, which all of our vehicles are for our cases, they're not allowed to do that by themselves. So they're accompanied by an officer or a detective, and all of that's monitored.
And Your Honor, again, we approach.
All right, just have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have you step back and I'm gonna have you brought out in 10 minutes time. Remember my previous instructions. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors. All right, everyone, please be seated. And state in defense, I believe this is the part where the state is going to be requesting that the jurors be allowed to see the vehicles in person. Is that correct?
Yes, Judge, at this time.
All right, defense, do you have any questions as it relates to that request by the state?
I have, an objection.
Oh, please remain
Sorry.
seated. Do you have any objections or do you have questions for the witness as it relates to whether or not the jurors should be allowed to view the vehicles in person?
I have objections, Judge. I can ask the Sergeant a couple of questions, but I don't really have much for Sergeant, to be honest.
All
with
right, if you
but
just have objections without asking questions, you may proceed with your objections.
I'll do that, Your Honor. And so, Judge, we are, sorry, I'll stand, Judge. I don't know why, but
No
the
problem.
way I've been raised, right? So, Judge, we do object, and we maintain and re-urge our original objections. It's an improper, and if I may I move around the courtroom, Judge?
Yes.
It's an improper representation of the accident scene. We had expert testimony from Detective Doyle, who I stood here and he testified that the purpose of State's Exhibits 94, 95, 96, and 97 are to accurately diagram and map out the scene of this crash. And he said on the stand, they do that, he does that, SAPD does that for the jury. And he said this is the best representation that the jury can have of this accident. That and all of the photographic evidence and video evidence that the state has introduced, Judge. I mean, they have introduced approximately, I don't know, Judge, 20 hours of body camera and dash cam camera. There are 50 photographs of the scene, including two blow-ups.
All right, counsel, would you like to address the issue of the witness's testimony? And I'm sorry, does someone still want the witness to be on the stand as we?
Sergeant could be excused from us, Judge.
Can you release it for lunch?
All right, so you can go have lunch.
Thank you.
All right.
What time does she need to get?
I'm going to give the jurors till 1:45. All right. So, counsel, of course, I'm just looking at the factors that I have to consider. And this witness has testified that what you see in person with the vehicles would be different than what's in the photographs. That was her testimony.
It was, Judge.
All right. So those are one of the factors for me to consider on whether or not I would allow the jury to view the vehicles. So that's number one. The other is the expense, but it doesn't appear to be a great expense because the vehicles are right downstairs. So if we could address those issues, because that seems to be one of the main issues, counsels, is the fact that the witness is saying that what has been viewed in the photographs is not or cannot be, is different from what you would see if you view the vehicle in person.
I appreciate it, Your Honor. And the problem with that I have with that, my objection is one, that would be cumulative. So it'd be cumulative under four.
I'll be honest with you, I can't be fucking asked with that. I generally don't, I'm not bothered by it. Either they get to see the cars or not, we'll see in the afternoon. There's the afternoon sessions going on now, but I can't be asked to stream it. I want to stream something else instead because I'm a little bit bored of this trial. But I'll come back to the afternoon session. There's only 10 minutes left, so don't. There's no more testimony this morning. We'll cover it Monday. We'll come back to it Monday. But I believe there is a hearing on Monday for Sarah Boone. So I just went and I haven't seen her last her hearing. She did a hearing, I believe, a week ago. So I wanted to watch that because I haven't seen it. So let's watch that. If we're gonna, because we'll cover Sarah Boone on Monday. If there's if she's actually, why the fuck is it doing that? Hang on. For some reason, this is playing up a bit with me. Oh, it's fine. I'll deal with it when we get to it. So yeah, I just thought I would play that in case people haven't seen it. I'll play Judge Boyd on Monday as well, but I'll play this. Hey, bye, Thankful. See, Thankful. You've not missed anything on that trial. I'll be playing it on Monday. I'm done with Boyd now. Anyone that needs to leave, thank you so much for being here. We need I think, a little cray. Yes. Let's get Sarah. Right. I need my years. Because you know when you wear headphones all day, it's been like 9 hours nearly, and I'm like Dumbo. Woo! Oh, fuck my arm. Right, let's get this up here. I haven't watched this hearing, so I don't actually know what's going on. Ugh. There you go. Right. Are we ready to listen to this, people? I should say this on the thing, shouldn't I? 8:58. Let me put a timestamp on. If you're on replay crew, you're gonna think I'm crazy with my chapters on 8:58, 30 replay. Everyone's gonna think I'm crazy. You think I'm crazy? Fuck it, got loads of chapters as well. Anyway, let's go. Yeah, my ears do need to breathe a bit, I'll be honest with you. No, this is last week, Lady Di. This is last week, this is Lady Di. Oh, right, let's go.
Mr. Cacciatore?
Dave Cacciatore on behalf of the state.
Ms. Boone, good morning. Could you please raise your right hand so Madam Clerk can swear you in?
Yes.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you state your name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 10/10/77.
We also have a representative from Prison Break Investigation. Sir, if you could come forward, please. If you could, sir, raise your right hand. Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in.
So, Zach, that's why you're here. This is why I'm here. But I can't find a time for it, Zach. Do you know what time she's on next week? Her hearing. Because what I'll do is I'll play that next week and I'll work everything else around it. But I don't know what time it's on. Oops. Yeah, she's representing herself, yes. She goes through 8 lawyers, yes. So I don't know what time it's on Monday. If anyone knows, shit, sorry. Let me know, please. I thought it was 8. But it might be 9 now.
All right, sir, good morning. Could you state your name for the record?
Billy Lane.
And Mr. Lane, what's your affiliation with Prison Break Investigations?
I'm the owner and chief investigator.
Okay, very good. The reason the court had this hearing this morning is the court has found that Ms. Boone has forfeited her right to counsel and waived her right to counsel alternatively by virtue of her conduct in this case. As such, Ms. Boone is currently representing herself. The court has been working diligently to provide you the discovery. I received your letter, ma'am, and I have reviewed it. We have not forgotten about you. It's just taken some time in order to coordinate the appropriate processes with the jail. In conversations with the jail, a laptop has been secured and will be issued to you after USB drives are provided with all the discovery. Upon the jail's receipt of those items, the following provisions will be adhered to. The laptop, charging cable, and USB devices will be kept in the FDC main control room when not in use. At no time will the charging cord be placed in the housing unit. Upon the return of the laptop to the FDC main control, the laptop will be placed on the charging cable to ensure it is available for the next day's usage. The laptop and USB device is to be accounted for with the control room inventory. The control room DST or CO will make logbook entries for the issuing and returning the USB device and laptop. The dorm officer will make logbook entries for the receiving and returning of these items to the applicable movement officer. A notebook entry will be completed in IMS for every issuance of the laptop and USB device to inmate Boone. The laptop and USB device will be available daily to you, Ms. Boone, between 0800 and 1600 hours. A notebook entry will be completed in IMS for every issuance of the laptop and USB device to yourself, Ms. Boone. The discovery was provided at the court previously and is in the two bankers boxes that are in front of the court to your left, Mr. Lane. I'm going to order you, sir, to take possession and custody of that discovery that was provided to the court previously on June 28, 2024. You, through Prison Break Investigations, shall copy all of the discovery onto as many USB jump drives as necessary. The Judicial Administration Commission for the state of Florida shall be responsible for the fees and costs due to Prison Break Investigations for copying all of the discovery onto as many USB jump drives as necessary. You will appear for a hearing with the court on August 1st, 2024 at 8:45 in courtroom 12A of the Orange County Courthouse with the discovery and all USB jump drives containing the discovery. A representative from the Orange County Jail shall also appear for that hearing as well. At that point in time, Prison Break Investigation shall hand deliver all USB jump drives containing the discovery to the representative from the Orange County Jail in order to be placed onto the laptop that is currently secured and to be issued to the defendant for all trial and court preparation. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
I have a conflict for August 1st, Your Honor. I'm
Okay.
going to be out of state from Tuesday until Friday of next week, which I believe is the conference August 1st for my son's wedding.
Okay, well, congratulations. When do you return from your son's wedding, sir?
I will be back late Friday evening, so I'll be available the following week.
Okay, will you be able to complete that task by that time?
Yes, sir, I'll do my best.
Okay, sir, we will see you on give me a second, I want to make sure I get the date right. Monday, August 5 at 8:45. Okay, you'll be given a copy of the order that I just read from. Ms. Boone, you'll also be given a copy of the order. Do you have any questions for me?
I am thoroughly confused. Was a notice ever put online for this or mailed to anyone? I don't even know why Mr. Lane is here. I don't know why I'm here.
Well, ma'am, you are now representing yourself, and previously you had requested to appear at every hearing that was held. As you are now representing yourself, the court cannot have any hearings regarding your case without you being here. I put on the record and explained to you the process that the court has had with communications with the jail. I'm not allowed to look at any of that. I'm not allowed to copy any of that. So in speaking with the jail and understanding that you still have a private investigator that was provided to you through the state that's being compensated by the state, you're still allowed to utilize his services. The protections of the attorney-client privilege are still applicable to him. So he's able to review any of these documents, ensure that they are safely copied without violating any terms of the privileges. Those will then be placed on multiple USB drives and provided to you. Those USB drives will then be uploaded to a computer that has been secured for you at the jail for you to access all of that information.
Okay. My question is, was a notice of hearing posted or mailed to anyone to where apparently the news crews obviously got it? How is it that I do not know anything about this other than my bunk being kicked at 3 o'clock in the morning telling me I have court?
Ma'am, I have no other way to get in touch with you other than setting the hearing, which was set yesterday once I received confirmation from the jail as to the processes for how this would work. And I understand that your case is important, and I want to move it as efficiently, as diligently as possible. I know that you've been waiting for this information, and it took some time to confirm the process with the jail. You've advised me that you have very limited space. You have almost no privacy. You have a small drawer where you can keep some personal effects. We could not send all of those boxes with you to the jail, and the jail advised me that they cannot take all those boxes. A process had to be created to make sure, and this is the process.
The process that I was explained after speaking to a couple of sergeants, and I've been waiting for that, and I would much rather prefer a hard copy of these to where I can write on them as opposed to anything that's on a laptop.
I am unable to provide that for you. I have been provided the process has been provided to me by the Orange County Jail. I understand that's your preference, but I can't do anything more than what I've done right now.
I understand. And I have had other information given to me, which is why I've been waiting for the boxes for them. So I don't know, is this something that I need to pursue continuously still for me to be able to receive my hard copies? Because no one tells me anything.
I cannot answer that question because that may call for me providing you legal advice, which I am prohibited from doing.
Okay, well, because I have no other way of contacting you other than in a letter, and it's AKA worldwide. So am I supposed to go back and speak to the captain and whoever else it is that I might need to speak to in order to receive these?
Again, I cannot answer that question. All I can tell you is that we will have a hearing on August 5, whereby which Prison Break Investigations will provide all of the information on USB drives. Those will be provided to a representative from the Orange County Jail who will place all that information on a laptop for you to use, and that's accessible for your use from 0800 to 1600 every day.
Right. Okay, so I guess I will figure that out, because if I'm up at 2 o'clock in the morning, I can't utilize the laptop, which is another reason why I was looking forward to the hard copies. So my other question is my time prorated for the time that I've been waiting for my discovery?
I'm not sure I understand what that means.
Will I be having additional time added, or will it be extended from the time period of me waiting for my discovery still?
I'm not in a position to answer that question. I don't know what it is that you're asking for.
My pretrial is supposedly set for September 24th, I believe it is. So obviously I will not be prepared. And obviously I do not know what I'm doing. And obviously I'm still waiting for my discovery. So for that time period that I have been waiting for almost 4 weeks now, will that be added to the time frame in order for me to be properly prepared?
As of right now, the dates are what the dates are, ma'am.
Okay, so I just miss a week, a month.
The dates are what the dates are.
So I also sent you, I believe, 5 motions. Have you received those?
No, ma'am, I have not.
They were mailed last week.
Then I have not received them yet. The last correspondence I got from you, ma'am, was received on July 8th.
5 motions I've mailed. They're probably sitting wherever else it is, considering it takes a day for you all to receive my mail, considering I'm right down the street from you all. So I have those also in order, which may change whatever information or anything that I'm trying to acquire in between now, the month less that I have in order to prepare for my trial. That's in October. So if you could keep an eye out for those also. I don't know who I'm supposed to ask. How did Mr. Lane come into any of this? Like, how was he called?
Mr. Lane has been your investigator in this case, and he was advised to attend this morning's hearing by virtue of being provided the discovery in order to digitize it so that you can have access to it.
The court contacted him?
I did not contact him.
Am I allowed to speak to him directly?
You can?
Mr. Lane, who contacted you in order for you to be here, please?
JA contacted
If I'm pro se and my own attorney, shouldn't I be included in all of this so I know what's going on and not a surprise hearing like it is again for the second time?
Ma'am, again, this is why there were benefits to being represented by counsel. The court has already identified in its 16-page order the reasons for why you no longer have those benefits.
Right. Which
It
is
makes
now
things
formed.
exceptionally more difficult, as I explained to you, in communicating with the court and communicating with the state attorney's office.
Isn't that what a certificate of service is for anything that's filed by anybody in the court?
There
That
was,
should be included in that.
ma'am, there was no certificate of service for setting this for today. This was coordinated by the JA. You were advised as soon as it was set yesterday.
It's just very odd to me that the news knew about it before I did.
Again, I can't speak to that.
And so nonetheless, my constitutional right to counsel is being forfeited on your behalf in the court. So now I don't get appropriate notice in preparation for me to be able to be here and doing what I'm supposed to be doing and act as and perform as?
I've already addressed the reasons, ma'am, for why there was a forfeiture and alternatively a waiver in the 16-page order that you were provided. Again, it's difficult to communicate with you based on where your current housing is. I'm not able to pick up the phone. The judicial assistant's not able to pick up the phone to communicate with you or send you an email to schedule certain things. And it leaves a little bit of a level of further complication.
How is it the news knows before I do?
You keep asking the same question and the answer is going to be the same. I cannot answer that question for you because I do not know.
Okay, but you do know it's harder for me.
I would agree with that, yes.
And you do know that you did not ask me any questions in regards to your order. You just read it straight off and never asked me what's what or how many with anything of it.
Ma'am, if you have questions, I can certainly try to answer them. I'm trying to facilitate you getting that information that you're certainly entitled to. And it took time for a process to be created by the Orange County Jail. As they had advised me, they do not have a place to store 2 banker's boxes of information, nor are they in a position to provide you physical copies. This is what I've been advised as the process is. As soon as that process was finalized, I set the hearing. This was finalized yesterday.
No one ever asks me. I've been waiting for the boxes. I really don't know what to say. And because I supposedly have no way to contact you other than a letter, and the same for you, I don't know how the news crews got here before I did. But I don't know going forward, how is it that I'm supposed to be able to communicate with you other than me sitting here in front of you at these, I guess, supposed surprise hearings that I'm going to have every single time that it is that you would like to speak to me? Is that what it's going to be?
Ma'am, I cannot answer that question. All I can tell you is that you can communicate with the court through the avenues that you've been utilizing previously by and through letter writing. As I said, I do not have your letters that you sent last week. They're not in the court file and they were not in my inbox yesterday. So as soon as I receive them, I will diligently review them. And if we have to set a hearing, you'll be properly noticed for it.
In the certificate of service.
You'll be properly noticed for it. Yes, ma'am.
And will there be a proper notice for today?
Notice was performed last night. I've
Am
already
I allowed to
explained.
ask the news crews how they got here?
No, ma'am, I'm not going to let you do that. They're not under oath. They're not a party to this action right now.
It's wrong and it's unfair.
You certainly entitled to that opinion.
Am I allowed to ask him a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Mr. Lane, how is it that you and I are supposed to be speaking to one another?
So my suggestion would be, since you're now the attorney and you are pro se, that either you or your honor gives me access to the jail to come visit with you, and I'll be happy to do that. It is the policy of the Orange County Jail to have a letter represented from an attorney to allow me to access you. That's the reason for the past previous couple of attorneys, I've not had the ability to come out and access you, but that's changed. And I will be happy to continue to move forward with any investigative actions that can be for your defense, as long as I get that access.
So you need a letter from me.
Or the judge or the jail, somebody that will allow me access to you. Yes, ma'am.
And I send it to you directly?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this a letter also that you'll be supplying to him?
I don't know that I'm in a position to compel the Orange County Jail to do anything,
That you all are the ones who contacted him?
but I can't tell the jail, let this person come talk to you. If they have a policy where you need to provide the letter, then you need to provide the letter.
So until you have that letter, you and I will not be able to speak with one another?
I will contact the jail myself and find out if there's an extension for pro se, or maybe they can speak to you directly to circumvent the actual letter itself.
Thank you.
Ma'am, do you have any other questions?
I don't think you have enough time. I'm just doing my best, and if you could please keep an eye out for my motions.
I will be on the lookout for them. You said there were 5, correct?
Yes.
I will
And
be
if you
on.
could Please include me on the certificate of service for whatever hearings that we have that are no longer a surprise for me, please.
Understood. You'll be given a copy of the court's order that I read momentarily, and I will see you both on August 5 at 8:45 in the morning. All right. Thank you all very much. Mr. Cacciatore, anything further, sir?
Nothing from the state.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day. Oh, wait, before you leave, that is all going to be yours. Yes, I would, sir, so that you can begin the digitization process. All right, I'll see you on the 5th. Perfect. Thank you, sir. Yes. Yeah, I'm just. Yes. Sir, can you just hang out for a second so I can give you a copy of the order? Appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, bloody hell, right. I got the interrogation video here, so we will do that. She speaks well, I'll give her that. She does speak well. Okay, that's it. Right. Well, she spoke well. Well, she had good questions, I thought. Right, let's look at the interrogation. I have seen this ages and ages ago, but I need a reminder. When is the trial? October, she said. Interesting. So we'll cover the hearing on Monday to see what the fuck's going on with this trial, because I don't actually know. Is it 8 or 9 attorneys? I can see that it's going to be pushed on. I can see that she might get another attorney. Sounds like that guy is going to help her out as well. I don't really know. Hey LJ, how you doing, my darling? Right, how the fuck do I get this now? Right, here we go. Here we go. So this is about nearly 2 hours. Oh, I haven't. Well, hang on. Before we play this, is there a video of the actual? Hang on. Before I do anything else, please indulge me for a couple of minutes, ladies, and Zachariah. Okay, I got it. I think it's this. Right, hang on then. Let's play this first then, shall we? Let's play the actual. I think this is it. I don't know. I'm hoping it is. Right. Let's watch the actual video of the suitcase. So this is the actual suitcase, I think. Let's have a look here. I might need to move my. Oh fuck! Here we go. Right. So this is the suitcase. That's him in the suitcase.
Sarah. For everything you've done to me. Sarah. For everything you've done to me. Sarah. You. Sarah. You. Sarah. Stupid. Sarah. That's my name. Don't wear it up. Sarah. I can't breathe. Seriously. Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me. Sarah. 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 Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. It's on you. Sarah. Real or ransom. Might want to get video for it extra. Because I got this. Sarah. Real or ransom. Sarah. Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. Oh. That's what Sarah. I feel like when you ching on me. Sarah. Sarah. Yeah.
She sounds drunk, that's for sure.
You should probably shut up. Sarah. Shh. Sarah.
Okay, right. I knew there was that. I know there's another one. I think you said it, but when they come to the house and stuff. But I haven't got enough time to play that because I've only got. Remind me, we have to finish in less than 2.5 hours. And this next video is 2 hours. So, hey Wayne, how you doing, fella? She sounded like a fucking whack job there. Jeepers. She sounded drunk, that's for sure. Right, let's get this. The interrogation. Remind me, I have to stop this in 2.5 hours. Well, we'll be done by then. Right, share screen. Here we go. So this is the interrogation. It's 2 hours. I'm not sure if we can. Oh, before I play this, hang on. Before I play it, hang on. I just see something sneak in. Bear with me. Bear with me, everyone. I couldn't get it up in time. That's what she said. Oi, oi. Leslie, my darling, thank you so much for the coffee. Thank you for all your time, Dylan. You care so much, and I can see you working hard. You deserve much, much, much more than this coffee, but it's my way of saying I appreciate you from Michigan. You're fan, Elsie. Thank you, Elsie, my darling. I appreciate you. Also, dumpster juice, obviously, from earlier as well. Thank you so much for that. You don't need to, but thank you so much. There you go, dumps Elsie. There you are. Right. Okay, let me get this one up there. So there's 2 videos. I'm not going to be able to play 2 videos unless there's gaps in this interrogation video where I'm able to. I don't know. I don't know if there's any gaps here, which means I can fit in another 40-minute one before Monday. Oh, hang on, I know. Let's see if we can play at 1.25 speed then. If we can, that'd be even better. Let's have a look then. Let's go.
Okay. I'm gonna have you sit in the green chair. It doesn't move. appreciate you coming in.
Yes, ma'am. I want to ask you about these whenever we have a moment.
Sure. So obviously, he received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it, just like we did yesterday. Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah. So this is the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay?
Sure.
All right. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me?
No.
And do you understand what I just read you?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So so he's got scratch marks to his back.
I know what that's from.
Okay. And it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So like basically you're getting hit and then, you get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. Like someone hit you or something like that. It's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his lip. We could see his mouth was a little.
I haven't laid a
swollen.
hand on him.
Okay.
Also too, he fell off my son's bike.
Okay.
So I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the hall tree. So
Okay. What about the scratches? Because there's also sex.
Yes.
Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on the back of his neck, kind of going, but it's going straight across.
I have no idea what that's from.
And they're all recent. They occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago or 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up. So when he was.
In all honesty, we have not gotten into it.
Okay.
That's why, the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to be honest with you anyway, are the scratch marks on his back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything else, I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over the house too, so.
Well, your son was there when? When was he last there?
Oh, gosh.
My understanding he was there last Tuesday?
I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last week, so.
Well, we're talking about Sunday.
Yeah.
We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period.
So you're talking about day before yesterday?
Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior.
Correct.
So we're talking about Sunday and then
That's
into
why
Monday.
I'm thoroughly confused because we had a good time sitting on the back porch, having wine and smoking a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play, and listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's mind-blowing to me. I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
He also had, on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on his head and his skull.
I have no idea.
As if something hit him.
I
considered
have not
force
touched him.
trauma.
I have not touched him. I have not touched him.
How would you get those injuries?
Tell me and we'll both know. I have not touched him.
Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the buccal swabs, did they go under your fingernails?
No.
Okay. Are you willing to let us
Absolutely
swab underneath your fingernails?
Go for it.
Okay.
I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day.
Mm-hmm.
It was a good day. We've had good days lately, even considering everything that's going on with our jobs and life in general and ex-wives and everything. It's been good. I don't even know where this is coming from.
Yeah,
I don't
think
even
the
know.
last physical was probably, you said, I think, a month ago? Where you got the injury, right? You said that was a
I'll
month
say
ago?
a few weeks, give or take, yeah.
A few weeks. That was the last physical altercation between the two of you? You said a month ago he hit you with a curtain rod.
Yeah, with a curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either.
Wow.
We've been good. I don't know if since the last time he got out of jail, we've been good, and he's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So.
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
The probation officer?
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you all understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. And I don't know if you talked to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I flee, I go over there. So.
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago, so.
Give or take.
Right, so what do you mean by he comes after you?
He gets belligerently drunk
Like, I don't know if y'all have looked through my phone yet and seen any of the pictures and the videos that I have taken. And at one point, I started documenting everything. Okay. So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split foreheads, he split my nose. I've got this. Right. I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards for them to tend to it, from him poking me in the back of the leg. Right. So it's.
Then why are you still with him?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. Like I feel like I could help him, which I did, because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia to moving back to here and to dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with. I've really helped him. I bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything for him because I'm trying to help him, because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things, and I think he gets overwhelmed. And then it's like, the next thing I know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go. So I'm going to go upstairs and read a book, or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else. Where I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend, that's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do. He doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself, where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that. So he would literally, not literally, but have smoke coming out of his ears. So the next thing you know, he doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time, I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job. And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill. And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And his manager was awful and basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers. She was all over him all the time. Send me money, send me money, send me money. How can I send you money when I don't have a job? And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the paint to try to get him off of it so we don't have a drink, or he doesn't have a drink. So when you all see my phone, you can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently drunk. Where most of the time, I just don't want to be there. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down. Eventually, he just passes out.
Well, yesterday, it made it sound like you guys were just drinking like a glass or two. Like, yeah, you obviously had the bottle, but you told me on recording, like, that you were not drunk. He was not drunk. You guys were having a good time.
I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk. I don't like being non-compos mentis, having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control. So
I'm just saying you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics. We are not, but you guys were both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it?
Sunday was one of the better days that we have had in quite some time. He's dancing with my dog. You can see that too on the pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time, and just being happy kind of thing. He doesn't know, I can get like maybe 2-3 glasses of wine and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you? Like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did he have? The bottle was gone. I mean, I don't know if you poured any out. Yes.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a half bottle left over.
Yeah, that was much.
And then that you had wine. Well, I don't even know how the wine. How'd you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he like leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix? Like, because
Sometimes I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to Publix?
So most of the time, what happens is because the convenience store where we get cigarettes is here, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it.
Okay.
So what he'll do is he'll start
go by Publix, and then on the way back, catch the convenience store.
Okay.
So
Is that what he did Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because next thing I know, he's walking in with a bottle.
Okay.
So that's,
Okay.
it's him trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus, there's stuff that I around the house that I had to take care of. So that's usually what will happen. Or I'm folding laundry and he'll go run out and do whatever.
Okay. So where were you guys
He's
at
not-
on drunkenness, not drunkenness on Sunday?
I
You told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk.
Right.
I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know. I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I have told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down, slow down. And another thing too is I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough around the edges, and like just, it makes me fractious listening to his music. So I kept asking him, let's just you and me talk. You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine, because I mean, we were playing with the dog, whatever, and then it's like, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the puzzle, took a break, now let's do this. Sure enough, sat down, we're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies, we're watching movie trailers while we're doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him, because I think that's what he's used to, is having background noise, where me, I can sit in here all day with not a peep. But he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind because the trailers were cool. And he was interested in showing them to me, getting excited about movies that were out or upcoming.
Okay.
So
On your laptop you're talking about?
Mhm.
Like, okay.
And I mean, and then it was.
You said it was a good day. Like, you guys didn't have any conversations about your relationship? You guys didn't go down like the rabbit hole, like had too many to drink, and you guys start getting.
No, when I tell you this, it made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say with just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's just, it's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through, because.
I'm talking about the money, jobs,
Daughters, yes.
Nothing
No.
relationship wise though, like no issues, like, did you guys have a conversation about your relationship, or was it just about
Just
like
what's
distraction?
going on right now.
Got it.
I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest, because I call him the volcano, where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate,
Mhm.
which is a huge thing in a relationship,
Right.
where he has been practicing communication. So he actually talks to me about things and unburdens himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you. Like I have almost everything.
Mhm.
Not a worry. Just tell me. Get it out of you.
Right.
But it was, when I tell you, I was so happy. Like it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting and listen to music or whatever else he wants to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room, and then start talking, because I think he gets comfortable with, okay, you know what? We're here. It is a good day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way, shape, and form. Ask everyone. I helped him. I took care of him. I miss him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night. I miss him a lot.
I mean, is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him and
I never stopped.
trying to?
I never stopped. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now because I'm still trying to help him.
Yeah, we just don't, I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries, and
I have no idea.
you were the only one with him.
100% right hand to God. I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody.
Okay. You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos, kind of like a proof and just in general.
Yeah, I started documenting at one point, but that was way before, I think, the last time that he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end. But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail.
Right.
But because he had violated the pretrial diversion, this time it's probation, so you don't have a choice in it. You have to go see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court ordered.
Mm-hmm.
Where it took him a while to get used to it and understand, they're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say, she's wonderful. That's one of my questions to him to talk to you about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of him. She called me personally one time when George was at work, when he was working. 42-minute phone call. She and I just saying how grateful she is that George has me. And she knows how hard I'm working to help him, just as she is and just as the classes will. So once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer and then to his substance abuse class and his I don't know what BIP stands for, Matters Intervention Program. And actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it. And would always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together. Where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sarah, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Because for a video that he watches to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And
when I tell you I love him, I love him.
Boone, when you love somebody, you have limits.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors still tell me that. The office, property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee. And I don't know if you would like to see on my phone, or I think it's actually on a laptop. I actually, because, and you have to understand too, I have, like, prior to classes in PO, kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and bailed him
I
out
know.
the next day.
I know.
What's on your laptop?
What was I gonna tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order.
Okay.
Because I would kick him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car, just opened the back of my car and just started throwing all his crap in, just throwing it, like the car would jostle, he was throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But if you're staying here at their place, it's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happens is he pursues me. So I don't know if y'all know where Katie Way Trail is. Okay, so it's literally right there from our apartment. Would ride his bike to work, but before he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike and poke his head over, because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know too what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come getting off of work, you can do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got like a break from him, where I told you all yesterday or whenever it was. I started to feel that it was too much togetherness. And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm going to go ride my bike. I'm going to go upstairs and read a book. But every waking moment, he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look at some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just going to be upstairs maybe watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner? And then we would cook together and eat dinner and then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
You're talking about this is like recent? You kind of like lost me. Like what are you
It was a little while ago.
But now you're talking about tension building up and that you need space. So have you been feeling that way lately or?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay, my thing is too, so you all know, I hate that you can't talk to her, but Dee, his ex-wife, when I say a monster, she's a monster. Like she withholds their children from speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and then she like completely berates him about money, about the father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this is not like the recent, but which is why he doesn't even bother calling anymore, because he knows that she's going to answer and he's going to have to talk to her, so therefore he can't talk to his daughter. The other time he talked to her, made her talk to Cookie. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter.
What does she have to do though with anything about what happened Sunday and into Monday? Like,
no, I'm just saying like previously why the incidents would happen is she plays a big part in it.
Okay.
On top of jobs and money and groceries and all that.
Okay.
Sunday, when I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Is there anybody else at the house?
No, it's just me and him.
Since talking yesterday, do you remember any like timelines better? Like what time you guys were playing? What time he was zipped up in the luggage? What time you went upstairs?
We started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
You started the activities around 4, you said?
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then
you just said that it was dark when you were playing hide and seek, and I'm just curious if you remember.
But when we were outside, that's where we would start. And talk about things, and then eventually I was the one that had him come inside, so we could.
About
do
what
stuff.
time, do you remember what time that was, is what she's asking?
Mm,
And you said you went up to bed around
midnight.
midnight, fell asleep around 12:30-ish. But those are the only times I have. So I have 4 and I have midnight. So there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or
Like when we started to play hide and seek.
Yeah.
Well, we went inside probably about, if I had to guess, we weren't out there too long, maybe about 6-ish. Then.
You're talking about from hanging out outside and like, okay.
Well, we have 2 beach chairs that are out there.
Right.
Just enjoy the weather.
Gotcha.
Plus, it's starting to get dark and gnats and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore.
Okay.
All right, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it. Started to paint. Well, started listening to music for a little bit. Started to paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Start at the top, paint, whatever. Maybe, gosh, that puzzle, we worked on that for probably a good hour and a half. So 8 o'clock-ish?
Is when you went to
9 o'clock?
hide upstairs originally?
No, that's when we were like painting. So then it's like, okay, well, I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just, come on. Okay, you want to play hide and seek? What he does is, okay, tag, you're it. So it's like, okay, we know. Okay, take off.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we did.
And then you went upstairs, and then he didn't come up, and you came down, and the suitcase was there originally because you guys were planning to do donations, so it was already there. Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship.
Mm-hmm.
When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay. So it was just kind of like that prop was there, and it was there,
Yes.
and it was in play because.
Why do you say it like that, though?
I would never do that.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase?
Well, I mean,
we were playing.
No, I know,
that
but
time,
I'm saying, I'm talking about hide and seek, which is a game, so.
The suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you, I know the CSI people saw our closet. Our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them. So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not? But obviously,
No.
I understand, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter. You were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is it something that you guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We were actually this last game running out of places to hide because we have a townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs. So.
Okay, so do you remember making any videos or maybe having any any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday?
No.
No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay. But your phone is password protected, you have the password, he has the facial recognition, so it's not like someone else could be on your phone.
No, I have both.
But you have the face and the password?
Yes.
Yeah, but he only has the face, correct?
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay, does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's a shared phone. Okay, how does he have access?
Sarah, can I buy your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter.
Okay, but how does he get into it because it's password protected?
He'll come and get it to me and I'll just do the face thing. Where sometimes too, like he'll joke with me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone. And he'll hold it while I'm cooking or something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password and he doesn't have the facial recognition.
No.
But he is the only other person that would use your phone, I'm
Yes.
assuming, other
Well,
than.
Lucas.
Right. But Lucas wasn't there Sunday. Right. So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I guess I maybe took a picture of them, the two of Tess and
the dogs,
and George and them dancing, but I mean, it's just Tess.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found, and it was from your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see it?
If you need to move it around, go ahead.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me.
Your battery's about to die.
Shut it down.
Oh, okay.
Let me.
The battery doesn't last very long.
It used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Let me just grab something.
All right. No, I was just simply asking because You had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked and,
No,
okay, why did you say it like that? Like,
I don't think you all understand who I am, where,
well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything. I would not do that.
You wouldn't lock somebody in a suitcase?
Well, I didn't like completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for him to get out.
Okay.
And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
Okay. No, it's just the way you said it.
You guys are scaring me.
Why?
We just want you to watch this. It came from your phone. Don't you want to know what's on it?
Yes, please.
So whoa, hang on a minute. This came from her phone. Did she not know it was on her phone then? Did she give the police her phone? Do you know what I mean? Did she give the police the phone and this video was on it? Is she that? Like literally, what the fuck? Joe, she did. Katie says she deleted the video. She knew they were there. Yes. So she deleted them and they found them. I'm confused. Kimmy is somebody that came here when Karen Reid was on, and she told Sean, she was very nasty to Sean El Jefe, and told him that that he had early set dementia, and Sean told her to go fuck herself. Go fuck yourself, Kimmy. So Zach says, I like Peter, but I'm very a person who says how it is. I call spirit, and Peter sticks very to the law and not his opinions, which is good, but with Karen Reid, that needs to call down. Yeah, I know what you mean, though, with Peter. I just like him. I know what you mean, though. That's why I used to watch him and EDB and Andrea for that. I need to add Sean's camera. I know, I need to do that. I've been lazy. But she excels at everything. They'll just ask her, yes. Yeah, if she didn't know that they could access the deleted videos, apparently. Daffy, I just choked my drink. Bill is also welcome anytime for some colouring and Suitcase hide and seek. She thought she was smarter. There you go. Oops, he's a good guy, yes. Was she blackout drunk? She sounded blackout drunk. Broad. Let's go back to it. I'm just amazed. But she did delete them, but they recovered it. Fine. That makes a bit more sense. I just thought she recorded it and just was like, hey, there's my phone.
Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take. I don't know how much I can take. I don't know how to find her. Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it, if that's okay.
Well, it's on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah, we're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
It's that long?
2 minutes.
For everything you done to me. For everything you done to me. Fuck you.
And
Fuck you.
That's you, your voice.
Stupid. Sarah. That's my name. Don't wear it out. I can't want to breathe it. Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me.
I don't want to watch it, please.
Last time we talked to you, you said that you put him in the suitcase, he had two fingers hanging out.
I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
There's two different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping in the different positions and him saying that he can't breathe and you saying fuck
So
you.
this is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it,
it was flipped up.
Right, it was flipped up normal,
Yes.
like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down.
Guys, this is killing me right now.
So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it's flipped over the other way, closer to your dining room table.
Okay.
Now he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Okay.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep,
Well, that's what you did.
Yeah.
but not intentional though.
No, you told me you went upstairs because
What?
you were
Stop
getting
here.
ready for bed.
Stopped here.
Okay, but
Where's here?
show me where you can see any fingers coming out, because there's the end.
And his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
And it doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole. There's no fingers. I don't see his fingers. There's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know, like, what you want me to tell you.
I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the
I
other video.
understand. I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like a.
No, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you,
It's not malicious.
then what is that?
What does fuck you mean to you?
Well,
Like if I were to tell my
like he
partner.
does. Like, I get told everything by a white woman, so
Okay.
my intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there.
But you went upstairs thinking that he could get himself
Yes.
out, but the video shows
That's
at
what I
no
told
point
you.
can I see his fingers.
He'll
it
be up here
looks
any
like-
minute.
And then 30 minutes later, he didn't show.
And he's telling you
And I
he
didn't
can't
wake
breathe.
up.
Do you think
He's not
he's
able to get
joking? You told me he was laughing, and
We were
the
before.
video, there's no
When we first got in there, both of us were.
So how long was he in there for? Like, this video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior to you
No.
recording this?
No.
So it goes from funny to no longer funny,
But
and
I
you're the
didn't-
only one laughing.
But I didn't think that he was, like, panicky. Like,
So pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sarah, 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 I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before too, where it's just like, he thinks that he's woe is me kind of thing, where it's like, I
Well,
don't.
he's never been locked in a suitcase, that's
No.
why he couldn't get out, so.
It's kind of, I thought it was
And
the
you know
boy
the oxygen
crawling wolf,
thing.
crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my plan.
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking, he is begging. And you're the only one laughing.
Okay.
And you're the only one saying derogatory comments, like you're mad.
No, please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to like feed me, like.
No, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how and what you said.
Well, I know what.
You know what's on that video now?
No.
You remember making that video?
No.
Why don't you remember making the video?
Probably because we had been drinking.
But you weren't drunk.
No. Just because I went upstairs and, just
You
because
told
you're
us-
drunk doesn't mean
told us
that
several
you.
times that you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about you. You said he had his wits about you.
Mhm.
You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
Okay, I understand where you all are coming from.
Well,
I
we're
get
just
it.
trying to make sense of it. We're trying to
I get it.
figure out
We're
what
trying
you're
to figure
saying.
out this
You
video.
explain it to us. We're listening.
I just did, like, we were playing, and then, like, I thought it was, my plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to, he'll be up here any minute.
But you
again-
willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and. get
My
ready
plan
for
wasn't
bed.
also to leave him in the suitcase,
So why didn't you take him out?
because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But why didn't you consciously think he's asking to come out? He
I
can't
didn't do it
breathe.
intentionally.
What do you think is going to happen if you leave somebody in a confined space like that?
Well, I thought by not giving it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the
And what was your
suitcase,
plan?
waiting for him to come upstairs.
And then when he did it?
I fell asleep.
You said you were up there 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, somebody not coming up.
Knowing that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like, maybe I should go check on him, maybe I shouldn't.
No.
Well, that didn't cross your mind because
That's
it
like,
didn't happen.
that's like an assumption, like, that's what you all are thinking, just,
We're asking.
it's the
You
whole,
tell us.
it's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought it was like, I thought he was okay, like, I didn't, that, you
He's
all.
telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are with each other. Like, he has, nobody understands our relationship. The whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Would you leave someone else in a suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in a suitcase jokingly? Because it was a
No.
joking matter. You put him in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas, right? And you
I
love
wouldn't do that
George.
to him either. I wouldn't do that to him.
So I just,
Well, it's not like, again, I don't think you all understand. Like, it's not that was not my intention.
Well,
Y'all don't have any idea what
by
I've
your
done for
acts,
him.
But by your acts, and that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much for somebody and they don't show
No.
you any appreciation.
He did.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
He did.
Because you bring up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you. You couldn't breathe. And you verbally several times told him, just fuck you.
well, you said it in the video, but you won't let us play the rest of it. 'Cause you don't
And
want to.
When I say cheating, it's on his phone.
Okay. Cheating is cheating.
I
And
think
if
so
you
too.
Exactly.
It's your definition of cheating, though. So I mean,
Yeah.
that's what the word cheat means.
And that's what you told him in the video. That I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
No.
That's how I felt when he said, Sarah, I can't breathe. And you told him,
I don't
fuck
know
you.
what you. This is
What would you say if somebody told you that they had done this?
someone.
You said somebody in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think? So you all think that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there. Now I'm gonna go to sleep. Is that what you guys are trying to assume, or trying to like?
We're just, the video is very portraying of the opposite of what you told us.
No.
It is not leading up, it is not matching what statement you gave us in the car.
So,
and that's why we want to know.
And
the
I don't remember
injuries-
doing those.
The injuries are not consistent with what you told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really, truly does.
You don't think that I have thought about that?
Thought about the video or thought about?
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that it's like, oh, good, I got him in there. Now I'm gonna go to sleep. Is that what you all are assuming?
Well, it's not an assumption when that's what you told us that happened.
That's what happened.
And the video,
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not gonna say.
you thought he could
Goes
get out
off,
on his
yes.
but the video shows that he cannot get out on his own.
But when I unzipped it with one finger.
From the outside.
But it had the hole in it.
And you're claiming that it had a paper clip, so that's what assisted you in doing it.
No.
Is what you told us.
When I had my sweatshirt, I said I thought it had a paper clip on it. It's got.
But the zipper part is broken. That
Yes, which
helped
is
you
why we were
through
gonna
it.
zip it.
Yeah.
I just,
You were able to unzip it from the outside very easily, because that's the way they're designed.
but you could on the inside too. I don't know how.
So why wouldn't he have gotten himself out if he could? He was
I don't know, like, I don't know if
asking.
you saw, like, where the hole was. I don't
I
know.
didn't see a hole.
No,
I didn't see no fingers
You're the
sticking
only
out.
one that's what I'm saying. Like, he's in one position, and where his head would be, we should be able to see fingers. And then when it's flipped over onto this right side, again, his head is closer to us facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers. And we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it.
Please do not assume.
I'm not
My-
assuming.
my
I haven't
intention-
assumed anything. I follow evidence.
But my intention was not, again, oh, good, I got him in there. Now I'm just gonna go to sleep.
What do you think someone that knows nothing about this or hears just a little bit like, oh, they were playing around in a suitcase
She's been
and then,
drinking
and then
and
watching that
probably went to
video?
sleep. That's what happened.
But you let him out before. I mean, you put him in, so why didn't you take him out?
Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep.
No, before you went upstairs. You like consciously had to walk upstairs. I mean, you obviously remember going to bed because you were giving me a time frame on that. And you specifically
Mhm.
told me that you
I
went
don't-
upstairs.
My intention was not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past. I'm sick. Especially with that. I thought I couldn't sleep last night. I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. You tell us the last night, you vividly remember this when you told us last night, that he was laughing, you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has two fingers sticking out, and you go to bed. Now we see something totally different, and it actually shows you upset, and again, using derogatory terms to him when he's begging for his life to get out of that suitcase.
So, but my
what
thing
you
is
say
that
we're
the-
assuming, we're not assuming,
But
we're
the
telling you
fingers,
what's on there.
but so it just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, just happened to not have that in it.
Okay. And you also in the video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere in that where the zipper separates and you can see a hole. If there's a hole, he's pushing on it, begging you to get out. We should probably see that hole. that
He
you're
eventually
talking
would have
about.
been able to get out.
Alcohol.
Based off what you're telling us, he should have been able to get out. But the video shows him attempting to get out, begging to get out, and he can't. So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you zipped it up all the way, and then,
I did not zip it up all the way.
Okay, well,
I did not zip it up all the way. This is horrific, okay? Horrific.
It is terrible.
Yeah, so they-
Horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right because of this, ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally, and then this,
Okay.
whom I loved, it was not intentional. I will put my hand on the Bible. It was not intentional. I would not do that to him nor anyone else.
But you did.
Not intentional.
You intentionally went up to bed.
I didn't intentionally
left
go to
him.
bed because I'm thinking, okay,
Hold
guys,
on,
you can
hold
get
on.
out.
How did you not intentionally go to bed? You said you went upstairs and got into bed. That's intentionally going to bed.
Waiting for him.
And he doesn't come, but you don't go down to check on him.
So I happen to go to sleep. When I say go to sleep,
And what do you
it's
normally do
about
when you
what
go to
are
bed?
we gonna do?
What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean?
What is a bed for? Going to sleep.
Right.
So you go to
But
bed to
obviously
do
you can
what?
tell too that, like, I've
You
been
go to
drinking
bed to do
also.
what? Okay. You kept telling us, hey, I wasn't intoxicated. I wasn't this, I wasn't that.
Being drunk and intoxicated, which, yes, you can tell that I had been drinking, but
Okay. So if you weren't intoxicated, then why would you ever leave somebody in a suitcase that's begging to get out, that's telling you they can't breathe?
if I hadn't been drinking, you still think it would be the same thing? Where it's like, hop in, I'm gonna go to sleep. Is that what you all are trying to do? To portray
I'm
me
not trying
as?
to do anything. I'm simply asking you to explain to me what happened.
Everything was fine and dandy.
I don't want to call
Everything
it fine and dandy.
was fine and dandy.
Explain
You
to me
also, okay, for me to tell you this, again, mind you, I've been without him for a day now.
Mhm.
I don't know, I mean, I don't know what you all want me to tell you, because this was not in any way, shape, or form, hand on the Bible, intentional.
Okay. So you just left
I
him there
didn't
to
kill
teach
him.
You left him there to teach him a lesson?
I didn't mean to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You got up and walked away. How is that not intentionally leaving him there?
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there. He'll get out no problem. Because you don't.
Then he doesn't,
But
because you don't go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed.
You even moved,
And so
you admit to moving the suitcase, like, over, so.
You roll it.
You roll it out, like, it's not like.
I didn't want it to be like that. Don't.
You didn't want him to be upside down? How do you even get upside down?
Right. You guys are killing me right now.
I just want you to hear.
That's how he talks to me most of the time. I don't know how you want me to say it.
I'm just trying to figure out what you would expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a suitcase.
I didn't mean to leave him in there.
Okay.
What's your reasoning for, not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was. I called Brian, and like, what, 5 minutes later, I called you guys? Not even 5 minutes. Nonetheless, that I had to like I was trying to do CPR. I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out and try to do CPR, and then called you guys. And then was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone, where he had me count out loud to help me focus on what I was doing.
It just, I don't know how, I mean, you can sit here all day long and say, I thought he was gonna get himself out, but that, he didn't, and you went upstairs, and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell asleep.
But can I say too, like.
You chose not to ever at any point during that 30 minutes walk back down and check on him.
No, wait 1 second, because I know, like, with you all, and then, like, because you continually ask me, like, time frames, where I told you, like, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's like a guesstimate. So for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
Okay. But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless of how long you were there, you left. You say,
I thought he was the boy calling wolf. Again.
Okay.
So when he asked to be let out, like, what's your reasoning for not letting him out?
When I was upstairs?
No, when he's asking on the video, he asked multiple times. He asked to be let out. I can't breathe. Why didn't you let him out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two, just, you know what? I'll give you 5 minutes or so in there. I'll give you 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes for what?
Well, based off the video, one video is at 11:12 and the next one's 11:23. So you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times. I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I mean,
Were you punishing him?
no, just,
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you get. This is what you make me feel like.
see, and then it's all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me. And I understand the severity of this. I just,
You did.
it's awful, I know.
Okay.
It's awful. And I will tell you both this right now too. I will never drink alcohol again.
Okay.
Like, I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
But let's get back to this. What was the reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out? I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. You all.
I'm not asking a time frame. I don't care about a time frame. He's
So-
in the bag saying,
My
and you
God.
say, fuck you.
When he, so like, for like the whole few minutes that he was in there, like
Minimum 11, but yes, go ahead. It's a few. 11, minimum.
but
For one video.
Well, in between the two videos, it's
Between the
11
two
minutes.
videos? Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the question again?
When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe, let me out, and you say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to prove to him? There was obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out, and you're like, no,
Again, it's the
no.
boy calling wolf.
Okay, but where does this game end? Did you say this is a game? You got somebody in
Obviously,
there.
like the wrong way.
So what was your intention for leaving him in there?
And it's not fair. It is not fair. You guys are trying to, again, oh, he's in there. Night, night.
That's what happened.
No.
That's absolutely what happened.
Intentionally.
How's it not? You got up off the couch, walked up a flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't, and you still didn't go down and
And
check
it's the
on him.
whole 30-minute thing that you guys are trying
I
to
don't care
do,
about 30
whatever. It's like, for all I know, it's
He's
10
begging for
minutes.
his life. He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But you
Then what
can't
did you
tell us
intend?
why you left him in there and went upstairs. That's my only issue. Like, what am I supposed to write? What do I write?
So my thing is, though, it's, what I have a feeling is I went upstairs and just hit the bed kind of thing. But again, I'm thinking he'll be up here in a minute. But then I go out.
Well, my question is, why didn't you just let him out prior to going up?
I don't know why.
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun. This,
Guys,
you said,
I know. I
you
don't
said this
know.
was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing. You went upstairs. He had his fingers out of the bag and he was playing. Well, obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to, like,
We're just trying to figure out why.
why? What?
Why?
What was
why,
the motivation for leaving him in the bag?
Why he was left in the bag? Why the
I
video?
didn't have any motivation. It was me, he and I having a great day, fooling around and being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and hitting the bed, not going to sleep, where it's like, I'm tired now, I'm gonna go to sleep.
That's excluding, it's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted, and he has a
Oh my
bump on his
gosh.
eye. I mean,
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. Like, this is not fair at all,
yes.
that you all are assuming that that's from me.
Where else did it come
If
from?
you were, say it's opposite, you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out, would you hope that that person would let you out? Like, you're asking to be let out of a suitcase, should they not let you out?
Eventually, I'm guessing. I mean, I'm blaming it on the wine.
Blaming on the wine.
So you guys are like assuming that,
You keep saying we're assuming, or we haven't assumed anything.
but you guys are assuming that that's what I did.
No, by what,
Like, this is-
the facts of what happened. We got there, you said you pulled him out of the suitcase, you said you went up, you went to bed. We're not assuming that. These are the facts that you're telling us.
But
Now
what
we're
you said
asking
is
you
like,
to
oh, I'm
explain it.
tired. Oh, I'm tired.
Well, that's what you told me on a sworn recorded statement yesterday. Because when I said, oh, you went upstairs and passed out, you were like, no, I did not pass out. You got attitude with me because you were you
Yep.
thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You were very adamant about the fact that both of you had your wits about you. What's your favorite word to use?
Compass mentis.
You've used it today too, to say that you guys are within your wits. There's two empty bottles of wine.
No, but we didn't drink both of them.
I think you did.
We didn't.
There's receipts for the
They were
statement
both
back there.
purchased yesterday, so I don't know how you didn't, because they weren't there the day before.
So one
There's two
was.
Publix receipts from yesterday.
Mhm.
Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, two of them. So we have each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you two would have consumed together.
Okay, well, I
mean, it's receipts, so it's not even worth the going back.
So this is, so I don't know what you guys are, I don't know.
We were just hoping that we could figure out why you.
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation.
Wow.
Well, we're watching a video that, after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No.
Yes,
It's not.
that's absolutely what it was. It's not an assumption. The video's there. We played it for you.
So you guys think that I intentionally?
You did. You got up off the couch and walked up the couch, or walked up the stairs and got into bed. That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody drugged you up there. You didn't float up damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not fair that you guys keep trying to say that that's what I did.
I don't know what to tell you.
You told us that. You didn't go upstairs?
Again, there was a hole in a suitcase. I unzipped it from the hole with one finger.
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
But he could push it open.
No, he
Did he?
couldn't. The video
No.
showed him pushing up.
And
If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
I tell you, he can't breathe.
Okay.
If someone can do something for themselves, they're going to do it. They don't need assistance unless they need assistance.
So, but why would he start doing it?
Because he couldn't, because it was all the way zipped.
Okay.
Didn't see it.
It wasn't. I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do.
What's that? You didn't intentionally do what?
Zip it all the way. He nor I.
Well, he's dead as a result of
lay
your
hands
action.
on each other.
He is dead as a result of
I
your
understand
action.
that. That's why
You
this.
two didn't lay hands on each other.
No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't. Whatever that is, whatever it
He
is.
does.
See, this is what happens. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me. Like,
Well,
Where
what
else
about
did he
when
go?
you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair?
really? Like,
It's
really?
the exact same thing.
Really?
He has injuries. You have injuries. Like, what does that mean?
I don't have any injuries.
Correct.
Because
So
he and
that's-
I have not been at it with one another.
So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you should have probably
No.
gone to jail all those times that he went to
No.
jail for domestic?
Well, the one time I did. But he completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened. Because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his. So I'm being portrayed as like this abuser.
We're not saying that he doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
We're not saying.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the abuser.
Because
I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it. This, I don't know. So I don't know, like, what's going on, or like,
We are simply trying to find out as well. Again, we got one side of the story. You're telling us, we're going with what you're saying, but then we find stuff that negates what you're telling us.
and I don't even remember doing that.
You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and
I
repeating what
understand.
you told us.
I understand, because I don't remember that.
Okay? Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like, what's
The what? Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
No,
you guys are scaring me, so like, I don't know, like, what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of, like, I don't.
What are your questions?
I have one last question. You realize you're the person that killed him, right?
I thought about that.
Okay, you left him in a bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not
It happened.
intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol. Not, again,
The reason that you killed him?
you all,
Please sit down.
listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all, listen. I did not intentionally kill him.
So your intention.
I don't know what it is I need to do, or how to do it, or what to say, or how to say it.
But what was your intention?
Everyone knows everything that I've done for George, and love him, and continuously helped him throughout his life with me, and made him a happier, better person.
Everybody has their limits.
Everyone knows that.
Everybody has their limits.
So it's like, okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm gonna snap, Is that what, while we're in a good place
Well,
right now?
you did.
Absolutely. I got you on video screaming, "Fuck you."
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like.
Which was however long ago.
You
The
said it.
videos from last night.
Clearly,
So it wasn't
Still
that,
inside, yeah.
yeah.
there's still feeling towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it,
But I would never do that.
but it happened and you did.
But you
But
did.
that's after being playful
But no one's
and
laughing.
having a good day.
No one's laughing except you.
Everybody's
I would hate to
having
see
a
a
good
bad
day. Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad day.
Y'all are making me out to be a person that I'm not. Or will I ever be.
Or are you a different person when you're drunk?
People have different personalities after they consume alcohol.
It depends. Well,
Because you're sober now, so sober you.
Nice
What about
person,
drunk
easy
you?
going.
not, it's both of us. It's both of us. And it's, again, it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
I have no idea.
Well, nobody else was there, so nobody else was.
I have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him,
Okay. You just zipped them in the bag.
nor he.
You just zipped them in the bag. And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No, why would I do that?
Well, you
Good
told us
question,
you
you
did.
did.
When he was upside down.
Right.
Well, you had to put
You
them
can't
upside
get,
down.
you can't get in a suitcase upside down
Yeah.
because the,
Oh my
When
gosh.
you put the
See,
stuff
that's
in
the
where his
unfortunate,
body was?
that's the unfortunate thing too, is nobody else was there. That's the
We have a
unfortunate
video
thing.
showing the suitcase in several different positions. So it shows, one, like she just said, it had to been on his back with the lid open for him to get in there, for you to zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it, so you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on his back again, so you had to flip it
I'm
to there.
leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this. No malicious intent or effort was towards this. No malicious.
I would
I'm
say,
pointing
does that
to
help you sleep, but you're not sleeping, so.
I mean,
Last night, I
The-
maybe got an hour.
Right.
in your voice, you can hear the maliciousness. The fuck you is very, very,
You don't talk to people like that. That's not like a common, like,
Oh.
hey, Scott, fuck you.
Thank
That's not common. It's not something people do. And no one that sees that is gonna think that.
Okay.
So we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is what it is.
There's no maliciousness towards
Okay.
that.
So I would probably be telling myself that too after that video.
My intent was not for that to happen.
But you went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe you passed out, I don't know. whichever.
Waiting for him. And the whole time frame thing, it's like, it's regardless, that's not really fair.
Regardless, waiting for him, it's not like you walked up the stairs, you can't fly up the stairs, no one can take you up the stairs.
Okay.
You go up the stairs, you lay in the bed, and you wait for him. Who cares if it's 5 minutes, who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life, he's begging to get out. You go upstairs,
you leave them.
it doesn't matter. So get the time frame out of your mind. It
This
doesn't
whole
matter.
thing, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, because there's this, so it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever.
It's just, you're lying, and like, you're now changing your
Who's lying
story.
about what?
You're now you were drunk.
Oh, I never said that I was drunk.
Exactly, but you did here today. That's okay.
You said earlier.
Everything recorded.
Alcohol.
You blamed it on the alcohol.
You blamed it on alcohol. Alcohol does a lot to people.
Yes, but I never said I was drunk.
Okay.
Yes.
So you did this sober. You knowingly left them down there sober.
I have already told both of you also that we were both drinking.
Right.
Okay.
But you want to admit that you were drunk? Is that?
I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this. I don't know.
Yeah. That's a true statement.
Absolutely. But you're trying to dance around the fact that
So,
you
but what
did
do you,
leave
okay,
them there.
just,
You left them in there. You did trying to
Oh my
dance around the
gosh,
fact
this
that
is-
you left them in there.
this is not,
You didn't leave him in there?
it's not cool. Like, this is not cool.
It's not cool.
That it,
He's dead. It's
but
not
you
cool.
think that I did that intentionally. You think that I did that intentionally.
You intentionally left him in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that.
You did.
Yes.
Because I'm thinking he's gonna get out.
Okay, and he didn't.
Obviously not.
When somebody's begging saying, I
But
can't
when you
breathe.
say that though, but you have to,
Please let me out. I can't breathe.
don't know George though, like, again, I thought it was the boy crying wolf, so it's just like, what?
Oh, so if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you gonna open it, or is he 9, so he's not,
Really?
It's not a big deal. I'm valid question.
Well, you said you would never put your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No, George got in a suitcase.
And you zipped it up.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
But that's what happened. But you keep going away from it.
I don't know.
That's exactly what happened. You went to bed,
So
woke up the next
are
day.
you all trying to have me admit that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
I'm basically stating as a fact, because that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotaped him asking to be let out. You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like, just, I don't know what you want me to say, other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him. To this day still. Love him.
Love makes you do crazy things.
It doesn't do, it's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what? I've done enough for you at this point. I never gave up on him.
Okay.
Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him. I would do anything for him.
Well, you gave up checking up on him. So.
I'm not about a suitcase.
Oh gosh. Okay.
We're simply just trying to go through. I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to. This was such a laughing matter.
It was fun.
Not by that
All
video.
day, all
Not by
day.
that video. That
All
part
day.
wasn't. Anybody looking at it, I don't think anybody looked at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think that y'all don't know me, you don't know me, nope, would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son?
I don't know.
Like,
what
why-
9-year-old son would be.
Like,
Why are you so like caught on what we think?
Yeah.
When
because
you should be
it's
more
like
concerned about what you told us.
It's because
And
what you guys are like trying,
The things that the video shows that are opposite of what you told us, and then what you've now.
like what is
posted.
opposite?
Well, you said that it was funny, and you're the only one laughing.
We were playing before that.
Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun.
Well,
Because you're screaming at him. He's
I'm
begging
not
to get
screaming
out.
at him.
Sounds like screaming at me.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. In no way, shape, or form was this intentional. At all. Ever.
Okay. Are you still gonna allow us to do your fingernails?
Go for it.
Go for it. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna get that set up. Do you need any more water?
No, but when you come back and I ask about this?
Yeah.
So what?
Just don't understand.
So it
I don't
was,
understand how your story changes so much to the
how
fact that.
is it changing? Please help me explain, understand.
You went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing, and it probably was for a few minutes, but then it obviously changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's not laughing at all.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I
when you're
didn't think
answering
so. Like, just,
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
it's, okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day.
Okay.
It didn't end well,
I
obviously.
was gonna say, that's, I mean,
I can't explain to you, I can't explain to you how horrific it was
okay,
to find him. Horrific. Because I don't remember taking those videos.
okay.
How horrific. I'm thinking he's in the bathroom. I'm thinking he's downstairs in the laptop. I can't find him. So what's gonna happen? Like,
Here's what gets me though, is you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is, you don't remember him being in the suitcase, and you're still telling me that you had your wits about you. How does someone have their wits about him when?
See, that's the
they
thing
have all
too,
this
but you can clearly tell that I had been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
I had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex said that you were drunk on a daily basis.
Oh
You were
my
screaming at
gosh,
him
right,
regularly.
right,
Really?
right. Talk to the property
Really?
manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
Because it's not,
These are your neighbors, the one that live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day. How
Oh
many,
my
you had two neighbors you went
gosh.
to and asked to go
See,
use the
that's
restroom.
just not
and they said,
fair.
"No, hold on." You had two different neighbors that lived directly next to you. You asked to use the restroom and they told you no and turned you away. You had to go across the way to somebody else.
no, okay. Kim and Kim is not a nice person.
Okay.
She's just automatically not nice. Even after me and Lucas went over there and introduced ourselves, she's just not a nice person.
Then why would you think she would let you use the restroom?
Because Eli was in there. Eli comes over and talks to us sometimes, which I think pisses Kim off because he comes over and talks to us. The two of them, they're like super standoffish all the time. My neighbors down the street, down the way, their toilet was broken. They had stuff in the bathroom. So then they're like, go over there and try over there.
There's two bathrooms.
I wouldn't let somebody go upstairs and use my personal bathroom. That's what the
Really?
downstairs one is for.
If it's somebody you like, would you? Somebody you knew?
They're in the process of doing all this stuff in the kitchen, and there's stuff in the bathroom, and the toilet doesn't work. Just walk across the way, no problem. And of course they let me in. Them and them, they're together. They're families. And nonetheless, if you really want to know, and I hope it doesn't get them in trouble, but he is over here legally. So he's trying to work on getting his green card.
What does that got to do with you using the restroom?
They didn't want to be involved.
Should I use yours? You gotta use yours.
No, I was asking last night, because, I mean, we had several different people in the
Assuming
neighborhood come
that
up saying
Eli
that
and
she was
Kim,
drunk on a regular basis.
Eli and Kim, okay. Did you ask Vinny next door?
Those are the ones next door that she asked to use the restroom, and they said no.
No, she said no. And like I said, she's not a nice person.
They're coming. What are your questions?
Yep.
I can help you with.
Who's coming?
To do the
Yeah,
fingernails.
you said that we could.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know, so don't think that it's.
I don't have a problem.
Okay, just make sure.
So, am I getting my phone back?
No.
Not today.
What about Lucas's laptop?
No.
Not today.
Not today.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need
That's
to do our
fine.
due diligence that we go through everything.
See, and that backfires on me now too, because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did to him, which was not intentional.
What's that?
In that, is that correct?
She's asking about your tag in your hand.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct.
No, I'm not gonna
I'm not
read
making
anything that
assumptions.
you're saying. I'm not, that you're.
So his probation officer,
Mhm.
do you all inform her or do I need to call her?
We don't need to, we don't have to inform her, so if you would like to call her, you can. Are you saying because he's still on probation?
No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I thought I didn't know how it was.
Legally, we just have to tell his parents, and we don't go telling, we don't,
Everybody else?
I didn't even know who his probation officer was, so no, I wouldn't go tell
So
him.
the same thing for classes. I need to do that too.
Classes. You need to do what?
Substance abuse class and his battery
Cancel.
intervention.
Yeah, we
Something
don't
else I
have
was
to
just
call
getting ready to
him.
ask. So, other than this, so initially, what was the cause of death?
She is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn into something bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's got to do. So she's pending it for now.
So, and that couldn't have been because of him being in the suitcase? Or
That's
y'all are
what
saying
she-
that I
that's what-
physically did it?
That's what she's determining.
So,
The ones on the head, I asked her, could that have been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me.
Okay.
I'm leaving it at that. So I don't know if you all know how to do this because so that's what I was gonna get ready to ask you. So are you all updating his parents today or when you get final, whatever's?
What does it matter what we tell his parents? What do you mean?
Because
We're gonna talk to with them.
Yeah.
okay,
I have to
but it's
tell-
gonna come
like-
down to me.
What do you mean?
Like, so it's being put on me.
Who said that?
But I'm not, so what is it you would tell them?
We're gonna give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy.
Okay, so it's whatever
Well,
bruise,
here's the
scratch,
thing,
and
here's the thing.
whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night that their son was dead. There's not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not a very easy thing
Was
to
it
do.
yesterday or Sunday? Sunday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Did we not meet you yesterday? We met you yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Right? Did we not meet yesterday?
It's a valid question.
Really? Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
Got it.
Perfect.
So I don't know if I asked you guys or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which is not gonna happen.
Yeah, probably a terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about funeral?
Yeah.
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we ask. We have no way of.
I didn't know, that's why I'm
Yeah.
asking.
It's
So,
gonna be up to them to make the arrangements of what they want to do. Like she just told you this quick, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even considered what they're gonna do.
His body can't even be released, so.
I've been there with parents, grandparents, and uncles. So I don't know if I have the right to or not, but like I was gonna call his former employees whom he really cared for and let them know.
You can call whoever you want.
I just don't want to do something that I'm not supposed to. How do I go about getting his wedding ring, engagement ring?
It's at the medical examiner's office. It'll come to us eventually, and then we
It'll
can.
be released to
Oh,
the next
family.
of kin.
Yeah, okay.
I bought it for him.
That is a civil issue. It was on his finger, it goes to them. They're the ones that are gonna release it. We don't have any say in that.
So I won't get that back. So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's what, how many, like, what's been found?
What do you mean?
pillow with stain, swab of stain from pillow, suitcase.
That will all be sent off to the
FDLE.
Daily Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They do their testing.
So, and then like what? For Lucas and the Steve's. And this is just his phone, my phone, and then the laptop.
Yeah, when anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation and it's not an overnight process, unfortunately.
So what's next?
They're gonna come and swab your fingers.
No, I'm talking about like in the long run. Like, what do I need to like, do I need to be doing something or like?
I can't tell you what to do.
I mean, like, so like for, like, I don't understand, like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna like, because it makes it sound like to me, like, I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it. And a handful of other things that I'm being accused of.
Okay.
So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys show up.
Okay.
I understand that.
So.
We're still investigating. I don't know what you want me to tell you.
So is there going to be concrete whatever it is, and then it's like, okay, this is what it is kind of thing, or like, because I've done the whole court thing, I've done the whole attorney thing, I've done whatever. So if I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George,
Okay.
That's not the situation, but it's trying to be pinned on me.
Okay.
That was not my intent, but it's trying to be pinned on me. So however, or whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be proven, then I need to do so, which is why I'm trying to get my ducks in a row.
Okay.
So that's why I'm asking what the next step is, other than me getting my nails swabbed.
I mean, you want me to tell you how to not be accused of a crime? Is that what you're asking? Like, I don't know what you.
I'm trying to prepare myself for whatever may need to be done, so I can, I guess, stick up for myself.
I mean, I think you're doing just fine. You came, you talked.
I just don't want you guys to, again, show up and Lucas is in the house.
Well, we did tell you yesterday that we don't want to do anything around your son, hence why you came to us. So I don't know why you think that's going to change.
That and or me not just show up back home.
I'm sorry, what? That or what?
Me just not show up back home. That's what, he's so happy that I'm staying over at the house with Brian, like so happy. And I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long I can stay over here because of whatever to blow over.
Mm-hmm.
And again, if you don't mind me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, is that what you're going to tell him? Like his parents? It's like, oh yeah, and by the way, she did.
Did what?
I mean, what would you tell him?
I don't think it really matters what we're gonna tell the parents.
Oh yeah, it is, it's fuel to the fire.
Well, we can't hide things, and I don't know, I'm not saying we're gonna go, I'm not saying that we're gonna go and tell them every single thing we have, but again, this is the Orange County Sheriff's Office, that's public record, so eventually, like, this all will come out.
Mm-hmm.
So, it does, like, I'm not, you're making it sound like we're gonna tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and I don't like that accusation.
No.
So, let's just nip that in the butt right now.
Well, that's what's going to happen.
I cannot choose.
But we can't even, but so technically there's no concrete report yet even.
Right, so
it's,
you want me to like
I'm
tell you
telling you
exactly what I'm gonna tell them? I don't know what I'm gonna tell them. I don't know what I'm gonna tell them. Let's just leave it at that. Just like you don't know why you went upstairs. I don't know what I'm gonna tell them.
So
Parents that are dealing with.
can I call you the way that I did last time?
Yeah, my phone is an open line. Missy should be there. I don't know what she's doing.
Yeah, what's coming out of looking good.
I get it. Look, I get it. That looks really bad.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what scares me. Like, what do I need to plan on? Like, what do I need to plan on? I promise you, on my son's life, it was not intentional. I promise you, on Lucas's life, it was not intentional.
I don't know you. I can't say I know anything about you. I don't know what would be a true statement, what would not. I mean, if you're promising on your son's life, that's fine.
That's how much it means.
Sorry.
That's how much it, look, that's how much it means.
Okay.
I hope you take that to heart, please.
And it's documented that you said that, yeah, I get it.
Do you have any idea when I can get my phone back?
What's that?
What'd you say?
I said no telling. I mean, it's, our digital forensics unit is, got a lot of cases on their plate. I mean,
Well, and that's not technically my laptop, it's Lucas's laptop. But he plays, you'll see all the games that he has on there.
as soon as we can get that back to Lucas, we will. As soon as we can release your phone, we will. But it doesn't, we have no way of being able to tell you because we don't have control over their caseload and how they arrange what they do. So I don't know. And at this point, I think, honestly, with everything else that's going on, that should probably be at the bottom of your list of worries.
I'm trying to make Lucas happy so he can have his laptop back.
Did Brian not have a laptop for him?
He has his laptop that he has to do for work, but he doesn't want him using it or breaking or dropping. It's not a big deal. There's nothing on the laptop anyway. So you will keep me posted, like updated.
Mm-hmm.
That's my thing, is I'm trying to figure out what I need to do in the meantime.
I don't know, I can't, like, I don't know what to tell you though. Like, what?
But you all have more information than I do, where it's like, yeah, you might wanna, or yeah, you might wanna.
I'm sorry, what?
Like, we have more information on what?
Like,
we told you everything that we have. You know everything that we know. And most of it we got from you.
but that, like I was telling her, like, yeah, that's bad, like, which I swore in my son's life was not intentional. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what I need to do for myself.
Okay.
Going forward with this, nonetheless, with his family. And are you all just showing up with Lucas in the house?
I think we've already both told you that we would be mindful in any situations.
So do you guys, I guess you're gonna call me tomorrow? Or do we need to come back down here?
I'll chat with you next time. I have no idea what I'm gonna call you next.
Doesn't the report come out tomorrow?
No.
Our report.
I'm just saying a report is generated through us, and the sheriff's office is a public entity. So if someone were to come request something, then.
No, I'm talking about, his autopsy.
She's waiting and doing more follow-up, but
She's looking at him again,
yeah.
but she won't be finished with him because she's pending for other stuff.
So after this, what? I'm done? For now? How long does this stuff take to get back?
The
Most
FDA
of that
results?
you won't get back. The swabs and stuff will stay.
I don't know about it.
Sorry, our dispatch center keeps calling my phone. I keep having to have other people call them to see what they need.
I hope you all can really both truly understand that that was not my intent. I miss him a lot.
I mean,
No more.
but my question has remained the same. What do you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position like that?
Yes, but you have to understand too,
No, just what would you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position?
I had no idea because I've never done it before.
Why have you never done it before?
Why would I?
Exactly.
Why would I
did
do it
you?
before?
Why did you do it now?
I clearly have said why. Why?
No, you don't know why. You just know that it's not intentional, but you don't know why. But that's okay.
Really?
I'm not trying to force you to say something that you don't know.
It's feeding and penning. fact that you guys would assume that I'm that kind of person.
We're not assuming anything. We're going by the facts. It happened.
Like you said, you don't know me. What time is it, please? 4:46. In itself, for me to have to live with getting him out and doing what I did is punishment enough. I think that's why I haven't slept, because that's all I see. So that right there says something. Not my intention. This is my first very
I was like, I literally heard the beep. I was like, that Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
Yeah.
Nonetheless.
Yeah.
Punishment in itself.
Yeah. Definitely a tragic situation.
I'm through with alcohol. And it's unfortunate that stupid things like this happen.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Nonetheless, I have to live without him now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, his daughters too.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
Make what worse?
How I feel?
Just making a comment. I mean,
CSI, that was there yesterday, and then she took your photos. So I'm just gonna take a swab and go around on one hand and then do a separate one for your other hand. Right hand.
I just skipped a bit. We don't need to see it being swabbed. Here we go. Now is the time. Here we go.
We want to talk a little bit. Thank you. Okay. I'm done with all these. Okay, Sarah. So you're not free to go. Okay. Do you promise everything you told us was the truth? Or no? Everything we talked about today?
Yes. What do you mean?
He asked to swear. Remember how I swore you yesterday on the audio recording? I just forgot, so he raised his hand to remind me to tell you.
Okay.
Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
For which
True and
everything?
accurate to the best of your knowledge.
What, that it wasn't intentional?
Everything you said
Everything you
today, everything that's come out of your mouth has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
To the best of my knowledge.
Correct. Yes.
Why?
Because
That's how
anytime
you
we talk to
swear.
somebody, we want to assure that everything that we talked about is,
True and accurate to the best of that person's knowledge.
it's not a trick question,
To the best of my knowledge?
to the best of your knowledge.
Everything that you told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
Yes, but it was not intentional.
Okay. Okay.
All right, do me a favor, stand up. I need you to turn around, face the wall, put your hands behind your back. Do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about?
No.
Okay,
Why is this happening?
because George is dead.
Not intentionally.
We understand
He's
that.
still dead.
Well, we don't.
Someone
really
needs to
understand.
call Brian, please.
Okay.
Or can I not make a phone call?
You'll be able to make a phone call when we get you down to the jail.
So why is this
You'll get
happening? So this was a trick.
No, it's not
No,
a trick.
not
How's
a
it a
trick.
trick? I'm in here to ask you to explain a few things to us.
Uh-huh.
And
You were right, you're right.
your response to everything was basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally.
Doesn't matter. It's still there. Do me a favor. Have a seat.
Really, guys?
Really.
So if I didn't show up? Why is
You're
this
trying-
happening?
Because
Before you all said I could leave,
when
that I was done after this, after that.
we were done, yes, we were done. Absolutely.
So now, so that's what it is,
We are done.
right? Not intentional.
Okay.
So what am I supposed to do now?
You will,
Someone needs to call Brian.
Okay.
Lucas is waiting for mom to come home. This was not my intention. I thought I was waiting for you all to come and figure out what's what and how many.
that's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home and see Lucas. Now he's just not gonna have me come home. So there's nothing that I can do.
All right, no,
There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see Lucas and prepare.
not right now, no. You'll be afforded the time in court, you'll be afforded an attorney, you'll be afforded a chance to talk to a judge, and all that stuff will be worked out.
But what's the time frame for that though?
I have no way of being able to tell you. You should make first appearance probably like tomorrow morning, if not tonight, depending how things are busy, how quickly you get down there. I
I had a
don't
sneaky
work in
suspicion
the.
this was gonna happen. And I need water like really bad, please. You all check me down here.
Absolutely not.
I just got those,
Okay. They are not allowed in the jail.
so I can't even smoke cigarettes in though.
What? Am I good on that? She said that.
And what am I supposed to do with my car?
You'll be fine where it is. When you get down there, you'll have 3 phones, you'll be able to call.
What, as soon as possible?
Yeah, once you get down there and get booked in, you'll be able to, use a phone in the
Or
waiting
how
area.
long will that take? Because I need to talk to Brian.
You know, it depends how busy, how quickly they get you through. I would say within the hour. It's a free phone call in the lobby, it's a free phone
All
call.
I'm doing is bringing you there, so I
Yep.
can skip bringing you there.
She has no clue.
So can I ask you, or whoever it is, those holding cells, the holding cells, am I gonna be putting one of those?
I don't know.
Last time I had a panic attack.
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the big bay. As long as you go in and you act civil to them, they'll set you in the big bay. And you'll be left there for
Can
a
you
while.
request that while I'm there?
No, that's not up to us. We don't work at the jail.
As long as like you're saying, if you don't
If
act
you go in
up.
and act like this, you'll go in and they'll put you in the big bay. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and
Why would I
cursing
do
people,
that?
I don't know. I'm just letting you know that's what happens. That's how they weed people out. If you go in acting like this,
So I asked for the big day?
they'll put you there as long as you're acting like this.
Yeah, because the last time I had a major panic attack in the little thing.
Hey, change the coach.
I have not.
So what am I gonna do with my purse? Oh, sorry.
Your purse is gonna come, but the cigarettes and stuff can't, so.
I put the lock up too. My bad.
Oh, no, it's all good. Mine are the opposite, so.
What made you all decide to do this?
Made us decide to do this.
Uh-huh.
George is dead.
You guys, I knew this was gonna happen,
You did? Okay.
so I came down here willingly.
Yes, absolutely. We were trying to figure out what's going on. We're still trying to figure out.
Unintentionally.
Well, intentional or not, George is dead. You act like when you say unintentionally, that absolves you from everything.
I need to get, I don't know if it's able to be or not.
I apologize.
I have things in my car that I need to,
Put your.
What kind of stuff do you have in your car that you're worried about?
well, I have my medication.
Okay, they have a pharmacy there, so if there's something that you have to have right away, you'll be seeing a nurse.
It's panic attack stuff.
Well, again, when you get checked in, you're gonna be seeing a nurse, and that they have a pharmacy there, so they'll be able to take care of any kind of that stuff. That protocol is out of my realm. I don't work on this, I don't know, but I do know they do have a pharmacy, and that you will be afforded to see somebody. Got it?
Hold on.
I didn't say nothing. My bad.
Hang on, I'll be back now. 2 seconds. That's better. Because every time I get kicked out, they kick me back in with the camera right in my face for some reason. I don't get her reaction though when she gets arrested. Like, she's obviously waiting, like Katie was saying, obviously trying to see if she's going to get arrested or not. But I don't. I don't get. She's quite calm. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That was interesting. Right, one more video, and then we call it night. This one is. Let me get it ready. Let me get this one ready. This is the police body camera for when they got to her house. I should have played this before the I should have played this before the interrogation. It's out of order. But here we go anyway. Thanks for those sticking around. I know a lot of people have left, but thank you for those sticking around. I find these interesting, so I don't mind sharing it. I'd be watching it on my own otherwise. So I presume the volume will come on once while they're driving. Let's skip the driving bit. I don't know.
He was last seen last night, so.
You could get all your guys out of there?
What's that?
You could get every single guy out of
Wrapping
there?
up getting info. You gotta go phone out the tailgate and stuff.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Oh, yeah, Zach, I tell you what, yeah, El Chatty keeps me going. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be here. So, yeah, definitely, you do.
Oh, right there.
Did you call it? What time did you call it? Hello there. You live here? Yes. Okay, I'll talk to you. We gotta get some information.
I know,
from the fire
that's
department.
fine, the property manager, I don't know if I should go tell him really quick, or
We'll
so he
take
knows
care of
what's going
that.
on.
Where is he at?
He's on that way.
Oh, don't worry about that. We'll take care of that for you, okay?
I had a cigarette left.
Get it for you, okay? Wait 1 second, okay?
I really need something to drink.
Okay, we'll
I got my Dr. Pepper on the counter.
okay, we'll take care of you. Give me 1 second.
It's Armando.
Put the time that you called it. You got the time you called it? Okay, perfect. You can't go back inside. What's going on? Who is he to you? Boyfriend?
Yes, for like 3.5 years.
What happened?
He and we drank last night. We had a
Can you pass this to the, around to the FBI guy stuff? They need to sign that for sure.
They're with me, so they're
Oh, they're not leaving? Okay. No. Each of them has to, because this might be a real thing. So each of them has to put their name in.
Normally I just put everybody.
What's going on? I just got here, so fill me in.
No problem. Like, he and I put a puzzle together. We've been doing some artwork together.
You are putting a puzzle together?
Yes, we have a puzzle that we started in there.
Okay.
We've been doing art, trying to take stuff off the wall to make new art put up there, like having a good time with one another. But we're drinking. We had a bottle of wine last night.
Okay.
So then it's like, we decided to play hide and seek, right?
Okay.
So he gets in the suitcase. Okay.
Who is this guy?
That's my ex-husband, my former husband.
How did he live here with you guys?
No, I called him over here.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
I didn't know what to do.
Okay.
So then he came over here.
Here, let's talk in private, okay?
I called you guys. I tried giving him CPR. The problem is I fell asleep.
When did you do CPR?
This morning when I found it.
Before you called?
Yes.
It's 1 o'clock right now.
I tried. I was awake, but I actually got out of the bed at like 12:30ish, whatever. So I came downstairs and I was like, oh, he's in the suitcase still. And that's when I found him. And I took him out. I tried doing CPR, and then I called him, and then I called you guys.
Did he get here before the fire department got here?
Who?
Your husband? Or your ex-husband?
Yes.
Okay. Where did he live at?
Right on the street.
Okay. So you were playing and you ripped him up.
I did, but then I fell asleep.
Okay. You're okay. I wasn't here. I'm just trying to figure out what happened.
I fell asleep, so I don't know if he suffocated or like had an aneurysm or a heart attack or
What
what.
kind of medical conditions does he have?
None that I know of.
Nothing that you know of.
None
You
that
didn't
I
take
know
any
of.
medicine last night?
No.
Okay.
All we had was a bottle of wine. Literally, just a bottle of wine.
Okay.
Doing puzzle artwork. Then we decided to play hide and seek.
Mhm.
That's all that happened.
Okay.
So I don't know if he had a heart attack or what in there. Like I don't know what happened.
So how long were you doing CPR on him prior to you calling 911? You tried that all morning?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I called him while I was
What
doing
time
CPR.
did you start? Probably give me a rough ballpark. Here, let me fill this deputy in, okay?
Please may I have my Dr. Pepper? I am
Hold
so
on,
caught
one
out right
second.
now.
Ma'am, and you can't talk to him until we get done with this, okay?
Just don't leave, okay, Brian?
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, I'm
Appreciate
not.
it. Thank you.
I'll get Lucas then.
I know.
Do me a favor. Stand over there by that car. Give me 1 second. Just give us a second, okay?
Somebody else on there calling operations.
It's on the counter.
I can't move anything from out of the house.
Like,
Here, I want you to sit down because I don't want you passing out. This is probably a lot for you to deal
I
with,
need
right? Sit.
May I have water? Just water.
I can get you some water, okay? Just I want you not on your feet because I don't want you passing out on me.
I need water.
Okay, I'll get some for you.
You're trying to Charlie, but you're on it.
Hey, how are you? Okay, so you don't live here in this house.
No. I live down in Lake Renata Cove.
Lake Renata Cove. Okay. So kind of tell me how you came here today, or
Well, I've been calling.
come down here. We gotta talk about
I've been calling since.
You've been calling your ex-wife or current wife?
Yes.
Okay.
No. Ex-wife. We've
Okay.
been divorced about a year and a half. About 11:30 is when I started calling to find out because this is supposed to be her day. So,
Okay.
she's generally not very good about always doing it. She tends to drink.
They called back and said
Yeah,
she was
but
still
it's
there,
on
or
there.
she came back.
So I was calling to find out if she was going to be getting him or not today.
From school.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So I started calling like 11:30, called every half hour or so, and then
She was back inside the lobby.
finally got a hold of her
I'll go
at
back here.
12:49, which is when she told me what was going on and if I'd come over here. So I came over.
She called at 12:45.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or 12:49.
12:49.
Got over here, told her she needed to call 911, get somebody over here, and then basically she said she needed to go outside, have a drink and a cigarette. I walked back out the house because I didn't really want to
Who
be
called?
there.
Did you call or did she call?
Well, I called. She called me back when I was on my way to make sure I was coming over. But I called her
Give me one
initially.
second, okay?
I called her
Do
initially,
you
yeah.
have water in your car by any chance?
I don't think so.
Nothing? Okay.
No, I don't.
Okay, so she called, you get over here.
So I called her first.
Okay.
Trying to find out if she's going to be at Lucas. That's what she told me everything's going on. I got my stuff together, put the puppy up in his crate. When I was starting to drive over here is when she called me to make sure I was coming. And then I got over here right after
Did you
that.
go inside and see and then?
I walked inside the front. I didn't see the little front tile area.
Come on, step this way.
I saw legs. I didn't really want to get her around it, so I told her.
Well, just for the sake of the crime scene, I want to know if I were to find your footprint, it would be because you went this far into the house. So did you actually make entry past the threshold?
I don't think I ever made it to the carpet. I think it was just in that. I've been over here before.
Right. Yeah.
But no, I don't think I stepped past that tile area.
Okay. So
I touched doorknob. I don't think I touched anything in the kitchen. I don't know if that really matters.
Yeah. Okay, so that's pretty much the gist of what you have. Well, sit tight for us. We're going to make a few phone calls and then we'll go from there. Do you know if he has any medical issues or?
I don't.
Okay, but you've met him before?
I've met him before, yes.
Okay.
Yes. They've got a whole fun history.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. You guys have called over his wife.
For the two of them?
Yeah, he's been with his wife 5 times.
Really? Okay, I'm not familiar with. I haven't been here personally.
It's
so they have
he's currently on parole because of it. So
because of domestic violence with her.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Last time he got what was it called? Retrial something or other. He had to go to a domestic violence class.
Okay.
I know he was doing it at a parole officer, stuff like that. But I mean, like every time she had arrested, the next day she was trying to get bailed out of jail. So I don't know what it is.
Oh, she's getting one from the pass. Probably gonna pass out on us. Okay. Well, listen, please do me. I'm making some
Not a
phone
problem.
calls.
I mean,
where's your kid need to be picked up?
Lakeline Elementary.
How soon though?
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
I
Okay.
don't leave the house.
Let me try and get this going for you because I know you need that. Over here. Martinez. Let's go ahead and start making the calls. Sam, could you go ahead and give me his last name? Torres. Spell it for me. Torres. And his first name? George. Jorge. 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 His birthday? 2/13/78. And this is a boyfriend? Yes. How long? 3.5 years. Living together that whole time? Yes. Okay. And your last name? Boone. Spell it. Boone. First name? Sarah. Sarah. Birthday? 10/10/77. So you've had a second to kind of collect yourself. Tell it to me again. You guys were playing last night, drinking a bottle of wine,
Putting puzzles together, doing artwork.
puzzles, artwork. Okay.
Had a bottle of wine and then decided to play hide and seek.
Mhm.
So he
What
gets,
time was that? Do you remember?
I mean, I know that I was in bed probably by like what, 12:30?
Okay.
Well, I went upstairs at least and I fell asleep.
Okay.
Forgetting that he was
So
in
you
the
guys were
suitcase.
playing the hide and go seek.
Yes.
And at some point you put him in the suitcase?
No, he got in the suitcase. So he thought it'd be funny to be put in the suitcase. So I was like, okay, well, I'm going to joke with you and I'll zip you up and make him, squirm a little bit, whatever it is. But then I fell asleep. I fell asleep.
Where was the suitcase?
Right
You
where
got
it
in
is.
Right down there?
Yes.
You zipped him in there?
Yes.
Thought it would be funny, a little
It
joke.
was. We both were laughing about it. And then I fell asleep.
Where did you fall asleep at?
Upstairs.
In your bedroom?
Yes.
Okay.
Totally forgetting that he was in the suitcase still.
Okay. And then you came back downstairs?
This morning, or this afternoon, yes, when I got up.
What time?
12:30-ish. I was awake, but I totally forgot that he was in the suitcase. He can tell you there's a lot of things that we have been jobs.
Yeah, he did tell me.
Life, all that good stuff. So I just totally
So you
forgot.
began to do CPR on him?
Yes. Yes.
About
And he
what time
gurgled,
this morning
like
did
he
you start doing that CPR?
No, it was the afternoon. It was afternoon because
afternoon.
I was awake. But then I finally decided to come downstairs at like 12:30-ish, whatever it is. And I was like, I forgot he was in the suitcase and he wasn't moving. Nothing was happening. So I unzipped him, took him out and started doing CPR on him. He was on his way over here. I called you when he got here.
Once he got here, you called
Yes.
us? Okay.
And air was coming out and he was gurgling, but I could just tell by looking at him.
But you knew how to do CPR. You were doing that on your own?
Yes.
Okay.
And then
All
the
right.
person that was on the phone with me also, I counted with him doing.
And he's got no medical? He doesn't take any medication?
I don't know. I don't know medical wise. I know he doesn't take any medications whatsoever.
Okay.
The only thing, like I said,
I don't know if alcohol had to do with it, but we had a bottle of wine. Okay, all right. Here, I want you to sit back down because I don't want
Can I
you.
have one more sip of water, please?
Yeah, go.
Personal 29 residential audible 1303 Island Bay Drive.
I'll do what I can to get you a cup because I don't want you to have to keep doing that.
Maintenance should have a part of this cancel notifications the front door. Team motor unit on the channel.
The cups are like right there. Okay.
044 motor
Sit right here. Don't talk to the ex-husband right
Oh,
now.
I won't.
Okay?
I won't. Can I have a cigarette, please?
Ma'am, I can't take anything out of the house.
It's on the back porch.
Nope, all of it. It's secure, okay? I'll try my best to get you what you need, okay? Maybe one of these deputies has a pack from someone, you know, sit down and I'll try and get you what you need, okay?
Just cut, please.
Okay. I don't want you on your feet.
You want cameras too?
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
Want to talk over here?
I don't like that they can mute themselves, though. Do you know what I mean? I don't like that the cops can mute themselves. Because they could be saying anything they want there now. They'd be like, oh, all right, what I want you to do now is this could be Brian Higgins and, one of those saying, right, what I need to do now is I need to frame them by putting this here and putting that there. I don't think you should be able to mute at all. I think it should be a run throughout and you can redact it afterwards if need be. Just my opinion.
It's still Boone. Okay.
Yeah,
And then your first name?
Brian, B-R-I-A-N.
B-R-I-A-N. And your date of birth?
527-75.
And your child is in school right now. He's not here with you.
No. He's
Okay.
at school.
He's in school. How old is he?
This would be a fun one. He's 9. He's third
I
grade.
can't even start with how you would explain something like this. Okay. Sixth grade, you said?
Third grade.
Third grade. Third grade. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So sit tight for us. I'm sorry it's so hot. Maybe the middle of that would be a good spot to stand. So we'll take it from there. I'll keep you updated.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, thank you.
South and 221 Alpha Unit check. Number 1012 and 1332.
Want to do this now?
Oh, I don't know.
Did we get that dog by any chance?
He's sleeping on the...
Oh, poor thing. So your backyard's not fenced? Okay. Because we put him in the backyard and I guess he knew to...
Sorry?
Your dog. We thought the backyard was fenced.
The dogs are outside?
No. We have them contained.
One's deaf and one's blind.
Okay.
That's why I was making sure they were under the table.
Nope, that's yours. So we just gonna wait for get the instructions on what to do next. You got some water, good, okay.
Can I please just have a cigarette? They're on the back porch.
Not right now. We can't have you go and get anything. Why don't you sit in the shade? You're okay right there? Or maybe a little closer here where the shade is?
Still on?
Yeah. Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're getting up left-handed.
Oh no, you're in 24 right now. What in the world?
I'm like, nobody's going up there?
I heard silence. I said 220. I was leaving econ in 50. Just gonna go get me a sub. And then I said, well, I need to go with that.
243 now, check. Am I able? Someone asked, and then he's like, wait a minute.
We can't let you guys communicate right now.
I know, so I'm ask for one.
You want me to get a cigarette from him and bring it to you? I could probably do that.
Thank you.
No problem.
I was going to have him arrange childcare.
Okay, good. for the child in school up the street? Okay.
Is my name on there yet?
No, sir, it's not. I need to get her on there too, and him. So they're en route already, probably?
Did anybody call?
No, you want me to call? Oh, I thought you were calling. All right, let me get homicide.
So no one called homicide. Are you joking me? Are you shitting me? Neither one of them called the homicide department. Fucking idiots.
Hold on, I'm still on. Let me.
They keep saying, "Oh, hang on, are you on?" Yeah. Oh, hang on, I'm still on. Right, okay. So don't say anything till I'm off. Now they're muted again. And they don't call the homicide. Like, yeah, let's all wait here. It's a crime scene here. Let's not, there's a dead person there. Let's not call the homicide. Bloody hell. Cheese and rice, people. Cheese and rice. At least they were in the house. What the fuck? She's still muted. You're talking to somebody and you're still muted, you stupid woman. Oh.
It's natural. You're nervous. You have anxiety. You're scared, right?
I don't know how to explain it to you.
It's okay. You don't have to.
I don't know how to. I'm just waiting for whoever, so.
I can tell you this. I'm going to be here just as long as you are, including my. It'll be a while. I'm welcoming this breeze right now. It's kind of warm. All right, so just bear with us.
I know.
All right.
If you could like give me whatever updates or anything that you know of, that's just how I work, so I know like kind of what.
Let me look at my computer. See. We already got a detective on his way. He's on the screen. Okay. No, ella quiere lavarse las manos con. Honey, that's my corporal. Let me pick it up.
Oh, it's her. She's the one that interviewed him, isn't it? Oh, and that's the guy. That's the two that interviewed her. Interrogated her. Those are the two. I'm right, aren't I? These two. Those are the two that interrogated her. The dogs. The dogs, lady die were one's deaf, one's blind, apparently, according to Boone. It is them, Amy. There you go. Yeah, it's better if you watch it, but I mean, I'm not gonna, if it's too long, don't watch it. Do you know what I mean? As in, I don't want you to sacrifice your viewing experience. Do you know what I mean? So don't worry about it. If only, if you're watching a trial, don't worry about it. Just skip it. Obviously, it doesn't. It doesn't make well. But thank you anyway, Elsie. Yeah, they're muted. Thanks, Amy. Fuck that beep.
Hey, Sarah. You get enough water? No, if you want to stay seated, don't. I don't want you getting lightheaded. So remember I said the detectives were going to come out and talk to you and go from there. You know what I'm saying? They're here. They're going to ask you a few questions and then go from there, okay? All right.
All right, Sarah, my name's Chelsea. My partner, Scott. To my understanding, you reside here?
Yes.
Okay, is it just you,
And George.
okay.
I have 9 girls. I mean, it's 50-50 because Brian, my former husband.
Your former husband, okay. But you reside here with George and then your son lives with you or lives, there's 50-50?
Yeah.
Okay. So from what,
Rodriquez
has told me, she explained, last night that you guys were drinking a bottle of wine. And around midnight, you decided, you guys,
12:30ish, yeah.
okay. You guys decided to play hide and seek.
Well, we were playing hide and seek, and then
Was your son home at the time or, okay.
no, with Brian.
Okay.
We decided to play. We just stupid like that. Like, sure, we were putting puzzles together. We were doing artwork. You can see the puzzle that we finished in there, and then the artwork, and then decided to play hide and seek. Just being stupid.
Okay.
So he decided to get in the suitcase. So I thought it would be funny to, and he was laughing about it too, to dip him up in there. I go upstairs and fell asleep. So this morning when this afternoon when I actually got up out of the bed, I thought for sure he was downstairs on the laptop because he was being really quiet. But then I came upstairs and I'm like, where is he? Like, and then that's when I found him.
Okay.
I don't know what happened.
Okay. And then you weren't sure about if you woke up this morning
It was afternoon. I mean, I was
or this
awake,
afternoon.
but I just didn't want to come downstairs. So
Okay.
I just laid in the bed for a little while. And then I eventually came downstairs and was confused about where he was. And then I was like, oh my God, he's in the suitcase still. So I pulled him out and I stretched him out and I started to try to do CPR on him. I called you guys. Well, I called Brian.
Okay.
And then as soon as he got here, which is 30 seconds down the road, I called you guys.
Okay.
And the person on the phone had me do the concussions continually still and count with him until you guys shut up.
Okay. And so as a part of our investigation, we obviously have to go inside the house. We have to look at things. Are you okay with us
Yes.
going in the house and looking at things?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And forensics, so we have to have our forensics crime scene investigators come out. Are you also okay with them coming inside, taking photographs and?
Whatever you need to do.
Okay.
Can I ask, is Brian, or I'm sorry, George, was he diagnosed with any kind of medical history?
Not that I know of. Not that I know of. I don't know. I mean, he doesn't take drugs. I mean, we'll have the occasional bottle of wine here and there, but I don't know. Like,
That was gonna be my next question. So you guys don't normally drink, you just drink once in a while, or?
well, I'm gonna say like, okay, I guess normal drinking is like we will have like a glass of wine or two, like while we're cooking dinner, or here we'll play a board game with him. And we'll take in there. But I mean, it's not like.
A couple of beers a day.
Well, but I don't understand though. Like for the little bit that we had, like not having like I don't know if he had a heart attack or a stroke or an aneurysm or what happened to him. I don't know.
And were you guys together all day yesterday? Okay. Here?
Yes.
Like you, neither of you left the apartment yesterday?
I think he drove up to the store to get cigarettes.
Okay.
But I mean, you can walk there.
Does he have any history of drinks? No, he doesn't now, because you said he doesn't, but.
I don't know.
As far as you've ever known him, you've never seen him?
No. I mean, he's from Philadelphia, and he grew up in Philadelphia, and then he went to Massachusetts, and then from Massachusetts came down here. So I don't really know, like, a whole lot of, like, medical history or
How long have you guys been together?
almost 4 years, like 3.5 years.
You guys been living here the whole time?
Yes.
Okay. He's never been to the doctor or to the hospital during that time?
He and his brother got into a really bad argument at one point, and he had to have facial reconstruction. But he has been in the hospital from that, and then I talked him into going to see like a regular physician, so he could get just like a regular like checkup thing. Yeah. But there were no red flags.
How long ago was that?
The surgery or the doctor?
Both.
The surgery I think was at this point what 2 years maybe, 2.5 years. The checkup was probably a good 2 years too.
Okay.
And the suitcase is still in there?
Yep, always.
Is it normally stored down there? Did you guys travel recently?
No, he was going to start putting some of the what do you call it? Donations in there. So that's why
it's out?
Yes.
Okay. You guys didn't recently travel somewhere or anything like that?
After you zip them up, did you move the bag around and mess with them at all, or you just zip it up and walk away?
My both were laughing about it, but I went upstairs and I fell asleep.
But what position was he in when you he went in? Was he sitting on his rear end and his head up and he just kind of bent over?
Okay, so like this is the suitcase. Like this was his head and then he's right here and his feet were down.
So he was laying on his side?
Yes.
You just closed the flap and zipped it around?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe we were playing.
Understandably, okay.
So he said that I needed to tell you guys about his family. Like, who do I talk to about that?
We're gonna do that once we walk through and see. Yeah, we're
not
gonna.
going anywhere. We're gonna be here for a while.
Like,
yeah, it's gonna be a
I'm
while.
afraid for my life. I want you to know that. I'm afraid for my life. his family have never liked me. I'm the blue-eyed white devil, is what they call me. So they've never liked me. They've never taken me in. They've never accepted me. I'll put it that way.
Have you called any of them?
We talked to his daughters yesterday.
No, I mean, like, about this. Does
No.
anyone know? Okay.
That's
So
why
no one's gonna know until we will be making that notification.
they're
So
going to
it's
kill me.
okay.
Do
Well,
they live local?
Yes, they're down the road. They're going to kill me. His kids are going to kill me in Philadelphia. They're going to kill me. This was not intentional.
okay.
And they're not going to understand that. They're not going to accept it.
We're gonna do a thorough investigation, and we will definitely make sure that you don't feel scared when we leave here. Okay.
And
When we
my
leave.
9-year-old.
Well, he's at school. Or he's with your husband.
I know. Well,
Ex-husband.
Your husband said that, or your ex-husband said he made arrangements for your 9-year-old to be picked up.
Oh, okay, Mom.
Yeah. All right, we're going to go inside if that's okay.
Yes, please, but can you guys just keep me posted
Of
so
course.
I know what's going on?
Yes.
And don't.
All you have to do is get their attention if you have a question or you need to talk to us. He's standing right there. She'll be right here.
Yeah. Okay, but will you guys tell me, like, so you're telling me, like, you won't call whoever it is without telling me, right?
No.
I mean, I have all their phone.
We're not calling. We're not making phone calls. We're actually going to speak to them in person.
Yeah.
We
That'll
are.
be later
They're
on.
going to. Okay.
It'll
You'll
be
know
later.
prior to us making any
I'm
contact.
not going to be here. They're going to kill me.
Okay.
We'll address all of that. Okay, before we leave. Okay.
This was.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Just stay seated, okay, Sarah? I know you're panicking, okay? Just relax. We'll come and talk to you. We'll keep checking on you.
They're coming out now. I'll get you somebody, okay?
Hi, Janet. Welcome, Janet.
She wants to say something. She wants to talk. I'm on. Yeah.
Well, we're
Don't
here,
know
so
anything though, like why or how?
So we will not know the answer to that because we're not doctors. So what's gonna happen is he's gonna go to the medical office and he'll have what's called an autopsy. Yeah. That'll be first thing tomorrow morning. I'll know a lot, hopefully a lot more tomorrow morning as far as him. But I cannot. There's no way I could say how, why.
So just by looking at him, like, why is he purple?
Oh, that's normal when someone passes away. Look at it and you turn.
as soon as the heart stops beating, the blood starts to settle to the lowest points of the body, and then you'll see it's come very pronounced. So that's called a public good. What happens there?
I'm like really scared. I want you guys to know that.
You have, look around, you have all these deputies here, so while we're here, nothing's going to happen to you. Before we go and make any notifications, you'll have plenty of time to leave or do what you need to do. Whatever you need to do. Okay? And we can talk about that more in length. But yeah, it's not going to be a surprise.
Real quick, and then, but like, I don't like this was totally like not intentional. Like that's what I'm scared about too. Like
We'll have all the answers. We'll have a lot more answers tomorrow after medical examiner looks at them. Like you said, what you're seeing here is common. This is us coming out to the scene. Yeah, his age, no real medical history
that I know of.
For him to have passed away, we come out.
I know.
Yeah. We come out and do an investigation. Medical examiner's office, we send people out. This is what we do. If he was 75 years old and had a history of heart condition, we wouldn't be here.
I don't know what it is.
Exactly, and that's what we're here to find out. We're just here to get the answers. The answers that you want, the answers that his family's
I
gonna
just
want.
really want to see my son. Like I really need to see my son.
Well,
I mean, I know I can't go anywhere, but
right.
So do I just like sit out here and wait for you guys?
If you would, yeah, please.
Does anybody else having to show up, or everybody's here that needs to be here?
My team's here that needs to be here. The medical examiners will show up when we call them, but we're not ready for them yet. So they're going to take him, they're going to take some photos, take him, but that's towards the end of it. And they'll be called well in advance when we're ready for them, but we're not ready for them at this point. So we won't be calling them quite yet.
Okay. So like I said, I gotta go do some paperwork. They're gonna chat with some people, and then we're gonna come back and talk to you if you're okay with that. So just give us a little bit more time. Like I said, for you to go and do that. And you can go do what
So, like, do you guys tell his family, like, today or after tomorrow?
you have to.
It's the law.
We have to go make contact with them.
Yeah.
They have to notify us.
Once our investigation is pretty much complete here, once we leave here, we will be going to.
But again, you'll know. I'm not going to just go and do it without you knowing. You'll know. We'll talk to you prior to doing anything like that.
But how, I mean, I understand what you guys and how you do it, and, you know, so, but, like, what do you just tell him? What do you tell his parents? Like, what's the reason?
Passed away.
We tell them what we know at that point.
Yeah.
We tell them the truth.
And that we're going to be waiting for the autopsy results, and I will get the autopsy in the morning, and hopefully the doctor will be able to give me some of what they think and see.
We'll give them their number. They can contact them and get it from them.
So yeah, they're gonna know what we're here, what we're investigating, and that they're gonna think I killed him.
Why would they think that?
They always have said that. They've always have said that.
What have they
I
said?
told you it's because I'm the blue-eyed white dragon. That's what they call me. Because they don't want him with me. So he's basically just not really been around his family because he chooses me over them. Even after I've encouraged him numerous times to go over there and see his family. They never accepted me. I have always been unforgiving over there, where they've never accepted me. And everybody in his family has come to kick my ass. So, especially his sister. He had to pull her off me one time.
Do you have somewhere safe that you can go tonight?
Both my parents are deceased. My grandparents are deceased. My aunt and uncle are deceased. I got nobody. I have a brother that's in the Marines, and then I've got another one that's in jail.
Unless the brother that's Marines is local?
No. Well, he's in Altamont, but I think he's doing whatever Marine thing he's doing. But the only way...
Your phone's inside, correct?
Yes.
Does he have a phone?
No.
He doesn't have a phone.
He used my phone.
He used your
Yeah,
phone.
we did it
Share
together.
phone.
So the only place I could go is over to Brian's house. So I don't think I'll have a problem with it. So...
Well, like I said, we're not going to leave here. If you do not feel safe, you're not going to leave here not feeling safe, because then we're liable.
And then his ex-wife in Philadelphia,
well, she's in Philadelphia, but yes.
there's going to be a funeral.
Right. That you're talking like days and weeks.
No,
I'm talking right here, right now.
I know.
So let me get my investigation. Let me go do this paperwork that I'm talking about, because we can go back and forth about what ifs like all day long.
I know, sorry.
I promise we're not going to leave here for you and you not feel safe. Okay?
Please. It's just, I don't even know what to tell you.
It's okay. Just take a seat, have some water, give us a few minutes, let us do our thing, and we'll be back to talk to you, I promise, okay?
Like you said, if you need us again, just let them know.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Martinez, you can
Yeah.
go ahead and type.
Okay.
Sit down and type and keep like eyes on. Do you have anyone in here?
There's nobody here, just me.
Okay, that's fine. You're right there, right?
Yeah.
Sit there and type, you're fine. I have relief coming, so just give me a second.
There we are. That is a quick Boone tribute ready for Monday. She's there's something funny about her. Do you know what I mean? There's very something funny about her. Like all the questions, and even right there, what are you going to tell the family? They've not started investigating yet. What do you like? She wants to know if it's a murder. Is it going to be classified a murder? They've not even investigated yet. So I don't know. She's a little bit funny. She's very bizarre. I don't really know. But yeah, I just don't know. I just don't know. Yeah, so we'll see. I mean, I've seen those videos, I think, last year, 2 years ago. So, yeah, I don't really disagree with you, Amy. I think it's intentional. I think it was intentional. You know, when she keeps saying it wasn't, it's unintentional. The hide and seek stuff. This might be unpopular. I don't really. I think it might have been hide and seek. You know, but in her mind, because as in not hide and seek in general, but I think it was a game, and I think she was trying to get him in there with a promise of, "Hey, we know what's going on. I'll spread my legs. This will be funny. Do this, and we'll go upstairs and I'll spread my legs for you," type of thing. So even though I don't think it's hide and seek, I think it is one of those. This will be funny. This will be hilarious if you just go in there to play a little game. You trust me, don't you? You trust me. Once you come out of there, let's see what happens, and let's go upstairs, darling. Type of thing. He's a man, probably, blood is flowing in all the wrong places right at that moment, and probably jumped in. But yeah, I think it's all intentional. I think it's all pre-planned. Yeah, I think it's all pre-planned. Personally, I think she knew what she was doing. Pre-planned it all. But she could have come up with a better excuse than hide and seek. How thick do you have to be? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe she didn't mean to kill him and it went too far. But she was drunk. Anyway, we'll see. Anyway, everybody, thank you for all kind words. Thank you. I'll see you all. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I agree, Amy. I agree. She got him in a compromising position, took advantage, wanted him to suffer overnight for what he's done to her. She went to bed and didn't expect him to die. I think she's actually pissed he died. Maybe, yeah. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, a bit of a lesson to him. So she's going for the battered wife syndrome, which I think would have worked until those videos came out. I think Zach said that. What time is it Monday? So I'm going to go live at 8:15, and Boone is on a quarter past 8, and Boone is on a 8:45. So yeah, hopefully most of you can join me at 8:15 on Eastern. If you stroll in about 8:15, 8:30 Eastern, we'll hopefully have everything loaded up for Sarah Boone at 2:45 for you. If you didn't expect him to die, she's still responsible for his death. Absolutely. I actually think she did. I don't know. The fact that he said he couldn't breathe, she knew if he can't breathe. You won't be here, Amy. That's way too early for you. That's like 5:15, 5:30, 5:45 for you. You still be in bed, Amy. California. Amy from there. California. Amy Lynch is from there. Yeah, that changes intent for me. Yeah, he told her, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. But we'll see. It's interesting. I've not delved into this. It's all good, Amy. It's all good. We'll see. We'll see you afterwards. Everybody, do you think that she might have not been caught? I think she would have been caught, as in because she admitted to her anyway. But I think it would have played differently. I think she would have gone instantly down to the battered wife syndrome or something. I don't know. I think it would have played differently. I think she would have. I mean, she's a bit thick. If she didn't leave, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think it would have possibly played differently. Anyway, it's 11 hours and 42 minutes we've been playing for. So I'm going to love you and leave you, people. Have a wonderful weekend. I love you all. We've had good viewers today. We've got 20 left here. No, I agree, Ken. It was definitely intentional. The minute we walk through the joint, boom, boom. Someone says they can't breathe, you stop. Absolutely. Have a great weekend, everyone. I do need to go because I am Salan. Thank you for a great week full of good stuff, Salan. Dalan. No worries. And thank you, Carol. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I really, Yaya Trucker, Bev, everyone, you know who you are. Thank you so much, people. Right, I'm just going to find this outro now. And I will be there. I'm going to rest up this weekend. Got nothing planned. So, and with that, where's this fucking outro? Here it is. With that, peace. Take care. Ta-ra. See you Monday, Corbin State Eastern. Take care. Ta-ra.
Canton Police Department was allowed to facilitate the removal of that light. Yes. And during the course of the removal of that light, a taillight was broken, correct? That's correct. And shattered. Yes. Parts of it that were falling onto the ground. I don't think there was anything falling on the ground at that point.